Chapter 1. Where am I? Is it dawn already? Time to rise, there's an early class at 8. If I don't hurry, I might miss the back seat. Jilin groggily opened his eyes, only to find not the familiar blue figure he expected, but rather a patch of Douladen bluegrass. As he gazed at the towering trees surrounding him and glanced down at his own familiar short sleeves and trousers, he pondered, so where exactly did that group of rascals leave? Me? Rising to his feet, he reminisced about the atmosphere in his dormitory and the glorious exploits he shared with his friends. Jilin could not shake the suspicion that his mischievous companions were playing a prank on him. Although the trees here were excessively tall and the ground was dotted with unfamiliar flora, particularly the striking bluegrass that caught his eye, it was not entirely unprecedented. After all, there was a vast forest behind his school, and he had never been one to shy away from exploring new places. Moreover, as for bluegrass, he had certainly seen black flowers before, albeit only in photographs on his phone. A gentle breeze swept through, and the morning air remained quite cool, sending shivers along Jilin's exposed arms. Feeling the chill, he couldn't help but think of his roommates, and resolved to return to share a bit of paternal affection with them. So, which way should I go? That poses a dilemma as for the matter of arriving late to class. He trusted that his friends would cover for him. That was the basic tenet of their camaraderie. After contemplating for a while without arriving at a decision, Jilin recalled that his phone could provide him with his location to 8T the very least. It would help him discern directions. However, as he searched his entire body and scoured the vicinity of 5 meters, he realized, to his dismay, that his phone was nowhere to be found. Logically, even if they were playing an elaborate prank, they wouldn't take my phone. Besides, I think I heard something calling out. I've never heard of any large creatures lurking around the school. Bending slightly, Jilin crept cautiously towards the source of the sound, moving ever so gently as he drew closer. The surroundings had become disheveled, as if a great commotion had taken place. He even spotted deep claw marks on a tree that he could encircle with his arms. The ground was littered with trampled flowers, bearing traces that suggested the dragging of heavy objects. What on earth could have caused this? If I encounter whatever it is, I fear I might not last a second. Jilin fell into contemplation. Now that he had seen these markings, he was uncertain whether he should continue onward to uncover the identity of this mysterious entity flaunting its prowess. Yet, being merely a bookish scholar without any means of defense, he worried for his own safety should he proceed. Quietly now, let's avoid any confrontation. He turned to stealthily retreat. However, Jilin did not retrace his steps entirely, for he now understood that he was no longer on campus, and returning would serve little purpose. Although he remained perplexed about his current predicament, ensuring his survival had become his paramount concern. Once Jilin departed, silence reclaimed the area. Rustle, rustle. The rustling of the thicket signified the arrival of new visitors. A massive tiger's head emerged from the underbrush, its jaws firmly gripping the 7-inch length of a snake. Soon after, the tiger's formidable body followed, dragging the serpent with it. This magnificent creature stood at least 5 feet tall, with a body extending over 10 feet in length. Its regal white fur was adorned with golden stripes and a distinctive crown-like marking on its forehead, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Although some patches of its fur had turned a dull yellow, a faint sweetness mingled with a metallic scent lingered in the air. Despite the bloodstains marring its otherwise majestic appearance, they added an air of ferocity to its presence. The serpent, clutched in the tiger's mouth, was more than twice the length of the beast. Its body was a vibrant emerald green, with a triangular tongue and eyes resembling dull rubies, lacking their usual luster. Any expert in the field would undoubtedly recognize both the tiger, known as the Gungjin Hu, and the snake, the mandala serpent. The Gungjin Hu, dragging its prey, was poised to retreat to a secluded spot for a hearty meal, having exerted considerable effort to capture the mandala serpent. Suddenly, its keen nose detected an unusual scent reminiscent of the two-legged creatures that had previously hunted it, yet not entirely the same. If the earlier scent had been that of fresh blood, this one resembled a diluted version of it. The tiger's gaze fixated on the direction from which Jilin had approached, lingering for a moment before it vanished into the boundless sea of trees. Within its not-so-bright mind, a singular thought took precedence: to feast first, and then to feast again. After all, I, the tiger, am the ruler of this domain. Unbeknownst to Jilin, he had drawn the attention of a formidable predator. He tread carefully through the underbrush, wary of being discovered and potentially treated as a mere snack. The temperature around him gradually rose, and Jilin's stomach began its symphony of hunger. He had taken great care to avoid any disturbances along his path, resulting in a journey that had nearly doubled in length compared to what it should have been. I'm so hungry. I certainly didn't feel this famished, even when I skipped breakfast before. Damn it, Physical labor consumes way more energy than mental work, he lamented. Pausing, Jilin surveyed his surroundings, hoping to find some fruit to satiate his hunger. At that moment, he spotted a flash of white to his left, starkly contrasting with the vibrant environment. As he approached, he realized it was a human femur. His brow furrowed, and he pursed his lips in dismay. When the world is going on, human bones are appearing here. Contemplating the possibility that others had ventured into this place with supplies, Jilin began to search the area. Before long, he uncovered several bones, some relatively intact like the femur, while others were severely damaged, such as skull fragments. Eventually, he discovered a nearly complete skeleton beneath a nearby large tree. Not far from the skeleton, amidst the thicket, he found a short knife, about a foot long, which had already begun to rust, and further treasures lay in wait. Jilin gazed at the short blade in his hand. Although he had already commenced his endeavors, it would suffice for the task of chopping wood. With the knife in hand, he made his way to the small stream he had discovered while searching for that gentleman. The stream, crystal clear and no more than 2 meters wide, reached up to his thighs. Within its waters, he spotted several fish, each about 3 fingers wide. Perhaps due to the rarity of visitors in this area, these creatures had hardly experienced the treachery of mankind. Jilin effortlessly caught 3 of them, weighing approximately 2 pounds in total. Observing the now desolate stream, Jilin felt no greed. He lifted the fish before him and fell into deep contemplation. How should I prepare this creature? Raw consumption? Leaning in to take a whiff, he was immediately assaulted by a pungent fishy odor, prompting him to don an expression of distress. What if I can't bring myself to eat it? Glancing at the knife in his hand and the dry twigs nearby, an idea dawned upon him. I have a dream, no, rather a thought. Yes, a bold idea indeed. Chapter 2. An Encounter. The sun, languidly reclining at the horizon, cast a sleepy gaze upon the world below. The great star forest was enveloped in a warm orange glow, rendering everything serene. Yet, Jilin found himself indifferent to this picturesque scene. His focus was intently fixed on the fire before him, or more precisely, on the fish sizzling beside it. As he watched the oil bubbling and sizzling from the roasted fish, Jilin expressed heartfelt gratitude towards the 2 men who reign at the apex of the food chain. More than anything, he felt fortunate for his keen interest in wilderness survival. While he had not watched every episode of their videos, he had certainly viewed the majority. He was quite familiar with various methods of igniting a fire, such as using a magnifying glass or friction techniques. However, the method employed by the Iroquois people had left the most profound impression on him. After painstakingly creating a small hole in a stick with his short knife, Jilin dedicated a bit of time and a small section of his trouser leg, ultimately managing to kindle a fire just as twilight descended. While the fish roasted, Jilin busily collected an ample supply of wood nearby to ensure the fire would not extinguish during the night, for it would be essential for warmth and to deter any lurking beasts. However, he found it curious that there were scant signs of animal activity in the vicinity. Logically, such a vast forest should teem with diverse species. Yet, apart from the fish in the stream and the occasional glimpses of a few wild chickens, he had encountered no other wildlife save for the peculiar sounds he had heard that morning. Well, it's for the best. The scarcity of animals suggests that this area is relatively safe for me after all. Less risk is preferable. As the aroma from the fire intensified, Jilin's stomach began to growl. Estimating that the fish was nearly ready, he prepared to take a bite. Suddenly, he recalled something and, holding the roasted fish on 3 wooden skewers crafted with considerable effort, silently intoned, O Lord Jehovah of the 3 pure ones, Guanyin of the southern sea, the glorious god Thor of the north, Athena of the west, and Odin, the father of the north, here many deities are omitted, and let us not forget the little golden gourd. I beseech you all, please grant me safe passage home. As he traced a cross upon his chest, a sense of unease washed over him. After a moment's contemplation, he bowed in reverence towards the 4 cardinal directions 3 times. Ah, this feels right. Perhaps only the Western deities can hear this cross, but with these 3 bows, the Eastern gods should also be able to receive my message. This blend of Eastern and Western supplication is a mass prayer of sorts. I have now secured my position in the realm of the metaphysical. Having completed this series of gestures, the pangs of hunger intensified within him. Gazing at the fish in his hand, which was rapidly cooling, Jilin took a hearty bite. Instantly, an extraordinary flavor surged through him, so potent and novel that it brought tears to his eyes. In that moment, unable to contain himself, Jilin let out a wail towards the heavens. How fishy! Tui! Jilin hastily spat out the fish meat, pointing at the remnants on the ground. His face contorted in anger as he reflected on the hardships endured for this single bite. I have never encountered such a brazen fish. Oh, you think you are worthy of me. After venting his frustration, Ji Lin sat down, panting heavily as the hunger returned with a vengeance. In the heat of his anger, he had not fully felt it, but now, as he settled, the sensation was overwhelming. Looking at the remaining fish in his hand, he sighed and began to eat slowly. After nearly half an hour of effort, he finally finished one fish. The two left were simply too much to bear. With the taste of fish lingering in his mouth, Ji Lin quickly gulped down some warm water nearby to cleanse his palate. As for the source of the warm water, he could only express his gratitude. Thank you, babe, for saving my life. Lying beside the campfire, Ji Lin was filled with myriad emotions, reflecting on the day's peculiar events, the unpalatable fish, and the harsh reality of being at the apex of the food chain. As dusk descended, the moon seemed to have wandered off, leaving the stars to twinkle with an extraordinary brilliance. Gazing at the celestial lights, Ji Lin found himself entranced, unconsciously placing his hands behind his head. Though he felt that curling up with his arms around his knees would better suit his solitary predicament, as it would evoke the essence of loneliness, he realized that to enjoy the beautiful starry sky, one must tilt their head back, which could be quite tiring. Perhaps it is best to remain carefree like this. The campfire flickered weakly. While its glow provided a semblance of safety, darkness sometimes offered a sense of comfort. Ji Lin relished this ambience, where the firelight illuminated only his face, its warmth not overwhelming. In this tranquil setting, a wave of homesickness swept over him. As he longed for his small bed, his mother's not-so-beautiful face, his father's less-than-pleasant temperament, and even the not-so-delicious meals from home. It was peculiar. Never before had he felt such a yearning to return to that less than 100-square-meter abode where he had spent nearly 20 years of his life. Perhaps it was sentimental, Ji Lin mused. Tomorrow, he would seek higher ground and devise a plan to return. Upon his return, he would definitely take a few days off to enjoy his time at home, regardless of whether permission would be granted. Even Jesus could not keep me here, I declare. The campfire gradually dwindled, eventually leaving only charcoal, and Ji Lin was unaware of when he had closed his eyes. The gentle sound of snoring mingled with the faint chirping of insects, creating the dominant melody of this small realm. Ji Lin was roused from his slumber by the chill in the air. Illuminated by the glow of the moon, which had appeared without notice, he resolved to rekindle the fire. Armed with prior experience and readily available tools, Ji Lin was confident he could complete the task swiftly. Just as he grasped the tools and prepared to begin, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. It dawned on Ji Lin that something was amiss. The surrounding silence was unnaturally profound, devoid of any sound, a deathly hush. Uncertain whether the insects were merely nocturnal, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment, where the instinct for self-preservation heightened his alertness, causing his heart to race. His eyes darted anxiously around him. Suddenly, Ji Lin crouched low and began to retreat slowly, his gaze fixed intently ahead. There, in the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes stood out starkly. As he stepped back, Ji Lin realized that the distance to those eyes had not diminished. He came to the grim conclusion that he was the target of whatever lurked in the shadows. With that thought, he turned and fled. That very moment, the owner of the ominous eyes emerged from the darkness. Bathed in moonlight, Ji Lin beheld the imposing head of a tiger looming from the shadows. Fortunately, the moon was particularly bright that night. Although the illumination was not as intense as during the day, it sufficed for Ji Lin to make his escape. The golden tiger was somewhat agitated after consuming a snake and taking a nap. It awoke in the evening, hungry once more. Having devoured the larger soul beasts in the vicinity, it found itself unsatisfied by the meager offerings of smaller ones, which were insufficient to satiate its hunger. Moreover, pursuing prey in other territories seemed too exhausting. Suddenly, it recalled the intriguing scent it had encountered earlier, and a decision was made regarding its dinner. Despite the aroma having faded, the golden tiger's keen sense of smell allowed it to track Ji Lin's trail. However, Ji Lin had altered his course near a waterway, causing the scent to become muddled, leading the golden tiger only to the place where Ji Lin had awakened. Frustration welled within the beast, which could do nothing but hope to find a late-night snack on its way back. Yet, after meandering about, the golden tiger found no trace of anything to eat. As its hunger intensified, so too did its irritability. At that moment, the golden tiger detected the familiar scent again, this time more potent than before. Delighted, it resolved to take special care of Ji Lin. Chapter 3. The Escape. Beneath the moonlight, Ji Lin ran. If one were to overlook the panic etched on his face, this could have been a moment he would cherish in his later years as a beautiful memory. Yet, at this moment, Lin had no desire for such reminiscence. With the moonlight as his guide, Lin managed to discern the road ahead, convinced that he could outrun the tiger pursuing him. He placed his hopes in the tall trees surrounding him, thinking perhaps he could use them to his advantage, employing evasive maneuvers to delay his pursuer. Thus, he sprinted toward the thicket, occasionally changing directions. As Lin maneuvered with agility, the sounds behind him gradually diminished, and a wave of joy surged within him, allowing his previously anxious heart to find solace. Reflecting on his performance that night, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. If I could maintain such prowess during a 1,000-meter run, would I still fret over failing? How absurd. This could very well earn me a spot on the national team. Swish! A sharp sound sliced through the air from behind, and a sudden jolt of pain coursed through his leg, causing Lin, who had been running for over 10 minutes, to collapse onto the ground. He rolled several times before finally coming to a stop against a tree. Thud! Lin felt as though his chest had been struck by a small fist, tightening uncomfortably. To make matters worse, the moment he halted, it felt as though a fire ignited within his lungs. He was compelled to gulp down air in large, desperate breaths to alleviate the aftereffects of his prolonged sprint. Just as he was about to stand up, a sharp pain shot through his right leg, and Lin couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing onto the ground. He looked at his leg, blood flowing freely from 3 wounds. Seeing this, Lin let out a, knowing that tonight he would likely meet his end here. A faint sound of footsteps came from ahead, and Lin gripped the short blade that had never left his hand, his gaze fixed on the shadow approaching him. Backlit by the moonlight, he decided that even if he had to die, he would at least take a bite out of him. Damn it, if he had known this would be the outcome, he should have gone in for a sliding tackle the moment they met. At least that way he would have died with some glory. Gung Jin closed the distance to Lin, and it was hard to imagine that such a large body made so little noise, moving like an excellent dancer, so light and graceful. In the entire space, it seemed that only Lin's heavy breaths could be heard. Looking at the culprit before him who was toying with him, it would be a lie to say he wasn't scared, but Lin knew that even if he bowed down to it, it wouldn't spare him. Besides, he had never been his back to anyone except his parents. At that moment, Gung Jin was not focusing on the biped holding the iron lump. Instead, it was fixated on the shadow to Lin's right, its front limbs slightly bent, lowering its head a little. Lin also noticed the movements of the tiger in front of him. He knew that he was not in a position to command it at that moment. So he followed the tiger's gaze to the right. Under the watchful eyes of both the person and the tiger, a shadow slowly emerged. When it fully came into view, Lin realized it was a large, completely black scorpion. Upon seeing this scorpion, Lin was dumbfounded because he had never seen a scorpion this big before. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Are there really scorpions this large on Earth? Those pincers could probably snap me in half. It's no wonder Lin was so surprised. The tiger in front of him was the largest he had ever seen, and this scorpion was even bigger overall. And it's a scorpion. While it's understandable for a tiger to grow this big, having a scorpion grow to this size is just ridiculous. Could it be that some biological laboratory's experiment accidentally escaped? Lin complained, but in the next moment, he became excited. These two guys clearly weren't on the same side. Judging by their stances, they were probably about to fight. At that time, he could take advantage of the situation like a fisherman benefiting from the clam and the heron fighting. Especially that tiger. If it didn't get a sliding tackle, Lin would write the character for day upside down. The black scorpion felt quite frustrated. It was just minding its own business at home, enjoying a meal, when it suddenly sensed a surge of aura from the dead tiger nearby. Typically, soul beasts release such aura to intimidate others, signaling their arrival. Initially, the black scorpion didn't want to get involved after all. It was someone else causing trouble on its territory. However, that aura was directed towards it, which made the black scorpion a bit angry. If you're coming, just come. Why sneak in with such fanfare? If you barged in peacefully, how would the black scorpion maintain its reputation in the soul beast world? The Gung Jin tiger hadn't expected that it was releasing its aura to warn other soul beasts not to touch its prey. But Lin inadvertently stumbled into the black scorpion's territory and momentarily forgot to retract its aura, thus attracting the black scorpion. However, the Gung Jin tiger wasn't worried, as it was confident it could defeat or even kill the black scorpion. As for Lin, he was just food. The atmosphere grew tense as the two dominant figures faced off, both sides staring intently at each other without making a move. Suddenly, both charged at each other simultaneously, getting closer and closer. The black scorpion struck first, its scorpion tail darting like a black bullet aimed at the tiger. The Gung Jin tiger remained calm. Leaping upwards just before the tail could strike, its claws glinting white under the moonlight, aiming for the connection point between the scorpion's tail and body. The black Xian scorpion's most vulnerable spot. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air came from below as the scorpion's tail rapidly withdrew and angled upwards, its speed even faster than before. Just as the tail was about to hit, the tiger managed to exert force in midair, as if an invisible hand had swept it aside, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Consequently, the Gungjin tiger lost its aim and, while passing by the black Xian scorpion, extended its claws to deliver a swipe, producing a spray of sparks. Everything happened too quickly, over in just a few seconds. Watching the actions of both sides, Jilin gave himself a thumbs up. Wow, how did I dare to think of a sliding tackle? Thankfully, I played it safe. While Jilin was muttering to himself, the black Xian scorpion quickly turned around, looking at the tiger that had just landed. That previous exchange made both parties realize that simple hand-to-hand combat wouldn't give them the upper hand. Thus, they both began to amplify their powers simultaneously. The scorpion's tail glowed eerily, while energy gathered in the tiger's mouth. A second later, two beams of light, one black and one white, shot out simultaneously. Jilin watched the two beams of light wrestling with each other, his mouth twitching incessantly. He originally thought it was a mysterious organization that had been thrown into an unknown primitive forest, but it turned out he had crossed over to a different world with extraordinary powers. At that moment, all the confusion, fear, excitement, and various emotions in Jilin's heart condensed into one sentence that slipped out. What the hell? The duel between the two sides was not affected by Jilin's words. The intensity of the confrontation was increasing, and the area of impact was expanding. A small tree not far from the center of the clash snapped, and a faint white light group emerged from it, gradually forming a white halo. Seeing this white halo, Jilin recalled something and had a slight speculation about this world. White halo, 10-year spirit ring, Douluo continent? Hiss. At that moment, Jilin felt the ground beneath him trembling slightly, and an indescribable sense of heart palpitations enveloped him. This fear was something Jilin had never experienced before, making it impossible for him to muster even a hint of resistance. He knew that even under the threat of that tiger, he could still run away, which showed just how strong the being he was facing this time was. Meanwhile, the Gungjin tiger and the black Xian scorpion had long since fled. Jilin couldn't forget their expressions as they ran away, especially that Gungjin tiger. From the moment it chased Jilin, he never expected to see that kind of expression on its face, a fear so deep that it was more daunting than his own. If I can survive, one day I will make that tiger show that kind of expression because of me. Thinking this, Jilin leaned against the tree behind him, closed his eyes, and awaited his fate. Under the dual influence of fear and his leg injury, Jilin, already exhausted, couldn't muster any strength. So be it. The tremors grew stronger, and Jilin had already come to terms with death. However, the imagined death did not arrive, and the shaking began to weaken. Opening his eyes in confusion, he was greeted by a massive pit less than 5 meters away and some fallen trees. Struggling to support himself against the tree, Jilin stood up, limping towards the pit. This short distance exhausted him completely, leaving him slightly out of breath. Leaning against a nearby tree, Jilin looked in the direction of the remaining tremors. At this point, the sky was beginning to brighten, and Jilin could see the source of the tremors, a gigantic gorilla. A Titan giant ape? Looking at the retreating figure of the Titan giant ape and the white, yellow, and purple spirit rings behind it, these spirit rings adorned the path the Titan giant ape had created. Under the dimly lit sky, this simple yet magnificent path of kings deeply shocked Jilin. A sense of grandeur surged from the depths of his heart. Jilin smiled, laughing so joyfully and heroically. What a powerful presence. Jilin's laughter gradually faded, and at that moment, the sun peeked out from a corner, its rays shining on Jilin's face, which was smeared with dirt. Jilin closed his eyes, slightly tilted his head back, enjoying this long-lost warmth. Is this the feeling of being alive? He took a deep breath, not exhaling immediately, and after a long while, he slowly let it out. It feels so good. Chapter 4 on the road. Jilin looked at the ginseng in front of him, a smile appearing on his pale face. After being inadvertently saved by the Titan giant ape, Jilin realized he had lost too much blood, leaving him weak all over. Gritting his teeth, he tore off a few strips of cloth from his clothes, tied the uncut parts together, and simply bandaged himself before walking along the path opened up by the Titan giant ape. As for how he knew he was heading out, Jilin explained that the trees in that direction were relatively short, while the trees on the other side were much taller, making it obvious which way to go. Walking this path was his hope to use the Titan giant ape's presence to intimidate the sole beasts of the Stardew forest. After all, Jilin currently had little power to resist. Even a carnivorous soul beast could easily take his life. Not long after following this path, Jilin discovered a ginseng plant and stopped to dig it up, hoping it would help with his injuries. The path had indeed been beneficial. Throughout his journey, and while digging for ginseng, Jilin had not seen a single living soul beast, though there were plenty of dead ones, most of which had turned into mush, with only a few remaining recognizable corpses. Fortunately, Jilin had dug up ginseng with his grandfather in the mountains when he was young, or he might not have recognized it. Looking at the ginseng in his hand, which was about 3 inches long and 2 fingers wide, Jilin didn't hesitate. He wiped it slightly and started to chew on it. The taste was bitter, and Jilin had never eaten anything like it before, almost gagging, but he knew that good medicine is often bitter. So, he gritted his teeth and continued to chew. Perhaps it was because Jilin had gotten used to it. He found the bitterness more tolerable this time, even detecting a hint of sweetness. After swallowing the ginseng, Jilin immediately felt a warm current rise from his stomach and spread throughout his body, and the pain in his legs seemed to lessen significantly. This sensation prompted Jilin to quickly consume the remaining ginseng, and an even stronger wave of warmth made the pallor on his face fade a bit, revealing a hint of blush. Feeling the changes in his body, Jilin also noticed his unusually strong digestive ability, but he couldn't determine the reason despite thinking about it. Not wanting to dwell on it, he decided it wasn't a bad thing. At that moment, his stomach began to signal that it was time to eat. Jilin turned his gaze to a half-dead, pig-like soul beast beside the path. Although it only had its upper half remaining, it was still quite large for Jilin. Judging by the size of its massive head, Jilin estimated it must have weighed at least 1,000 pounds when alive. With its long tusks, it must have been a dominant creature in the forest, but now, alas, it was no more. Well, the Titan giant ape has saved me a bit, Jilin thought, grabbing his knife to cut off the remaining pork tenderloin. Weighing it, he found it to be about 10 pounds. Drawing from his previous experience, Jilin easily started a fire and roasted half of the tenderloin over the flames. He wrapped the remaining meat in large leaves, dug a pit nearby, and buried it. Then, with his knife in hand, he walked further away, hoping to find more ginseng while avoiding any soul beast that might be attracted to the smell. After all, he still didn't know how strong the Titan giant ape's intimidation factor was. It was best to be cautious. Searching within a radius of 500 meters, Jilin indeed found 3 ginseng plants, 2 of which were similar to the first, while the last one was slightly larger, about 3 fingers wide. After eating the larger one, Jilin intended to continue, but he felt a slight coolness in his nose. When he touched it, he realized he had a nosebleed. Jilin remembered that after a serious illness in his childhood, he had eaten only light foods rather than rich ones. He had asked why, and the elders at home had said it was because the body couldn't handle too much nourishment when weak. It seemed this time could be explained similarly. He must have overdone it, so he decided to keep the other 2 ginseng plants for later. Before he knew it, dusk had arrived, and Jilin cautiously made his way back to the camp, tightly gripping the short blade that had become dirty from digging ginseng. As he got closer to the camp, he felt increasingly tense. Although he hadn't heard anything unusual, he didn't let his guard down. He carefully circled around the camp and found no signs of soul beasts, which finally put his mind at ease as he returned to the camp. The campfire had long since gone out, and even the charcoal had extinguished. The meat was untouched since he left. Jilin took down the meat and began to eat. It was slightly burnt, but the flavor was much better than the roasted fish, likely because the pig was a soul beast. Jilin had thought he could save a lot, but after taking the first bite, he couldn't stop. It wasn't until he finished the meat and was licking the grease off his fingers that he realized he had eaten it all, and he even wanted to roast the remaining meat. However, the night was falling, and Jilin was reluctant to roast anything else, fearing he might encounter a soul beast again. After dismissing that thought, Jilin got up and went to the shelter he had chosen while digging for ginseng, a stone about 10 feet square. Remarkably, there were 4 trees behind the stone, surrounding it in a fan shape. There was enough space between the stone and the trees for Jilin to lie down. After gathering some more materials and filling the gaps between the trees, Jilin squeezed some juice from some bluegrass and applied it to his body. The sky had darkened by now. Jilin lay down in the shelter, reflecting on the day's experiences. He touched his right leg and found that it no longer hurt. It seemed not only had his digestive ability improved, but his recovery ability had as well. Was this a benefit of his crossing over? It could also be that the ginseng in the Douluo world was particularly effective, since even with low combat power, Douluo was a fantasy world with gods. However, it was fortunate that people in the Douluo world did not utilize medicinal materials to a high degree, or else finding ginseng would not have been realistic. Lost in thought, Ji Lin gradually felt sleepy. He hadn't slept well the previous night and had been chased by the golden tiger for half the night. Today, he had spent the entire day with injuries, and as soon as he relaxed, all the fatigue washed over him. The outskirts of the Douluo forest were unusually quiet that night. Stepping out of the shelter, Ji Lin felt refreshed. Aside from a bit of hunger, he felt fully revitalized. He unwrapped the makeshift bandage on his leg and found that it had already scabbed over, with a shallow scar that was nearly ready to fall off. He dug out the remaining meat from yesterday and rekindled the fire to roast it. While waiting for the meat to cook, Ji Lin didn't waste any time and began searching for more ginseng, believing that the more he found, the better. Perhaps having not encountered any soul beasts yesterday gave Ji Lin some courage, so he expanded his search radius to about 800 meters this time. On this trip, Ji Lin found 5 ginseng plants, none of which were more than 2 fingers wide. He also discovered a fruit tree and picked a handful of fruits. Seeing birds eating them, he tried one and found it crisp and refreshing, tasting somewhat like an apple, though it was yellow in color. Along the way, Ji Lin occasionally spotted some small herbivorous animals and soul beasts, which was not a good omen. He promptly picked up the roasted meat and continued his survival journey. Chapter 5. Finally leaving the forest following the path for another 2 days, Ji Lin continued along the path made by the Titan giant ape. The soul beast that had hidden out of fear began to come out and move around. But the terror of the Titan giant ape had likely left a deep impression on them, making them avoid the path as if it were a plague. Within about 50 meters of the path, Ji Lin still did not see any soul beasts. This allowed Ji Lin's pace to increase significantly, making it easy for him to cover over 10 miles in a day. 10 miles was no small feat after all. The path in the forest is not easy to walk, and on top of that, Ji Lin has to find time to look for food, water sources, and shelter. Over the past 2 days, Ji Lin has noticed some changes in his body. It seems to have strengthened quite a bit. The most obvious change is that he can run faster, and his strength has also significantly increased. Moreover, when he went to fetch water again, he found that his face, which had become somewhat dull due to frequent late nights, was gradually becoming fair and bright. Ji Lin felt as if he had returned to being 18. Although 2 years had passed, he still remembered that his 18-year-old self was much stronger than he is now. Thinking about the changes in his body, Ji Lin took a bite of the fruit, which made a crisp sound, and the sweet juice stimulated his taste buds. He tentatively considered that it might be a transformation of the body due to coming from an ordinary world to an extraordinary one, a process of assimilation in the extraordinary world. Crack! He took another bite. After all, aren't those stories about the revival of spiritual energy always like this? Today, the monkey path finally came to an end. Looking at the trees that had become lush again, Ji Lin had to think about which way to go next. He looked up at the sky. It was getting late. Ji Lin began to search for shelter for the night and found traces of a past campsite just a tree away, with ashes left from a bonfire on the ground. Ji Lin stroked his chin and thought that this was at the end of the 8 path. So, am I now at the point where Tang San obtained the 8 spider lances? To be honest, Ji Lin himself couldn't remember how long ago he read the original work. He only remembered some general plot points and couldn't recall the details. He heard that an anime came out in recent years, but he had only watched over 200 episodes of Naruto and just a few dozen episodes of One Piece due to his procrastination. Was it that games weren't appealing anymore, or that short videos were no longer interesting? He decided to look around, hoping to find some traces of their departure. Sure enough, Ji Lin found 2 unusual places. One seemed to lead deep into the Douluo forest, while the other pointed to an unknown direction. Ji Lin immediately decided to head towards the latter. However, time was not on his side, so he had to wait until tomorrow to continue. Looking at the small town before him, Ji Lin's eyes filled with tears. Finally, he had seen people. He couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Thinking back on everything from the past 10 days, Ji Lin couldn't suppress his excitement any longer. Do you know how I made it here? All the way. I was so anxious. I wiped off the sap from those plants without missing a drop, and my skin has turned a bit green. I even encountered a corpse. Damn it. Do you know how much of a shock that scene is for a fresh flower of the new era? Why couldn't you finish your meal? Poor guy. He left without even spending all his money. Ji Lin rubbed his eyes and took out a cloth bag from his lower back. Upon opening it, he found 10 gold coins, 5 silver coins, and 3 copper coins inside. Ji Lin thought for a moment. It's important to be cautious in everything. He took out 9 gold coins and found a secluded spot to hide them before entering the town. Looking at the shops on both sides of the street and listening to the surrounding noise, Ji Lin sighed silently. Alas, the thing he was most worried about had happened, a language barrier. He had considered the possibility of not understanding the language beforehand, but he still hadn't found a good solution until now. Matt was a merchant making a living at a market outside the Stardew Forest. A level 13 soul master with a spirit that resembled an abacus. He had some blacksmiths under his command, who were ordinary people without soul power. He mainly sold common weapons and armor, such as knives, swords, daggers, and cloth armor. Seeing Ji Lin, who was completely naked and covered in mud, Matt could tell at a glance that he was not someone with a strong background or power. He seemed like a scavenger. As for why he was in such a sorry state, Matt didn't care. Seeing a new face, he thought there might be some profit in him, so he quickly approached. "Hey, little brother, do you want to buy some clothes?" Ji Lin saw a slightly plump middle-aged man asking him, with a smile on his face. Though that smile looked a bit fake, filled with urban slickness. Listening to his chatter, Ji Lin could roughly guess what he meant, after all. Since Ji Lin entered the market, everyone's attention had been focused on him. There was amusement, mockery, surprise, and more. Ji Lin felt quite awkward, but there was nothing he could do except hope to find a clothing store soon to buy an outfit. At this moment, most of those who approached him were there to sell something. So he nodded. Seeing this, Matt made a gesture inviting him in, then began to walk toward his shop. The two arrived at Matt's store, and Ji Lin looked curiously at the nearby blacksmith shop, where 3 muscular men were hammering away with their bare arms. Matt entered the shop first, not sure what he was doing. Not long after, Ji Lin withdrew his gaze and looked to see what kind of meat this store was selling. Upon entering, Ji Lin was somewhat surprised to see the walls filled with weapons and some oddly shaped clothes. Have you ever seen clothes with pockets all over? They had them here, and Matt was looking at him from the counter with something seemingly laid out in front of him. Suppressing his surprise, Ji Lin walked toward the counter. He saw the neatly folded green clothing. "Customer, how about this piece?" Matt said, making an inviting gesture. Ji Lin touched the fabric and felt that the quality was better than his previous short sleeves. He picked up the clothes and took a look. The style was similar to a short shirt, and there were pants underneath, which made him show a satisfied expression. Seeing Ji Lin's expression, Matt also smiled slightly and said, "The customer seems to be quite satisfied. That'll be 1 silver soul coin." As he spoke, he raised his right index finger. Although the cost price of this outfit was only 40 copper soul coins, Matt believed that as long as Ji Lin didn't want to continue wandering the streets bare, he would definitely buy it. As for whether he would offend the other party, Matt thought, would a soul master be afraid of an ordinary person? The reason Matt was so sure Ji Lin was an ordinary person was that he had never seen a soul master become a corpse collector. Seeing Matt's gesture, Ji Lin murmured to himself, "Are the prices in Douluo so high? A set of clothes actually costs 1 gold soul coin." But thinking that Douluo is considered a feudal society, he figured that if these clothes were a bit expensive, so be it. He took out the money bag he found and pulled out the gold soul coin. Upon seeing the bloodstains on the money bag, Matt became even more certain of his guess and thought to himself that it must be less. However, when Ji Lin took out the gold soul coin, Matt's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Ji Lin paid the money, picked up the clothes, and left without any hesitation. Seeing this, Matt smiled. Once outside the shop, Ji Lin let out a sigh of relief, looked at the clothes in his hands, and smiled, finally no longer having to be bare-skinned. Both parties were very satisfied with this transaction. Chapter 6. 3 months later, time passed, and the sun and moon continued to cycle endlessly. In the blink of an eye, Ji Lin had been in the market for 3 months. During these 3 months, living in this environment, Ji Lin had learned the language of Douluo continent quite well. This surprised Ji Lin himself. After nearly 10 years of studying, he had not mastered a language, and now, in just 3 months, he could engage in daily conversations without any pressure. If only he could have achieved this effect earlier, who would need subtitles when watching films. At the beginning, when Ji Lin was trying to communicate with others, he simply copied. He would listen in on conversations between other people and merchants, although he received many warnings. Upon seeing Ji Lin's bewildered expression, most people would just mutter that he was a fool and leave in frustration. In these 3 months, Ji Lin also gained a deeper understanding of the Douluo continent. For instance, it was now the year 2643 of the Douluo calendar, and the current pope, Bibi Dong, had been in power for nearly 12 years. Moreover, in less than 3 years, the next Continental Advanced Soul Master competition would begin. Additionally, the 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit had recently made an appearance here. Ji Lin was surprised to learn this news. However, after thinking it over, he understood. After all, in such a remote place, it would be a bit fanciful to expect to maintain order without a major power to keep things in check. No wonder no other soul masters intervened when Ning Rongrong and her group caused a ruckus. It turned out they were in their own territory. Jilin also realized that he had been overcharged. Through his 3 months of understanding, he discovered that the productivity of the Douluo continent was not low. Thanks to the existence of martial spirits, productivity was actually quite close to that of modern society, at least regarding basic necessities like food and clothing. Moreover, since this was a fantasy world, people here rarely got sick. Even if they did fall ill, a healing soul skill could generally cure them. And if it didn't work, they could just try another. This led to a lack of emphasis on medicine in the Douluo continent. Jilin bought clothes in Matna that could sell for a maximum of 80 copper coins. Yet, he foolishly gave away 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin is almost the living expenses for a family of 3 on the lowest income level for 3 months. Jilin once thought about going to Matt for an explanation, but so much time had passed, and he didn't understand the language back then. Plus, he really needed that piece of clothing, so he let it go. What a load of nonsense. Anyway, Jilin couldn't hold back. One dark night, he covered his face and gave Matt, who was about to head home, a good beating. As for the money, just consider it medical expenses. He wouldn't admit that it was his pride that kept him from going, right? After all, after buying the clothes, Jilin had proudly praised himself. I'm such a clever little guy, managing to buy clothes despite the language barrier. The market outside the starry great forest had a high cost of living, and the 9 gold soul coins buried away, along with the remaining change, were only enough for Jilin to live frugally for a month. After all, Jilin's appetite was growing larger. However, now his appetite had stopped increasing and even decreased. With the change in his eating habits, Jilin's physical fitness began to improve dramatically. Not long ago, Jilin felt that his body had stopped getting stronger. Now, he could lift nearly 100 pounds with one hand. As for long-distance running, he could manage to run for 3 hours straight, though he collapsed on the ground, panting heavily at the end. As for explosive power, Jilin wasn't sure how to measure it accurately, but he managed to push a stone that was nearly 1 meter high, about 2 meters thick, back by about a foot in an instant. Looking at the scratch on the ground, Jilin rubbed his sore arms. This stone must weigh around 5 tons, right? Then how should I calculate the energy I just exerted? Gravity multiplied by the coefficient of friction, then multiplied by the distance? By the way, is the acceleration due to gravity the same in both worlds? Jilin fell into deep thought, hissing, not good, the brain is about to grow out. Don't think about it, don't think about it. Rubbing his temples, Jilin expressed that it was indeed a bit difficult for a college student to think about a high school problem. Forget it, don't think about it. I have to get up early for work tomorrow, better go back and rest. Yes, about a month ago, when Jilin was running low on money, he found a job as a waiter at a hotel in the market, with meals and accommodation provided, earning 50 silver coins a month, 1 gold, 100 silver, 10,000 copper. Moreover, when there were no customers, he could spend his time freely, as long as he didn't leave the hotel. When he heard these conditions, Jilin was stunned and quickly waved his hand. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? If there's anything you need, just let us know, we can discuss it. Looking at the sincere expression of the hotel owner, Hai Chuan, Jilin was moved. Waving my hand is not a rejection, but Brother Chuan, you don't need to say much. A good person like you won't harm me. Hearing this, Hai Chuan held Jilin's hand, his eyes slightly red. Don't worry, brother. As long as I have a piece of meat to eat, you won't be left out, but you have to wait for me to eat first. As for why Hai Chuan was so eager to recruit waiters, it was thanks to Tang San and his group. When they were fighting against Songhui Academy, the waiters wanted to watch a free soul master duel and were inevitably affected. One of them was seriously injured and had already gone to the nearest city to find a healing soul master for treatment. Although there were healing soul masters in the market, the prices in this hotel wasn't very large, with only 5 waiters, so suddenly losing one meant that the workload for the others naturally increased, urging the boss to find another one. Thus, Jilin found a place to stay here. Let's go, Jilin. Work is over, and we rarely have no customers today. I'll take you to have some fun. Jess shouted to Jilin, who was tidying up the table. Forget it. You guys go ahead. I'm not going. Planning to work the night shift to earn some extra money. All right, Jess, stop persuading him. Jilin still needs to save money to go back and marry a wife. Shiwan said, wrapping his arm around Jilin's neck and smiling at Jess. Jess and Shiwan were Jilin's roommates. Jilin simply smiled at this teasing. After all, this is the persona he has created for himself. A country boy who became a grave digger to earn money for marriage, but after a brush with death, decided to switch to a safer job. When the two of them walked out of the shop, chatting and laughing, Jilin went to the front desk and pulled out a general literacy manual from the mainland to read. Having arrived in a remarkable world, how could he not try practicing? So, he used the excuse of getting married to save money for a trip to the city to see if he could awaken his martial soul. As for whether he might be too old, Jilin felt he should at least give it a try. Chapter 7. Midnight Visitor. Just as Jilin was intently reading the book in his hands, the inn's door was pushed open, causing the bell on the doorframe to ring with a jingle. Jilin didn't expect that someone would come so late. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man dressed in black. He wasn't exactly shabby, but there was something a bit odd about him, as if he had just thrown his clothes on casually. His belt was also loose, looking like it could fall off at any moment. As for his appearance, he was quite ordinary, with a blood-red long sword hanging at his waist. Upon closer inspection, his hair seemed unkempt, simply tied back with a hairband, leaving a large area of white visible. Jilin felt a strange fluctuation from the sword, and he had a similar feeling himself. He was taken aback for a moment. After working here for a month, and having received many soul masters of various ranks, it was his first time seeing someone so openly displaying their martial soul at their waist. They seemed less like a soul master and more like a chivalrous hero from the Jianghu martial arts world. However, Jilin quickly withdrew his gaze. After all, the world was vast, and there would always be some extraordinary people. Was this soul master here to eat, or to stay at the inn? Upon hearing this, the soul master paused mid-yawn. "You're quite perceptive, kid," he said as he walked toward Jilin, then continued with exaggerated words. "Wow, incredible. A burst of spiritual brilliance is radiating from your crown. Little brother, you are a once-in-a-million genius. Meeting you is fate. I want to take you as my disciple. I wonder if you are willing." Hearing this, Jilin was filled with black lines on his forehead, watching the serious face in front of him making such exaggerated gestures, which felt quite awkward. Was it now trendy in the Soul Master community to recruit disciples like this? He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, but he still politely declined. "You should be able to see that I have no soul power. I'm not a genius. You must be mistaken." Although Jilin could sense that there was soul power within him, he didn't know why he couldn't tap into it. He did have a guess regarding this. Before the martial soul awakening, both those with and without soul power couldn't perceive or summon soul power. Otherwise, if one could know in advance whether they had soul power, then the crystal ball used to test for soul power would be redundant, right? He should be able to sense it more strongly. While that person with the surname Tang could only be attributed to being a mixed blood and having a special background. Upon hearing this, the soul master rubbed his chin and stared at Jilin for a while. Jilin felt a bit nervous, wondering if he had discovered the soul power within him. That shouldn't be possible. He had never heard of anyone being able to tell if a person had soul power before their martial soul awakening. "Give me a room," he said, tossing a gold soul coin onto the front desk. Jilin let out a sigh and quickly took him upstairs. After the soul master arrived in the room and closed the door, he went downstairs to get ready for bed. After this incident, Jilin lost his desire to read. Lying in bed, his mind kept thinking about that soul master from before. Could this person possibly be a human trafficker? Want to sell me? Or is he planning to have me become his disciple, serving him like a servant and being exploited for a lifetime? Or perhaps, Jilin thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that he has a fondness for men, has taken a liking to my handsome face, and wants to take me as his apprentice, then give me some good benefits? There is also the possibility that, in any case, Jilin couldn't sleep that night. The next day, Jilin stood at the front desk with a dazed expression, occasionally yawning. Jess and Sivan entered through the door, chatting and laughing as they discussed their experiences from the previous day. "You wouldn't believe how." Jess's words were cut short when he noticed the listless Jilin at the counter, and with a lewd grin, he said, "Oh, why do you look so haggard? Did you do something last night?" He raised his eyebrows at Jilin after speaking. Sivan, who was behind him, also spoke with a serious tone. "Actually, you really don't have to be like this. You could have come with us. At the very least, you don't need to get up so early." Jilin knew what they were talking about, and his already irritated mood due to lack of sleep worsened. He replied with a single word, "Get lost." Jess became even more excited. "Why are you still shy? Don't worry, Buddy won't go around saying you're not capable." Looking at Jess's playful face, Jilin really wanted him to understand the difference between a dragon and a worm. However, he wasn't in the mood for that. His mind was filled with thoughts of the spirit master from last night. "Crawl, crawl, crawl." Seeing Jilin's exasperated expression, Jess was satisfied and decided to stop. If it continued, it would go too far. At that moment, the guests on the upper floors began to come down one after another. The two of them also started to work, and the small hotel officially began its business for the day. What is this? So hot. How am I supposed to eat this? At that moment, a burly man shouted angrily. Mundo had been having a rough time lately, and his mood was very bad. Bruce. He accidentally got burnt by the hot porridge, which ignited the anger within him. Jess stepped forward with a smile. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll get you a cooler one right away. As he spoke, he reached out to take the porridge away. Just as he was about to touch the bowl, Mundo lifted Jess up. What do you mean? Do you think I don't deserve to eat hot food? Jess, suspended in midair, broke out in a cold sweat. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to get you a slightly cooler one. Mundo's expression darkened, and he smiled grimly. So you mean I misjudged you? Upon hearing this, Jess's cold sweat increased. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have served you such hot porridge. Mundo's smile grew even wider. Mistakes should be punished. Breaking one of your legs shouldn't be too much, right? Seeing this, Jilin wanted to go up and persuade him a few words. Sir, this isn't a big deal, right? Besides, bullying an ordinary person is beneath the dignity of a soul master. Why don't you just show some mercy and let him go? Upon hearing this, Duo looked Jilin up and down, then slapped him hard. Jilin didn't have time to dodge, and Mondo's hand struck directly on Jilin's face. A tremendous force came, and Jilin was sent flying, crashing onto a table 2 meters away. That table was occupied, and the diners looked at the spilled food. Originally planning to enjoy the spectacle, he shouted at Mondo. What the hell, Mondo? 5 soul rings appeared on Mondo's feet. 1 white, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Damn it. Are you trying to stand up for them? No, senior. You've misunderstood. I just want to greet you, Jilin said, releasing his own 3 soul rings. 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. Get out of the way. Yes. The soul master, who had been disturbed during his meal and scolded, naturally had a lot of anger. But he couldn't afford to offend Mondo, so he could only vent his anger on Jilin. Damn it, it's all your fault. He raised his leg to kick Jilin, still reeling from Mondo's earlier blow. Jilin could only curl up and cover his head with his hands in response to the soul master's attack. Jace's right leg was bent into a V shape by Mondo, and not satisfied, Mondo bent it into a W before throwing Jace aside. He shouted, "Where's the owner of this place? Come out." Hai Chuan, who had already arrived at the scene but was cowering in the corner, finally stepped forward, trembling as he replied, "I'm here. I'm the owner of this establishment." Mondo pulled over a chair from the side and sat down confidently. "Let's talk. How do we resolve this?" Hai Chuan felt a bit embarrassed and slowly extended 3 fingers. "How about you compensate me with 300 gold soul coins?" Mondo's eyes widened. "Are you trying to send me away with that? Do you think a soul king like me lacks those few coins? Then how much do you think is appropriate for compensation?" After hearing this, Mondo smiled and extended 1 finger. 1,000. Hai Chuan was taken aback. He really didn't expect the other party to ask for such an outrageous amount. "Can we lower it a bit?" Mondo smiled playfully. "Do you think I'm not worthy of 1,000 gold soul coins in compensation?" Hai Chuan stammered. "No, mainly what?" After stammering for a while, Hai Chuan finally made up his mind. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Aren't you afraid of offending the 7-treasure glazed tile school with your ruckus here? Do you think the 7-treasure glazed tile school will come to blame me for you?" Hai Chuan fell silent. "All right, 1,000 it is." "No, now it's 1,200 gold soul coins." Hai Chuan was shocked. "What? Didn't we agree on 1,000? Mondo stood up from the chair, stretched, and walked over to Hai Chuan, looking down at him. "When did I say 1,000? This, fine." After Mondo left, Hai Chuan hadn't had time to breathe a sigh of relief when a voice rang out. "Then how do you plan to compensate me?" It was the soul master who spoke. In the end, Hai Chuan had to pay an additional 200 gold soul coins to make the soul master back off. Before leaving, the soul master kicked Jilin hard in the stomach, knocking him unconscious. Jace had long since been unable to withstand the pain and had passed out. Hai Chuan looked at the disarrayed inn, his eyes fixed on Jilin and Jace, gritting his teeth. Chapter 8. Yulai Merchant Group. Yulai Merchant Group is a trading group in Tiando City. Many people associate it with the slogan, "All under heaven are friends. Guests are welcome," which mainly promotes the gathering of rare treasures from all directions to sell to the nobility. They typically sell gems, weapons from Gongjin City, armor, etc. The customers are mostly low-level soul masters. However, behind the scenes, they engage in human trafficking. The clientele is much more upscale, including places like the Tiando Auction House and various soul master families and nobles. Kuru is the leader of a team under the Yulai Merchant Group, 39 years old, and a level 42 assault-type battle soul master. At this moment, he had completed the procurement of goods and was leading the team towards Tiando City. Thinking about this trip's gains, A smile appeared on Kuru's face. This trip had perfectly met the targets set by the higher-ups, and more importantly, he had made some extra money from a new customer named Chuan. What would normally cost at least 1,000 gold soul coins from those old customers. He only charged 800 and even threw in an extra. Although the leg was broken, someone was still willing to buy it. Like a Bat Soul King who was more inclined to accept cheaper prices. The sky darkened. Kuru looked at the sky and estimated the journey. Realizing they would reach Tiendo City by tomorrow dusk, he then shouted back, "Brothers, it's almost dark. We're staying here for the night. Everyone get your spirits up. We can't afford any mistakes on this last stretch. After this order is done, we'll go have some fun and relax a bit." "Okay, boss, aren't you treating us?" This time, no one is allowed to snatch my Mari. Whoever dares to snatch it, I'll have a problem with them. You're just saying it. Seeing the excited expressions of the people behind, Kuru waved his hand. Dismount. Jilin was startled awake by a loud noise. It was dark all around, with only a sliver of light coming from a narrow gap on the right. As he reached out to feel his surroundings, he touched something that felt human, both male and female. As for how he could distinguish between them, the secret of his hands was naturally not for outsiders to know. There were also quite a few boxes and cabinets around. Maybe there were 7 people? Considering the people outside and the situation inside, Jilin came to the conclusion that he had been sold. Thinking of this made Jilin clench his fists, then relax them, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Don't be angry. It's not worth it to be upset about this. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Just when Jilin was about to lose control of his anger, a rumbling sound from his stomach successfully interrupted his rising fury. Jilin rubbed his belly, his mind constantly thinking about how to escape. After racking his brains, the only idea he could come up with was to sneak away when the guards let their guard down. Just as Jilin was troubled by his inability to think of a better plan, a hearty voice rang out. "Hey, isn't time to feed them?" Another voice replied. It looks like it's about time. Let's go and give them a treat." Hearing this, Jilin quickly lay down. Before long, a soft light illuminated the dark space. A rough voice announced, "Second soul skill, Sweet Big Bun." The other voice added, "Every time I see you recite the soul incantation, it feels so out of place." There was a hint of teasing in the tone. "I don't want to either. I actually wanted to say eat this bun for me. But the soul incantation is like this, there's nothing I can do." The rough voice sounded again, repeating Sweet Big Bun 6 times in a row. "Now, let us start feeding them." The footsteps grew closer. Jilin felt someone grabbing his head and prying his mouth open. Then he sensed a fragrant aroma of buns. The person controlled his chin and chewed a few times. The bun in his mouth magically transformed into a warm flow, and at that moment, his stomach's hunger was somewhat alleviated. Half full, Jilin murmured to himself, "All right, it's your turn now." Second soul skill, Sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden wave of dizziness struck Jilin's brain. He quickly bit his tongue to stay awake. The pain brought him back to consciousness. "All right, let's go." The light disappeared again, and with a soft thud, the footsteps of the two grew fainter. After a while, Jilin sat up on the ground and stealthily approached a crack, through which he could see a campfire and a tent, with quite a few people drinking and chatting around it. Looking up, he found a wooden board. It seemed they were using this board to block the door, and the earlier thud was likely the sound of the board being placed down. Isn't it too lazy just to use a wooden board instead of changing the lock or something? Have they become so arrogant just because they have soul skills? Jilin complained. But it does make it easier for me to escape. Now I just have to wait for a moonless, windy night. In the dead of night, the camp fell silent. Most people were asleep in their tents. The two selected for patrol leaned against another truck, drowsy. A loud bang shattered the quiet atmosphere. Kuru immediately rushed out of the tent and saw the wide-open door of the truck, while the two patrolling were hurriedly rushing over. Kuru scolded, "Damn it, didn't I tell you to be careful and stay alert? Who told you to sleep?" In a flash, he arrived next to the truck and saw that the wooden board used to block the door was only hanging on one side, while the other side was missing. Seeing the two still staring blankly, Kuru gritted his teeth and said, "What are you still doing? Count the goods. Do I need to teach you this?" With that, he kicked the two onto the truck. The two also hurriedly started checking the goods, then shouted in panic, "Boss, we're missing one person." "What? Who's missing?" "It's that kid we picked up on the way." Kuru immediately thought of Jilin. He scratched his head and twisted his neck. Well, earning this 800 ISNT easy. The others gradually gathered around Kuru. Seeing the situation, no one spoke, just quietly waiting for Kuru's orders. Looking at the dense woods nearby, Kuru promptly commanded, "Everyone go search. I don't believe a kid without soul power can escape from me. If this gets out, How will we survive? Vulture, you sleep on these people again, not twice, but 3 times. Lin Yuan, you stay here to keep watch. Kuru pointed at a younger soul master. After that, he casually selected a few people and set off to search. The others dare not lag behind, and all moved out. In an instant, only Xiao Lin remained at the spot. Oh, what is this? Don't they know that support soul masters have weak bodies? Disturbing my sleep in the middle of the night. Lin Yuan complained before jumping onto the truck and casually finding a place to sit. Looking at the goods lying on the ground, he yawned and thought. What's there to see? Although he complained in his heart, he still followed Kuru's orders. But not long after, sleepiness hit him, and his head started to nod off. Jilin quietly lifted the cloth above his head and slowly walked out from behind the hidden container. He was lucky. The 2 people at that time were busy counting heads and did not check the surroundings too closely. Holding his breath, with another half of a wooden board in hand, he quietly approached Xiao Lin, who was gradually waking up. Gathering all his strength, he swung the board over Xiao Lin's head. Bang! With chips flew everywhere. Hey, wake up! After Xiao Lin fell down, Jilin also tried to wake up the others, but none were successful. Frustrated, Jilin slapped him twice. His face was a bit swollen, but he still didn't wake up. No wonder they were so at ease. Time was tight, and Jilin had no choice but to give up on the idea of rescuing the others. He jumped off the vehicle and, looking at the dark woods, dashed out without looking back. Chapter 9. To Tiendo as dawn broke, shadows flickered in the morning woods. Boss, no traces found this way. Boss, I found nothing here either. Listening to his subordinates' reports, which were completely useless, Kulu's mood grew increasingly irritable. Damn it! How can an ordinary person without any soul power be as slippery as a rat? Did anyone signal? Upon hearing Kulu's question, the 2 younger brothers exchanged glances, signaling each other to respond. Seeing his subordinates like this, Kulu couldn't help but sigh. He knew how they felt, but he was a bit unwilling. After all, this was the first time he had been outsmarted by an ordinary person. It would be a huge embarrassment if word got out. Watching the 2 still exchanging glances, Kulu angrily kicked one of them and scolded. Stop playing tricks. Send a signal. Call everyone back and continue transporting the goods. After speaking, he activated his soul power and vanished into the dense forest. The younger brother who was T-kicked glanced at his companion with schadenfreude and then summoned his martial soul, rushing in the direction Kulu had disappeared. The one who had been kicked rubbed the area that was hit and muttered a curse, then pulled out a bamboo tube from his lower back and pulled the fuse. He also started to head back. Whoosh! Green fireworks burst, forming 3 plum blossoms in the air. When Kulu returned to the camp, he found Lin Yuan unconscious and immediately realized what had happened. His expression darkened further. I've been played. I thought to myself, how could someone without soul power run so far? It turns out I was tricked with a shadow play. Soon, many people returned one after another. Seeing they had no gains and thinking about facing Kulu's wrath later, everyone's expressions were not good. Upon seeing Kulu's expression and the unconscious Lin Yuan, some clever individuals also figured out the reason for their lack of success. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This way, Kulu's attention would focus on Lin Yuan, and they were unlikely to face punishment. Everyone quietly looked at Lin Yuan on the ground, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Those returning later saw this situation and silently joined the group. By the time everyone had returned, Lin Yuan still showed no signs of waking up. Finally, Kulu could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, grabbed Lin Yuan by the collar, lifted him up, and slapped him twice. Kulu's strength was much greater than Jilin's. Lin Yuan's face visibly swelled. The pain jolted Lin Yuan awake. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Kulu's face that looked like he had just lost his parents. Looking around, he found everyone's gaze fixed on him, which left Lin Yuan a bit confused. At that moment, pain shot through his back of the head and cheek, making him curse. Which bastard hit me? What happened to martial ethics? Attacking a support soul master like me? I'm an old member of this team. Young man, I advise you. As he spoke, Lin Yuan noticed the expressions of those around him had changed. Unlike before, now he sensed they were wishing him well on his journey. Some even covered their eyes. Just as he was about to ask what their expressions meant, Kulu set him down and kindly bent down to pat the dust off his clothes. Seeing Kulu's unusual behavior, Lin Yuan felt a bit awkward. Boss, what is wrong with you? Don't act like this. It's making me a bit scared. Kulu raised his head and forced a smile. How could that be? I'm the bastard here. How could you, as an old man, be afraid of a bastard like me? Lin Yuan immediately understood the reason for their gazes. Realizing he had just called the person in front of him a bastard, his already swollen face turned pale, and he stammered, Be boss, I didn't mean to call you a bastard. Kulu's smile grew even brighter. Not intentional? Then you must have meant it. Saying this, he placed a hand on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Feeling the pressure from the hand on his shoulder, Lin Yuan's face turned even whiter. No, I didn't mean to call you a bastard. I. Lin Yuan's shoulder began to crackle. Feeling the pain, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, his mind racing to think of what to say to escape disaster. No. You're not the bastard. I'm the bastard. Kulu's hand continued to tighten, and at this point, Lin Yuan was already in so much pain he knelt down, sweat soaking his clothes. Mouth open, but not daring to make a sound, fearing that it would provoke Kulu and lead to harsher treatment. No, I'm a dog's son. I'm a dog's son, woof. Lin Yuan was on the verge of fainting from the pain when Kulu finally withdrew his hand. Looking at Lin Yuan, who was sprawled on the ground, gasping for air, Kulu squatted down and wiped the blood off his hands onto Lin Yuan's clothes. Then he stood up and scanned the surroundings. As his gaze landed on the two guard from last night, he used the same method on them. Seeing the expressions of those around him, Kulu was very satisfied and said, "Today's incident is over. I don't want anyone to treat my words as wind in their ears. Is that understood?" No one answered. Is that understood? Understood. The voices were uniform. Very well. Then let us set off. Kulu waved his hand. Target, Tiando City. Jilin naturally didn't know what happened in the merchant team. After rushing into the woods last night, Jilin easily found the traces of those pursuing him. They were so busy chasing him that the traces they left were exceedingly obvious. After avoiding the traces, Jilin walked safely in the woods for a day until nightfall. When he returned to the official road, looking at the moon in the sky and listening to the sounds of insects around him, Jilin took a deep breath, grateful that he had escaped from misfortune once again. The surroundings were quiet. The troubles and grievances suppressed in his heart suddenly erupted. Slowly squatting down, recalling nearly 4 months of experiences since his crossing, Jilin held his head in his hands, tears dropping onto the ground. He never wanted to cross over, never wanted to leave that safe and comfortable world. Didn't he want to be chased by tigers? Didn't he want to survive in the wilderness? Didn't he want to parade around almost naked? Didn't he want to be sold after doing good deeds? Didn't he want to cry alone in the wild at midnight? None of this was what I wanted. After a long time, Jilin stopped crying, wiped his tears, and calmed down. The corners of my mouth curled up. Damn, this fucked up world, here I come. 2 days later, Jilin arrived at the city. The city gate was inscribed with Heavenly Dual City. Chapter 10, Awakening of Martial Souls. Looking at the towering city walls that reached into the clouds, Jilin searched his mind for words to describe his feelings at that moment, but in the end, all he could think of was what the hell. Sorry, language teacher, I really didn't mean it. This city wall must be at least 100 meters high. This fantasy really is fantastical, and that city gate feels even bigger than my house. There were quite a few armored soldiers patrolling at the gate, and the main city gate in the middle, 10 meters wide and high, was tightly closed, with the flow of people only entering and exiting through the 2 side gates. In front of Jilin, there were 2 vendors who seemed to be old acquaintances, and before long, they began discussing interesting stories they had recently heard. Jilin listened and found that they were talking about the entourages of nobles and some emerging geniuses. Sigh, my gossip-loving soul has nowhere to go. Having traveled here, Jilin found himself in a relatively closed environment, and now hearing these stories, he became quite interested. Seeing that they were going to continue talking, Jilin also perked up his ears, ready to hear more interesting tales from Douluo. By the way, did you know? The Emperor Do team, which had been dominating the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, lost in Soto City, allegedly to a grassroots team that hardly anyone had heard of. No way. I remember the Emperor Do team was a Silver Spirit team, and all its members were Spirit Elders, with the captain being from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Did they encounter a team with Spirit Ancestors? What are you thinking? The arena rules state that the number of soul rings of the highest ranked combatants on both sides must be the same. The Emperor Do team is composed entirely of Spirit Elders, so how could they have faced a Spirit Ancestor? Then how did they lose? Who knows? Maybe they were just careless. What about that grassroots team? What's their name? The name is a bit difficult to pronounce. It's called Shrek. Indeed, I've never heard of it. Also, what's more mysterious is that since their debut, they have always worn masks, and no outsiders have seen their true faces. Jilin raised his eyebrows. So the plot has reached this point, and it seems that nothing has changed. It's still as familiar as ever. However, the urgent matter is to awaken the martial soul and embark on the path of cultivation. At this moment, the crowd around him gasped in surprise as the tightly closed gate slowly opened with a rumble, and the patrolling soldiers had already divided into two lines. Standing on either side of the main city gate, holding halberds with their arms crossed over their chests. The sound of hooves approached from a distance, and 10 knights in splendid armor, arranged in 2 rows, rode on tall horses, clearing the way ahead without glancing sideways. Behind them, 4 white horses pulled a luxurious carriage inlaid with jewels, sparkling in the sunlight. Finally, there were 2 rows of soldiers holding long halberds, marching in unison. Sitting in the carriage was a young man with black hair, elegant and refined. Although dressed finely, he did not come across as arrogant. At this moment, there was a stir among Jilin's group, with voices saying things like the crown prince is so handsome, rising and falling. The blonde youth also stood up and waved in this direction, which only made the crowd more excited. Looking at the young man, standing atop the carriage, Jilin was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to see such a person in this world. Refined but not effeminate, noble yet approachable. Is this the future god of angels? Truly divine. Watching the excited expressions of the people around him, Jilin felt a bit curious about what their reactions would be when they learned that this perfect crown prince was the saintess of the Martial Soul Hall. Would they curse her as despicable, or would they support the Martial Soul Hall alongside her? It was quite intriguing. Jilin thought mischievously while hidden in the crowd. As the procession entered the city, the main city gate closed behind them. The crowd gradually calmed down, and as they moved through the city walls, Jilin noticed that the height was outrageous, but the thickness was also not to be underestimated, measuring several dozen meters. Passing through the city gate felt like entering a tunnel, with plenty of luminous fluorite providing light inside. Upon exiting the city walls, Jilin was dazzled by the scene before him. The Western-style buildings resembled a fairy tale. The neat and spacious streets were bustling with people. Some were dressed beautifully, gathering in groups of 3 or 5, while others hurried by, not stopping for a moment. A noble woman on a small balcony on the 2nd floor was having tea with her friends, occasionally covering her mouth and laughing. A young girl carrying flowers walked alongside a boy, her smile bright as a flower, though she sometimes blushed at his words. It was a scene of prosperity. Truly, it was the capital of a nation, far more prosperous than others. Walking down the street, gazing at the exquisite items in the shop windows, and smelling unfamiliar fragrances wafting from somewhere, Jilin wore a frown. It was simple. He was short on funds. Although he had been cautious, hiding 2 gold soul coins in each of his shoes, he still underestimated the prices in Tiando. He thought 4 gold soul coins would be enough to last him a month, but upon seeing the prices, he realized that, let alone a month, even half a month would be a challenge. He had thought the prices at the Qingdao market were already high, but he never expected the imperial capital to be even more exorbitant. Take the hotels in Haichuan as an example. The cheapest room costs 3 silver soul coins, while the best one costs 1 gold soul coin. In Tiando City, based on the hotels Jilin inquired about, the lowest price was 10 silver soul coins. And the highest? A front desk clerk smiled and said, that might be your lifetime salary. In any case, Jilin needed to accomplish his goals quickly, or else he would have to find a job to make ends meet. He found a room for 8 silver soul coins, which allowed him to settle down for the time being. The Martial Soul Hall was easy to find since there were only a few tall buildings in Tiando City. The Martial Soul Hall in Tiando City belonged to the 4th tier of Martial Soul Halls. From a distance, it resembled a grand Western cathedral, located in a bustling area. In its land area, from what Jilin could see, it was certainly no less than 1,000 acres. Moreover, there were no other buildings within a radius of 500 meters, providing a broad view. Seeing such a Martial Soul Hall, Jilin felt a sense of hesitation. Originally, he had planned to find a sub-hall or branch hall to awaken his martial soul, but he had inadvertently come to Tiando City. Although he had arrived in front of the Martial Soul Hall, would such a grand hall still awaken a martial soul for a commoner like him? Not to mention, he was here all alone. Jilin ultimately decided to give up. He could still hold on for a while, so he would take his time. The temple bathed in sunlight appeared so sacred, but the Spirit Hall was certainly not a charitable organization. Chapter 11. Unexpected joy as the lights began to glow. Jilin returned to the hotel he had previously booked, reeking of alcohol. He took out the key, found his room according to the information on it, opened the door, went in, and then slammed the door shut with a bang. The room was not large, only about 15 square meters. After excluding the bathroom, there wasn't much space left. However, the room had just a table, a chair, and a small bed, still providing a decent place to settle. Upon entering the room, Jilin spread his arms and fell onto the bed, recalling the information he had gathered at the tavern. After leaving the Spear Hall, Jilin sought out a tavern, as it was said to be the easiest place to gather information. He wanted to give it a try. Upon entering the tavern, Jilin noticed many people looking at him, some appearing well off, while others seemed to be struggling. Ignoring these gazes, Jilin walked straight to the bar, ordered the cheapest drink, and then found a corner that was unoccupied. Jilin doesn't like drinking. He never gets drunk from alcohol. Although his face turns red and he has a headache the next day, he never feels intoxicated. When he was a child, the adults in his family were quite amazed by this and said he was a reincarnation of the wine god. As he grew up, every time there was a need to drink, his so-called friends would always call him first. Therefore, Jilin really dislikes alcohol, because he can only feel the burning sensation in his throat, but cannot drown his sorrows in drunkenness. Occasionally taking a sip in the corner, his eyes scan the surroundings. After finishing a glass, he can feel his face getting red. Jilin stands up and orders another drink, then wobbles over to his chosen target, two burly men sitting in the corner. The two men have dark skin, are not dressed in anything fancy, and are drinking inexpensive alcohol. After observing them for a while, Jilin concludes that they must be low-level workers engaged in physical labor. Hey, it's a bit boring drinking alone. Can I join you? The two men, clearly having had quite a bit to drink, agreed without hesitation after hearing Jilin's question. Sure, it's more lively to drink with more people. As is well known, men often bond by going through tough experiences together, whether it's fighting side by side, visiting brothels, or serving time in jail. Drinking is also an important way to build relationships. After a few rounds, the three of them start calling each other brothers. Unfortunately, this friendship, built under the influence of alcohol, is short-lived and cannot withstand the test of time. Otherwise, drinking buddies wouldn't be a derogatory term. After a few rounds of drinks, while listening to their complaints about their boss, Jilin learns that the two are stonemasons, specifically working on grinding stones and building houses. Today, they just completed a big order worth 1,000 gold soul coins, but in the end, the boss took 800 coins. The remaining 200 has to be divided among nearly 100 brothers, so each person only ends up with about 2 gold soul coins. Although earning 2 gold soul coins for nearly a month of work is decent. The thought that the boss just occasionally shows up to sit in the shade and watch them work while taking 800 coins makes Jilin feel that the gold coins in his hand are no longer appealing. One of the big men sighed helplessly. Well, what can we do? Who told him he has a soul master? But to be fair, our boss is relatively good. My previous boss was so stingy, TSK. Who can argue with that? If I could awaken soul power, I would be just like that. Come on, you. If you had soul power, your ancestors' graves would probably be smoking. If I could have soul power, I'd even blow up my ancestors' graves. Jilin felt it was time to speak up. Who could disagree? Alas, to be honest with you both, I just arrived in Douluo City today and have only just settled in. I was thinking of finding a job and settling down. Oh, so you want to work with us? Jilin waved his hand and sighed, of course not. I'm not as strong as you two. I'm planning to find an easier job. Hearing Jilin's words, which contained compliments towards them, the two felt a bit happy and patted Jilin on the shoulder. Don't sigh. Take your time to find something. If it really doesn't work out, just come to us. I do have some savings that can last for a while. My sighing is mainly because the kid at home is about to turn 6. Today I saw the spirit hall. It was really impressive. But it seems they won't help people awaken their spirits, so I'm a bit worried about what to do. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, and one of them chuckled and said, I thought it was something serious. You don't need to worry about this, little brother. They then explained to Jilin how the spirit awakening works in Douluo City. The spirit hall does not help people awaken their spirits. The children in Douluo City, referring to ordinary civilians, all go to those spirit master academies, excluding the Royal Academy because they do not accept civilians. Those children with decent spirit power will enter academies that help them awaken their spirits, which has become an unwritten rule. All major academies start recruiting students at the beginning of March each year and also provide spirit awakening services. Hearing this, Jilin was both happy and disappointed. He was happy to learn about the path to spirit awakening, but disappointed that it was already September and he would have to wait another 6 months. Just as Jilin was feeling disappointed, one of his drinking buddies remembered something. Oh, I seem to have heard that the Blue Tyrant Advanced Spirit Master Academy is going to change its name to Shrek Academy? What? It's Shrek Academy. Be careful if someone hears you. You might not be able to eat it back. But you're not wrong. This is indeed happening. Moreover, there should be an official announcement tomorrow. I heard the academy is expanding and will recruit new students, as well as help awaken spirits. Hiccup. Isn't Shrek Academy an Advanced Spirit Master Academy? Why would they recruit those who just awakened? Have you drunk too much? Hiccup. It's just called an Advanced Spirit Master Academy. There are also lower level and intermediate level departments. Lin couldn't remember what they said next. He only remembered that at that moment, he was overwhelmed with joy, thinking that there's always a way out. After getting them drunk, Lin went to settle the bill and paid for both of them, spending 10 silver spirit coins. He hurried back to the hotel, lay on the bed, and thought about those two drunkards. They were quite nice people. The next day, as soon as Lin woke up, he felt a slight headache, but the news he learned last night was still deeply etched in his mind. Ignoring his headache, he went to the front desk to ask for the address of Shrek Academy, but the front desk looked confused. Seeing this, Lin changed his question to ask where Blue Tyrant Academy was. After the front desk pointed out the location, Lin couldn't wait to rush out. Upon arriving at Blue Tyrant Academy, he found that many people were already gathered around the announcement board. Lin hurriedly squeezed to the side and looked up, only to see a notice that read, Blue Tyrant Academy will officially change its name to Shrek Academy tomorrow. The Academy will open its doors to recruit new students and will also establish a Spirit Awakening Center to help those who have not yet awakened their spirits, strengthening our spirit master power. Receiving the confirmed news, Lin felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Everything seemed so wonderful. Even the big yellow dog on the roadside, baring its teeth at him, looked cute, and even the 80-year-old lady on the roadside was beautiful, except for the hotel toilet. Well, let's skip that. It was still smelly. In short, Lin was in a great mood, feeling that life was once again filled with hope. For dinner, he generously spent 50 silver spirit coins to eat a roasted suckling pig, which was quite delicious. And just like that, a day passed. The next day, at Shrek Academy, in the principal's office, Fran was wearing a brand new black trench coat, standing in front of a full-length mirror, posing from time to time. When Lu Erlong entered, she saw Fran flaunting himself like a peacock. She couldn't help but facepalm. Old Master Fran, you've been looking for almost a day. Aren't you tired of it? I'm starting to suspect that your spirit is an owl. Hearing Lu Erlong's words, Fran finally left the mirror and awkwardly explained, I just want to leave a good first impression on the students. But you, Lu Erlong wanted to say something more when a hoarse voice interrupted her. All right, Erlong, Fran's long-held wish has finally been fulfilled. Don't criticize him. Yu Xiaojiang slowly walked into the room, saw Lu Erlong's somewhat resentful expression, and sighed. However, he did not offer her any comfort. He turned to Fran, who was standing aside, and said, but you should indeed be criticized this time. The enrollment ceremony has already started for a while, and you're still looking in the mirror as the principal. Really? Fran turned around to look at the clock on the wall. It really is. Then the speech I prepared all night yesterday is useless, isn't it? Fran was anxious, scratching his head and pacing in the office, thinking of any way to show his princely demeanor to the students. Seeing Fran like this, Yu Xiaojiang could roughly guess what he was thinking and sighed again. Don't worry, I've already asked someone to change your opening speech to a closing speech. It won't delay your chance to show off in front of the students. Upon hearing this, Fran was overjoyed and praised, Xiaojiang. You truly are the wise corner of our golden iron triangle. Your ideas are many. Noticing that Lu Erlong's gaze had been fixed on Yu Xiaojiang since he entered, a hint of loneliness flickered in Fran's eyes. To avoid being noticed by his old friend of many years, he changed the subject. Now that there's nothing to do, I might as well go check on the recruitment of new students. After saying that, without waiting for the two to respond, he hurriedly left his principal's office. Seeing that no one was around, Lu Erlong quietly moved towards Yu Xiaojiang. No matter how much Yu Xiaojiang tried to conceal his actions, as a great spirit master, he naturally sensed it and immediately walked quickly to the door. However, Lu Erlong's cultivation level was much higher than his, so her speed was naturally faster. Just as Yu Xiaojiang's right hand touched the doorknob, his left sleeve was also grabbed. Lu Erlong's voice sounded from behind. Xiaojiang, do you dislike being with me that much? Yu Xiaojiang turned around, seeing the redness in Lu Erlong's spirited eyes, and thought of what his apprentice had said not long ago. He finally sighed and let his hand slip from the doorknob. Walking out of the teaching building, Fran looked toward his office, placing his left hand on his forehead and rubbing his temples with his thumb. I've already decided to let go, yet here I am, sighed. Just as Fran was reminiscing about his lost youth, a student rushed over, and upon seeing Fran, hurriedly ran up to him. Principal, it's bad. Someone is causing trouble. Fran adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. The reflection from the lenses made it hard to see his expression. Chapter 12. Awakening Failure. How boring. I wonder where third brother has gone. Xiao has also become like Zhu Qing, practicing hard. Dai Lauda is always pestering Zhu Qing. Fatty, so I forget it. I won't mention him. Even Xiao Ao is in seclusion. I don't know where this food-type spirit master gets so much motivation. Ning Rongrong leaned against a bench in the school park, twirling her right index finger in circles, fiddling with her hair. Suddenly, she sat up straight, her right hand's index finger and thumb resting under her chin. I need to find some fun, otherwise I'll be bored to death. But where should I go? Just then, she noticed several students rushing towards the school gate, and Ning Rongrong felt a bit curious, stopping one of the students. Why are you all heading to the school gate? The person who was stopped was about to get angry, but when he saw it was a student brought by the new principal, he knew he couldn't afford to offend her, so he had to answer respectfully. Hello, senior sister. We heard that someone caused a scene at the enrollment ceremony, and we're going to check it out, or rather, to help. Interesting. Isn't this the fun I'm looking for? Ning Rongrong immediately decided to go see the excitement too. Looking at the line in front of him, Jilin was a bit surprised. He got up before dawn, yet there were still so many people ahead of him who got there even earlier. Shrek Academy had set up a total of 10 soul awakening points. There were hundreds of people of all ages lined up in front of each awakening point. It seems I underestimated the importance that the people of Douluo place on soul awakening. After all, once one possesses soul power, there is a possibility of becoming part of the privileged class of soul masters. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's like jumping through the Dragon Gate. But after today, I will also be a part of that privileged class. Suppressing his excitement, he patiently waited. Jilin arrived fairly early, and there were only about 30 people ahead of him at his awakening point, and, excluding the parents, there were just over a dozen children. It wouldn't be long before it would be his turn. The soul awakening process wasn't a complicated affair, and the line was moving steadily. He watched as the children ahead of him excitedly entered and emerged dejectedly, some even crying, while the parents waiting outside immediately went to comfort them. Up to now, no one at Jilin's awakening point had possessed soul power, but at the awakening point on the left, a boy with a hunting dog spirit had awakened to level 5. The people from Shrek Academy immediately invited him to join, and with his parents' joy and the envy of others, the boy happily walked through the gates of Shrek Academy. Jilin was a bit nervous, but when he thought of the soul power within him, he relaxed his tightly clenched hands, which were already sweaty. Finally, it was Jilin's turn. Leading the children into the awakening was a boy about 12 or 13 years old, around 6 meters tall. Seeing him, Jilin couldn't help but marvel at how quickly people in Douluo developed. The boy looked him up and down and asked, "Uncle, where's your child?" Hearing the boy call him uncle, Jilin wanted to correct him, saying he was only 20 years old. But then he realized that he hadn't taken care of his appearance recently, so being mistaken for an uncle didn't seem impossible. Moreover, the urgent matter was to awaken his martial soul, so he dismissed that thought. "I'm here to awaken my martial soul." Upon hearing this, Glan, the boy, was taken aback. He had never heard of anyone coming to awaken their martial soul at such an age, and he curiously asked, "How old are you?" 20. Glan looked at his companions. Can a 20-year-old still awaken a martial soul? His companion shook his head, indicating that he had neither seen nor even heard of such a thing. At that moment, a somewhat irritable voice came from a tent in the awakening area. "What's going on? Where are the people? Hurry up and come in. Don't waste my time." Glan shouted towards the tent. "Senior, there's a 20-year-old here who wants to awaken his martial soul. Should we let him in?" Tai Long was already irritated about having to help so many people awaken their martial souls, and upon hearing this, he immediately scolded. "Are you out of your mind? A 20-year-old coming to awaken his martial soul? Isn't that just causing trouble? Tell him to get lost." Jilin felt a bit angry at being publicly told to get lost, but he held back his anger and gave his reason. "I really haven't awakened my martial soul, and your announcement didn't specify an age requirement for awakeners." Tai Long stepped out of the tent and immediately spotted Jilin at the front of the line. "Not to mention whether you can successfully awaken at your age. Even if you do awaken and have soul power, what level can you possibly reach? You might as well go home and farm, find a livelihood. But what if I'm an unparalleled genius?" Jilin replied seriously, You? I've never seen such a shameless person." Saying this, Talon strode forward, intending to take action, but Jilin immediately shouted, "Help, the Soul Master is going to kill someone." The people around began to discuss among themselves, what's wrong with the students from Shrek Academy? They just wanted to awaken a martial soul. They could have just helped a bit. Why are they so stingy? Exactly, and they're soul masters. How can they make things difficult for an ordinary person? Kid, you can't be like that, brother, looking down on others. Although Talon was a soul master with considerable strength, he was still an immature young man. Faced with such a situation, he felt somewhat at a loss. Neither taking action nor holding back seemed appropriate, so he could only glare fiercely at Jilin. Seeing this, Jilin silently murmured an apology in his heart. Although it was somewhat shameless, it was the best solution Ji Lin could come up with. At that moment, a deep voice rang out. "It's you, kid, causing trouble." The newcomer was tall and thin, about 1.9 meters, wearing black half-frame glasses, with graying hair and prominent cheekbones. Dressed in an oversized black trench coat. Just as Talon was shouting in anger, someone realized that the situation was getting out of hand and hurried to inform a teacher. While Ji Lin observed Flander, Flander was also observing Ji Lin. Disheveled hair, slightly tattered clothes, and a dusty face. He was neither a soul master nor a wealthy person. So, at 20 years old, what was he still trying to awaken a martial soul for? Get lost. As the words left his mouth, the surrounding air seemed to stop flowing, and the onlookers immediately fell silent. The once lively entrance became as quiet as a pin drop. Ji Lin didn't want to lower himself to begging, but this was the only way he could awaken his martial soul at the moment. "Soul Master, no one said that you can't awaken at the age of 20, so please give me a chance." He then bowed to Flinder. "I'm begging you." As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous pressure enveloped Ji Lin, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Seeing Ji Lin, who didn't know how to appreciate kindness, Flinder immediately exploded with anger. "Today you come, tomorrow he comes. What do you think my Shrek Academy is? A vegetable market?" Ji Lin gritted his teeth and, trembling under pressure, managed to rise. Fortunately, his body had grown stronger. Otherwise, he would have been lying down. "Please give me a chance." Flinder frowned, surprised that the pressure of level 30 had no effect on this kid. Just as he was about to increase the pressure, a clear voice rang out. "Dean Flinder, just give him a chance. What if he's a genius? It wouldn't be good to say that one has no vision." Ningrongrong, with her beautiful face and wearing a long blue dress, spoke up. Flinder was somewhat puzzled as to why Ningrongrong would help an outsider. Just as he was about to ask, he noticed the excitement in her eyes. "Truly, how could I forget? She's not a good girl. She's a little witch who thrives on chaos. Well, I'll give her some face and take this opportunity to establish my brilliant image as a dean." With that thought, he withdrew his soul power and said to Ji Lin, "Kid, I'll give you a chance." As he spoke, he took out 6 black round stones from somewhere. "Come on, I'll personally awaken you." Ji Lin took a deep breath, thanked Ning Rongrong, and then approached Flinder. It began. As he spoke, Flinder threw the stone in his hand, which landed in 6 directions around Ji Lin. Martial spirit possession. A giant blue owl phantom appeared behind Flinder. Flinder extended his right hand, palm facing Ji Lin. Condensing. Beams of blue light surged from the 6 stones, interacting with each other to form a perfect hexagram, with Ji Lin at its center. In the next moment, a light shield enveloped Ji Lin. The 6 stones emitted specks of golden light, which flowed into Ji Lin's body. Ji Lin felt the golden light entering his body from all directions. Wherever the golden light passed, a wave of comfort arose, as if a hungry person had tasted delicacies and a thirsty person had drunk sweet dew. All the paths of the golden light would pass through the Dantian, where the soul power was stored. Each point of golden light carried away a trace of soul power, and then Ji Lin could no longer perceive it. As more and more golden light entered, the soul power in the Dantian decreased. Ji Lin felt a sense of unease. "Extend your right hand." Upon hearing this, Ji Lin raised his right hand. Everyone's eyes widened, eager to see what martial soul he would awaken, especially since there was quite a bit of golden light. Flinder and Ning Rongrong were no exception. However, as everyone's eyes strained, no martial soul appeared on Ji Lin's right hand. He stood there, blankly holding up his hand. "What is going on? He doesn't even have a martial soul?" Someone remarked, "I thought if you persisted, you would have a powerful martial soul. But this is hilarious." This comment acted like a fuse, causing the people around to burst into laughter. "Look at him. Doesn't he look like a beggar holding a bowl?" To be honest, with a bowl sitting on the ground, it's quite similar. "Kid, it's one thing not to have soul power, but don't come out here and embarrass yourself like him." Amidst the laughter, Ji Lin retracted his right hand and slowly clenched it into a fist, his head lowered, obscuring his expression. At first, Flinder thought Ji Lin would truly awaken some remarkable martial soul, and worried for a while, afraid of being proven wrong, but thankfully, this person turned out to be just a clown. Wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, he smiled and said, "Kid, I'm in a good mood right now, so I want to hold it against you for causing this ruckus. Just get lost." Ji Lin remained silent. Although he had not awakened, he could still clearly sense the soul power within him. He originally wanted to see what level of soul power he had, but looking at the situation, it seemed there would be no opportunity. He walked out of the crowd and then disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing Ji Lin leave, Flander turned to the gathered students behind him and said, In the future, if you encounter such a person, just take action. Remember, those who are afraid to cause trouble are mediocre. You have the academy behind you. Long live the principal. Long live Shrek. Long live the principal. Long live Shrek. The surrounding crowd was also buzzing with discussions. Is this the perspective of a soul master? I love it. That teacher looks so strong. I want to join Shrek Academy. Being afraid to cause trouble is simply my dream school. Mom, what kind of animal is that? A little girl asked, pointing at Flanders' martial soul. Sweetheart, that's a flying animal called a waste owl. Mom, can I be as impressive as that, uncle? Child, it's not even dark yet. Why are you talking nonsense? Chapter 13. Hello, my name is Luo. Lin Yuan was quite depressed. Ever since he was knocked out and fled by an ordinary person last time, Kulu had used him as an example to warn others, and his status in the team had significantly diminished. Even those newcomers would tease him when they saw him. This morning, they set off without bringing him along. It felt like there was no longer a place for him in the team. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's resentment towards Ji Lin deepened. Damn it, I hope I don't run into that kid. Otherwise, I'll make him understand what cruelty is. He arrived at a tavern he often visited, chose a seat by the window, and decided to have a drink to comfort himself. While waiting for his drink, Lin Yuan inadvertently spotted a familiar figure. It seems even heaven is helping me. Ji Lin found a tavern nearby, which was much more upscale than the one he had previously used to gather information, but he didn't mind. He sat alone in a corner. Although Ji Lin couldn't get drunk, he didn't know any other ways to ease his mood. The spiciness of the alcohol was a good way to cope. Thus, Ji Lin drank one glass after another. It was only when he felt the urge to urinate that he got up to leave, his face flushed as he headed to the restroom. Upon seeing Ji Lin leave, Lin Yuan, who had been observing him from the side, also got up to follow him to the restroom. This tavern was indeed nice. Even the restroom was much larger than Ji Lin's room. After a long relief, Ji Lin's eyelids drooped, looking listless. At that moment, he sensed someone behind him, turned around, and found an old acquaintance, the human trafficker he had knocked out, standing at the door. Knowing the other party had ill intentions, Ji Lin didn't plan to be polite. He staggered toward the door. Seeing Ji Lin drunkenly approaching him, Lin Yuan had already thought about how to deal with Ji Lin. When he got closer, he would take advantage of his unpreparedness to knock him out. Although he was only a level 23 support soul master and not strong, he should still be stronger than an ordinary person. Once he knocked him out, he could do whatever he wanted. However, he couldn't overdo it, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sell him for a good price. As Lin Yuan was still contemplating how to satisfy his revenge without devaluing Ji Lin was already less than 5 meters away from him. Lin Yuan set aside his thoughts and quietly waited for Ji Lin. 4 meters. Watching that unsteady gait, Lin Yuan sneered, believing that Ji Lin had only knocked him out last time due to luck and a sneak attack. This time, he was drunk and had no soul power. The advantage was mine. 3 meters. How could I be knocked out by such a person? It would be a major stain on my life, but it would soon be over. 2 meters. How much should I sell him for? 1,000? Or? Ji Lin suddenly erupted, throwing a punch into Lin Yuan's stomach, who was still lost in fantasy. With the strength to lift 100 pounds with one arm, Lin Yuan doubled over and collapsed to the ground. In disbelief, Lin Yuan looked up and saw the same flushed face as before, along with the clear eyes that he hadn't noticed earlier. Ji Lin kicked Lin Yuan in the head, causing Lin Yuan to fly and crash into the wall, losing consciousness. However, Ji Lin did hear him say something during his flight. You ambushed me again. Lin Yuan was completely stripped of his belongings. 46 gold soul coins. Stepping out of the tavern, a cool breeze hit him. It felt quite refreshing. After this little incident, the frustration from the failed awakening of his martial soul had dissipated considerably. Although he didn't successfully awaken his martial soul, this trip wasn't entirely fruitless. At least Ji Lin could now mobilize the little soul power he had left in his body, and it felt very natural, as if that soul power were a part of him. This was also why Ji Lin could maintain his mindset. Although he didn't have a martial soul, possessing soul power still held some possibilities. After all, isn't that how other systems work? As long as one absorbs basic energy, there's a chance for the extraordinary. Ji Lin touched his pocket, pondering whether he should switch to a better room today to enjoy himself. As he walked towards a hotel and looked at the brightly lit street, he stopped in front of a shop called Day and Night, flickering with colorful neon lights. He watched the customers coming out, all wearing smiles and slightly disheveled clothing, and thought about whether he should go in and broaden his horizons. Although Jace and Sivan had invited him before, nothing was as enticing as what was right in front of him. Just as Ji Lin was hesitating whether to go in, a teasing voice chimed in. Why are you just standing there? Aren't you planning to go in? Jilin was startled. Since arriving at the marketplace, no one had ever been able to get close to him without being detected. He turned around and saw the loose black clothing and the long sword at the waist. It was the strange soul master who had said he would take him as a disciple that night. How did you get here? Of course, I followed you here. Let's go. If we don't go in now, there won't be any space left. After saying this, he stepped into the daylight night. Wait, you. Looking at the figure that had already entered, Jilin silently muttered that it wasn't his intention to come in. What is sin, Amitba? And stepped into a place he had never set foot in before. Once inside, he found that contrary to his expectation of a bustling crowd, the spacious hall only had a slightly plump middle-aged woman standing at the front desk. The woman looked Jilin up and down and asked indifferently, this guest, "You look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" "Yes," Jilin replied perfunctorily while glancing around, but he did not see that figure. "So, what are you looking for?" Before the woman could finish her sentence, Jilin pulled out a gold soul coin and shoved it into her hand. "I'm here to find someone. Have you seen the black-clad soul master who came in earlier?" The woman, secretly stashing the gold soul coin, looked at Jilin with curiosity upon hearing this. "Do you know that soul master?" "Sort of." Then, the woman extended her right hand towards Jilin. "It'll be 40 gold soul coins for the information." Jilin frowned and said irritably, "You're already collecting money before I even started?" Upon hearing this, the woman realized that Jilin had misunderstood something and quickly explained. "It's not yours. It's that black-clad soul masteress. He said someone would come to settle his bill for the past 3 days. Didn't he tell you?" The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and Jilin didn't expect to encounter such a situation. You can still buy on credit here? Well, he is a soul master. There should be some convenience. Then, well, forget it. You first take me to find him. I'll verify it with him. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right. After saying this, she turned around and entered the hallway behind her. Following the middle-aged woman, Jilin curiously looked at the surroundings. On both sides were smooth white stone walls with no visible seams, adorned with intricate light golden patterns. There was a lamp overhead every few steps, but it wasn't the oil lamp Jilin had imagined. The center of the lamp was made of something metallic, though he couldn't tell what it was. The floor was simple, just covered with a gray carpet, which surprisingly wasn't dirty. Perhaps it was changed daily. After walking for a few minutes, the middle-aged woman pointed to a room and said, "It's this one." Pushing the door open, they saw the black-clad soul master sitting on the sofa with a table of exquisite dishes in front of him. As Jilin entered, the man was just lifting his wine glass, preparing to savor it. Upon seeing the door open, he raised his glass and gestured to Jilin. "Yo, kid, come in." "Come sit." Jilin sat across from him with a dark expression. "What's going on?" "What do you mean, what's going on?" "I don't quite understand what you're saying." As he spoke, he took a sip of his drink, squinting his eyes as if savoring the taste. "What about the bill they mentioned?" The black-clad soul master seemed to have not heard, continuing to drink his wine, occasionally picking up his chopsticks to add a bit of food to his mouth. Chewing slowly and letting out a satisfied groan. "Oh, so good." Jilin took a deep breath, stood up, and turned around. "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." As he said that, he was about to leave. Wait a minute. A shadow flashed by, and Jilin felt someone hugging his thigh. "Don't go. I was just joking with you. If you leave, who will pay the bill for me? How'll I get out?" Jilin felt, perhaps due to an illusion, that the middle-aged woman beside him seemed to have a few more hash marks on her forehead. He tried to pull his leg out, but it was no use. Jilin knew he wouldn't be able to leave for a while, so he said, "Let go. I want to leave." Doubtfully, the woman released him, and seeing that Jilin really returned to his seat, the black-clad soul master also breathed a sigh of relief, then reached out his right hand, curling 4 fingers. Jilin silently stared at the outstretched hand, saying nothing. The woman beside him had her eyes narrowed into a slit at some point. Seeing this, the black-clad soul master remained silent for a long time. "Give me some face." Upon hearing this, Jilin was a bit surprised. He took out the money pouch he had just acquired and pulled out 6 gold soul coins, placing them on that hand. After taking the money pouch, the soul master waited, and then placed it in the hand of the person next to him, who was about to turn dark. After receiving the pouch, the middle-aged woman said nothing and stood up to walk toward the door. Bang! The door closed. For the first time, no, for the second time. "You can call me Luo." Chapter 14, Apprenticeship. "You can call me Luo." Luo introduced himself to Jilin. "So, Luo, how do you plan to repay me?" Jilin asked directly. Luo rubbed his chin, seriously pondering the question. How about I take you as my disciple? Let you become an unparalleled master." Hearing this, Lin was both amused and angry. Since you said outside that you came with me, you should know that I have no martial soul. Luo seemed to be startled by Lin's sudden outburst, feeling a bit aggrieved. But on Douluo continent, no matter how talented one is, they will definitely awaken their martial soul, unless... Luo lowered his hands and looked at Lin with a smile. You're not from this world. Hearing his biggest secret being guessed, Lin felt panicked inside, but he still forced himself to remain calm. What nonsense are you talking about? If I have no martial soul, then I'm not human. Then how could that soul master who awakened me not know? Luo maintained his smile and said, You seem very nervous. In response, Lin fell silent for a long time, and after a while, he finally spoke. How did you know? Is it really just because I have no martial soul? Of course not. After all, that's just what I made up to tease you. I didn't expect you to be so easily provoked. Luo shook his head, making a clicking sound with his mouth. Damn it. Lin couldn't help but curse in his dialect. Is this the language from your side? Given your tone, it must not be anything good. With his biggest secret exposed and no harm done by this person, Lin's heart relaxed. Once he relaxed, he noticed something he hadn't seen before. Since you know there are people who don't belong to Douluo continent, then you must have encountered someone like me before, or you yourself are that person. And we probably don't come from the same place. Looking at Lin with appreciation, Luo replied, You're quite quick to respond, good. I indeed am not from this world. But how are you so sure that we are not from the same place? Is it just because I didn't understand what you said? Lin thought for a moment and agreed. With so many dialects, it was normal not to understand, especially since it wasn't just one country. So, Gonting Yuye Jio said, What are you doing? Ah, it'll? Then he made a small gesture. Surprise, moderfu. Luo quickly covered Lin's mouth and said, somewhat exasperated, all right, I get it. Now back to the point. How do you plan to pay me back? This time, Luo did not answer immediately, but instead asked Lin a question. Why didn't you kill him? You could have easily killed him when he was defenseless. Why didn't you? It was obvious he was coming for you. Were you at the scene? Sort of. Lin was startled. Oh no. Am I going to be seen naked? When were you there? Luo felt a bit helpless. Don't worry, I didn't see anything of yours. First, answer my question, and then I'll give you my explanation based on your answer. You have no persuasive power at all. Lin didn't understand why Luo cared so much about his answer. But now Lin just wanted to know why Luo was following him. Plus, the other person's fists were bigger than his own. After thinking for a while, Lin spoke up. I used to live in a stable environment, and although there were conflicts and grudges among the people, very few would resolve issues in this way. Luo seemed very interested in this answer, stroking his chin, and said, That's interesting. I'm curious, if not through force, what methods did you use to resolve problems? Lin replied without hesitation, the law. Upon hearing this word, Luo's gaze became deep and his tone somewhat inexplicable. Your law enforcers are really something. Well, although there's some who fall from grace among the enforcers, the vast majority are still very upright. At this point, Lin became a bit excited. But I came to. The voice became quieter. Looking up, he found that Luo had not noticed his trailing words and let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, I stopped in time. I got a bit carried away. He thought this in his heart, but said aloud, So, it's your turn to answer my question. Luo smiled and said, Was it the answer given to you the first time we met? Lin certainly remembers, but he is very confused. After all, why? After all, before Lin could finish speaking, Luo interrupted him. Yes, without a martial soul, you were really in a sorry state back then, weren't you? Lin was even more confused. Then why do you still want to take me as your apprentice? Luo answered the question indirectly. Since you are not from this world, I'm very curious about what your cultivation system is. Lin answered this question with a complex expression. Well, we don't practice cultivation, or rather, we can't cultivate. Over there, we mainly focus on developing technology. Technology, what is that? It's something similar to the soul-guiding devices in Douluo continent, but it can be used without the need for soul power. Interesting. Lin noticed that the topic was straying further and hurriedly brought it back. Since you want to take me as your disciple, what do you plan to teach me? Make me a peerless master. Show me a trick. Luo Chu raised his right middle finger and then flicked it. Lin only felt a flash of white light and, after checking himself, found nothing unusual. He thought it was just a normal gust of wind. The next second, he heard the sound of something breaking behind him. Turning around, he discovered that a vase on the cabinet behind him had split into two halves. One half had fallen to the ground with a noise, while the other half remained on the cabinet, its broken edge smooth as a mirror. Lin swallowed hard and instinctively stepped back, only to find that his foot had bumped into the stone table, which suddenly showed a straight crack in its center, causing the table to tilt inward. Lin lowered his head and murmured, "Without using a martial soul or seeing a spirit ring, it means that I can learn this too." He suddenly looked up at Luo, who was lying on the sofa, his eyes full of eagerness to learn. Seeing this, Luo smiled and said, "Do you want to learn? I'll teach you." Upon hearing this, Lin was overjoyed. "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." Luo closed his eyes, enjoying Lin's kneeling. However, he felt that something was a bit off. When he opened his eyes and saw Lin still kneeling there, he thought, well, the atmosphere has been set. Shouldn't you be bowing a few more times? Lin touched his nose. But this should hurt, right? Luo was also speechless at this answer and shouted impatiently, "Get up. Get up." Lin was a well-behaved child and immediately stood up from the ground, faster than he had knelt down. He felt as if he had made a wrong decision. After standing up, Lin looked at Luo. "Master, when will you start teaching me that move? I think starting now would be great. Don't be so anxious. Let's go back and rest a day, and tomorrow I'll teach you some things." Luo stood up, opened the door, and disappeared in an instant. Seeing Luo's exit, Lin couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he's my peer. He's really strong. But, looking at the table split in two, he thought, damn it, can't I even get a bite? The next day, in the hotel restaurant, looking at the 5 gold coins left in his hand, Lin's resentment towards Luo grew even higher. If Luo had taken him with him last night, he would still have 10 gold coins. How many days could 5 gold coins last him? He hoped the guy could really teach him something. Otherwise, he would make sure Luo knew what was it called? Luo suddenly interjected. Call breakfast. Master, have you eaten? I have eaten, but since you have that intention, I think I can eat a bit more. Saying this, Luo called the waiter and began to order 1 serving of qinglong porridge and 1 serving of qingyu dried fruit. That'll do. Okay. Then the waiter turned to Lin. May I ask what you would like? Lin picked up the menu and prepared to order some breakfast with impressive names. Let me see. Qinglong porridge. Tu yin kun's for obo, qingyu gon for et yin koin padish. Dumb. He stiffly turned his head to look at Luo beside him, wondering if this guy had installed surveillance on his wallet. What are you looking at me for? Order. Damn it. Why should you eat well while I can't? With that thought in mind, Lin turned to the waiter and squeezed out, I'll have a bowl of qinglong porridge too. Okay. The dishes arrived quickly. And looking at the white porridge in front of him, Lin pondered for a long time. It doesn't look much different from ordinary white porridge. So why is it so expensive? And why does it have such an impressive name? But Lin picked up the bowl and sniffed it. It smelled quite fragrant. Taking a sip of the porridge, the rich and fresh aroma stimulated Lin's taste buds, and after swallowing, a warm current flowed through him. Delicious. But what is that texture? Is it meat? Hearing Lin's muttering, Luo spoke up beside him. It's the meat of a 10-year-old green snake. A soul beast? No wonder it's so expensive. Then, Lin looked at the plate of green jade bamboo shoots. Is this also a soul beast? He picked up a piece and tasted it. It was indeed more fragrant than ordinary bamboo shoots. This should be the bamboo shoots of the solitary bamboo. And they're a bit older than that snake. Lin was puzzled. How do you know so much? How much have you eaten? Back in the day, when I was exploring the deep sea, my ship accidentally ran aground, and I ate quite a lot of soul beasts on that island. These 2 are the most. Really? Chapter 15. Strange theory after finishing the last bite of porridge, Lin and the other person left. After all, Lin had no money on him, so staying there was of no use. Let me just say my money pouch is completely empty right now. So where are we staying tonight? No money? That's a problem. But first, let me see your situation. After all, I've never seen a Douluo without a martial soul. Saying this, he gestured for Lin to come over. Standing in front of the nearly 2-meter-tall figure, Lin, who is 798 meters tall, curiously asked, how do you check? Like this. With that, he raised his hand to touch Lin's head. Lin quickly dodged, looking at Luo with a complicated expression. What kind of inspection method is this? Luo was a bit displeased. This was his unique method, and he hoped Lin wouldn't be ungrateful. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that. Can we change to another place? It's a bit embarrassing in such a public setting. Luo clicked his tongue in surprise, saying, You weren't like this in front of the Shrek Academy. That was because there was no other choice. If I had the option, I would prefer to be a low-key person. All right then. Luo slowly reached behind Lin, and under Lin's puzzled gaze, grabbed the collar of his clothes and began to rise slowly into the air. Looking at the ground, getting farther away, and the onlookers, Lin's face turned pale. This was a huge embarrassment. The Soul Master in front stopped. Flying was prohibited in Heavendo City. A group of armored soldiers appeared from nowhere. Their long spears pointed at the 2 of them. The leader had 2 yellow soul rings under his feet, or we will have to attack. Luo seemed to ignore this, looking down at Jilin, saying, "Kid, we're going to find a hidden place now." Haha. Saying this, he transformed into a streak of light and quickly flew towards the outskirts of the city. Faintly, one could hear a voice in the air, "You bastard." One soldier looked at his captain. "Captain, aren't we going to chase?" The captain replied irritably, "Chase? How do we chase? If someone can fly without a martial soul, think about their strength. Even if we catch up, what can we do?" "This? What do you mean by this?" "Stand down." The wind blowing towards Ji Lin stung his face, and it felt a little better when he faced down, watching the rapidly changing scenery beneath him. Ji Lin felt a bit dizzy, and his stomach was churning. Did you find it?" Unfortunately, the wind was too strong. It seemed Luo didn't hear him. After flying for about 15 minutes, Luo suddenly stopped above a forest. Then, he descended to a certain height and dropped Jilin. This sudden stop and drop caused Jilin to regurgitate his breakfast, filling his mouth. With a splat, Jilin fell to the ground and couldn't help but erupt. Puffed. Food shot out 2 meters away. Jilin also fainted, and the last thought in his mind was that driving without a license is dangerous. Jilin slowly opened his eyes. The sky was pitch black, and the stars were nowhere to be seen. He sat up and saw Luo sitting by the campfire, roasting a pile of unknown meat. "Oh, you're awake. Come eat something." Jilin walked over to the bonfire without being polite, took the roasted meat that Luo handed over, and started eating. "I checked on you while you were unconscious and have a general understanding of your condition." Upon hearing this, Jilin paused his eating and looked at Luo. What happened next? Luo fiddled with the roasted meat in his hands. "Actually, you should be considered to have a martial soul, but your martial soul is a bit special. I have a martial soul, but I don't feel its presence." Of course, you wouldn't feel it. You are essentially your own martial soul. Your original martial soul? A guess flashed through Jilin's mind, but it was quickly dismissed, as the original martial soul can also be summoned. Jilin couldn't figure it out, so he shared this question with Luo. "Oh, you even know about the original martial soul? But you guessed wrong. You are not the original martial soul. The original martial soul is, after all, just a type of martial soul, and in a certain sense, you really do not have a martial soul." Jilin took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to punch the riddle person in front of him. What does it mean to have a martial soul? And what does it mean to truly not have one? "Sigh, I thought you could understand, but was it me who was confused?" Luo squinted his eyes, his tone somewhat somber. "Jilin, you want to have a martial soul, right? But have you ever considered that you yourself might be a form of martial soul? Everything in this world, at least everything that is alive, has soul power. Ordinary people and soul masters both possess soul power." Jilin did not speak and listened quietly. As for why ordinary people cannot cultivate after awakening their martial souls, is because their soul power is all used to condense the martial soul. Most descendants of soul masters can also become soul masters, and this is easy to explain. They inherit soul power far beyond that of ordinary people from their parents. Therefore, after condensing the martial soul, there is still some surplus. Within the bloodlines of all humans in this world, there is some mysterious substance that I call the martial soul factor. Before the age of 6, the soul power in the human body gradually resonates with some martial soul factors in the bloodline. The more resonating martial soul factors, the stronger the martial soul. Of course, the more innate soul power you have in your body, the more resonating martial soul factors there will be. Before the age of 6, the innate soul power in the human body begins to construct your martial soul under the guidance of the resonating martial soul factors. The remaining soul power used to construct the martial soul is what people commonly refer to as the innate soul power level. Hearing this, Jilin thought of a way to exploit a bug to awaken early, which would allow those who were supposed to lack soul power to possess it. This way, everyone could have soul power, and if the world developed like this for tens of thousands of years, the Douluo world could possibly become a world of cultivation. However, as far as Jilin knew, even after 10,000 years, the entire Douluo world would still be cultivating martial souls, indicating that this method was not feasible. But why? After hearing Jilin's question, Luo nodded. "That's right. Being able to think of this shows that your intelligence is still online. By around the age of 6, the martial soul is almost fully constructed, and the resonating factors return to a state of calm. At this point, the soul power without martial soul factors, well, if suppressed, will dissipate within the body like leaves blown by the wind. The martial soul is the new suppressor of soul power. Moreover, it must be a complete martial soul to suppress it. However, at this time, the martial soul is just an intangible thing, like a leaking pot with holes everywhere, and soul power will still leak out. At this moment, something is needed to block these holes. Do you remember the golden light during the martial soul awakening? That is the thing that blocks the holes of the martial soul. Once it enters the body, the martial soul will turn from virtual to real. Although it is unclear how Luo knows these things, or whether they are true, they can explain some of Ji Lin's doubts. For example, Master Yu Shaojing, according to this theory, has insufficient innate soul power to provide enough resonance with martial soul factors, which led to his martial soul being a pig. On the other hand, Ma Hongjun has enough soul power and sufficient resonating factors, which is why he transformed from a lowly chicken into a phoenix. Watching Ji Lin lost in thought, Luo squinted his eyes. But you're not a person from this world. There are no such martial soul factors in your bloodline. I believe that the soul power in your body and those golden lights have transformed you into a martial soul. Ji Lin opened his eyes wide. Is it really possible? Of course. After all, martial souls are incredibly diverse. Some people can awaken their martial souls and come back to life after dying once, so what does this count as? Ji Lin took a deep breath, comforting his restless new heart. Indeed. All right, it's time to rest early. I already have a rough idea on how to teach you, and we'll start formal training tomorrow. With that, he casually found a spot by the campfire and lay down. Looking at the fire, Ji Lin suddenly spoke up, Luo, since you're not from the Douluo world, why do you have a martial soul? Luo didn't lift his head. My situation is a bit different from yours. In a sense, I can be considered a Douluo person. Is that so? But I'm pretty bored right now. How about you tell me about your adventures in the deep sea? There was no sound from Luo's side. Luo? The only response Ji Lin got was the faint sound of snoring. Luo, not answering can also confirm some things for others. You should understand this principle, right? Ji Lin thought this in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. Ji Lin placed his hands behind his head, looking at the pitch-black sky, where a string of stars twinkled. Chapter 16. The Professor, after thinking it over. Ji Lin decided to stay by Luo's side. Although Luo's origins were a mystery, his strength was undoubtedly greater than his own, and he possessed at least one self-created soul skill, which was an irresistible temptation for Ji Lin. After all, without a martial soul, he was unsure if he could absorb a soul ring. The main reason Ji Lin made such a decision was that he ran out of money. After all, he had already spent 40 on meals, and he wasn't willing to leave without earning that back. The next day, deep in a forest, splash, a dark shadow swooped down from the sky and fell into a nearby lake. Ji Lin floated on the surface of the water, gasping for breath, his arms aching to the point where he couldn't even lift them. This was already the 10th time Ji Lin had entered the water today. He recalled being woken up early in the morning by Luo, who dragged him to the lakeside. Luo tossed a sword to him, which was said to be a sword, but the blade was extremely thick, resembling a flat black iron rod. The sword, including the hilt, was about 4 feet 5 inches long and roughly 3 fingers wide, weighing around 50 pounds. Then, without further ado, Luo charged at him with a sword similar to Ji Lin's and swung it at him. Seeing this, Ji Lin had no choice but to wave the sword in his hand to meet it. As a result, bang, he was sent flying into the water along with the sword. Dazed, he looked at Luo on the shore, who seriously said, I can only teach you my things in battle. Hearing this, Ji Lin wiped his face with his hand, swam ashore, and charged at Luo with the sword, only to be met with bang, 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 splash, weakly floating on the water as surface. Ji Lin had reason to suspect that Luo just wanted a punching bag, and a free one at that. Seeing that Ji Lin truly had no strength left to stand, Luo yawned and turned to leave, saying, I should go prepare lunch for today. Although Ji Lin was exhausted, he didn't remain idle. Reflecting on his 10 entries into the water, he realized that aside from the first time, the subsequent 9 times could roughly be categorized into 2 types, those he could dodge and those he couldn't. For the ones he couldn't dodge, Luo seemed to exert little strength, but the ones he could dodge became increasingly heavy. Ultimately, he was always knocked away by the ones he could dodge. However, at the time, Ji Lin was a bit too eager and only wanted to face Luo head-on, failing to notice this pattern. It seemed that next time he practiced with Luo, he couldn't just be reckless. After half an hour, Ji Lin returned to the shore, clenched his fist, and found that the soreness had lessened significantly. It seemed that not only had his strength and speed improved, but even his recovery ability had enhanced. Connecting this to his ability to sense soul power and others' martial spirits before his martial soul awakening, perhaps even his intangible mental strength had strengthened. At that moment, Ji Lin caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. Had Luo already finished cooking? Upon returning to the camp, he saw a cast-iron pot bubbling with steam over the campfire. Lifting the lid, a cloud of white mist greeted him, and as it dissipated, he saw plump grains of rice tumbling up and down, along with chunks of meat and some unknown vegetables. Swallowing hard, he took the pot off the fire and placed it on the ground, forcing himself not to look at it and covering it with the lid. Before long, Luo returned to the camp and looked at Ji Lin with a hint of surprise, asking, "Why aren't you eating? Not hungry? This is your cooking. It feels a bit rude to eat before you come back," replied Ji Lin. Luo's eyes shifted slightly, but Ji Lin didn't notice. Fine, let's eat then." After finishing their meal, Ji Lin took his bowl to the lakeside and carefully washed it 3 times. He thought back to his experience as a server, remembering how there used to be a good dishwashing liquid in front of him, which he didn't cherish, and now regretted not having it when he needed it. There is nothing more painful in the world than this. I say, do you have to be so philosophical just to wash a bowl? When did you arrive? Just now. Probably when you said didn't cherish it well. Ji Lin let out a slight sigh of relief, glad that he hadn't revealed any more secret matters. Did you need something from me? Not much. Just wanted to tell you that you'll have to spar with me every 3 days from now on. The rest of the time is free for you to arrange, and we won't move on to the next phase of training until you meet my requirements. All right, I understand, but I have a question. Go ahead. Ji Lin organized his words a bit. Shouldn't ordinary soul masters spend most of their time meditating to increase their soul power? Why do I feel like you seem to value my physical training more? Luo raised an eyebrow. Ordinary soul masters, are you the same as them? Ji Lin realized that he really wasn't someone from this world. So how could he use ordinary methods? Seeing Ji Lin's expression of understanding, Luo continued. Earlier, I said you were your own martial soul. Honestly, I'm not too sure about that, after all. It's the first time I've encountered a case like yours throughout history. Although Ji Lin felt the same way, hearing Luo say it made him a bit disappointed. Nonetheless, if he trained like this, even if he couldn't cultivate his martial soul like others, he should still be able to handle a few ordinary people without any problem. Luo noticed the expression on Ji Lin's face and could roughly guess what he was thinking. So he comforted him, "Don't be so pessimistic. Although I can't be certain, I believe my guess should be correct. What do you think is the most important manifestation of a soul master cultivating their martial soul?" Recalling the original protagonist Tang San's detailed description of his martial soul's transformation after obtaining the soul ring, which not only became more resilient, but also gained paralysis toxins. Ji Lin hesitated and spoke. The martial soul has become stronger, or rather, evolved? Exactly. The process of a soul master cultivating is not only about personal strength, but also about the evolution of the martial soul. Weapon martial souls are more obvious than beast martial souls, and plant martial souls are more pronounced than other weapon martial souls. If my guess about you is correct, your physical strengthening is actually the strengthening of your martial soul, which means that for you, physical training is more effective than meditation. So what you need to do now is hone your body and see if my soul power within me will rise accordingly, Ji Lin said. Interrupted. Luo wasn't angry and smiled. That's right. Thus, Ji Lin began his first transformation in the Douluo world. Strangely enough, after lunch, the soreness from the morning had lessened quite a bit. This feeling was somewhat similar to when he had eaten ginseng before, but not as intense. Was it the lunch? He couldn't tell. Luo had some tricks up his sleeve. During his free time, Ji Lin didn't rest either. He took the black sword and began practicing some basic sword techniques. Slashing, chopping, sweeping, stabbing, thrusting. He put all his strength into every move. At first, Ji Lin thought it was nothing, but as the number of sword swings increased, his arms began to tremble, and by the end, he could barely lift the sword anymore. Wiping the sweat off his face, Ji Lin thought, is this the limit? He wasn't the type to be rigid and didn't have the idea of practicing until he fainted. He casually found a tree shade and planned to try meditating. Although Luo said training was the best way for him, he never said meditation was useless. He originally thought meditation would be easy, but when he actually tried, he realized how difficult it was. Ji Lin closed his eyes, but couldn't calm down at all. The soreness in his body, the chirping of birds in the forest, and thoughts like, why don't I have that mysterious feeling yet? And I'm so tired. Maybe I should reduce my training tomorrow or just take a break. All impeded him. Opening his eyes, he thought, forget it. Since I can't succeed for now, I'll just take a good rest. With that in mind, Ji Lin leaned against the large tree behind him. To facilitate his training, Ji Lin chose a spacious area near a lake. Looking at the lake before him, he suddenly thought that taking a nap here would be nice. With the gentle breeze blowing and the sound of bird from who knows where, Ji Lin felt more relaxed than ever since arriving in the Douluo world. There were no tigers chasing him, no strange looks from others, and no need to worry about food and shelter. It seemed like it had been a long time since he had relaxed like this, just like when he was a child. The fragrance of fresh grass mixed in, and a light snoring sound began. Chapter 17. 3 months the sun and moon came and went, and soon 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, Jilin experienced a qualitative improvement. In the first month, Luo had Jilin repeatedly knocked away, allowing him to develop a preliminary judgment of enemy moves, knowing when to avoid danger and when to strike hard. In the second month, as Jilin had developed a basic combat awareness, Luo began to use greater strength and speed than Jilin. At first, Jilin couldn't react in time, not even able to clearly see Luo's sword. Fortunately, Luo didn't use the same sword as Jilin, but chose a wooden one, and his control was exquisite. Although it hurt when it hit, it didn't injure him. Through this training, Jilin's reaction speed increased significantly, and he began to catch Luo's attacks. Once Jilin could fully catch them, Luo picked up the iron sword again and said, "From now on, I won't be so gentle." He then launched another attack at Jilin. Since Luo didn't hold back this time, and every strike was real, Jilin found it hard to keep up. Although he could catch every blow, this time was different from last month's sparring. Not only was Luo's strength greater, but his speed was also super fast. And this combination was not a simple addition. The continuous attacks made it difficult for Jilin to hold onto his sword. Finally, after blocking Luo's attack once more, the sword slipped from his grip. In the following time, Jilin focused on training his evasion skills. He found a few small tree branches and hung them one by one with ropes in a line, then randomly made them sway. He charged in with his sword, dodging the swinging wood. As time passed, these wooden pieces became thicker, and with the increased thickness, the distance he needed to dodge also grew larger. At this point, Jilin had to face the aggressively swinging wood. Although he ended up bruised and battered, with the recovery of soul power and sufficient nutrition, Jilin managed to persist in training every day. Through the training with the large wooden pieces, Jilin gradually figured out a bit of technique for absorbing force, making his training easier and more enjoyable. Finally, after nearly 20 days of training, Jilin was able to spar with Luo. Looking at Jilin, who lay exhausted on the ground, Luo couldn't help but feel impressed. This kid learns pretty quickly. In the third month, the roles of Jilin and Luo reversed. Perhaps to fulfill Jilin's wish to hit him, Luo had Jilin start attacking him, even promising to not use soul power to ignite Jilin's enthusiasm. Hearing this, Jilin smiled and quickly stated not to hold a grudge. However, in the following month, Jilin used all his tricks, every underhanded and poor technique he could think of, but the response he received was always the clanging sound. Sometimes, Luo even took advantage of the gaps in Jilin's attacks to deliver a few heavy blows. Jilin also had doubts about Luo secretly using soul power, but he did not perceive it himself. Noticing Jilin's confusion, Luo felt a bit proud, extending 2 fingers to indicate that Jilin was still 2,000 years away from being able to defeat him. By the lake, a shadow flickered, occasionally darting past Luo, who stood holding a sword with one hand, and each encounter was accompanied by a clanging sound. The sword in Jilin's hand was once again knocked away by Luo. Panting and exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, looking at Luo, who appeared calm and unbothered. Jilin couldn't help but wonder just how strong Luo's full power really was. For the past 3 months, he had practiced swordplay every single day without fail. Now, he felt he could easily defeat his past self. Yet Luo still seemed as relaxed and comfortable as before. Jilin truly didn't understand why Luo had taken him as a disciple. Looking at Jilin, who was sprawled on the ground, panting like a bull, Luo replied, "Haven't I told you before? You once asked me this question, and I said that raising a disciple who could sweep through the world would be very interesting. However, others felt it posed no challenge, but for you, it's quite a challenge." Jilin may have doubted whether Luo could do it before, but after these 3 months, it's hard to say if he can sweep through the mixed world. But as for Luo, there is a high possibility. The soul power within him gradually filled up, and Jilin also got up from the ground. It's strange to say, Jilin only needs to rest for a little while, and his soul power can recover quite a bit. Jilin always felt that this was partly due to his own body and partly due to Luo's food. According to Luo, this recovery speed is already faster than the usual soul sect meditation. As for Jilin's meditation recovery speed, it is naturally a bit quicker. Yes, Jilin can meditate now. After every sword practice, Jilin would lie under that tree, looking at the lake, feeling much more relaxed. And with a little technique he learned from Luo, he successfully meditated a month ago. By now, Jilin can easily enter a meditative state. At this point, Luo spoke up You should have reached level 10 by now, right? Yilin nodded. 5 days ago, Jilin's soul power had already stopped growing, and his body felt a sense of saturation. To ensure he had truly reached a bottleneck, Jilin had increased the intensity of his training during the following days. But there was not the slightest improvement. Thus, Jilin was truly certain that he had reached level 10. Then let's prepare to obtain your first soul ring. A soul ring? It seemed that Luo noticed Jilin's hesitation and asked curiously, "What? Are you wondering what kind of soul ring to choose?" "Not really. I'm just a bit worried." Luo looked even more puzzled. "You're not worried that I can't help you obtain your soul ring, are you? Although, with your physical quality, the first soul ring will be higher, but it doesn't need to be 100,000 years, right?" "No, I'm thinking, although your guess is correct, my soul power will grow stronger with physical training, or rather, becoming stronger, but in the end, I still don't have a true martial soul. Can I absorb a soul ring?" Luo let out a sigh of relief. "I thought it was something else. Let me ask you, what do you think is the essence of soul ring?" Jilin thought for a while before tentatively saying, "Energy? That's right. It's energy. A soul ring condenses the vast majority of a soul beast's energy, considered the essence of its body, except for certain specific parts. The energy contained in other parts after the soul beast's death is negligible. And if the soul beast's soul power far exceeds its age, it will overflow after death, forming a special energy body called a soul bone." "Oh, so according to you, since there is soul power within me," Jilin became more excited, "then I can absorb soul power, and since soul rings are made up of soul power, that means I can absorb soul rings." Luo nodded in satisfaction. "Exactly. So get ready today, and tomorrow we will set off for the Sunset Forest." Hearing this, Jilin asked a bit shyly, "Can we go to the Stardew Forest?" Luo found it a bit strange. It's just the first soul ring. Isn't there much difference between the Stardew Forest and the Sunset Forest? Or are you planning to go back to settle scores? Jilin nodded, not intending to hide it. He did have that plan, but the main reason was that there was a soul beast he had already confirmed, which he wanted to make his first soul ring. Luo raised her eyebrows in surprise, looking at Jilin as if she didn't expect him to admit it directly. She had originally planned to refuse, as the Stardew Forest was much farther than the Sunset Forest, but after thinking it over, she decided it wouldn't hurt to take a few more days and nodded in agreement. Seeing Luo agree, Jilin couldn't hide the joy on his face, saying, "Little Tiger is waiting for me to come find you to cuddle." Chapter 18. Return to Stardew outside the Stardew Great Forest. Two figures appeared in the small town. One was a middle-aged man with white hair and a long sword hanging at his waist, looking quite ordinary, while the other was much younger, carrying a large bag. These two were naturally Jilin and Luo, who had come from Tiando. After nearly 3 days of travel, they returned to the hotel where they had first met. Looking at the collapsed building in front of him, Jilin was somewhat surprised. "Is this the hotel? How did it end up like this after a few months?" He looked suspiciously at Luo beside him. Noticing Jilin's gaze, Luo waved her hand helplessly, indicating that she didn't know either. With this confusion, the two checked into another more upscale hotel. The price, of course, was considerably higher, nearly 50% more than the previous one. However, the facilities and environment were naturally better. Moreover, the background was also quite solid, with the Seven Treasures glazed tile school emblem on the sign, so it seemed unlikely anyone would cause trouble there. Seeing that the soul masters at this hotel were all behaving themselves, Jilin felt particularly emotional, wondering why they hadn't come to work at this hotel before. Perhaps they wouldn't have encountered so many troublesome matters. As for where the two obtained their funds, Jilin explained that there were always some kind-hearted people who generously contributed along the way. However, Jilin did not kill them, but just knocked them out. Luo expressed her disagreement with Jilin's approach, as they were not good people. Those who robbed on the road had blood on their hands to some extent, and killing them would be doing a service to the people. Jilin strongly agreed with Luo's words and also knew that they were not good people. However, he still lacked the courage to kill and let Luo give them a quick end. After Luo put those few people out of their misery, he looked at Jilin and found him standing there with a calm expression, not feeling any disgust or fear. Curiously, he asked Jilin if he had seen such a scene before. Jilin just smiled and didn't speak. Since it was Luo Dong's hand, Jilin treated it as if he had watched a horror movie. After all, he had seen some films with more explicit content, so he felt it was nothing special. Back to the point, since a certain soul master didn't have a storage soul guide, all the items they brought were carried by Jilin. After settling the luggage, Jilin went to the restaurant, where Luo had already ordered the meal and was enjoying it heartily, occasionally exclaiming some warnings like, "Damn, this is really good." After 3 months of being together, Jilin had gained a lot, and Luo had also learned quite a bit from him. The surrounding guests heard Luo's words. Although they didn't know what it meant, they still felt it wasn't anything good. Many people had already begun to cast their gazes toward Luo, contemplating whether to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Jilin crossed the restaurant and sat down opposite Luo. Although he wanted to pretend he didn't recognize him, he couldn't bear to give up this valuable connection. Can you tone it down a bit? I'm almost embarrassed to say I know you. Just be casual. It's not a big deal. Besides, would they dare? A faint pressure emanated from Luo, causing those who were eavesdropping to sit up straight, appearing as obedient as possible. Noticing that the nearby gazes had vanished, Jilin couldn't help but think, sigh, my mediocre thoughts really can't keep up with these geniuses. After finishing their meal, the two leaned back in their chairs, their bellies full. While the waiter was clearing the table, Jilin asked about the situation with Haichuan's hotel. The waiter explained that recently, two high-level soul masters had a serious conflict and fought. Although it was stopped in time, many shops were affected, including Haichuan's hotel, which was directly hit by a soul technique. Haichuan's hotel was particularly unfortunate, as it was struck by soul technique and completely disappeared. After hearing the whole story, Jilin was a bit speechless. It seemed that only novels required logic, as reality was so unreasonable. If this were in a novel, Haichuan and his hotel would surely still be thriving, just waiting for the protagonist to return and show off. It seems I really am not the protagonist. I even said I would repay Haichuan. So I forget it. The dead are the most important. After reflecting, Jilin returned to his room, ready to rest and shake off the fatigue from traveling, preparing for the soul ring hunt starting the next day. As for Luo, he had long disappeared without a trace. Jilin was already used to it. During their training, Luo often mysteriously vanished, and Jilin guessed he was off getting a foot massage. But whenever Jilin needed Luo, he would always appear. The next day, after a night of rest, Jilin, full of energy, looked at the yawning Luo, his mouth twitching. Although he was curious about how Luo spent the previous night, he dismissed the thought, knowing he still needed Luo's help with his soul ring. He decided to ask later. A few months ago, the appearance of the Titan giant ape had caused the lower-level soul beast to quiet down for a while, but time, the most powerful weapon in the world, erases all traces. The once prominent ape path had also disappeared, leaving only moss-covered stumps to testify to its past glory. Returning to the old site, Jilin didn't feel particularly sentimental. He merely looked around casually, as he had been fleeing back then and hadn't had the mood to appreciate the primitive forest. Now that he had the opportunity, he intended to take it all in. To be fair, the scenery of this other world was indeed beautiful. Trees that could be embraced by two people were everywhere, and various colorful flowers and grasses grew on the ground, with the most common being the blue silver grass, which could be seen almost everywhere. Some grass even grew taller than Jilin. The variety of soul beasts they encountered along the way truly opened Jilin's eyes. Following the remnants of the stumps, it only took Jilin and Luo 3 days to reach the place where the golden tiger and the black shin scorpion had fought. Jilin was leading the way, and Luo didn't ask why they were taking this route, merely lazily following behind. This made Jilin feel both puzzled and relieved. Glad he didn't have to come up with excuses. After all, concocting a series of lies was no small task. Seeing Jilin stop, Luo realized they had arrived at their destination and said to Jilin, "So we're here? What soul beast are you interested in?" Jilin described the appearance of the golden tiger to Luo. After hearing Jilin's description, Luo rested his right hand on his chin, seeming to ponder something. Seeing Luo like this, Jilin thought he might know about this soul beast and asked, "So, do you know anything about it?" "Not really. I just think tiger-type soul beasts are quite good and suitable for you." Jilin had thought Luo would know a bit more, at least the name of the tiger. But unexpectedly, Luo was just as clueless as he was. "Now I believe even more that you and I are the same kind of person. So how did you choose your soul ring?" I can't remember." Jilin looked around after hearing this and said, "Speaking of which, I still don't know how many soul rings you have. Are we going to hunt soul beasts soon? Knowing your level would make me feel more at ease." Luo, however, did not answer and just replied mysteriously, "You'll find out later." Jilin is not someone who likes to dig deep into things, and since Luo didn't say anything, Jilin didn't ask further. He just focused on finding clues about Gung Jin who were around him. Seeing Jilin like this, Luo also didn't hold back and directly asked, "Why are you not talking? Are you unhappy?" Jilin was a bit confused. "I didn't speak because I was looking for that tiger. Also, why do you think I would be angry just because you didn't tell me how many spirit rings you have? It's like I didn't tell you why I came here to hunt that tiger. Who doesn't have one or two things they can't bring themselves to say?" After saying this, he moved deeper into the forest, quickly disappearing behind the foliage. Luo was a bit surprised and stood there in a daze, chuckling. This kid is quite interesting. But if he knew I knew why he came here, would he still say that? Chapter 19. The first spirit ring. Finding a specific spirit beast in a vast forest was not an easy task. After searching all day, Jilin hadn't even found a single tiger hair. Damn it, if I don't want to see it, it comes looking for me. If I want to see it, I can't find it anywhere. I'm fed up. Looking at the sky, he noticed that the sun was about to set. There was no choice. Jilin could only return to the campsite he'd set up 3 days prior. After all, wandering alone in the starry forest at night was not something Jilin could handle. Upon returning to the campsite, Jilin looked at Luo, who was leisurely lying by the campfire, and said with dissatisfaction, "If you were willing to help me look for it, I might have already gone home by now." Luo turned over to face Jilin and said, Kid, you need to understand that I am your master now, here to help you hunt spirit rings. And it's already generous of me to cook for you. Don't expect me to help you find spirit beasts as well. We agreed on this beforehand." While eating the roasted meat made by Luo, Jilin knew that it was already good enough for Luo to be able to cook. But not having any news about the first spirit ring after these few days made him a bit anxious. He had previously asked Luo for help, but Luo had directly stated that he would choose between cooking and looking for spirit beasts. At first, Jilin chose for Luo to look for spirit beasts. But Luo wasn't serious about it. Within just 1 day, Jilin caught Luo slacking off several times. With no other option, Jilin had to let him handle the cooking. But to be fair, Luo's food was quite delicious, surprising Jilin with his culinary skills. As for bringing some dry food, Jilin felt that being able to carry a tent and other supplies like insect repellent powder without a soul guide was already impressive. Originally, Jilin hadn't planned to bring a tent, but Luo insisted that if he didn't bring one, he wouldn't go. Reluctantly, Jilin had to bring it along. At first, Jilin looked down on the tent, but now, lying inside it, he found it quite cozy. At that moment, Luo, lying beside him, suddenly spoke, "Kid, don't sleep too deeply tonight." Darkness gradually enveloped the entire forest, and the campfire outside the tent became the only source of light. For some reason, the forest seemed particularly quiet tonight, as if all the insects had disappeared. A figure was crouched in the darkness, a pair of exceptionally bright eyes fixated on the campfire. Not moving at all, the unattended campfire quickly burned through the firewood, leaving only glowing embers. It was at this moment that the figure moved, quietly approaching the now extinguished campfire. Jilin lay in the tent, not closing his eyes. He was unsure whether what Luo said earlier was true or false, but he still wanted to believe that Luo was not just speaking without purpose. After spending these days together, Jilin had come to understand Luo a bit. Despite his lazy demeanor, he was a reliable person and had never made a joke before. However, even after the campfire outside had gone out, there was still no movement. Is Luo playing with me? Jilin couldn't help but think this as he turned to look at Luo, who was soundly asleep. Did I misjudge him? Just as Jilin was lost in thought, a figure was now less than 10 meters from the tent. At that moment, Jilin seemed to hear a faint sound of breathing. If it weren't for the fact that he had become extremely sensitive since learning meditation, he might not have heard it in such a quiet environment, especially with his heightened senses. It wasn't the snoring of Luo beside him, nor was it his own breathing. The intervals of this breathing were quite long, seemingly intentionally kept, and incredibly subtle. Jilin still felt a bit nervous and touched the sword beside him, feeling slightly reassured. Has it come? The figure approached with an elegant and gentle posture, savoring the familiar scent inside the tent. Gung Jinhu felt that his already full stomach could still accommodate a bit more. Gung Jinhu knew well that this was the moment most prone to failure. So he suppressed his excitement and became even more cautious and careful. Whoosh, a metal rod shot out from the tent, heading straight for Gung Jinhu's face. Gung Jinhu was caught off guard, not expecting that he had already been discovered, and even more surprised that the prey would launch an attack on him. However, the metal rod did not stop due to Gung Jinhu's moment of daze. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. But Gung Jinhu, having carved out a place for himself in the starry forest, was no ordinary person. Just as the metal rod was about to hit, a platinum glow emerged from Gung Jinhu's body. Clang! Gung Jinhu was knocked back a step, while the metal rod flew off into an unknown direction. Stepping out of the tent, Jilin saw the figure glowing with golden light, stunned for a second, then gathered his soul power and rushed out at an unpredictable speed, bringing his sword down towards the head. I miss you so much. Gung Jinhu had yet to react when Jilin had already struck down upon the golden light. After undergoing the baptism of soul power, Jilin's strength was not weak to begin with, and with 3 months of training and Luo's mysterious cooking, the dull sword in his hand felt like a heavy hammer. Even with the protection of the golden light, Gung Jinhu was struck senseless, momentarily unable to find his bearings. Jilin was also unyielding. Seeing that Gung Jinhu hadn't reacted, he grabbed his big sword and started swinging it wildly, making a clanging sound, causing the golden light to sway. With the support of soul power, Jilin's strength rose to another level. While swinging the big sword, Jilin didn't hold back his words either. "What's wrong, brother tiger? Come on, don't mind our friendship. Let's go. Oh no, use your claws." Aside from the first sword that had a running start, the rest didn't really have much of an impact on Gung Jinhu. When Gung Jinhu finally reacted from the aftermath of the first sword and saw the food he had teased earlier attacking him, he instantly became furious. A loud tiger roar echoed throughout the silent camp. Jilin was also stunned by the sudden roar, momentarily frozen in place. Gung Jinhu would not let this opportunity slip away. Its claws shot out from its right paw, the golden light on them not as dazzling as the rest of its body, but more condensed. It swung directly at Jilin. With all his might, Jilin tried to break free from the tiger's roar and desperately retreated, hoping to dodge it. However, the tiger's claw still drew blood. Drops of blood fell to the ground. Feeling the fiery pain on his face and the blood dripping from his chin, Jilin knew he couldn't escape unscathed. Taking a deep breath, he cursed, "Damn it, I wasn't that handsome to begin with, and now I've ruined my looks. How am I supposed to attract girls in the future?" Saying this, he charged forward again with his sword drawn. Seeing Jilin rushing towards him, Gung Jinhu let out a low growl and charged back with all 4 limbs. The distance between them closed rapidly. Jilin raised his sword while Gung Jinhu lifted its paw, and their attacks collided in front of one man and one beast, transcending time and space. As for the outcome, looking at the less than 1 foot blade in his hand and the 3 unclear objects on the ground, then glancing at Gung Jinhu licking its paws not far away, Jilin instinctively blurted out, "I report this, someone is cheating." But Gung Jinhu didn't care about any cheating. It lowered its paw and charged at Jilin again, having had enough fun. This time it really meant to say goodbye. Watching the golden tiger charging towards him, Jilin sighed, reached behind him to pull out another sword, and threw it at his target. After doing this, he turned around, placed his left index and middle fingers on his lips, slightly parted them, inhaled, and then slowly exhaled upwards. Facing the sword Jilin had thrown, Gung Jinhu scoffed, and upon seeing Jilin turn away, it thought he had given up the struggle, becoming even prouder. Nevertheless, it silently thickened the golden light around its head. As Jilin approached, Gung Jinhu's expression suddenly became dazed. Then the golden light dissipated, and it crashed to the ground. Hearing the noise behind him, Jilin slowly turned around, looked at the tiger's head with the sword hilt embedded in it, walked up, pulled it out, and then flicked it, sending the blood on the blade splattering to the ground, forming a streak of blood. "My lord, times have changed." After a while, Jilin spoke slowly. At some point, Luo had appeared and witnessed the entire process. After a long silence, he walked forward, snatched the sword from Jilin's hand, and sheathed it. Turning back with a complicated expression, he looked at Jilin. "I've lived this long, and it's the first time I've seen someone use a sword like that." "Well, today you witnessed it." A rich purple hue slowly appeared on the tiger's body as Jilin sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb his first soul ring. The top-quality Gung Jinhu's soul ring of 2,300 years. Chapter 20. First Soul Skill. Jilin had previously asked Luo about what year of soul ring he should absorb. Luo indicated that based on Jilin's current physical condition, there shouldn't be much of a problem with a soul ring under 3,000 years. Although Luo couldn't determine the age of Soul Beast just by looking, he could still ascertain that this soul ring did not exceed 3,000 years based on its color and the strength of its soul power. The purple soul ring was drawn to Jilin's head, and immediately a powerful energy surged from the soul ring, rushing towards Jilin, who was seated below. Jilin immediately felt that the soul power within him was slowly increasing, and a feeling of fullness spread throughout his body, making him feel quite comfortable after just battling with the Gung Jin tiger, causing an involuntary smile to appear on his face. This 1,000-year soul ring isn't so bad, is it? It feels quite easy. Should I look for slightly older soul beast next time? Just as Jilin was still contemplating whether absorbing the soul ring was a bit of a loss, he realized that his state had already reached its peak, and he could no longer accept any more soul power. However, the soul ring above his head continued to pour out soul power endlessly. The excess soul power began to surge chaotically within Jilin's body. He gritted his teeth, feeling as if he were a balloon being constantly inflated. The sensation was truly indescribable. Damn, it feels so full. Jilin also knew that a journey of 100 miles begins with a half at 90, let alone not knowing whether he had reached 90 yet. So he could not give up. Looking at Jilin, who was trembling all over with a grim expression, Luo wondered if he was being a bit too pushy. Although this tiger was not over 3,000 years old, its species was undoubtedly one of the best among tiger-type soul beasts. Killing an ordinary 3,000-year-old beast would be a piece of cake. Should he intervene? Although it would have a considerable impact on him, he also had ways to handle it. It would just be a bit of trouble. But if he did this, should he give up on him? After all, if he couldn't even get past this, he wouldn't have the ability to kill. Just as Luo was contemplating whether to intervene, a wave of energy emanated from Jilin, sweeping outward and bending the surrounding flowers and grass. Seeing this, Luo gave up on the idea of intervening. It seemed that he had succeeded. For now, he would not compete with that guy to avoid being accused of bullying the weak. The purple soul ring no longer hovered above, but gradually descended towards Jilin, indicating that he had successfully absorbed the soul ring this time. Shifting his attention away from Jilin, he caught sight of the tiger beside him, its blood staining the soil beneath it. He touched the sword at his waist, feeling a bit frustrated. He would have to teach him swordsmanship when they returned. How would he face others if news got out? Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly paused, stepped forward, and with his right hand, brought his index and middle fingers together and lightly swiped. The supposed tough tiger skin, along with flesh and blood, seemed to be cut open by an invisible blade. Looking at what was inside, Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and glance back at Jilin, who was still sitting cross-legged. This kid has some good luck. Jilin was still enduring that ubiquitous feeling of expansion, not only physically, but also a kind of inexplicable expansion that seemed to come from nowhere, making him feel as if his soul was expanding as well. He didn't know how much longer this would last, nor how much longer he could hold on. He hoped it would end soon. At that moment, the sensation of expansion dissipated at an astonishing speed, and Jilin felt as if he had transcended, like a river transforming into the sea, experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease. However, this feeling came and went suddenly, disappearing before Jilin could truly savor it. Jilin opened his eyes while savoring that feeling, but he didn't see Luo's figure. Looking around, he found Luo standing in front of the tiger's corpse. What was he doing? Curiously, Jilin walked over. As he got closer, he noticed a long cut on the tiger's right front leg. He felt a bit embarrassed and pointed, saying, "I didn't expect you to have this kind of hobby. I couldn't tell at all." Luo glanced at Jilin but didn't reply, simply inserting his hand into the cut and fiddling with something. Seeing the scene, Jilin couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He didn't expect Luo's hobby to be even more bizarre, and he instinctively stepped back a few paces. Pulling his hand out, Luo looked at Jilin, who was standing not too close, and beckoned with his index finger, smiling. "Why are you standing so far away? Come over." Jilin looked at Luo Na's bloodstained hands and made up his mind not to go over. "No need, you can just talk from there. I can hear you clearly." "No, when you killed those robbers before, you didn't feel much, right? Why are you afraid of this?" Jilin didn't say anything, just quietly watched. Every time Luo took a step closer, Jilin would take 2 steps back. Seeing this, Luo realized that he couldn't get close to Jilin, and helplessly said, all right, I'll go wash up." As he spoke, he threw something covered in blood towards Jilin. Jilin quickly dodged, letting it fall to the ground. Luo felt a bit indignant, thinking Jilin was truly ungrateful. After saying that, he went inside to clean up. Curious about the object on the ground, Jilin poked it with a stick a few times and found it didn't move, which made him feel relieved. He prepared to observe it carefully, but feeling the light was insufficient, he went to get a torch. "This is the bone, and it looks like a bone from that part. It seems so broken. Moreover, it also seems to have soul power. Could it be a soul bone?" Thinking it might be a soul bone, Jilin didn't mind the blood and flesh on it anymore. He directly picked it up and tried to inject a trace of soul power into it. The bone shook, and the blood and flesh were immediately shaken off, revealing the white bone inside. Is this a soul bone? Curiously examining the bone in his hand that had golden patterns on its surface, he thought it looked quite small. At that moment, Luo returned, wiping his hands. Seeing Jilin examining the soul bone, he joked, "Oh, look who's not picky anymore." Ignoring Luo's teasing, Jilin asked, "Is this a soul bone?" Luo replied irritably, "Otherwise would I have gone through so much trouble to dig it out?" With Luo's answer, Jilin finally confirmed it, but he felt that it seemed a bit underdeveloped. 1,000-year soul beast producing a soul bone is already impressive. What more could he want? By the way, how's your soul skill? Don't rush, let me see. After absorbing the soul ring, Jilin didn't receive any information about the soul skill and thought he might have to figure it out himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple soul ring rose beneath his feet, flickering for a moment, but nothing happened. The soul ring flickered a few more times, yet still nothing occurred. Luo was a bit puzzled, thinking it was a self-enhancing soul skill, but he didn't feel any improvement in Jilin's aura. Curiously, he asked, "What effect does your soul skill have?" Jilin lowered his head, his voice a bit hoarse, asking what effect it had. There was no soul skill at all, so where would the effect come from? Luo also didn't expect the situation to be like this. Just as he wanted to say something, he didn't know how to start. "I'll go over there to calm down." After saying that, without waiting for Luo to respond, darkness enveloped Jilin's figure. Luo stayed in place, not intending to comfort Jilin. Not only did Jilin want to be alone for a while, but Luo also needed to think about what to do next. After all, my time is limited. Should I really go for it? It feels so low class. Chapter 21, Absorbing the Soul Bone. Jilin never expected that after absorbing the soul ring, he wouldn't gain any soul skills, which left him at a loss. Leaning against a tree, he reflected on the hardships of the past 3 months. Although he had made significant progress, Jilin still lacked confidence in confronting other soul masters. Just today, he struggled to deal with a single strengthened defense and attack from the Metal Tiger, relying heavily on Luo's martial soul. What would he do if he faced other soul masters with more and weirder soul skills? Sigh, why has everything been going wrong lately? However, there are still some benefits from absorbing the soul ring. Not only had his soul power significantly increased, but he also no longer felt the previous bottleneck. Clenching his fist, he wondered if his physical fitness had also improved. Thinking that he hadn't gained nothing from this journey, Jilin felt much more relaxed. After a while, he felt that there was nothing more to worry about. After all, he had faced quite a few setbacks recently, and his ability to cope had greatly improved compared to before. This soul bone could be considered his biggest gain of the night, right? He thought about whether he could sell it for a good price, remembering that soul bones should be quite rare. As for the idea of keeping the soul bone for himself, Jilin had considered it, but he knew he couldn't obtain this soul bone without Luo's help. Moreover, Luo was much stronger than him. After thinking it over, he decided not to keep it for himself. Back at the camp, looking at the rekindled campfire and a piece of roasted meat nearby, a warm feeling surged in his heart. "Luo, how much do you think this soul bone can sell for?" Sitting by the campfire and watching the sizzling meat, Jilin shouted into the tent. After a long while, there was no response. Peeking into the tent, he found that Luo was not inside. Where'd he go again? Jilin was already used to Luo's frequent disappearances. Carefully watching over the roasted meat, once it was done, he moved it away from the campfire. Bored, he fiddled with the soul bone in his hand, thinking about how to spend the money after selling it. Maybe he should go to the daylight night for a meal. He didn't even get a bite last time. After waiting for a while, the roasted meat started to cool down again, so Jilin placed it back by the campfire. He repeated the process of roasting and moving it away, cooling it down, and roasting it again. After several rounds, dawn broke. Jilin also sensed that something was wrong. He put the roasted meat aside, quickly got up, and began to search the surroundings. An hour later, Jilin returned to the camp without finding any clues about Luo. Upon entering the tent again, Jilin made a new discovery: a thin book, a dagger, and a letter. Opening the letter, he read, "Kid, although I don't know why you, as a person from another world, have some understanding of Douluo continent and even vaguely guess my identity, it doesn't matter much now. Due to certain reasons, I had to leave, and perhaps we won't meet again in the future. Consider that dagger as my last gift to you. Use it when you're in danger, but remember, it's only for one time, so think carefully. As for that book, consider it a training plan I prepared for you. Practice well. If you can finish it, you can go to this place. Perhaps you'll gain something. I don't know what kind of world you lived in before, but from you, it seems like a good place. However, you are not suited for this world right now. You need to make some changes. All right, as you would say, all good things must come to an end. May we meet again if fate allows." At the bottom of the letter is an address. If you don't want to eat, then forget it. After reading the letter, Jilin carefully put it away, packed his tent and other belongings, slung his bag over his shoulder, and began his journey back. He took a bite of the roasted meat in his hand. After multiple rounds of heating, it naturally didn't taste very good. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and said, "This is really damn awful." Following the same path he took before, perhaps due to having walked it 3 times, Jilin returned to the small town in just one day. He casually found a hotel to stay in. Leaning against the headboard, Jilin took out the letter again and read the words on it once more. He suddenly swung his hand that was holding the letter and said, "What do you mean certain reasons? Isn't it just that you think I don't have a soul skill? Just wait. One day I will pin you down and rub you into the ground." The next morning, Jilin, with his bag on his back, completely left the Stardow forest, not knowing how long it would be until he returned again. Jilin was also thinking about where to go next. His soul ring was not convenient to reveal, as it seemed no one had a 1,000-year soul ring as their first one. Once it was shown, he might attract unwanted attention. Right now, he didn't have much power to protect himself, and as for the dagger left by Luo, Jilin was reluctant to use it just like that. He had flipped through that book a few times. Most of it was about the methods of training and what level to reach, while the rest covered the usage and techniques of soul power. The urgent matter was to find a place to stay. It wasn't until evening that Jilin found a small village called Lawn Village, with only over 80 households. When Jilin entered the village, he was surrounded by about 10 young men wielding hoes, pitchforks, and other farming tools. The leader was an elderly man with graying hair but a strong physique. Seeing the old man looking lively in the late hours, Jilin couldn't help but admire his good health. "Old man, I'm just a passing traveler. The day is getting late, and I would like to stay the night in your esteemed place." Hearing his own words, Jilin nodded to himself, thinking that those episodes of Journey to the West were not watched in vain. Unexpectedly, the old man immediately puffed his cheeks and glared. "Old man? You're the old man. Your whole family are old men. I'm only 45 this year. Can that be considered old? I just developed a bit early." Hearing this, Jilin carefully examined the person in front of him. With graying hair, dark skin, a white beard, and many wrinkles on his face, he looked like a little old man in his 60s. However, Jilin did not dwell on it and inquired whether he could stay overnight in the village. At first, the little old man, oh no, the middle-aged man, was unwilling and coldly said, "Sorry, we don't have any vacant rooms." Seeing the gold soul coins Jilin tossed in his hand, he still looked disdainful. But when Jilin took out a few more coins, the man's face immediately filled with smiles. "Welcome, please come in." He even sent the villagers surrounding them back home. Following behind, Jilin observed his surroundings. The wooden houses were thatched with straw, and occasionally there were houses with wooden roofs, with a considerable distance between them. After walking for a while, they arrived at a small patch of bamboo forest, and the man pointed to the houses among the bamboo, saying, "Guest, what do you think?" Jilin didn't expect there to be such a place in this village. Curiously, he asked, "Do you specifically run it in here?" "No, Hongfu is the owner of this house. A couple of days ago, his son awakened his soul power, so the whole family moved to Swoto City. To gather enough money for their new place, they sold this to me." After looking around the environment, which was quite nice and relatively far from the other villagers, he immediately decided, "All right, this will do." The man smiled and said, "Then the rent." Jilin handed him a gold soul coin and asked, "How many days can you stay?" After taking the coin, the man thought for a moment and replied, "Half a month." Jilin felt it was acceptable and said, "All right, by the way, how should I address you?" "My name is Yang Gue. Just call me Old Yang." "Okay, Old Yang, then I'll head in first." "Sure, let me know if you need anything." After seeing Old Yang off, Jilin walked into the house. The house was not large, consisting of a kitchen, a living room, and 2 bedrooms, one big and one small. He touched the tabletop and found no dust, then placed his luggage down. Jilin walked into the big bedroom. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took out the soul bone, although he had previously considered selling it. He didn't know when he would get another soul bone, and he didn't have a soul skill, so it should be able to give him a nice skill. After the enhancement from the soul ring, Jilin's perception had greatly improved, and he hadn't found any soul masters in this village. This was also a significant reason for Jilin's decision to absorb here. Let's get started. Chapter 22. Gilded gold. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, shining on Jilin's face. His eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes with a flash of golden light in his black pupils. Slowly exhaling, Jilin got out of bed and stretched his body that had been sitting cross-legged all night. The bones creaked, feeling extremely comfortable. Jilin was in a good mood. It seemed he had acquired a nice skill. Lifting his right hand, he felt the power within it and couldn't help but nod secretly. Had the strength of his right hand increased? Although not by much, it was still good, and as he circulated his soul power, his exposed palm was bathed in a layer of golden light with some fine white patterns. Why was it reversed? Shouldn't it be white with golden patterns? Well, never mind. Why bother with that? However, he took off his clothes. His entire right arm was covered in a faint golden light, while the other parts remained the same. Because the soul bone was not complete, could it not cover the whole body like that tiger? Moreover, The tiger's entire body radiated golden light for protection, while I felt it was directly covering my skin, unable to protect my clothes. Damn, it's so much worse than the original. Jilin couldn't help but complain. Complaints aside, Jilin was still very satisfied with this soul skill. After all, if he guessed correctly, this soul skill was useful for both offense and defense. He walked out of the bamboo house, casually picked up a fallen branch from the ground, and circulated his soul power. The golden light once again floated on his right arm. He tried to slowly inject soul power into the branch, and it exploded instantly. Jilin was unwilling to give up and found another branch. This time, he was even more careful than the last, injecting his soul power more slowly. There were no unexpected incidents this time. A faint golden light appeared on the branch. Was the golden light on his arm much lighter? Jilin didn't pay much attention. After all, the soul power he used wasn't too much. It seemed that the more soul power used, the more golden light there would be. He came to a bamboo tree and struck it with the branch in his hand, not using much force. With a snap, the bamboo fell. Looking at the break, there were quite a few splinters. The branch in his hand also broke into 2 pieces. He found another branch and repeated the same steps, with the only difference being that Jilin used a level of soul power between the first and second attempts. The bamboo branch cut through the bamboo and, as expected, broke into 2 pieces, while the bamboo itself remained unharmed. The next second, the bamboo fell, revealing a smooth cut. He stepped forward and touched it, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, quite sharp, but the consumption was also considerable. In just over a minute, he had consumed more than half of his soul power. If he hadn't absorbed the first soul ring, which doubled his soul power, he would have probably run out by now. After figuring out the specific effects and consumption, Jilin was very satisfied. The only regret was that the golden light could only manifest on his right arm. Trying to move it to other parts felt like a blocked pipeline, impossible to shift. What name should he give this soul skill? At first glance, its manifestation was quite similar to armed color domineering, but it wasn't black. It resembled gold foil embedded on the surface. So, he decided to call it Gilded Gold. After naming it, Jilin walked into the village. At this time, it was time to pay homage to his own 5 internal organs temple. After all, a person is made of iron and food is steel. One meal skip makes one feel uneasy. With money paving the way, things went smoothly. After finishing breakfast at a villager's house, Jilin returned to the bamboo house and opened a manual left by Luo. Thus, Jilin began a new round of training in this village called Lawn Village. The book emphasized strength and explosiveness, offering many training methods for Jilin to choose from. Based on his actual situation, Jilin formulated the following plan. In the morning, he dragged a stone several times larger than himself around the bamboo forest until he could no longer move. After a short rest, he began to chop the fallen bamboo leaves with a sword. In the afternoon, he trained his reaction ability within a certain range using 10 bamboo stalks. At first, Jilin could barely take a few steps while dragging the giant stone before needing to stop to catch his breath. He could only chop aimlessly at the leaves without successfully cutting through any. His dodging was decent since he had practiced similar moves before. But this time Jilin set a smaller area for himself, and the bamboo stalks swung toward him in a fan shape, making it impossible to dodge completely, resulting in some striking him. Although the soul ring did not grant Jilin any soul skills, it seemed that all his abilities had doubled, including but not limited to soul power, strength, speed, recovery, digestive capacity, energy, and even mental strength seemed to be included. This was also an important reason why Jilin could persevere. Occasionally meditating at night, he would more often move a bamboo chair to the courtyard and gaze at the night sky above, unsure whether he was admiring the moon or watching the stars. Time quietly passed in this cycle, and before he knew it, nearly 4 months had gone by. Jilin had completed this phase of training and could now drag the giant stone around the bamboo forest for 20 laps, roughly 8,000 meters. The falling bamboo leaves could also be split into 2 without him noticing, and the 100 bamboo stalks arranged in a circular pattern could no longer touch the hem of Jilin's clothes. The villagers of Jilin and Lanshan have also become familiar with each other. After all, so many meals from the 100 families are not for nothing. After getting to know Old Yang's family, Jilin couldn't help but marvel at how impressive the genes of the Yang family are. He still remembers the first time he went to Old Yang's house for a meal. The person who opened the door was a man who was half a head shorter than Jilin, with a full face of stubble. It's worth noting that Jilin is no longer the 179.8 centimeters tall Jilin. He has gone through second growth spurt and is now 185 centimeters tall. Being half a head shorter than Jilin, he must be around 172 meters tall, and with that mature appearance, Jilin consciously asked, "Brother, is Yang Gui home?" The man turned around and shouted into the yard, "Dad, someone is looking for you?" At the dinner table, old Yang introduced him, saying, "This is my son, Yang Jie." Then he added to his son, "This is the sole master from the village, called Brother." Jilin quickly waved his hand and said, "Village chief, your son looks older than me, so isn't it a bit inappropriate to call me brother?" Yang Gui asked Jilin's age, and after receiving the answer, he stated that his son is only 8 years old this year, so he did not make a mistake. Jilin looked at the bearded man across from him who was smiling at him and exclaimed in surprise, "This guy is only 8 years old." In any case, after this incident, Jilin rarely went to old Yang's house to eat. After finishing today's training, Jilin felt that sense of saturation again. He decided to hunt a soul beast tomorrow to add his second soul ring. When the next morning arrived, Jilin packed his bag and went out. Just as he reached the village entrance, he noticed that the villagers were waiting there. During these 4 months, Jilin had helped the villagers quite a bit, and many of them expressed that they had never seen a soul master like him. Among the villagers who came to see him off, the performance of the village chief, Yang Gui, was particularly outstanding. Tears and snot mixed as he held onto Jilin's sleeve and said, "Why are you leaving so soon? You haven't even met my niece yet." Earlier, when Yang Gui learned that Jilin was a soul master, he had said that he would introduce his niece to him. Although she was just a niece and not closely related to Yang Gui, Jilin felt that any connection with Yang Gui should be nipped in the bud. Thus, Jilin left Lan Village with large strides amid the villagers' farewells and Yang Gui's sobs. Chapter 23. Soto's observations after thinking it over. Jilin did not choose to go to Stardow Forest to obtain his second soul ring, not only because Luo was no longer there, but also because it was a bit dangerous. After all, the waters there were not shallow. Moreover, he suddenly remembered that the Soul Master competition, which occupied a large portion of the original work, was about to begin. Since he had come to this world, it would be unreasonable not to take a look. So Jilin set off towards Tiando City again. However, at this moment, there was an even more important issue at hand: making money. Jilin was out of money. After several months of expenses, the funds he had acquired from kind-hearted people were nearly exhausted. Having learned from past experiences, Jilin naturally did not want to work for others again. Thus, he logically turned his gaze to a quicker way to make money mentioned in the original work, the Great Soul Arena. With a map he had purchased earlier in hand, Jilin headed towards Soto City, the economic center of the Balik Kingdom. After receiving an information form at the front desk, Jilin filled it out with some modifications. He hesitated a bit in the martial soul section, pondering for a moment while stroking his chin, and finally wrote down the 4 characters body protection golden light. "Jilin, I want to tell you that I can't write the character Lu in Douluo language, Afterwards, Jilin followed the instructions to the testing room for soul power at the Great Soul Arena. The room was small, about 10 square meters, and in the center was a delicate black stone pillar, on top of which was a, glass ball. Seeing Jilin looking around, the staff member beside him did not say anything, only using a formulaic tone to say, "Please place one hand on the crystal ball and circulate your soul power." Jilin followed the instructions. The crystal ball erupted with a powerful suction, and Jilin's soul power uncontrollably surged into it. Wow, this suction is quite strong. If it could drain a person's soul power completely, it would be an essential tool for home travel, killing, and arson. Although he thought this in his mind, it didn't show on Jilin's face. After about 5 seconds, the suction of the crystal ball suddenly stopped, and then a blue light gradually brightened from the bottom, filling half of the crystal ball. However, the boundary line was a bit dim. Seeing this, the staff wrote down 19 in the soul power column and then sent Jilin out. What puzzled him was the look of regret on Jilin's face. After submitting the registration fee of 10 golden soul coins along with the form, Jilin received an iron token after a short wait. The token had no special features, just a character Luo in the center. After submitting the soul fighting application, Jilin was quickly taken to the 12th fighting arena. As soon as he entered the preparation room, several gazes were directed at him. Although Jilin is not socially anxious, being stared at does make him somewhat uncomfortable. So he quickly found an empty seat to sit down, giving him a chance to observe. In the lounge, besides Jilin, there were 4 other people, 3 of whom had looked at him to varying degrees before. Only one person, a burly middle-aged man with a stern face, sat silently in the corner. Since no one was speaking, Jilin naturally did not break the silence. After a while, someone walked in and said, Keisai Soul Master, Keisai Soul Master. It's your turn to go on stage." Upon hearing this, The man in the corner stood up and walked out of the lounge without saying a word, his face heavy with emotion. The others, however, wore expressions of schadenfreude, and Jilin was a bit curious, so he asked the person closest to him, "Why do you all seem a bit happy? Did that person do something wrong?" The person he asked was momentarily taken aback, seeming not to expect Jilin to speak to him. After sizing Jilin up again, he replied, "Kid, you look unfamiliar. Are you new here?" "What does that have to do with my question?" Jilin said. The man chuckled lightly and said, "No wonder you don't know the wild bear Keisai." Wild bear Keisai? Is it the person just now? He seems to be a fairly famous soul master. Famous indeed. Among soul masters at the soul sovereign level in this Soto Great Soul Arena, he is quite renowned. However, whether there will still be such a person after today is uncertain. Oh, is it related to his opponent today? Since you are so interested, I'll tell you. Although Keisai is a strong contender at the soul sovereign level, he is no longer a soul sovereign. He became a soul ancestor a month ago. Thus, his opponent today is also a soul ancestor, and a higher-ranked one at that. If it were an ordinary soul ancestor, I wouldn't be so concerned. But that is Fierce God Meng Li. Just surviving would be fortunate. Fierce God? Jilin remembered that this name seemed to have been mentioned in the original work. Noticing Jilin's expression, the man raised his eyebrows and asked, "You know?" Jilin nodded, having heard some rumors about it, saying that it was quite ferocious. The other person also agreed, saying that those who fought against that guy either died or were severely injured. However, it was unclear why he and his Fierce God team had suddenly come to our Soto city from Silva City. Moreover, according to those who had seen the Fierce God team before, they had become even more brutal now. At this point, there was no need to continue the conversation, and both sides chatted about some other topics before falling silent. Jilin rested his elbows on his knees, supporting his chin with his hand, pondering whether they had been struck down by the protagonist team. After a while, it was Jilin's turn. There were 6 platforms in the 12th district, and Jilin's match was held on the 2nd platform, which had a rather dismal attendance, with only 1/5 of the seats filled. Dear audience, the 2 fighters in the upcoming soul duel are the 18th level soul master with a wolf martial soul, Lone Wolf, Xiao Yuchen, who has achieved 4 consecutive victories, and his opponent, the 19th level soul master, Douluo, who just registered today with a martial soul golden light protection. What kind of exciting battle will they bring us? Let's wait and see. Looking at his opponent, who was about the same size as him, Jilin couldn't help but nod, acknowledging that the guy was almost as handsome as himself. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuchen found it strange that the person across from him kept nodding. Was he affirming his own strength? Xiao Yuchen activated his martial soul. His back slightly hunched, his hair grew longer, and most notably, his mouth and nose elongated. He underwent a significant transformation. In contrast, Jilin simply changed the color of his arms. Now he is not as handsome as I am. Once the host announced the start of the duel, both sides charged at each other in an instant. When they were within each other's attack range, Xiao Yuchen raised his somewhat strange right hand to strike at Jilin, who naturally responded by clenching his right fist. Since Jilin had never fought against anyone before, he didn't know what level he was at, and this punch was delivered without holding back, unleashing nearly 1,000 pounds of force. Just as the claw and fist were about to collide, Xiao Yuchen activated his first soul skill, Swift Shadow, which increased his speed by 30. Xiao Yuchen's hand suddenly accelerated and changed direction, heading straight for Jilin's face. Xiao Yuchen wasn't too foolish. Seeing the golden light on Jilin's right hand gave him an idea of what his opponent's martial soul was about. Unlike his foolish teammate, he wouldn't recklessly engage in a head-on confrontation, having already planned to attack areas not covered by the golden light. With over half a year of training and the effects of his soul rings, even if Xiao Yuchen changed his tactics on the fly, Jilin was able to react quickly, forcefully pushing off, leaning back, and moving away, while Xiao Yuchen's attack just grazed past Jilin. Seeing this, Xiao Yuchen quickly reacted, realizing that it would be difficult to get close to Jilin, and using the inertia of his right hand, he rolled backward to create distance between them. Jilin didn't expect the opponent to have so many thoughts. He thought they would just rush indirectly. At this moment, Xiao Yuchen also made a new move. He lowered his center of gravity, took a deep breath, and with a flash of the yellow soul ring beneath his feet, he charged towards Jilin with both hands and feet, his speed significantly faster than before. The speed that would be difficult for an ordinary person to react to seemed a bit slow in Jilin's eyes. Even if it were a bit faster, Jilin could still react. He slightly tilted his body and dodged the opponent's claw strike. Xiao Yuchen also didn't expect Jilin to evade, but quickly adjusted and charged at Jilin again, his right hand ready to attack once more. It It was somewhat reminiscent of their previous training, but if it was just like this, then it would end here. A glimmer flashed in Ji Lin's eyes as he sidestepped and drew the inconspicuous sword of physics from his waist, striking Xiao Yuqing on the back of the head. However, he only exerted a light force, as he was unsure of his opponent's defense, and Ji Lin didn't want to cause any fatalities. Thud! The strike landed successfully, and Xiao Yuqing, propelled by inertia, skidded on the ground until he came to a stop at the edge of the arena, motionless. I declare the winner of this Battle Soul match is Luo. The audience was already abuzz with discussions. Wow, impressive. He won without using soul skills. Good thing I bet on him to win, otherwise my savings would be gone. Seriously, Xiao Yuqing is such a loser. He lost so quickly. Boo-hoo, my money. In the next match, as Ji Lin walked through the contestant passage, he was still pondering how many gold coins he earned for winning. Was it 5 or 10? At that moment, 2 people carried a stretcher past him, and on it lay Keisai, the person he had met before, but there was barely any breath left. Ji Lin silently watched the stretcher disappear around the corner, then went to the front desk to collect his earnings for the day. After securing 10 gold coins, he left the Battle Soul arena. While walking down the street, planning to find a hotel to stay in, he came across a burned house. From the bystanders' discussions, Ji Lin heard the familiar name Keisai again. Glancing at the charred bodies, one large and one small, that the city guard had cleared away, Ji Lin turned away, suppressing the urge to vomit. Various voices filled his ears. At least you died quickly. Otherwise, I'd have eventually avenged the grudge you caused by knocking me off the stage. Seriously, what's the guard doing? Why not just dig a hole and bury them? It's polluting the air by leaving them here. Hey, what's going on? Oh, really? Too bad I didn't go see. I missed out. Listening to these remarks, Ji Lin suddenly recalled Luo's message. Not suitable? Ji Lin gradually disappeared into the streets. Chapter 24. Ways to make money in human affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, let us once again give a round of applause to the winner of this match, Luo. Truly impressive. I remember Luo only started fighting in the Great Soul Arena about half a month ago, and now he's already at Copper Soul. He must be breaking records. Yes. If we talk about anyone who can compare to him in recent years, it would probably only be the Shrek 7 monsters from a while back. Who can argue with that? I really don't know who is stronger or weaker when comparing Luo to those people. Don't expect to see that scene in the Soul Arena, as the Shrek 7 monsters are already around level 30 in soul power. They might all be Soul Zunes by now, and Luo is still only level 19. I think he won't be able to catch up. Unknowingly, Ji Lin has been here for half a month, and he has already earned enough for travel expenses. However, with such a good money-making opportunity, how could Ji Lin easily give up without making a bit more profit? In these past 2 weeks, Ji Lin hasn't won every time. After his first 5 consecutive victories, he had trouble finding opponents. Upon inquiry, he learned that there aren't many Soul Masters at level 10 or above. And with his match times being figured out, those Soul Masters only come when Ji Lin is not around. Ji Lin never expected that one day he would have such a great deterrent power. He was troubled about what to do, as he didn't want to waste time on such matters. At that moment, the people from the Soul Arena approached him, expressing their hope that Ji Lin could participate in the Grand Soul Master competition as a Soul Master, with double the prize money and points for the winner. Ji Lin hesitated for a moment, but agreed, as his purpose in coming to the Soul Arena was not only to make money, but also to see what level his strength was at in this world. Ji Lin's first opponent was a 23rd level Soul Master with a green snake martial soul. The seats were mostly filled, and everyone was discussing the outcome of this battle, as such a level-up fight was rare. This time, the odds given by the Soul Arena were outrageous, with Ji Lin at 10-1 and his opponent at 3-10. Even with such high odds for Ji Lin, very few people bet on him. Among nearly 1,000 spectators, only a few placed bets in his favor. In his first battle against a Grand Soul Master, Ji Lin was uncertain and divided the 50 gold coins he had won from previous matches into 2 bets, wagering 30 on himself to win and 20 on losing. If he won, he would earn a lot. If he lost, he could limit his losses. The Green Snake Soul Master was quite strong, much stronger than his previous opponent, especially with his twisting body and relatively fast speed, making him somewhat unpredictable. Moreover, his first soul skill seemed to be a displacement-type soul skill. Although it didn't have the effect of teleportation, it surprised Ji Lin. Fortunately, Ji Lin's reflexes were quick, and with his solid golden defense, he was confident he could handle the opponent without getting hurt. However, Ji Lin soon noticed something was off. The opponent's attacks and strength were getting weaker and weaker. Although he still looked fierce, it was merely superficial. Considering the odds for both sides, Ji Lin roughly guessed there was something fishy going on. Was it a scam? Although it was somewhat against the spirit of sports, wasn't his choice, and he could earn money by just lying down. Such a good deal was hard to find, so he began to cooperate with his opponent. Jilin didn't know if the other party had noticed anything, but after both sides went through a series of thrilling battles, it concluded with Jilin knocking the opponent off the stage. The audience also didn't expect such an upset. When the host announced the result, there was a moment of silence, followed by an outburst of various comments, including "Did you even try your best?" and "refund." There were also surprise remarks like, "Wow, I still didn't see him use his soul skills, and we didn't even see his soul rings." Additionally, there were joyful exclamations like, "Oh, yes, I won." However, the loudest were the cheers for the victor. Amidst the cheers, Jilin walked off the stage expressionlessly, and many couldn't help but think he had the demeanor of a master. What a loss. If I had known, I should have been more arrogant and bet everything on myself. That 220 gold coins just vanished. It hurts, it really hurts. In the following days, Jilin experienced several similar soul fights. He didn't know how the audience's wallets fared, but Jilin was raking in profits. As for whether his conscience would hurt, Jilin expressed that he would love to have more of such easy jobs. Just as Jilin was riding high, he received the information about his next opponent from the soul fighting arena. Zack, Martial Soul, Sungin Tiger, level 23, soul rings, yellow. As a recent hot topic, this was the first time he received opponent information. Has the storyline changed? With this question in mind, Jilin went to the front desk to inquire about the odds with Zack, which were 6-1 and 3-1 respectively. Jilin wasn't surprised by his own odds, as he hadn't dropped below 5-1 recently, but the odds for his opponent seemed a bit high. After thinking for a moment, Jilin decided to play it safe and bet 3,000 of the 5,000 gold coins he had earned in the past few days on his opponent. Soon, it was Jilin's turn to take the stage, and many spectators were discussing among themselves. "How are you betting this time?" "I'm still betting on Luo. Although he made me lose quite a bit in the first 2 rounds, I made a comeback in the subsequent rounds and even profited a lot." "Me too. Ever since I chose to bet on him, I've been staying at Ihong Lu every night without going home. But this time, his opponent has 200-year soul rings. Can he win? What's so special about a 100-year soul ring? He's only level 23, and Luo defeated a level 26 Grand Soul Master yesterday. So level 23 is nothing. I don't believe that Luo can keep winning. I'm betting 50 that he loses. Exactly. I'm putting down 30 that he loses. Worst case, I'll sell myself as a duck. In that case, I'm betting 100 that he wins. I am betting 300, 400, 1000 rok, 1200 rok." In a luxurious private room, the supervisor of this venue swirled his wine glass, watching the frenzied crowd below, took a sip of the fine wine, and asked, "How's the situation?" "There are already 360,000 gold soul coins betting on Luo to win, while those betting on him to lose are less than 5,000. "Good." After hearing the report, the supervisor excitedly downed his drink and slammed the glass on the table beside him, ensuring that there could be no mistakes. "Don't worry, Zack is no weakling. With that Luo who needs us to go easy on him, there's no way he can beat Zack." Hearing this, the supervisor nodded. "Right? Then go ahead and let them know that my money isn't so easy to earn." Zack truly had some skills, which made Jilin feel the weight that a Grand Soul Master should have. Strength, speed, and soul skills were not comparable to those previous opponents. However, that was what made it interesting. With a sudden burst of strength, he pushed back the flaming tiger claw. Looking at the scorched sleeve and the reddened sword with a notch on it in his hand, Jilin felt a bit pained. After all, he had spent 5 gold coins to buy it. For the first time, Jilin covered his sword with gold, looking at the panting Zack across from him, and charged forward again. "Damn it, this isn't what I signed up for. Wasn't it supposed to be easy to resolve?" Saying that, he charged forward. "Hey, kitty, take this sword." Jilin swung his sword horizontally. Ever since Jilin covered his sword with gold, Zack felt a sense of danger from it. Seeing Jilin sweeping towards him, he didn't dare to take it head-on and had no choice but to use his first soul skill, Tiger Fire. A fire column as thick as a small bowl spewed from Zack's mouth, heading straight for Jilin's face. Jilin didn't expect the opponent to unleash their ultimate move right in front of him. There was no time to dodge now, so he had no choice but to change his sweeping sword strike into an upward thrust. With one sword stroke, he sliced through the fire pillar and forced back the rushing Zack. Zack felt a surge of frustration. He had never been made to look so disheveled by an ordinary sword before. Jilin had no idea what Zack was thinking, and continued to attack him with the gilded sword. Zack could only do his best to dodge, wondering if he should breathe fire to distract him. He had considered taking Jilin's sword head-on, but upon seeing the ground that Jilin accidentally grazed, he abandoned that thought. "I'm not tougher than this granite. Watching Zach awkwardly dodging on stage, the supervisor was furious, slamming the table and shouting, "What's going on? Didn't you say it would be a piece of cake for Zach to win?" His subordinate, wiping the sweat off his face, smiled apologetically and said, "Don't worry, supervisor. Zach hasn't been defeated yet. Besides, how long can he hold out against this kind of offense? He can wear him down." The supervisor snorted coldly. "Humph, I hope so." The subordinate also felt uncertain. After all, that person hadn't even used his soul skills yet. Zach planned to endure, as his soul power should be much stronger than Ji-Lin's. However, he was quickly running out of soul power, while Ji-Lin still looked full of energy. Zach gritted his teeth, ready to hold on a bit longer. Just then, the golden light on Ji-Lin's sword and in his hands suddenly dissipated. Seeing this, Zach was overjoyed and quickly mobilized his limited soul power to unleash his second soul skill. Tiger descends the mountain, doubling his speed for 10 seconds. In an instant, he knocked Ji-Lin off the stage. The host quickly announced, "The match is over. I declare Zach the winner of this soul battle. My money. Sobi, sobi, sobi. Damn, my ancestors. At least I didn't bet everything." Sob, sob, sob. Finally lost, it really wasn't easy. In the private room, the supervisor's tense heart finally relaxed. On the stage, Zach said, "Finally it's over. That was really not easy." Ji-Lin slowly stood up from the shadows, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and looked at Zach on stage, who was raising his arms and shouting. He said, "Is this enough?" and then slowly left the scene. It was time to collect his money. Chapter 25. Finally arriving at sunset, it seems like there wasn't a match with Douluo today, which is really strange. Doesn't he come to participate regularly every day? Yeah, and I didn't see his match yesterday either. It's really odd. Damn, could he have run away? It's not impossible. No way. He made me lose so many gold coins, and instead of coming back to help me earn them back, he just leaves like this. At this moment, Ji-Lin was leisurely riding his horse along the official road to Tiando City with his 7,000 gold coins. Lying back on the horse with a dogtail grass in his mouth, enjoying this rare comfort. 2 days ago, Ji-Lin once again felt that familiar sense of saturation and realized he had reached level 20. Coincidentally, he had also earned enough money, and after his previous defeat by Zach, the opponents he encountered were only around level 10, which was rather uninteresting, so he decided to pack up and leave. However, now that he had money, Ji-Lin naturally didn't want to rely on the bus line 11 for travel and began to consider buying a means of transportation. When it came to the transportation tools available for purchase, Ji-Lin first thought of those fast and high-flying soul beasts. Unfortunately, after searching all over Soto City, he couldn't find any horse stables selling tamed soul beasts. Not to mention tamed ones, he hadn't even seen a living soul beast. However, there was plenty of soul beast meat, especially that part which seemed to work in Douluo continent as some kind of supplement. With no choice, Ji-Lin had to turn his attention to ordinary animals, with horses being the first choice. Although he felt that donkeys had more of a wandering hero vibe, he thought he was more suited to being a well-dressed young man on a spirited horse. To Ji-Lin's disappointment, however, Soto City only had horses meant for transporting goods, and to get a fine horse, he had to go to an official store and needed a certain identity. Of course, soul masters could buy them, but the price for such a horse was quite steep at 20 gold soul coins, with no room for negotiation. In contrast, the pack horses were much cheaper, costing only 9 gold soul coins, and they had relatively gentle temperaments. Considering he still had quite a bit of luggage and had no previous experience riding, plus there was still some time before the Soul Master competition, he felt there was no need to rush. As for absorbing soul rings, Ji-Lin felt that a few more days wouldn't matter, mainly because he was reluctant to spend the money. Now, Ji-Lin was incredibly glad he bought a pack horse. As a horse specifically for carrying goods, its endurance and load capacity were naturally impressive, and its size was significantly larger than that of ordinary horses, providing enough space for Ji-Lin to lie down. However, this horse ate quite a bit, but fortunately, there was plenty of blue-silver grass along the way, and letting it graze for half an hour would allow it to travel for 5 hours. Moreover, while the speed of a pack horse couldn't compare to that of a fine steed, it was still much faster than an ordinary person, especially since it wasn't pulling a cart. After 4 days of traveling while enjoying the breeze and scenery, Ji-Lin once again arrived at the gates of Tiando City. Looking at the tall city walls before him, Ji-Lin recalled his shock when he first saw them, but now he felt it was nothing special, just a relatively high wall. He glanced at it and then turned his gaze to the right side entrance. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Ji-Lin led his horse into the city. Once inside, the horse wouldn't be needed for a while. So Jilin sold it to a horse stable in Tiando City for 10 gold soul coins. Not bad. He even made a profit. Now that he had money, Jilin naturally wouldn't stay in the cheapest room like before, as that environment was quite poor, but he also didn't choose the best room. There was no need for that. Although he and T walked much on this journey, the weariness from a travel was unavoidable, so Jilin felt a bit tired. Although the Sunset Forest couldn't compare to the Stardew Forest, it was still fraught with dangers. Now that he no longer had Luo as a strong ally, he needed to adjust his state to prepare for the next steps. As for being fully prepared, Jilin didn't have much confidence, as no one knew what strange things might happen in the future. After all, it was possible to encounter the main character group at any moment. After enjoying a relatively hearty lunch, Jilin stepped out to explore the vast Tiando City. He had to admit that Tiando City was grander and more prosperous than the cities he had seen on television. He didn't see any beggars on the streets, indicating a certain level of wealth. Strolling through the streets and alleys of Tiando City, Jilin noticed that although there were many slum-like buildings, they were different from his previous impressions. The people living there were not in rags or disheveled. The environment wasn't littered with garbage. Of course, he didn't miss the famous Yuexian from the original work. He only looked around outside for a while. He had to say that this Yuexian, with its slightly Chinese architectural style, was the building Jilin liked the most. The students inside, aside from their outstanding appearances, carried an inexplicable elegance just by walking, as if they were born noble, which in a sense was true, as they were all descendants of nobility. After stopping outside Yuexian for a while, Jilin continued on his way. Eventually, Jilin stopped in front of a remote bookstore named Yui Bookstore. Upon entering, he felt as if he had stepped into another world. Despite being just a simple wall apart, the disturbances outside seemed unrelated to this quiet space. The shop wasn't large and had very few people inside. Only an old man with white hair, lounging in a rocking chair, a book open over his face. Jilin glanced over and saw the spine of the book had the words Angel's Diary written on it. Noticing someone had entered, the old man straightened his upper body, causing the book to slip, revealing a wrinkled but kind face to Jilin. The old man asked, "What book would you like to buy, dear guest?" Since he had chosen to enter this bookstore, Jilin naturally had a book he wanted to buy and asked if there was a book introducing soul beasts. The old man pondered for a moment, then got up and walked to a bookshelf. After a short while, he returned with a soul beast illustrated guide, handed it to Jilin, and collected 1 gold soul coin before returning to his rocking chair, placing the angel's diary back over his face. Jilin suddenly became interested in the angel's journal. "Old sir, may I take a look at that angel's journal?" The rocking chair, which had been swaying slowly, suddenly stopped but soon began to sway again. "Sure, here you go." After receiving the book, Jilin found that it was not very thick. He stood there flipping through the pages, and about an hour later, he closed the book. What do you think? This old book mainly tells the story of a little girl who starts from humble beginnings, undergoes hardships, and ultimately becomes a deity. How should I put it? It's quite inspirational, but also a bit kitsch. Kitsch. Yes, isn't it kitsch? The protagonist has endured a lot of suffering, but she still reaches the pinnacle in the end. Are you saying she isn't worth learning from? Not at all. After all, she succeeded in the end, and this story has been passed down. If we don't learn from her, should we learn from those who failed? That's an interesting perspective. So, what do you think we should learn from her? Perseverance. After all, she was able to gather the faith of humanity at that time, which is no small feat. That attitude of working hard for something throughout one's life is quite impressive. Where she ends up with nothing. As long as you don't regret it, I think it's fine. You have a good outlook. They all say that about me. After returning to the hotel and finishing dinner, Jilin lay in bed flipping through the Soul Beast illustrated guide in his hands. Although he couldn't obtain soul skills from soul rings, he could from soul bones. The skills of soul bones are somewhat related to soul beasts, right? This book is quite good, almost containing all soul beasts. Jilin found 2 familiar figures in it. Titan, giant ape, fierce personality, outstanding combat power, strong physical body, suspected to have the ability to manipulate gravity, can live for 1,000 to 10,000 years. Gung Jin Tiger, ferocious personality, inherently cunning, known for its strong defense and extreme attack with its platinum light. The wider the light, the higher the cultivation level. After reading for a while, Jilin closed the book, feeling a bit disappointed. Sure enough, things that can be bought outside are not necessarily good. It felt like saying nothing at all. There wasn't a single word about distribution or how to judge age. Just a brief introduction and an illustration, and they sell it to me for 1 gold soul coin? What a ripoff. However, it wasn't completely useless. At least Jilin now had a target for soul bones. Void Mouse. Naturally timid, able to roam in the void, extremely difficult to catch, sharp-tailed, swift, cautious in nature, extremely fast, often appears in groups. Phantom dragonfly, naturally timid, likes to create illusions to confuse enemies. The next day, Jilin packed his bag and set off towards the sunset forest. Chapter 26. Serendipitous encounter sitting on a tall tree branch. Jilin was enjoying the wind that seemed to come from nowhere while eating the dry rations in his hands. It was already the second day since Jilin entered the sunset forest. The day before, he hadn't encountered any soul beast that met his expectations. Not even a single other soul beast that fit the age criteria. He finally came across a large black bear with decent soul power fluctuations. But after a lot of effort to kill it, he discovered it was just a 100-year soul beast. Even though the soul ring had a hint of purple, Jilin still gave up on absorbing it. After all, the number of soul rings he could absorb was limited. Jilin had thought before that his situation was special and might not have this restriction. But when the soul ring appeared above his head, no energy poured down until the soul ring dissipated. He had to admit that he should have the same limits as others when it came to the number of soul rings. Jilin felt speechless for a while. Not only could he not absorb soul rings for soul skills, but his quantity also had to be the same as everyone else's. How frustrating. After finishing his dry rations and taking a sip of water, Jilin began to venture deeper. His requirements for the soul beasts he wanted to hunt were simple. They must not be less than 1,000 years. After all, his first soul ring was 1,000 years. If his second ring were 100 years, he would lose face if that got out. The higher the better, of course, but it shouldn't exceed 2,000 years. After all, if it were too high, Jilin wouldn't be able to defeat it. Being able to hunt the Gungjin tiger was largely due to surprise, but even when he had the upper hand, he hadn't inflicted much damage on it. That crucial blow still relied on Luo's sword, right? Even though his strength had significantly improved, allowing him to beat his previous self, Jilin still felt uncertain. After all, that Gungjin tiger was incredibly fierce, and even now he wasn't sure he could win. Let's see, if I encounter a suitable one, I'll sneak attack first. If I can win, I'll fight. If I can't, I'll run. It's about survival, nothing shameful about that. At that moment, Jilin couldn't help but reminisce about the time when he had someone to rely on. How easy it was back then. Thinking of this, the desire to give someone a good beating grew stronger. Logically speaking, the closer he got to the center of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts he should encounter. However, it was strange that Jilin had already ventured for some time without encountering any soul beasts. It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that the Sunset Forest also had soul beasts similar to the Titan giant ape? He hadn't heard of that before. Something unusual must be going on. Jilin thought reluctantly, so he had to explore forward more cautiously. After a while, Jilin helplessly stopped. It wasn't that he intended to go back, but the sky had already darkened. If it were still the previous quiet atmosphere, he might continue exploring, but now he realized that the surroundings had become lively. The most direct evidence was that a ghost wolf was chasing an unknown bovine soul beast not far from him. The ghost wolf was one of the few soul beasts in that book that recorded how to judge age, but very roughly. It only introduced in one sentence that 10,000 years ago, the ghost wolf's fur was grayish-white, and after 10,000 years, it turned black. Jilin took a quick glance, and indeed, it was blacker than black. Can't provoke it, can't provoke it, Jilin muttered as he ran back. Strangely, the ghost wolf did not turn around to chase him. Jilin remembered seeing a cheetah hunting prey before. Even when there were many other animals around watching, it wouldn't give up and turn to chase those seemingly easier prey, because it would be unwise to chase a fully energized prey with his exhausted stamina. It seems soul beasts followed this principle too. By the next day, Jilin's luck seemed to improve significantly. Just as he started searching, he directly found an injured fox soul beast with a wound on its hind leg. Jilin seemed to have seen it in the book. Noticing it was just licking its wound while occasionally looking around warily, Jilin stood on a tall tree nearly 100 meters away and took out the Soul Beast Illustrated Guide to start searching. Ghost tiger? No. Thick earth violent bear? Not that either. Where is it? Ah, found it. Scarlet fire fox. Cunning by nature, able to breathe fire, with beautiful fur that is often favored by noble women. After reading the information on the scarlet fire fox, Jilin faced a serious dilemma. Should he go for it? After all, he didn't know its exact cultivation level. If it exceeded 10,000 years, wouldn't he'd be going to his death? But if he just walked away, it felt like a waste. After all, it was injured. Who knows when he would encounter such a good opportunity again? Just as Jilin hesitated, the scarlet fire fox seemed to sense something and warily focused on one direction. Oh, little one, your instincts are right. There really is a soul beast here, but it seems to be injured. A tall blond man smiled and turned around, saying, That's right, big brother Dai. You should think about who third brother is. He's someone who can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at level 40. Ma Hongjun swaggered forward, proudly boasting, If you didn't know better, you'd think I was talking about myself. Oh, still just a fox? It's nothing, just that my mental strength is a bit stronger. So I noticed a little earlier than everyone else, Tang San said humbly, holding hands with Xiao Wu. At this moment, Flinder squinted and said, If you want to practice, hurry up, don't dawdle. After finishing, he kicked Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun wasn't angry after being kicked. Instead, he smiled and looked at Tang San. Third brother? Hearing this. Tang San released Xiao Wu's hand and walked forward, not noticing the complex expression on Xiao Wu's face. The red fire fox stared at the two approaching with a wary expression, although it sensed that their aura was nowhere near as strong as the three behind them. Years of jungle life had taught it not to underestimate any enemy. Looking at the red fire fox, which was crouching low, Tang San spoke, Red fire fox. Capable of manipulating high-temperature foxfire, its body length is between 4 to 4 meters, and its age should be between 2,900 to 3,500 years. This age is quite suitable. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, summoning his martial spirit, and 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, appeared beneath his feet. Then, the black soul ring representing 10,000 years flashed with black light. Blue-silver prison. In an instant, 16 thick black vines burst forth from the ground. Although the red fire fox was not a specialized spirit-type soul beast, its mental strength was not weak, and being on guard, it jumped aside the moment the soul ring flashed, successfully dodging Tang San's blue-silver prison. Just as the red fire fox was feeling pleased with itself for dodging the opponent's soul skill, another 16 vines burst forth from the ground, successfully trapping it in the prison. The red fire fox didn't expect Tang San to release consecutively, but it quickly reacted, spewing out bursts of foxfire, attempting to burn away the prison that trapped it. After all, plants are generally afraid of fire in its memory. Seeing the flames on the blue-silver grass, Tang San guessed the red fire fox's thoughts and couldn't help but praise its approach. Your experience is indeed profound. You've thought of this method so quickly. Then he changed the subject. Unfortunately, my blue-silver grass is fire-resistant. Fatty, it's time. The fatty, who was ready to go, heard this and flew into the air, with 4 soul rings, yellow and purple, surrounding him, followed by the final soul ring flashing with purple light. Phoenix crying to the sky. After a brief silence, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky. After the flames passed, the blue-silver prison disappeared, leaving only the charred red fire fox lying there, clearly breathing out more than it was taking in. Seeing the scene, Ji Lin gasped, contributing to global warming. Wow, is it that fierce? It was taken down in an instant. Yu Xiaojiang also nodded in satisfaction. This power. No wonder you are the one with the strongest explosive power among the 7 monsters today. Although there was a delay, with Xiao San's blue-silver prison now, we still have a good chance of winning. Of course, you should see whose disciple it is. It's still not as strong as my 5th soul skill. So what's there to be proud of? Liu Erlong didn't coddle Flinder, immediately retorting. Flinder also wore a forced smile, pushing up his glasses with his right hand. Looking towards Ji Lin with a cooler tone. That friend over there, having watched for so long, isn't it time to come down and have a chat? Ji Lin didn't expect that even from such a distance, Flinder could still spot him. One could say that he truly is a soul sage. With a sigh, Ji Lin climbed down from the tree and headed towards him. As for escaping, could he really outrun a soul sage? And would he be in danger of losing his life? Please, he is the protagonist. How could he indiscriminately kill innocents? Wait a minute. That's Tang San. Who knows if I have a path to death? His resentment towards a certain someone deepened. Ah, who is thinking of me? In the divine realm. Someone rubbed their nose. With a feeling of unease, Ji Lin gradually approached Tang San and his group. On his way, Tang San was also contemplating Ji Lin's purpose. At this time, being in the Sunset Forest was mostly about obtaining a soul ring. The red fire fox was also injured, probably inflicted by him. However, he was worried about the other party's elder. But on our side, we have a teacher, Aunt Erlong, and Dean Flinder. Unless the opponent has a title to law, we are in an invincible position. As for whether the opponent was alone, Tang San thought it was impossible. How could a soul master come alone to hunt soul beasts? Chapter 27. The first meeting with the protagonist group, looking at the group in front of him, aside from Flinder and Ning Rongrong, whom he had met before, Ji Lin was seeing the others for the first time. However, he could easily recognize them. The tall, Golden-haired Dai Mubai, with heterochromatic eyes, was certainly easy to identify. The chubby red-haired Ma Hongjun, with his broad belly and lewd expression, was also simple to recognize. Standing silently beside him, Zhu Zhuqing, dressed in leather, had a delicate face. Looking at her face reminded Jilin of those Lolas in anime, and when he glanced down, he quickly averted his gaze. Sure enough, it was quite ample. The handsome guy standing next to Ning Rongrong must be Oscar. Not bad, just a bit more handsome than me. Among the people I've seen, I would call you the most handsome. The middle-aged beauty beside Flinder must be Flinder's dream lover, Liu Erlong. The identities of the remaining people were also clear. The crew cut. Stern-looking master Yu Xiaojiang, the relatively short and sturdy Zhao Waoqi, the immovable king. And finally, there was the rabbit-eared Xiao Wu and the protagonist of Douluo continent, Tang San. The first impression that Tang San and the others had of Jilin was the relatively large package behind him. Xiao Wu curiously asked, "What do you have in that backpack?" Hearing this, Jilin also put down his backpack and reached inside to pull something out. The others didn't make any other movements, but Tang San secretly became alert. After all, he was the one who played with hidden weapons. Jilin leisurely took out a series of bottles and jars from his backpack. With each bottle he pulled out, he introduced what was inside. "This is preservation powder, my favorite, which keeps meat as fresh as if it were just slaughtered, and it has a hint of spiciness. This is insect repellent powder. This is odor masking powder. And here is hemostatic powder." He also had his tent, pots, bowls, chopsticks, and seasonings like salt, cumin, and chili powder. Tang San and the others were surprised that the opponent, who didn't have a storage soul guide, still brought these seasonings, making it seem like he was going on a picnic. Seeing Jilin still rummaging through his things, Ma Hongjun quickly said, "All right, brother, you don't need to take anything else out. We believe you have no ill intentions." Everyone nodded in agreement, especially Tang San, who realized he had just been wary of this not-so-quick-witted person. Was he being too sensitive? At that moment, Flander stepped forward and questioned Jilin. "What were you doing just now?" Hearing this, Jilin paused his movements and looked at Flander as if he were foolish. Besides obtaining soul rings, what else can one do here? Flander was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that the dean wasn't responding, Tang San timely intervened. "So this red fire fox is your target? Did you cause its injury?" "Not all. I was still contemplating whether to go for it when you all charged in. So the injury is naturally not caused by me." Tang San secretly nodded. This person wasn't lying. Just now, while Jilin was talking to Flander, Tang San had checked the red fire fox and found that the wound on its hind leg seemed to have been caused by his hidden weapon, the flying claw, indicating that their group had accidentally injured it yesterday. Although they had indeed injured it, if it hadn't been tempted by the fragrant treasures, it wouldn't have been hurt. As for the severity of its injury, that was no issue. The path of taking life is not to be pitted. Hearing Jilin say this, Flander looked him up and down. "This is a soul beast around 3,000 years old. Are you already level 40? The kid looked young. If he was under 20 and was a soul master, bringing him into the academy would make their chances in the upcoming competition even more secure. But he looked somewhat familiar to Flander, who was happily pondering this. As for Jilin's refusal, he thought, "Come on, do you think my silver tongue is just for show? No way, I'm only level 20. Then how dare you have your eye on this red fire fox? I can absorb it, so why can't I have my eye on it?" "Impossible." Master Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed sternly. "No one can absorb a soul ring of nearly 3,000 years with their second soul ring. The maximum for a second soul ring is only 764 years. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's tone, Jilin felt a bit angry. He was already somewhat resentful for being summoned by them, and now they were questioning him. Even a clay figurine has some temper. He could just as well tear up the facade. "Why is it impossible? My first soul ring is 1,000 years old." Saying this, Jilin's arm shimmered with golden light, showcasing his soul ring for the first time to outsiders. As the purple soul ring rose beneath Jilin, everyone gasped. Even the usually cold Zhu Zhuqing. 1,000 years. Although they had seen 1,000-year soul rings before, they could even gather 20 among themselves. But seeing this solitary soul ring on a person was a first, breaking their common knowledge. Seeing their astonished expressions, Jilin felt extremely pleased. Flander couldn't help but ask, "How old are you?" He was increasingly eager to recruit Jilin into Shrek. 20, almost 21. Upon hearing this, Flander showed slight disappointment, and the Shrek's 7 monsters sighed in relief. "Thank goodness, I thought this person's talent was higher than Third Brother's. But it turns out he is not even as good as Fatty." Hearing this, Jilin did not refute, only thinking to himself, "If you knew my training time, it would scare you to death." However, Flander and Ning Rongrong seemed not to recognize him. But that was fine, although they had mocked him before. They had indeed helped him open the path to cultivation, and not being recognized saved him from awkwardness. It was no wonder. Jilin's appearance had no distinctive features, just slightly paler skin, and with half a year past, Flander had not paid much attention to this kid, so it was natural he wouldn't recognize him. It's impossible. My theory should be correct. Master Yu Xiaojiang was still muttering to himself, then looked up at Jilin. What is your martial soul? Jilin's eyes flickered as he pointed at the Crimson Fire Fox and said, give it to me, and I'll tell you some information about martial souls. No problem. The master replied without hesitation. When everyone saw the master agree, no one came forward to oppose him, as they all knew how much the master valued his own theories. Then I won't be polite. Saying this, Jilin stepped over the crowd and came to the nearly lifeless Crimson Fire Fox. He drew his sword from his waist and, with a single strike, beheaded it. A purple soul ring began to condense above the corpse, and Jilin wasted no time. He immediately sat cross-legged and guided the soul ring above him, starting to absorb his second soul ring. Continuous energy flowed into Jilin's body, and he did not find it as difficult as the first time. The absorption process went smoothly, and Tang San and his companions set up camp as the day was getting late. About 2 hours later, Jilin successfully acquired his second soul ring. When he opened his eyes, he saw the master's poker face. This made Jilin jump slightly, almost throwing a golden punch at him. Are you done? Now it's time to tell me the information about your martial soul. The master opened the notebook he had prepared, looking at Jilin with a serious expression. Fine. Jilin dragged over his backpack, took out some food and water, and while eating, he said, I call my martial soul golden light, sometimes also called protective golden light, which can enhance my defense and attack power. That's it. The master's writing abruptly stopped, and he frowned. That's it? Just this much? It can't compare to that Crimson Fire Fox. What else do you want to know? Can it cover your entire body? The master, as expected, asked such a crucial question immediately. No, but after absorbing the soul ring, the coverage area has increased significantly, and it should be able to cover my whole body in the future. What soul skill did you obtain from the absorption? None. The master paused again. None? Not only that, the second soul ring has no soul skill. The first soul ring doesn't either. I always thought the nine-heart begonia having only one soul skill was already outrageous. I didn't expect it to have no soul skill at all, Ning Rongrong remarked. It turned out that others had noticed Jilin waking up and gradually approached him. But the nine-heart begonia grants the Yi family unparalleled healing abilities. What does your martial soul bring you? Damn, I really didn't think of that. How should I get around this? Jilin rubbed his chin, and after a while, he thought of how to respond. It should grant me physical qualities far superior to others. The master was about to refute that martial souls enhance physical qualities as well. But soul masters enhance them more, which is also the beginning of the gap between ordinary people and soul masters. However, considering Jilin's unreasonable soul ring, it seemed this was the only explanation. What a pity. If you could obtain a soul skill, your martial soul would be the strongest. The master sighed and shook his head. Yeah, I'm really envious of you guys with strong physical qualities, Oscar said enviously. Then go train to improve. Isn't that simple? Jilin asked, a bit confused. At this moment, the master stood up to explain, your situation may be quite special. Perhaps you can quickly enhance your physical qualities. But we cannot. In other words, spending the same amount of time meditating to increase soul power would yield greater benefits. Jilin nodded thoughtfully. This has nothing to do with me. So can I leave now? No rush. The master waved his hand. I don't know if you're willing to join our Shrek team and participate in the upcoming Soul Master competition together. Jilin didn't expect the master to invite him to join Shrek, but after realizing it, he quickly declined, saying, No, I'm only level 21. Participating in the Soul Master competition is a bit overestimating myself. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. We won't make you a main player. We just want you to be a substitute. Our Shrek team has many benefits, including a monthly subsidy of 100 gold soul coins. In addition, I will personally sponsor you with a storage soul guide. Saying this, he took out a silver ring. This ring has a space of 9 cubic meters. So, what do you think? Consider it. Looking at the ring, Jilin found it hard to say no. He couldn't help it. The offer was too generous. He snatched the ring and put it on his left index finger. It fit quite well. Deal. The others, seeing this, were puzzled, but didn't question Jilin in front of him. When they returned to the tent, Flander grabbed the master's shoulder and asked in confusion, Xiaogang, what's going on? Although that kid's martial soul is unique, he's just a great soul master. There are plenty of them in the academy. Is he worth such a high price to recruit? Yu Xiaojing calmly replied. Do those people have thousand-year first or second soul rings? That also. Before Flander could finish, Yu Xiaojing asked again, what do you think of Xiao San's fourth soul ring? Very strong. Not to mention that unprecedented 10,000-year soul ring. Just the blue-silver prison, a group control skill, is enough to be shocking, Flander answered without hesitation. Then how do you think the Spirit Hall will view it? Flander fell silent. Seeing his friend's reaction, the master sighed. No need to think too much. With the Spirit Hall's domineering style, they will definitely want Xiao San to join them. But Xiao San is that person's son, so it's inevitable that he will refuse the Spirit Hall. Can our golden sacred dragon protect him from the Spirit Hall? Therefore, I need Ji Lin to attract some attention away from Xiao San, even if just a little. We can reduce some risks. Chapter 28. The first day at Shrek today, or rather recently, the atmosphere in Tiando City is extremely exciting because in 4 days, the 4th Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition will officially begin. At that time, various academies will send their most elite students to engage in fierce competition. Battles that cannot be easily seen in the Great Soul Arena. Which 5 academies do you think will represent our Tiando Empire in the competition? Don't need to say? It must be the 5 Elements Academies. Shunfeng, Qihua, Leiteng, Tianshui, and Xiangjia. Oh, what about the Tiando Royal Academy? Isn't it said to be the strongest academy in our Tiando Empire? Have you had too much to drink? The Royal Academy has always been directly promoted to the finals, right? I'm not referring to the main team of the Royal Academy. I know they have been promoted. I heard that this year's vice-captain of the Tiando Royal Academy isn't very strong. Maybe they'll perform differently. I doubt it. While it's true that the Royal Academy is the strongest, the 5 Elements Academies aren't that far behind. The strongest have been directly promoted, and the rest definitely won't match up against the elites from other academies. Isn't there a new Shrek Academy recently opened? You mean the Shrek Academy that was renamed from Lamba Academy, right? That won't work. Didn't Lamba Academy's previous ranking barely make it into the top 10? Ji Lin also arrived at Shrek Academy with Tang San and the others. The sudden addition of Ji Lin was met with resistance from the Shrek 7 monsters, and no one spoke to Ji Lin along the way. Ji Lin was quite content, stroking the ring on his left hand while admiring the scenery of Shrek Academy. He had thought he would have to win against Shrek in the Soul Master competition to obtain a storage soul guide, but unexpectedly got it like this. It was truly wonderful. Wow. As for the Shrek 7 monsters ignoring him, that was a joke. As an outstanding youth of the 21st century, he wouldn't care about such things. Tang San had also been perplexed as to why the master invited Ji Lin to join them. Even though his soul rings were all super standard 1,000-year ones, his soul power was a hard flaw. He was just a great soul master, and didn't he even have any soul skills? Although there were no soul sects in the academy, there were still soul venerables. And which of them wasn't stronger than him? However, after returning from the Master S room and facing the other 6 complaints and confusion, Tang San could only comfort and persuade them, saying that the master must have his reasons for doing this, perhaps intending to let their opponents lower their guard. As the soul of the Shrek 7 monsters, Tang San held significant sway in the hearts of the other 6. Although they still felt dissatisfied, they didn't voice it. Instead, they silently proved it through their actions. Yu Xiaojing observed the clear division between the 7 monsters and Ji Lin and said nothing. After all, in his heart, Ji Lin was merely attracting firepower for his disciples. After the competition, he wouldn't care about him anymore. Let us return and rest today. Gather at the training ground at 9 tomorrow. Ji Lin, come here. I'll take you to your dormitory. Upon hearing this, the 7 monsters grouped together. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, we finally have some free time. Let us go shopping. Sure, but Rong, lend me some money. I saw a dress I really liked last time. But Sengo always refuses to buy it for me. He keeps saying I have enough clothes. Doesn't he think, can a girl ever have too many clothes? Hee, no problem. I'm not short on money. Zhu Qing, what about you? I die Lauda, Xiao Ao, Sangu. How do you plan to spend the remaining time? Xiao Ao, and I plan to follow them. Sinsan, what about you? Maybe I'll go back to consolidate my cultivation? No way. It's rare to have free time, and you're going to cultivate? Seriously, aren't you curious where Xiao Wu and the others are going? Aren't you worried they might run into any accidents? Let us go. Before Tang San could refuse, Dai Mubai and Oscar pulled him towards Xiao Wu and the others, leaving the fatty confused in the wind. Hey, wait for me. Watching their laughing figures, Ji Lin thought of few people. Xiao Linzi, let us go. The party is about to start. Yeah, Xiao Linzi, if you keep dawdling, you want to get a good spot. Exactly. Xiao Linzi, even if you're not dating, you shouldn't drag your brothers to stay single with you. MD, how many times have I said it? Don't call me Xiao Linzi. I didn't practice the evil repelling sword technique. The three looked at each other, then rushed forward and lifted Jilin up. Let's go, Lin Mimi. Let's experience the colorful world outside. Haha, Yilin Yilin. The Master call successfully brought Jilin back to his senses. Are you okay? I'm fine. Then let us go. Saying this, the Master turned and led the way. Jilin took a deep breath and followed the Master. The Master assigned Jilin a single dormitory in the student dormitory, which is about 20 square meters in size, equipped with toiletries, bed sheets, and blankets, ready for him to move in directly. Jilin was quite satisfied with this dormitory. After seeing off the Master, Jilin finally had time to see what changes the second spirit ring had brought him. First of all, the soul power at level 21. There isn't much to say. Recently, Jilin had been in contact with spirit masters quite a bit, and he learned a lot of common knowledge about spirit masters from the government office. Among the things Jilin found most important was how to determine his own soul power level. However, this time the increase in soul power was a bit less. After absorbing the first spirit ring, my soul power conservatively estimated to have increased by at least 3 levels. This time, it only increased by 1 level. Although the red fire fox is not as good as the Gungjin tiger, it has a much longer lifespan than the Gungjin tiger. So it should only increase by 1 level, right? I'm not advancing to spirit venerable. Moreover, the increase in physical aspects was not as significant as before. It only increased by about 30%. So, is there some other situation? Jilin looked at his right arm, and the biggest difference from before was that he had an additional soul bone. As he operated his soul power, golden light emerged. But the white part within it was a bit thicker. He took off his shirt, revealing the 8 abdominal muscles he had developed through training, and gazed at his right arm covered in gold and the half of his body close to it. Jilin murmured, "Indeed, it can cover more areas now." Moreover, the golden light on that half of his body suddenly vanished, and instead his left arm became covered in golden light, just like his right arm. Additionally, aside from the golden light on his right arm being immobile, the rest seemed to be able to shift with his will. However, it now seemed limited to the upper half of his body, excluding the head. Jilin had always thought that the enhancement of his golden light was due to his own level increase, but now that he thinks about it, it doesn't seem to be the case. Based on the current known information, along with the introduction to soul bones in the original work, it seems that his soul bone has undergone some kind of evolution. It's similar to an external soul bone, but external soul bones should belong to categories outside of the 6 major soul bone types, which include the head, left and right arms, left and right legs, and torso. His right arm bone, the Gungjin tiger, clearly belongs to the 6 basic soul bones. At this moment, Jilin suddenly recalled Luo's previous speculation that the body is your martial soul. From this perspective, after I absorb the soul bone into my body, it becomes part of my martial soul and will evolve along with my strengthening, which is essentially the evolution of my martial soul. This could explain the reduction in soul power and physical enhancement. If that's the case, will every soul bone in the future be equivalent to an external soul bone for me? Thinking of this, Jilin felt excited, as external soul bones are rare. Even the main character Tang Sen only has 1, while theoretically, he could have at least 6. It seems he needs to find high-age soul beasts in the future, as lower-level ones won't have enough energy for those 3 mouths. The 3 mouths: soul power, body, soul bone. It makes sense that he could absorb the second soul ring so easily for this reason. With all this in mind, Jilin suddenly felt his future was bright. So, let's set a small goal, to gather 6 soul bones within 10 years. Jilin was filled with enthusiasm and immediately prepared to start training. Previously, he didn't have the conditions, so his training was quite simple, but now that he has the conditions, he should prepare some training facilities. With that thought, Jilin immediately went out to shop. Chapter 29. Group combat. The next day, the Master arrived early at the training ground to wait for everyone, with 4 young figures standing behind him. The Shrek's 7 monsters, having trained under the Master for some time, knew that when the Master said 9 o'clock, it was best to arrive half an hour early, meaning they had to be there by 8:30. However, Jilin was unaware of this, and since he lived in a single dormitory, there was no one to notify him. As a result, he only arrived at 8:59, just after finishing breakfast. The others had already been waiting for nearly 20 minutes. The Master's tone seemed even colder, asking, "Why are you only just arriving now?" Huh? Hearing this, Jilin felt a bit nervous. Am I late? To be honest, without a phone to check the time, Jilin didn't know if he was late or not. Although he wanted to guarantee it with confidence, seeing the Master's increasingly stern expression made him uncertain. He could only mutter to himself, "If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten that roast chicken. The master was also somewhat exasperated. He hadn't expected Ji Lin to arrive right at the last moment. Generally, when making arrangements with someone he's not very familiar with, shouldn't they be waiting there early? Seeing the grease on Ji Lin's mouth, Yu Xiaojiang wanted to rush over and grab Ji Lin by the collar, demanding to know how he could eat so much. However, remembering that he personally said to gather at 9 o'clock and had arranged for Ji Lin to stay in a quiet dormitory, the master's face looked extremely grim, as if he had stepped in dog poop. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Go stand over there, come earlier next time." He then turned away impatiently, seemingly not wanting to see Ji Lin's face. Ji Lin walked towards the team with a face full of confusion, not understanding why Yu Xiaojiang would lose his temper so early in the morning. Could it be that his aunt had come to visit? Oh no, it should be his uncle. Could it be that he had entered menopause? Ji Lin decided to be more honest during this period, as people in special times tend to have unpredictable tempers. The 7 monsters stood in a row, with Zhu Zhuqing on the far left and Ma Hongjun on the far right. Ji Lin, of course, had enough insight to notice this. Just as they finished standing, Ma Hongjun secretly gave him a thumbs up, which made Ji Lin even more puzzled. It was inexplicable. Clearing his throat, Yu Xiaojiang saw that everyone's gaze was focused on him and spoke up in preparation for the Soul Master competition in 3 days, in addition to Ji Lin. For more will join us. Now, let them introduce themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man on the far left took a step forward. Ji Lin recognized him. They had met once during the awakening of their martial souls, although it wasn't a pleasant experience. However, Ji Lin didn't intend to hold a grudge, as he acknowledged his own shortcomings in that situation. Tai Long, Level 38 Assault System, Soul King, Martial Soul, Mighty Gorilla, Soul Rings, Yellow, Yellow, Purple. The remaining members then introduced themselves in turn. Huang Yuan, almost misread as Huang Yuan, Level 35 Assault System, Soul King. Martial Soul, Lone Wolf, like that blindo, Soul Rings, Yellow, Yellow, Purple. Jingling, Level 35 Agility Attack System, Soul King. Martial Soul, Skeleton, Soul Rings, Yellow, Yellow, Purple. Jiangzhu, Level 35 Healing System Tool, Soul King. Martial Soul, Healing Staff, Soul Rings, Yellow, Yellow, Purple. After hearing their introductions, everyone applauded to welcome them, especially the who not only clapped the hardest but also stared unblinkingly at Jiangzhu, particularly at her voluptuous figure, which was an explosive attraction for Ma Hongjun, who could only afford the cheapest brothels before. Even a master walking behind him went unnoticed. "What are you looking at? So fascinated?" The sudden voice startled causing him to quickly lower his head and say, "Nothing." The others laughed, asking, "What is so good-looking?" Jiangzhu merely smiled and said nothing. The master also had no way to handle this disciple of his friend. It might be due to the martial soul, but now that disadvantage had disappeared. If it were due to his own reasons, without a martial soul, he wouldn't have been able to engage in matters between men and women so early, and he had practiced quite a bit. "All right, stop laughing. Now you are all partners on the same boat. Just have some fun with each other, but don't go overboard. Now, I announce something. To enhance your understanding of each other, we will divide into 2 teams for combat training. Xiao San, Mubai, you 2 are the captains. Now it's time to pick your team members. Xiao San, you go first. Then I want to be polite. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Xiaowao, Rong Rong, Tai Long, Jingling, Huang Yuan, Jiangzhu, Yilin. Soon, the 2 teams stood facing each other, with colorful martial souls and alternating yellow and purple soul rings filling the spacious training ground. One black soul ring stood out at that moment. The 4 who saw Tang San's 4th soul ring for the first time gasped in surprise. 10,000-year soul ring. The master frowned. Although he had previously overestimated the impact of Tang San's 4th soul ring, he didn't expect all 4 would focus their attention on Tang San. At this moment, Jiangzhu from Tang San's side exclaimed again, "Great Soul Master, 2,000-year soul rings." Hearing this, the master relaxed a bit and waved his hand. "Start." The 2 team captains led the charge. 9 treasures. The first is strength, the second is speed. Ji Lin only felt a lightness throughout his body, and his speed became even faster. The 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, renowned as the best support, truly lived up to its reputation. As Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity while the opponent was still reacting, directly confronting Tang San, who was charging at the front. She then split into 6, revealing her newly acquired 4th soul skill, Phantom Shadow Clone. The 6 Zhu Zhuqings paired up in 3s, one group staying behind to hold Tang San, while the other 2 groups dashed towards the slightly weaker Jiangzhu and Jingling. Ma Hongjun, who had already activated his third soul skill, Phoenix Wings Sky Soaring, was also ready with his target. Second soul skill, Phoenix Fire Bath. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. His flame ability increased by 100, and the attack range expanded by 50, sending a crimson flame straight toward Ning Rongrong. With Ning Rongrong's speed, she couldn't dodge in time, and just as Ma Hongjun thought he had secured the hit, a tall figure stood in front of Ning Rongrong. First soul skill, Rock Shield. Talon's muscles bulged, covered by a layer of brown aura, withstanding the incoming flames. As a teammate, Ning Rongrong naturally knew the fat guy's explosive power, and Talon definitely couldn't hold it with just his first soul skill. The 9 treasures are famous, and the 4th is defense. After a moment, the flames dissipated, and with Ning Rongrong's support, Talon managed to endure. However, his shirt had turned to ash, and there were noticeable burns on his arms. He was also gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun in the sky needed to catch his breath after this round of explosion. Zhu Zhuqing was already closing in on Jiang Zhu, and Jingling, who was not weak herself, managed to entangle with one of the clones. However, Jiang Zhu, being just a support soul master, had all healing skills. With her teammates unable to rescue her in time, Jiang Zhu had to accept the fact that she was about to be eliminated. In this critical moment, Tang San, who had successfully bound Zhu Zhuqing in front of him with his first soul skill, made his move. Fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. 16 black blue-silver grasses burst from the ground, instantly weaving into a cage that enveloped Jiang Zhu. Zhu Zhuqing's claws collided with the prison, producing a crisp sound. At the same time, Xiao Wu, using her teleportation, aimed at one of the Zhu Zhuqings and executed her second soul skill, Waist Bow, successfully eliminating it. The remaining Zhu Zhuqing, the main body, realizing the danger, immediately used Phantom Thrust, doubling her speed and heading straight for Oscar. Oscar, having experienced many battles, had already prepared a rapid-flying mushroom sausage when Zhu Zhuqing attacked Jiang Zhu. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing rushing towards him, he took to the air and successfully dodged. At this time, Jingling also managed to eliminate 2 shadow clones. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Jingling all charged towards the deeply entangled Zhu Zhuqing. The 9 treasures are famous. The 3rd is Soul. White Tiger's Radiant Wave. A white beam of light shot toward Tang San, who was heading back. Tang San used Ghost Shadow Mysterious Step to successfully evade. The 9 treasures are famous. The 2nd is Speed. Zhu Zhuqing also used this opportunity to successfully escape the encirclement. The Radiant Wave maintained its momentum, successfully hitting the Blue-Silver Prison and Jiang Zhu inside it. The prison was torn apart by this attack, and Jiang Zhu was sent flying out. Jiang Zhu eliminated. Although Tang San's side lost a member first, Talon was also seriously injured, prompting Tang San to quickly organize a counterattack. Tang San wrapped blue-silver grass around Xiao Wu's waist, and their tacit understanding was evident. He used Xiao Wu as a projectile, throwing her towards Talon, then used Blue-Silver Prison to control Huang Yuan. He then entangled Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing by himself. Xiao Wu landed and cast a charm at Talon. Being a beauty, Xiao had previously caught Talon's interest, and he was naturally powerless to resist. Xiao Wu then executed a waist bow, sending him flying out of the arena. Talon eliminated. Xiao Wu then instantly teleported to Jilin, who had been splashing water for a long time, and kicked him. Jilin's reflexes were still quite strong. As he focused his mind, the golden light beneath his clothes began to act. Bang! Xiao Wu felt as if she had kicked an anvil, causing her foot to ache, while Jilin felt nothing. Drawing out the sword at his waist, he swung it towards Xiao Wu's head. Xiao Wu quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding it. But the earring on her head was not so fortunate. Tang San, who had been paying attention to this side, was also surprised that Jilin could actually repel Xiao Wu. He immediately planned to help Xiao Wu. However, facing the tacit cooperation of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, even he couldn't escape for the moment. Fatty, in the sky, Ma Hongjun, hearing this, shot a Phoenix fire line at Dai Mubai, successfully pushing him back. Tang San also took this opportunity to use Ghost Shadow, Mysterious Step, quickly approaching Jilin. At that moment, Xiao Wu teleported behind Jilin, her ponytail swinging around Jilin's neck and wrapping around it. Xiao Wu also placed her foot on Jilin's waist, preparing to use her waist bow and execute her ultimate skill, 8. However, Jilin used the force from his waist to leap back in midair, then slashed his sword to cut off Xiao Wu's braid, causing her long hair to scatter. Tang San became more anxious, just as Jilin prepared to strike again. Spider web binding. A blue-green light was thrown by Tang San, quickly enveloping a 5-meter radius. Jilin could clearly see a large net coming towards him. Facing the protagonist's skill, Jilin didn't dare to be careless. With a golden cover, he slashed his sword to cut through the net that was trying to trap him. Tang San didn't expect Jilin could cut through his spiderweb, but he quickly reacted. Second soul skill, Parasite. Since Jilin couldn't emit sword energy, he had inevitably picked up some blue-silver grass seeds when he cut through the spiderweb. In an instant, several blue-silver grasses sprouted from Jilin's body, and he fell from the air. Tang San would not let this opportunity slip by. Fatty, the fat guy, who was struggling to entangle Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Huang Yuan, immediately abandoned Huang Yuan and used Phoenix Roar Sky Strike on Jilin to add an extra layer of assurance. Tang San also used Blue-Silver Prison on Jilin. The 9 treasures are famous. The first is strength. The fourth is defense. Ning Rongrong also provided Jilin with several buffs. Even with Ning Rongrong's support, when Jilin broke free from the blue-silver grass, the attack from Phoenix Roar Sky Strike had already arrived. A pillar of fire erupted into the training ground. Jilin eliminated. Chapter 30, The Eve of the Competition. Without Ma Hongjuan's help, Jingling naturally couldn't hold on and was quickly eliminated by Dai Mubai and the other 3. At this moment, both sides only had 4 people left. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Huang Yuan, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Due to the previous use of a series of soul skills, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong's soul power had all been significantly depleted, especially Ma Hongjun, whose soul skills, while powerful, also consumed a lot of energy, particularly since he had been using his Phoenix Wing Sky Soar continuously, leaving his soul power nearly exhausted. Understanding that their side was at a disadvantage, Tang San shouted to Oscar in the sky, Xiao Ao. Understood, I have a big sausage, Oscar said, tossing the sausage in his hand toward Tang San and the others. Unfortunately, Oscar wasn't Tang San and lacked that kind of exquisite throwing technique. Not a chance, Huang Yuan declared, activating his second soul skill, Wolf Howl Bomb, aiming at the sausages. Not good. Tang San reacted quickly, controlling his blue-silver grass to desperately extend upward, managing to snatch the sausage thrown toward him. But the other 2 were hit by the Wolf Howl Bomb and turned to dust. Looking at the recovery sausage in his hand, Tang San threw it directly to the nearby Fatty, as he could no longer maintain his third soul skill in the air. After eating the sausage, Ma Hongjun felt that his restored soul power should allow him to unleash the Phoenix Howl Sky Strike once more. Xiao San, it seems we have the advantage here. Big Brother Dai, the final victor isn't necessarily the one with the advantage, Huang Yuan replied confidently. The 9 treasures have a saying. The first is strength, the second is speed. Activating his third soul skill, Wolf Transformation. With Ning Rongrong's 50 speed increase and the 35 overall attribute increase from Wolf Transformation, Huang Yuan's speed nearly doubled. Using his first soul skill, Wolf Flash, he leaped into the air and launched a deadly attack on the unsuspecting Oscar. The Wolf Howl Bomb successfully hit Oscar. Oscar eliminated. Dai Mubai, who was engaged with Tang San, said, Xiao San, it seems the goddess of victory is leaning toward us. Not necessarily. Rongrong's soul power is also almost depleted. Tang San responded, but I still have plenty of soul power. Dai Mubai declared, activating his 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Hundreds of light spheres gathered around him and then shot toward Tang San like comets. Tang San's eyes glowed with purple energy, moving like a ghost through the meteor shower. Zhu Zhuqing used her shadow clone again, sending her clone to distract Tang San. This tactic was indeed effective. Even Tang San found himself in a precarious situation under their combined assault, getting hit by many meteors. Even his body, refined by the 2 celestial herbs and the ice and fire yin-yang, felt intense pain. The remaining meteors kicked up a cloud of dust. Both of them watched closely, not daring to relax for a moment. They both knew that Tang San was not so easily dealt with. A blue-green light burst forth from the dust. It was Tang San's third soul skill, Spiderweb Binding. At this moment, Ning Rongrong collapsed to the ground due to her soul power being completely depleted. Ning Rongrong eliminated. Seeing the spider web flying toward them, Dai Mubai and the others prepared to dodge, but Tang San would not let them have their way. The sudden vine successfully bound the 2, catching them off guard. It turned out that while their attention was on the spider web binding, Tang San had quietly activated his first soul skill, Entanglement. Xiao Wu teleported to Huang Yuan's side, and then kicked him toward Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. By the time Dai Mubai broke free, it was too late to dodge the spider web, and he had to pull the entangled Zhu Zhuqing into his arms. Without any prompting, Ma Hongjun stepped forward to deliver a phoenix howl sky strike, exhausting his own soul power in the process. Ma Hongjun eliminated, just as Tang San and Xiao Wu thought they had won and were preparing to celebrate. A white tiger emerged from the flames, revealing the signature of the Star Luo Empire, the Nether White Tiger. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan was unconscious. Huang Yuan eliminated. Tang San brandished his 8 spider lances, ready for action, while Xiao Wu silently stood beside him. A fierce battle was about to break out. At this point, seeing both sides unleash their ultimate techniques, the master became worried about their safety. What would happen if something went wrong during the Soul Master competition? With the master's intervention, the Nether White Tiger gradually dissipated, revealing Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San also retracted his 8 spider legs. Dai Mubai approached and shook hands with Tang San, saying, "Xiao San, next time I will definitely win against you." Tang San replied with a smile, "I won't let you have it easy." The master was very pleased with this confrontation. Not only had the strength of the Shrek 7 Devils improved almost qualitatively, but even the newcomers had performed spectacularly, especially Jilin, who was initially thought to be a breakthrough point for Dai Mubai's side, unexpectedly became the key to Tang San being at a disadvantage. Moreover, as a great soul master, he had put Xiao Wu, who was at level 37, in several dangerous situations. Were all these strange martial souls this powerful? But the 3 cannons were not like this. However, it was ultimately a good thing. The more extraordinary Jilin performed, the more attention he could attract to Tang San. The master murmured. Although Jilin performed better than Tang San of the same level, Yu Xiaojiang still believed that Tang San's achievements would surpass Jilin's. Not only because of age, but also because Tang San had a second martial soul that most soul masters did not have. At this moment, the benefit of having someone behind him became evident. Originally, both Huang Yuan and Jilin had been hit by Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Howl Sky Strike, suffering extensive burns. Even with Jilin's current recovery, it would take at least a month to fully heal. However, the master had found over a dozen academy members with healing soul skills, along with a level 71 soul sage, Xiao Xian's healing candy. Just a few hours later, Jilin, with a strong recovery, was already able to get out of bed, and it was estimated that he would soon be able to start training again. Xiao Xian was shocked to see Jilin wake up from the bed. "Is my healing candy this powerful?" he wondered, while Huang Yuan remained in a coma. Xiao Xian could only attribute Jilin's rapid recovery to his strong physique. Lying on the hospital bed, Jilin reflected on the previous battle. "Currently, my strength, reaction, and other physical abilities are comparable to the 7 devils. I wouldn't say I've surpassed them, but at least I'm on par." Looking at his hands, which weren't wrapped in bandages, Jilin recalled that when the flames reached him, he had covered his hands with golden armor to protect his face and curled his body as much as possible, thus receiving less damage than Huang Yuan. Moreover, the golden armor had also blocked Ma Hongjuan's terrifying flames, but the consumption was indeed quite large. It had exhausted all his remaining soul power in just that brief moment. In this battle, Jilin also saw the strength of the main cast. Although it wasn't all of them, it was enough. A powerful tacit understanding, solid strength, and various bizarre soul skills. Damn, I'm so envious. However, Jilin also knew that he could only think about it. In this battle, the performance of the golden armor truly amazed Jilin. Setting aside the offensive aspect, in terms of defense, if the coverage area were larger, he wouldn't be lying in bed now. However, with the increase in level, this issue would gradually be resolved. But this mobility had become Jilin's current shortcoming. Whether it's support or offense, Jilin is always a step behind. If Xiao Wu doesn't actively attack Jilin, he might not even touch the hem of her clothes throughout the entire battle. Moreover, with speed, his own safety can be greatly assured. If he can't win, he can always run. However, this speed is much harder to train than strength, and he doesn't have any martial arts manuals for agility. Spending a lot of time practicing speed seems somewhat unwise. He can only hope to obtain a soul bone to improve it. The next day, Jilin, who had mostly recovered, began using the training equipment he had previously purchased. He held a metal rod embedded with 3 100-pound iron weights at the front. Jilin decided that since he couldn't match their speed, he would make them afraid to engage in close combat with him. Another day passed, and Huang Yuan and the others had mostly recovered under everyone's careful care. The highly anticipated Soul Master competition officially began. Chapter 31. Songhui Academy on this day. The hotels in Heavendo City were fully booked, and the streets were filled with dense crowds, all of whom were heading towards a tall building. the Heaven-Do Great Soul Arena. Excitement was evident on everyone's faces as they discussed the upcoming competition with their friends. However, there was a group of people wearing cloaks, moving hurriedly, showing no signs of excitement. Upon seeing the Great Soul Arena so close, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you all wearing cloaks? Hurry and take them off. You look like this, and those guests won't find us. How am I supposed to make money? Flander, who had arrived at the Great Soul Arena first, looked at his student's attire and exclaimed in anger. Seeing Flander still dressed in his black trench coat, Ma Hongjun couldn't hold back any longer. Why don't you make the school uniform look better? And why aren't you wearing one? I'm the principal. I'm the face of Shrek Academy, so I naturally need to pay attention to my image. Besides, look at Rong and the others. They aren't saying anything. How can you, a big man, feel embarrassed? Looking at Ning Rong and the others in their regular clothes, Ma Hongjun was speechless. This old man was clearly afraid of Qibao Liuli's sect coming to settle accounts. And since the master didn't allow Ning Rong to compete in the preliminaries, he permitted her not to wear the uniform. How could he have a nerve to say that? Even though he wanted to retort to Flander, he thought of his teacher's petty personality. If he didn't give him face in front of others, his future life would probably be difficult. After careful consideration, Ma Hongjun decided to back down. All right, take off the cloaks, Flander urged again. Everyone helplessly removed their disguises, revealing their poop green uniforms, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Other academies burst out laughing. Look over there, that academy's uniform is just... Ha. Which academy is that? My goodness, did they just crawl out of a toilet? Wow, what's that green pattern on their chests? Why are their ears so big? Are they pigs? Ordinary people. Try not to laugh, generally wouldn't, unless they couldn't help themselves. Ha. This seems to be Shrek Academy. I didn't expect them to be so brave. Lower your voice. After all, they are soul masters. We can't afford to mess with them. By the way, it seems like they have words on their backs. Let me see. Sincerely recruiting sponsorship. Wow. Is it true that soul masters are short on money these days? What do you think? Do you still have faith in Shrek Academy? Not anymore. I must have had bad eyesight back then. Hearing the discussions around him, even Tang San, who was reborn, felt his face flush. He quickly put on a mask he had used during the fight and hurried into the Soul Arena, leaving Flander shouting, "Slow down, slow down." Ma Hongjun thought the teacher was concerned about them and was preparing to go back and apologize for his earlier question. However, he realized that if he walked too fast, the words behind would be difficult to read. I, Ma Hongjun, have always acted with integrity. What wrong have I done? The group arrived at the resting area designated for participating academies, which had thousands of seats shared among all academies. As the saying goes, gold will always shine. Even in their uniforms, Shrek's group stood out as the brightest one, despite being in a remote corner. Fortunately, not many academies had arrived yet, and everyone's behavior was decent. They only observed from a distance without loud discussions. This eased everyone's tension. Why are you so calm, Jilin? Don't you feel embarrassed? Ma Hongjun asked Jilin, who had a calm expression beside him, successfully drawing the attention of others, who all turned to look at Jilin. Jilin touched his clothes and said, "It's okay. It's not that hard to accept." Compared to the previous experience of walking through the bustling city with little clothing, this was child's play, though Jilin would never say that out loud. You all need to learn from Jilin, especially you, Ma Hongjun. As my disciple, you should see how others remain calm and composed. Don't let our efforts go to waste. At that moment, Flinder, the master, and Lu Erlong approached together. Flinder continued, "And why did you choose such a remote location? I had a hard time finding it. Isn't there more space over there?" Tang San and the others looked at him resentfully, not saying a word. Just then, Jilin noticed a group of people walking towards them. Upon seeing this, Flinder, realizing he was in the wrong, chuckled awkwardly and said, "Enough of that. We've already taken care of the registration work for you. Everyone, stay focused and think about winning the championship." Championship? A toad dreaming of winning the championship? What a delusion. An uncoordinated voice came from the side. Seeing the characters embroidered with silver thread on their clothes, Jilin smirked inwardly, thinking trouble has arrived. The already irritable Shrek team stood up in an instant upon hearing this, and Flinder adjusted his glasses with a cold expression. "Who are you calling a toad?" Tai Long was the first to speak up. The leader of that group was unafraid and grinned. "With your yellow-green outfits, don't you look like toads? Do you really not want to be toads, equivalent to excrement? Then I better keep my distance. I don't want to smell like you. I'll let you know who the real excrement is." Tai Long, who already had a bad temper, couldn't hold back and threw a punch. However, just as he swung his fist, someone intercepted him. Seeing the person who blocked him, Tai Long was puzzled. "Sen Xiao, why?" Tang Sin didn't answer Tai Long and calmly said to the other person, "What is the use of flapping your lips? If you want to fight, let us wait until the arena. Don't you know fighting between Soul Master Academies is prohibited here? Who are these little white dogs, and where is their owner? Hurry and take them away. Who are you calling a dog?" There were also people from Tsanghui Academy with bad tempers who immediately shouted angrily. Then the members of Tsanghui Academy stepped forward, and aside from Jilin, the Shrek Academy side also refused to back down. Dai Mubai interjected, "Whoever is barking here, say it to their face. Just a bunch of undisciplined wild dogs. Xiao San, though we can't fight here, self-defense is always allowed, right? I don't mind sending these little white dogs home." The atmosphere between the two sides was tense, as if they were about to fight at any moment. Just then, an old and powerful voice rang out. "What is going on here? Mind if an old man joins in?" Upon hearing this voice, the people from Tsanghui Academy became respectful, stepping aside to make way for an elderly man in his 60s, who was indeed Shernyan, with Flender and the others backing him. Ma Hongjun naturally wasn't too afraid of this old man. "Oh, the owner of the little white dogs has come. No wonder they're so obedient. Hey, take your little dog home quickly. If it messes on the floor, it won't be good." Hearing this, Shernyan glanced at Ma Hongjun indifferently and turned to say, "Let us go." The leader of that group first bowed respectfully to Shernyan, then followed him, saying, "Let us go, brothers. We little white dogs won't eat this pile of excrement." "Exactly, we won't eat this stinking pile of excrement. Hurry, hurry, let us get away from this pile of excrement." The Tsanghui Academy people left, but the expressions on Shrek's faces weren't good, especially Lu Erlong, who would have made a scene if it weren't for the master. "I didn't expect that guy to join Tsanghui Academy. Looks like this year's Tsanghui Academy is quite impressive. Teacher, do you know that old man for just now?" MHM. Flender then introduced Shi Nian's basic situation to everyone. Upon hearing about the martial soul remnant dream, the Shrek 7 were all contemplating how to respond. Looking at the time, the master said, "The opening ceremony is about to start. Xiao San, Mu Bai, you two will be responsible for leading everyone in later." After saying that, without giving them a chance to respond, the three left. At this moment, Jiang Zhu sat down next to Jilin, who was a bit surprised and looked at the other clustered people, not understanding why Jiang Zhu came to his corner. At this time, Jiang Zhu spoke up. "Why didn't you join them just now? And you? You didn't either." Jiang Zhu laughed, "But I was the one who asked first." Pulling his gaze back from Jiang Zhu, Jilin looked over at the group, engaged in intense discussion. "I've never been on the same path as them." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhu sighed. "Yeah, we're merely tools brought in to prevent accidents. Unless something unexpected happens after the competition, we'll just go back to where we came from. Look, isn't it very clear? The circles we're in are different. They're young and powerful. While you're 19 and I'm 20, you're a healing soul master with little combat power, and I'm only above level 20. How could they accept us?" Chapter 32. The Unlucky Tiendo, second team. As time passed, the more than 30 participating academies entered under the guidance of the staff. But whether it was due to the remote location or their clothing, it wasn't until the Shrek Academy was the only one left in the rest area that the staff came to arrange their entry. The expressions on Shrek's faces grew even uglier, and the hot-tempered Tai Long directly cursed, dog eyes looking down on people. Tang Sin was just about to stop him, but it was too late. Fortunately, the staff was far away, leading them, and with the surrounding noise. Tai Long's words weren't loud enough for the staff to hear, which relieved Tang San. He quickly instructed the others, "I know everyone is upset, but our academy hasn't had a standout performance in the competition before, so it's inevitable to be looked down upon. Everyone, please hold back, especially you, Tai Long. What you just said could easily offend many people." Tai Long was puzzled. "San Xiao, isn't that too much? I was just venting." Tang San was quite patient with Tai Long, the heir of the Li family who was loyal to his father, especially since he would likely want to bring the Li family under his wing in the future. So he said to Tai Long, "I know you didn't mean it, but others might not think so. If it's taken advantage of by those with ulterior motives, we would undoubtedly offend the three top forces on the continent. So don't say such things in front of outsiders." Tai Long was a stubborn person, quickly replying, "Okay, San Xiao." Tang Sin also knew that simply asking everyone to hold back could affect the team's morale, so he comforted them. "Don't worry from now on. We will make the name of Shrek Academy resonate throughout the Douluo continent." Dai Mubai also chimed in at this moment. "That's right, brothers. Let us create a glorious new chapter for Shrek. Let those who look down on us drop their jaws." Indeed, after this speech, everyone's spirits soared, chanting championship. Championship. Looking at the excited crowd, Jilin was a bit confused about their mindset. Let us be the final act. Doesn't that mean something? It is hard to believe that the Snow Knight Emperor was unaware of Ning Rongrong being in Shrek Academy. Therefore, even considering Ning Fengji's reputation, it should be quite normal for Shrek Academy to make an appearance without anyone causing trouble or laughing at them. However, the Snow Knight Emperor did not expect that Shrek Academy had such a money-obsessed principle, resulting in such bizarre uniforms. If he hadn't been an emperor for decades, with a temperament far beyond others, he probably would have laughed along with the audience. The surrounding spectators couldn't help but laugh at Shrek's peculiar uniforms. Even the trained host spoke with a hint of amusement. The last to appear was the competition team from Shrek Academy, which had recently changed its name from Lamba Academy. Just like their outfits, their slogan was also quite interesting: the champion without rivals. Let us anticipate the wonderful performance they will bring. The host's words successfully elevated the atmosphere, with countless people cheering and booing. Comments like, "Where did this toad come from? Can such a school even compete? And get off the stage. Don't embarrass yourself here," echoed throughout. This successfully broke Shrek's morale, and even Dai Mubai couldn't hold back, ready to explode. "I want to kill that host." At this moment, Tang San, who was still calm, quickly comforted him. "Boss Dai, calm down. In a moment, we will use our strength to make these people shut up." To be honest, Jilin couldn't understand why Flander would allow his students to be humiliated like this, letting the hard-earned reputation of Shrek Academy be scorned all for a bit of money. Such a grand event must have betting odds, right? Just bet a little more and they can earn it back, right? Could it really be, as Master said, to train their mental resilience? Nonsense. While comforting everyone, Tang San inadvertently caught sight of Jilin, who seemed to be deep in thought. He recalled that Jilin had quietly sat by earlier, his eyes subtly moving, quietly remembering this matter. Once the team was in position, Jiangzhu quietly stood beside Jilin and whispered, "Aren't you going to put on an act? Why go and stick your warm face to their cold, but after the game?" Jiangzhu said helplessly, "You should at least pretend a bit." "Enough. The emperor is about to speak," Jilin said, turning his head away and ignoring Jiangzhu. Dressed in a golden red robe and wearing a dazzling crown, the Snow Knight Emperor walked forward, leaning on the scepter that symbolized power, and opened his arms, proclaiming loudly, "I, Snow Knight, Emperor of the Tiando Empire, representing the Tiando Empire and the organizer of this grand event, hereby announce that the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition has now begun." Thunderous applause erupted, and everyone cheered and celebrated. This is the first time Jilin has seen the real emperor, and he also experiences the feelings that Xiangyu and Liu Bang must have had when they first met the first emperor. Should I say something appropriate? Should I say a true man should be like this, or he can be replaced? It's hard to choose. Just as Jilin was struggling, the opening ceremony was still ongoing. As the emperor returned to his seat, the host invited Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, to come forward and speak. When Ning Fengji's elegant and handsome face appeared in front of the crowd, the young girls became even more enthusiastic. After all, the ones on stage could at most be considered potential stocks, while Ning Fengji was definitely a diamond bachelor. In terms of wealth, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is the richest sect. In terms of strength, it is the #1 support on the continent. In terms of influence, as one of the top 3 sects, it has 2 titled Douluos. In terms of status, being able to speak after the emperor, think about that status. In an instant, a wave of open expressions came rushing in. "Ning Zongzhu, you are so handsome. Ning Zongzhu, I want to bear your children. Ning Zongzhu, look at me." Nonsense. He was looking at me. "Okay, what did you say again?" Facing the madness of these girls, Ning Fengji still maintained a smile, motioning with his hands for silence, and his voice immediately became softer. Ning Fengji said, "I am honored to be invited to the opening ceremony of this competition. As a member of the Soul Master community, I am very pleased to see so many talented young people joining our ranks. I hope to see your wonderful performances. I believe that the purpose of all of you coming to this stage, as His Majesty said, is to bring glory to yourselves, your families, your academies, and also to the Empire. Even if your performance is not great, don't be discouraged. Your journey is still long. The future belongs to you. Thank you." After hearing this, the Emperor also smiled. The host then continued, "Ning Zongzhu, as the #1 support Soul Master, I believe many in the audience would like to know which team you are most optimistic about." Ning Fengji smiled and said, "Naturally, the first one is our Tiando Royal Academy's main team. However, I'm actually optimistic about another team, and I believe that with these 2 teams, victory will belong to our Tiando Empire." The host curiously asked, Oh, I wonder which team you were so optimistic about, Ning Zhongzhu? Ning Fengji smiled mysteriously. Let me keep you in suspense. You'll know later. After that, Ning Fengji stepped back to his seat. The audience began to discuss, speculating which team Ning Fengji was optimistic about. Even the contestants below were discussing it. The host said, "Thank you, Ning Zhongzhu, for your wonderful speech. Next, let us invite the Archbishop of the Tindo Spirit Hall, Saruth, to draw the competitors for the match." Dressed in a red robe and wearing a 5-pointed platinum crown, Saruth stood up and, guided by the maidservant, came to the host's side, reaching into the box in front of the host and handing out the nameplates. In the first round of the preliminaries, Sanhui Academy versus Zihui Academy. In the first round of the preliminaries, Huiyin Guanghui Academy versus Auckland Academy. In the first round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy versus Tindo Royal Second Team. The audience exchanged glances, not understanding if the Tindo Royal Second Team had any connection to Saruth, as they drew the weakest Shrek Academy. In an instant, voices of black curtain echoed throughout the arena. Saruth explained with a dark expression, "I have always been fair. There is no such thing as a black curtain. Also, anyone who enters the finals can directly join the Spear Hall." After saying this, he waved his sleeve and returned to his seat. Jilin never expected that Salas would directly undermine him in front of the Emperor of Tindo, which was akin to using a big move right in someone's face. It was just short of jumping on someone else's grave. Upon hearing this, the ordinary people in the audience didn't think much of it, but the competitors below erupted in an uproar. Damn, the luck of the Tindo Royal Academy's second team is just too good. They actually drew the weakest Shrek. Indeed, if it weren't for the fact that the person drawing the lots was the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, I would suspect there was some sort of dark scheme involved. At this moment, the members of Shrek were rolling up their sleeves, ready to let these blind people see what they were capable of. Tang San then called out the names: Mi Xiao Wumu Bai Jiangzhu Tailong and Jingling. For the last one, Tang San originally wanted to call Jilin, intending to let a great spirit master go up and make a fool of himself. As for whether Jilin would steal the spotlight, Tang San hadn't thought about it, because Jilin's attack power mainly relied on his blade. And the tournament prohibited the use of any tools other than spirit weapons, so Jilin couldn't act like he did before. However, considering that this was the first match and it was crucial for the team's morale and the Academy's reputation, he thought better of it and called Huang Yuan instead. Thus, the lineup for Shrek's first match was finalized. The others who weren't selected felt a bit disappointed, but Jilin had no such feelings and was even a bit happy. After all, watching a show was more comfortable than performing in one. And so, the first round of the preliminaries began. Shrek Academy finally saw their opponents, and even Jilin in the stands shook his head. The opposing team had a face full of arrogance, clearly not having experienced the harshness of society. "I hope they can hold on," Jilin silently wished. With the referee announcing the start, both sides showcased their spirits and soul rings. When Tang San's black soul ring appeared, the previously noisy arena fell silent all at once, with everyone wide-eyed, staring at the soul ring that shouldn't belong to a spirit master. Even the Emperor and the Bishop on the high platform looked on in shock. Unsurprisingly, the Tindo Royal Academy's second team was defeated, not even lasting a minute. At this point, no one underestimated this green team anymore. All participating teams regarded them as formidable opponents. The Emperor said, "The team that Ning Zhongzhu has high hopes for is this Shrek Academy team, right?" Ning Fengji slightly bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, my daughter is also among them." The Emperor feigned surprise. Then Ning Zhongzhu should be aware of this situation. Ning Fengji, of course, knew what the other party was referring to, and he smiled bitterly. "I really don't know, although I had some understanding of them before. The last time I met them was a year ago. I knew they had become spirit masters, but this soul ring is the first time I've seen it. However, didn't Prince Xuesheng meet them not long ago? Is that so?" The three people at the front turned their gaze towards Prince Xuesheng at the back. Before Prince Xuesheng could respond, the three committee members from the Royal Academy spoke up. "Yes, Your Majesty, if it weren't for Prince Xuesheng, Shrek Academy would have been ours." What happened next is unknown to us, but the next day, Prince Xuesheng did not show up, though that is another story. While the audience cheered for Shrek Academy, Jilin had already doubled his assets. Thinking of the 2 gold cards in his ring, Jilin shrugged and said, "Isn't making money just about having hands?" Chapter 33. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. When Jilin received his gambling winnings and just stepped out of the Grand Soul Arena, he saw others chatting with someone standing by the roadside. Upon closer inspection, it was Ning Fengji, who had just bid farewell. "Tang San, Thank you, Ning Fengji said. We are doing well at Shrek Academy. Please thank His Majesty for his kindness on our behalf. Ning Fengji also knew that Tang San harbored some resentment for being driven out by the Royal Academy. But he hoped that Tang San did not hold any hostility towards the Tiando Empire because of it. We don't need to be so polite between us. Speaking of which, your hidden weapons have helped us greatly at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If you have new hidden weapons in the future, be sure to let us know at the first opportunity. Ning Fengji smiled. Hearing this, Tang San also smiled and replied, no problem. Ning Fengji then took down Ning Rongrong's hand that was holding onto his arm. All right, Rongrong, go back with your companions. After all, your father is a member of the organizing committee, and staying with you for too long will invite gossip. Ning Rongrong pouted in dissatisfaction. Let them talk. Who cares about them? Ning Fengji smiled helplessly. You're already a 14-year-old child. Why are you still so willful? Won't you introduce your companions to me? Ning Rongrong glanced over her companions, seemingly choosing whom to introduce first. Dad, this is Senior Jiang Zhu, an excellent healing-type spirit master. Jiang Zhu didn't expect Ning Rongrong to introduce her first, and quickly greeted Ning Fengji. Ning Songshu, hello. Although Ning Fengji had a kind and elegant demeanor, no one could ignore the identity of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's master. Jiang Zhu, who had never interacted with such a big shot before, felt a bit nervous. Ning Fengji didn't think there was anything wrong with Jiang Zhu's reaction. Rather, this was how ordinary people typically behaved when meeting him. He encouraged Jiang Zhu gently for a few words, and then Ning Rongrong continued the introductions. Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Senior Tai Long also went on stage just now. I believe Dad saw their performance. As usual, he encouraged them for a bit. Next, Ning Rongrong began introducing the Shrek 7 monsters. After hearing Ning Rongrong's introductions, Ning Fengji was a bit surprised. He never expected the Shrek 7 monsters to have such high cultivation at such a young age. However, he also felt a bit regretful. Aside from Oscar, who expressed a willingness to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the others all politely declined, and their backing forces were not small. At least having Flander, a high-level soul sage, supporting them. But this was also good. With the potential of these individuals and their backing forces, it would be beneficial for Rongrong when she took over the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in the future. However, it seemed that Oscar was interested in Rongrong, so it looked like they needed to be cautious. With that in mind, Ning Fengji said to everyone, the doors of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will always welcome you. Not to mention the others, Jiang Zhu, Jing Ling, and Huang Yuan were incredibly excited. After all, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was a great place to go. Although they had previously considered joining, they had no connections. But now the sect master had directly opened the door for them, offering them a chance to join. At this moment, Ning Fengji also noticed Ji Lin walking over and curiously asked, Rongrong, is this also your companion? Ning Rongrong thought for a moment and said in a flat tone, this is our substitute contestant from Shrek Academy, Ji Lin. Knowing his daughter well, Ning Fengji could tell from her tone that Ji Lin's talent was not impressive. Although he didn't understand why the master would let a relatively weaker person join, it was ultimately their matter, so he didn't say anything, just nodded slightly at Ji Lin. He then said to Tang San, Xiao San, come with me for a moment. After the two left, the remaining people also headed towards Shrek. Ji Lin was still walking at the back alone. In the past, Jiang Zhu would occasionally come to keep him company. But now she was excitedly discussing the benefits of joining the 7 Treasures Glazed sect with Huang Yuan. Seeing Ji Lin walking alone at the back, the Shrek 7 monsters quietly gave Ning Rongrong a thumbs up. They had been observing Ji Lin's actions and felt even more repulsed by him. Although they couldn't do anything to him with a master around, they could still find ways to annoy him. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ji Lin, who was being ostracized, and thought of her own past in the Zhu family. Although she felt a bit sympathetic and thought he resembled her, she quickly dismissed that thought when she remembered that Ji Lin was only at level 22. I'm much stronger than him. Ji Lin also noticed that Ning Fengji's attitude towards him and others was different. Although a bit disappointed, he felt much better when he thought about how the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would nearly be destroyed later. Thus, everyone returned to the academy in a good mood. The day after the competition began, there were no matches for Shrek Academy today. Uncertain about the results of the day's matches, Ji Lin had no intention of betting on who would win, so he stayed inside Shrek Academy and did not go to the Soul Arena. After putting down the over 300-pound iron rod, Ji Lin gasped for breath, wiped the sweat from his face, and couldn't help but marvel at the importance of wealth companions. Law and land, it made sense that wealth could rank first, just in terms of the training equipment. Using this iron rod for exercise was just as effective as dragging a big stone. The wooden and bamboo sticks for training reaction were useful, but there was no special soul master to throw dodgeballs. At this rate of practice, in another half-month, he could level up again and complete the second phase goal left by Douluo of splitting marble with a bamboo sword faster. Although he could achieve it using gilded gold, Douluo did not know he would gain the gilded gold skill before leaving, so he still had to practice. Fortunately, Douluo left him some methods and power techniques. Jilin had previously easily neutralized Xiao Wu's soft techniques thanks to these skills. However, just having techniques was not enough to split stone with a bamboo sword. He also needed immense strength. Douluo did not specify how much strength was needed, but after learning those techniques, Jilin had tried using his soul power to chop down. And in the end, it was the bamboo in his hands that broke. Frustrated, Jilin resorted to using gilded gold to fiercely chop at the stone. With no other choice, Jilin had to honestly continue training. Just as he was about to carry on, Jiangzhu came over. Jilin was quite surprised. Although he had a good relationship with Jiangzhu, it was only relatively speaking compared to others. This was the first time Jiangzhu had actively come to find him. "What brings you to me? Can't I come to see you without a reason?" After sizing Jilin up, she nodded and said, "Not bad, nice build." Jilin said nothing and asked, "Are we here to talk business?" "It's nothing, just came to see you. Worried you might do something foolish." You don't really think that kind of thing would make me seek death, do you?" Seeing that Jilin truly didn't care, Jiangzhu joked, "That's an invitation from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You're not pretending to be indifferent, are you?" Jilin smiled and then asked, "Are you really planning to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? What else is there? I'm not a genius like them, with a strong background. For a commoner like me, who is a healing-type soul master, is there a better place than the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Although this was indeed the case, Jilin couldn't bear the thought of being the only person who could speak at Shrek Academy getting involved in that turmoil after joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. So he said, "You should think it over. I heard that aside from the auxiliary soul masters with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, the status of other auxiliary soul masters in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is even lower than in other factions." Jiangzhu frowned slightly, as this was different from what she had learned from others in Ning Rongrong before. However, she didn't immediately suspect Jilin of lying or slandering the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She just thought Jilin had been deceived. No way. Isn't the reputation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in the Soul Master world always quite good? Upon hearing this, Jilin thought that Jiangzhu didn't really know much about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, making it more likely for her to give up joining. So he continued to deceive her. "How could it not be? I have a friend in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He told me that the tasks for external auxiliary soul masters include, but are not limited to, washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, and taking care of daily needs. Even those with a bit of beauty might be taken to warm the bed." That's enough. Jiangzhu really couldn't listen any longer. Initially, she had a good impression of Jilin. Although he wasn't as handsome as Dai Mubai or Oscar, he was still better than Ma Hongjun. Even though he was only in his 20s, he had 2,000-year soul rings. However, she never expected Jilin to be someone who liked to spread rumors in private. Even if they didn't invite you, you shouldn't slander them behind their backs. "I never thought you were this kind of person. We shouldn't chat anymore." With that, she turned and left. Watching Jiangzhu's departing figure, Jilin didn't try to explain anything for himself. He just felt a bit regretful that he couldn't stop Jiangzhu from joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It seemed he still needed to practice his persuasion skills. He really didn't know how the second guy managed to charm those girls so effortlessly. After that, Jilin continued his training for the day. Chapter 34. Tang Sin went missing. From now on, it's my Guna LA's world unknowingly. The Soul Master competition had been ongoing for nearly half a month. Now, everyone's impression of Shrek was no longer that of the weakest team dressed in bizarre school uniforms that looked like they were made of dung. After defeating the Royal Second Team, Shrek had once again defeated the veteran strong team, the Elephant Armor Academy, and continued their winning streak. Now, all the spectators regarded Shrek as the biggest dark horse of the year, attracting the attention of all participating academies. This naturally included the Tsanghui Academy, which had had an unpleasant encounter with them. "Oh, dear audience friends, we have received a notice from the event organizers that today Shrek Academy's opponent, Othello Academy, has to forfeit today's match due to health issues. Let's wish them well." As soon as the referee finished speaking, there was a stir in the audience, discussing how Othello suddenly fell ill when they had won quite easily in the previous match without sustaining serious injuries. At this moment, a voice in the crowd said, "Just look at who their opponent is today, and you'll know. That is Shrek Academy, with a 10,000-year soul ring. Can they win? Once these words were said, there was another round of discussion among the crowd, and they had to admit that it seemed to be true. Then someone led a cheer for Shrek, and many people began to echo it, making it feel like it was Shrek fighting on the main stage rather than the Kamikaze Academy. Seeing Shrek Academy gaining so much attention, the captain of Sanghui Academy also had a grim expression. He thought about how Shrek was on a 6-match winning streak while there were 5 wins and 1 loss, making his face even darker. Moreover, the trouble they had caused for Shrek previously had somehow been leaked, making many people laugh at Sanghui Academy. Slamming his fist on the table in front of him, he glared at the departing Shrek team and gritted his teeth, saying, "Shrek, I will make you pay." At that moment, the door to Sanghui Academy's exclusive lounge opened, and an old man walked in. It was Xinian. Looking at his captain, who was still throwing a fit, Xinian said calmly, "Can't you hold your temper?" The captain, realizing Xinian had entered, quickly bowed and said, "I was just a bit displeased with him showing off." Xinian nodded. "Yes, Shrek Academy is indeed a bit ostentatious. But that's good. The more people they offend, the less likely it is for me to be discovered when I take action." Hearing this, the captain was overjoyed. "Teacher, are you going to take action?" But Xinian did not answer. He silently walked forward and looked in the direction where Shrek's team had disappeared, his murky eyes flashing with a glimmer of light, hoping it wouldn't take too long. At this time, Tang San was still watching the Kamikaze Academy's match with the master. After learning about the differences between the extreme flow and balance flow from the master, Tang San felt a sense of urgency and decided to quickly return to practice and solidify his 3 apertures control heart. Naturally, the master wouldn't stop his prized disciple from wanting to improve his strength. After giving a few instructions, he let him leave. Meanwhile, Xinian, who had been paying attention to this side, did not expect the opportunity to come so suddenly, secretly thinking it was luck. He then followed Tang San out of the fighting arena. At this moment, Ji Lin was still training hard in the academy. He realized that he had begun to love the feeling of being exhausted and then quickly revitalized. Plus, he was becoming stronger through this process. Ever since he found out he didn't have to go to the fighting arena to watch matches since he wasn't participating, he spent all his time training in the small woods outside the dormitory, aside from placing bets. Jiang Zhu, due to their previous unpleasant conversation, no longer interacted with Ji Lin and hadn't even said a word to him. Although Ji Lin felt a bit disappointed because talking to a beautiful girl was always nice, he soon threw that disappointment aside and threw himself wholeheartedly into his training. At this time, others, prompted by Xiao Wu, also realized that Tang San was missing, which made everyone start to worry about him. Among those most concerned were Xiao Wu and the master. After all, one had feelings for Tang San, while the other regarded him as the best way to prove himself. The master immediately ordered everyone to search separately, and to avoid the situation where Tang San suddenly returned while they were still outside, foolishly searching, he arranged for Xiao Wu to wait at the academy gate, as they were also uneasy letting her go out alone. Naturally, Jiang Zhu was also assigned to search, but thought that since Ji Lin had been at the academy and hadn't gone out, he might have seen Tang San. So, she headed to the small woods where Ji Lin was training. Ji Lin, who was resting on the ground, was a bit surprised to see Jiang Zhu arrive, not knowing what she was there for. After running over, Jiang Zhu caught her breath and asked Ji Lin, "Have you seen Tang San before?" Hearing this, Ji Lin was first taken aback, sat up from the ground, and rubbed his chin. Tang San is missing? Was there such a thing in the original work? Then wouldn't it be my Guna Lot Ji Lin's world from now on? To be honest, aside from a bit of setting and a little plot, Ji Lin doesn't remember much else. As Jiang Zhu watched Ji Lin stroking his chin, she thought he was recalling whether he had seen Tang San today, so she didn't disturb him. At that moment, Ji Lin had already fallen into his own thoughts, and took a while to remember that Jiang Zhu was still waiting for his reply. He then said to Jiang Zhu, "No, I've been training here all day and haven't seen Tang San. Not just today, but Ji Lin hadn't seen him for the past few days either." Upon learning that Ji Lin hadn't seen Tang San, Jiang Zhu didn't linger any longer and hurriedly left. Watching Jiang Zhu's departing figure, Ji Lin knew he had already aligned himself with Tang San's camp and couldn't help but marvel at the charm of the protagonist. He stood up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and put the equipment back into his storage ring. Ji Lin was also preparing to go have dinner. He wondered if there was still something tasty at this hour. Ji Lin was quite satisfied with the cafeteria at Shrek Academy. Aside from being a bit more expensive than outside, it had no other drawbacks. Moreover, for Shrek Academy, the prices were within acceptable limits, considering all the students here were Soul Masters. The cafeteria was on the east side of the academy, while Ji Lin's dormitory was on the west side. so he needed to walk along the main road at the school gate to get to the cafeteria. From a distance, Jilin saw a figure collapsed at the school gate. As he approached, he realized it was Xiao Wu, and it seemed there was someone else beneath her. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the missing Tang San. Seeing the young couple in a warm embrace, Jilin wisely chose to quietly leave without disturbing them. Later, when those who had gone out searching for Tang San returned with disappointed faces and heard that Tang San was back, they all wanted to ask him about it. However, when they saw Xiao Wu asleep in front of Tang San's bed, her hand tightly holding his, they couldn't bring themselves to disturb the two and decided to wait until Tang San woke up before talking. As the sunlight filtered through the window onto the bed, Jilin opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and his joints cracked. He threw off the blanket, washed up a bit, and got ready to go have breakfast. When he arrived at the cafeteria, he happened to run into Master, who was bringing out a sumptuous breakfast. The two didn't say much and just walked past each other. What Jilin didn't know was that after they brushed past, Master turned back to look at him with a meaningful glance. Once Master returned to his own small house, he didn't close the door. After neatly placing the food on the table, he sat down and waited quietly. Before long, as Master had predicted, Tang San arrived. The master and disciple quietly ate breakfast, and once the meal was finished, they began their formal conversation. That's how it happened, teacher. Tang San recounted in detail how he had seen through and countered Shinian, leaving no detail out, not even the purple extreme magic eye and the King of Hell sticker. After hearing Tang San's account, Master was surprised that Shinian could be so shameless, bullying the weak, and was further astonished by his disciple's remarkable eyesight, which had the ability to see through illusions. However, wasn't Hao insects supposed to follow a grand and bold path? When did they develop such intricate techniques? Regarding the soul bone from Shinian, Tang San thought for a moment and decided not to hide it. After all, he himself wasn't sure if he should absorb it. When Master heard that Tang San had obtained a soul bone, he nearly went crazy. That was a soul bone, a precious treasure. Each soul bone provided a significant boost to his soul master. For instance, take Huyan Li from the Elephant Armor Academy, who possessed a head soul bone over 10,000 years old, if he hadn't been previously injured. Not even Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul fusion skill could guarantee victory against him. Even though Master hadn't encountered soul bones during his time at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, one could imagine how excited he was at this moment. When he truly saw the soul bone radiating with colorful light, a sense of greed arose in Master's heart. He knew that if he spoke up, there was a high chance Tang San would give it to him, which would allow him to climb to greater heights. However, this would also create a rift in his relationship with Tang San. After a fierce internal struggle, Master ultimately decided to dismiss this incredibly tempting thought. After returning the soul bone to Tang San, he instructed him to keep it safe. Master couldn't help but marvel at his disciple's extraordinary luck. First, he absorbed a third soul ring and obtained a rare external soul bone, and now, by misfortune, he had acquired a precious head soul bone. He first praised Tang San for resisting the temptation of the soul bone and not blindly absorbing it, stating that this soul bone was not suitable for him. Then he seriously asked Tang San, "What do you think caused this situation?" Tang San recalled Shinian's words and replied, "Now that Shrek Academy is advancing rapidly, and I have a Millennium Fourth Soul Ring, I'm attracting attention. Quite a few people are already watching me." Master nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, that's how the world works. If you're too weak, they will bully you. If you're too strong, they will ostracize and suppress you. So, I've decided to let him help share some of the pressure for you. Tang San naturally knew who Master was referring to and felt admiration for his teacher's foresight. Teacher is wise. Chapter 35. Shrek faces another storm today was the 7th round of the tournament. Shrek, Shenkong, Qihua, Tianshui, and Lei Tang all stood tied for first place with 6 consecutive victories, looking down on the other academies. Watching Dai Mubai and the others eagerly preparing beside him, Yilin sighed helplessly. Yesterday afternoon, Master had approached Jilin, explaining that Tang San needed to rest due to his injuries, and since they needed to hide their strength, he couldn't send anyone else. Now, Jilin needed to step in to fill Tang San's position. Hearing this, Jilin was shocked and quickly said, "But I'm just a great soul master. Is it appropriate for me to go up?" In response, Master reassured him, "Don't worry, this time the opponent, Oakland Academy, is just an obscure, small academy with no soul masters in their team, the highest being a level 39 soul venerable. We have Mubai, a level 44 assault system soul master. What are you afraid of? Besides, I told you before that I would let you participate. This is a good opportunity to fulfill that promise." Jilin thought to himself, I thought you were just saying that. You invited me to join Shrek, not just to study my martial soul, right? You wanted to join the team to use the Soul Master Tournament to attract me, making it impossible for me to refuse? How serious are you about this? Of course, he wouldn't voice these thoughts, so he tentatively refused. Can I not go? Master forced a smile that was somewhat frightening and said, to be honest, it would be a bit scary if you took my ring but didn't do any work. Jilin now feels an immense regret, wishing he could go back in time and strangle his past self for being so greedy over trivial benefits. Now, it has come to this, with others coming to him for help. To be honest, Jilin wants to return the storage rack to the master immediately. But he's gotten used to using the soul guide over the past few days, and now he is somewhat reluctant to give it back. Moreover, the exercise equipment is not light, and without the storage ring, it would be quite inconvenient to carry. After pondering, Jilin decided to agree to the master's request. Seeing Jilin agree, the master let out a sigh of relief. Even if Jilin had refused, the master had ways to help his disciple alleviate the situation by directly spreading news of Jilin's presence, which would certainly attract some people to come and test him. If they weren't too strong, he could protect Jilin. If the challengers were too troublesome, he could simply abandon him. After all, Jilin, who had no one to protect him, would likely be more attractive than Tang San. However, now that Jilin has agreed, the limit on helping him fend off enemies could be raised up to the level of a soul sage. Thus, Jilin had to give up his training and headed to the Great Fighting Soul arena. Please welcome Shrek Academy and Oakland Academy to the stage. As a referee's voice rang out, both sides stepped onto the arena. Dear audience friends, today is the most surprising match of the season, with Shrek Academy facing Oakland Academy. After their last opponent, Othello Academy, forfeited, Shrek Academy has shown commendable courage in continuing to fight. However, we can see that Shrek's star player, Tang San, is not participating today. Instead, a stranger has taken his place. Could this be the reason for Oakland Academy's persistence? Let's wait and see. Upon hearing that Tang San was not participating, the audience was filled with disappointment. After all, wasn't the biggest highlight of Shrek Academy the legendary 10,000-year soul ring? Although the Nether White Tiger is also quite stunning, it pales in comparison to the unprecedented 10,000-year fourth soul ring. This martial soul fusion technique seems somewhat lacking. Sai, why isn't Tang San on the field? If I had known this would happen, I would have taken a day off yesterday to watch the Tian Shui Academy instead. Exactly. Even with Tang San not participating, the Nether White Tiger isn't on either. What's going on with Shrek? Do they not want us to continue supporting them? Oakland Academy, upon realizing Tang San's absence, secretly felt fortunate, knowing that even if they might still lose, at least the defeat wouldn't be too embarrassing. In this match, aside from Jilin stepping in to fill Tang San's vacancy, the rest of the team remained unchanged. Both sides released their martial souls. Yellow and purple lights burst forth from everyone, and various martial souls appeared on the arena. Jilin's hands were also covered in gold, with 2 purple Millennium Soul rings swirling around him. A Grand Soul Master with 2 Millennium Soul rings. Some sharp-eyed spectators noticed the Grand Soul Master mixed in with a group of Soul Zune and Soul Sect, and naturally, they also recognized Jilin's unusual soul rings. A stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, and suddenly everyone's attention was focused on Jilin, the Grand Soul Master. Wow, what kind of place is Shrek? First, there was a 10,000-year fourth soul ring, and now there's someone with 2 Millennium Soul rings. Is this poking a hornet's nest? No wonder they dared to let him replace Tang San. He really has some skills. What's this person's name? Even the important figures in the VIP seats were astonished. They originally thought Tang San was already quite exaggerated, but unexpectedly, another person with 2 Super Spec Soul rings appeared. The Snow Knight Emperor immediately turned to Ning Fengji, who was more familiar with Shrek, and asked, "Whose department is this? Who is he?" Ning Fengji was also too shocked to speak. He naturally recognized Jilin and felt immense regret for not recruiting him at that time. Rongrong, oh Rongrong, you really surprised your father. Ning Fengji wouldn't ignore the Emperor's inquiry. Your Majesty, I only know that this person is called Jilin and is a substitute from Shrek Academy. As for the rest, including his soul rings, this is the first time I've seen them. After hearing Ning Fengji's answer, the Emperor was incredibly curious about this. Suddenly emerged Jilin and immediately prepared to send someone to investigate. However, seeing Salas sitting next to him with a bad expression, he thought this wasn't the style of the Spirit Hall. Bishop Salas, what do you think of Jilin? Salas es nortevkoudli. It's nothing more than another masterpiece of that master. Really, if it weren't for knowing he had misspoken, Salas would have quickly shut up, sitting with a cold face and watching the competition below. Hearing Salas's words, Both the Emperor and Ning Fengji raised their eyebrows. Both were clever men, and it was not difficult to see from Salus's words that the Spirit Hall didn't seem to plan to take action against Shrek for the time being. This was strange. In the past, the Spirit Hall was always the most eager to recruit such geniuses. It seems there are significant underlying reasons here. Master, how could a mere Soul Zune have such a great influence? It seems I need to pay more attention to this. Jilin was naturally unaware of the thoughts of the dignitaries on the high platform. For Shrek Academy, even without Tang San, winning against the Oakland Academy was still not a problem. In the competition, it seemed that others were intentionally or unintentionally letting him face an opponent alone. Although Oakland Academy was not very strong, they were all Soul Zune, with the weakest being level 32. Although Jilin was confident he could defeat his opponent. Hearing the discussions about him in the audience suddenly reminded him of a scene in the original work where someone attacked Tang San during the Soul Master competition, resulting in losing their life and even gifting the protagonist a soul bone. Even if Jilin is dull, he should know that he's been pushed out to draw fire for Tang San. Jilin had never encountered such a situation before, but it's not too late to react now. Although he had already been exposed, it didn't mean there was no way out. He could find a powerful force to join that could ensure his safety. For example, the Spirit Hall seemed quite good. However, simply joining wouldn't guarantee he would be taken seriously, so Jilin planned to perform well from now on. Jilin's opponent was the weakest Spirit Master from Auckland Academy, a Soul Master with a Golden Cicada martial spirit. His speed was not fast, but his movement trajectory was quite peculiar, making it hard to predict. Coupled with his unique sound wave soul skill, he was a rather tricky opponent. However, for Jilin, it wasn't very challenging. Although the two soul rings did not grant him any soul skills, most of the energy from the soul rings was concentrated in Jilin's body, which enhanced his vision far beyond that of others. While he couldn't compare to Tang San, who trained the Purple Extreme Magic Eye, it was still no problem for him to see his opponent's trajectory clearly. Jilin had some experience with such unpredictable movements from his previous bamboo leaf training. The opponent's sound wave soul skills required a certain range to trigger air vibrations to launch attacks, rather than attacking directly with noise. Otherwise, he wouldn't be but a control type. Seeing Jilin within his attack range, the Golden Cicada Soul Master unhesitatingly activated his soul skill, aptly named Soundwave Attack. Jilin, who had been keeping an eye on his opponent, saw the flash of the soul ring and immediately sprang into action, charging towards him. Just as Jilin moved away, the spot he had just vacated was struck by an invisible attack, creating cracks. Wow, that power is quite something. Although surprised by his opponent's soul skill, Jilin did not stop. The Golden Cicada Soul Master, seeing Jilin narrowly evade his attack, activated his first soul skill, Cicada Movement, approaching Jilin in the way he was most proficient at, preparing to launch his soul skill at close range, making it hard for Jilin to dodge. Even if you have 2,000-year soul rings, you're still just a great soul master. Don't get too arrogant. Another sound wave attack rushed towards Jilin's face. Hearing the wind approaching, Jilin executed a slide, successfully dodging it, his eyes fixed on the Golden Cicada Soul Master, who was flying erratically 2 meters off the ground. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent had not yet reacted to his evasion, Jilin jumped up and grabbed his leg. Checkmate. Using the Golden Cicada Soul Master as a pivot, Jilin spun in the air before slamming him hard down onto the arena, causing cracks to spread. Chapter 36. Jilin's Prison Break Diary, Douluo Calendar. Year 2644, September 7th, clear weather. Since I stepped onto the stage yesterday, I've noticed many people looking at me with admiration whenever I leave the school. There's nothing I can do. I'm naturally charming, so it's only right that they admire me. However, as for the boys, no thanks. I'm not into that. Besides these direct gazes, I also sense some more subtle ones. But when I looked in the direction of that feeling, I found nothing. The spies on Douluo continent really have some skills. However, I realized that many people have started taking interest in me, which made me feel a bit uneasy. After returning to Shrek Academy, I also noticed that there were new people moving in on both sides of my dormitory, and their soul power fluctuations were much stronger than those of my previous neighbors. I knew that Flander and Yu Xiaojiang had already started monitoring me. The situation is quite dire. After a few seconds of deep contemplation, I decided to initiate the great plan of Shrek's redemption. Although I didn't have that crucial pickaxe, covering my hands in gold would be just as effective. However, when I took my entourage, monitors hereafter referred to as entourage, to survey the terrain, I sadly discovered that my dormitory was on the 3rd floor. Up and down, left and right, Alibaba Kafum off topic. In short, my dormitory was surrounded by the rooms of my entourage, and Shrek Academy had no sewage system. Yes, a school this large has no sewage system. It's all taken away quietly by ordinary people before dawn. Oh, this is truly the evil of feudalism and soul masterism. And such a situation deserves to be severely criticized. After a whole day of investigation, I received good news and bad news. The bad news is that the great plan of Shrek's redemption has been declared bankrupt. The good news is that my room has a beautiful view of the sunset. Douluo calendar, year 2644, September 8th, clear to partly cloudy. Today is very suitable for exercise. I can also think about Shrek's redemption too. 0 while working out. However, that old Yu Xiaojiang seems to be unable to stand me being idle and found me early in the morning, telling me that Tang San's injury hasn't healed yet and that I have to play for him for another day. Seriously, am I the kind of person who loves to show off? However, he handed me a thick book, the Illustrated Soul Beast Encyclopedia Detailed Edition. Looking at the straightforward title, I couldn't help but fall into contemplation. With a scrutinizing attitude, I opened this Pandora's box, but after just a glance, I closed it again. I then headed towards the Great Soul Arena, as he had given me way too much. Douluo calendar, year 2644, September 9th, overcast. Today there are no matches at Shrek. Just another free day. Nothing happened today. I passed the time lifting weights, reading, and thinking about redemption. Douluo calendar, year 2644, September 10th, light rain. Today, Tang San has recovered and returned to the arena. I heard that when Tang San returned, it sparked a wave of Tang San fever. I could hear it from far away. I hope Tang San can keep progressing like this, allowing those people to forget about my existence. Lifting weights, reading, planning. Douluo calendar, year 2644, September 11th, overcast. Today, I came up with Shrek's redemption too. 0 while out with my entourage, taking the opportunity to slip away. Everything went smoothly. Thanks to my strong physical fitness, I successfully shook off those followers. Watching them anxiously searching for me, I secretly laughed while hiding in the shadows, gradually retreating and preparing to escape from the center of this vortex when I bumped into something. Turning around, Flanders' shoehorn-like face appeared right in front of me. And just like that too, 0 also failed. The crazy Yu Xiaojiang even brought Zhao Wujia, who was knitting a sweater out of boredom, to keep me company. That's enough. Next, lift weights, read, think I'll forget it. Douluo calendar, year 2644, September 12th, clear. Early in the morning, I saw Yu Xiaojiang's face, which looked like someone owed him 8 million and hadn't paid it back, ruining my good mood for the entire day. This old man must be up to no good. Sure enough, he came to make me participate in a match again. How could someone like me submit to his tyranny? Damn, what's wrong with these people? I gave them everything, yet they still can't win. They're really useless. After returning, I lifted weights, read, but not the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. Instead, I read a new book I just received today about multi-body fusion techniques theory. September 13th. Lift weights, read. September 14th. Throw a fixed match. There's no other choice. I promised. As for this match, Sai, I have the intention to fight, but I can't change the outcome. What's up with these opponents? I'm already so useless. And yet the other side is still so weak. I was so angry that I immediately slapped that person off the stage. September 15th. Today is a rest day. Lifting weights and reading, but the sunset really caught my attention. September 16th. Fixed matches. September 17th. Actually, Lao Zhao is not a bad guy. We get along quite well. With his gravitational boost, my cultivation speed has increased. September 18th. Another day of fixed matches. But the good news is that my assets have successfully doubled, reaching 230 gold soul coins. If it weren't for the odds being too low, I would have become a millionaire long ago. September 19th. Today is another day worth celebrating. My soul power has reached level 23. I bought some food and watched the sunset with Lao Zhao in the dorm, drinking low-alcohol wheat beer equivalent to beer. We chatted about everything, and I seem to have developed a liking for the taste of alcohol. September 20th. I take back what I said yesterday. I accidentally drank too much and now have a headache. Meanwhile, Lao Zhao is snoring like thunder over there. Although Tang San is back on stage today, and I don't need to perform, I still didn't go back to sleep. It's definitely not because of Lao Zhao's snoring. It's definitely not because of the snoring. It's absolutely because of the snoring. Important things should be said 3 times. Although there might be some reason for that. It's not the main reason. Today is the day of the battle between Shrek and the Blazing Fire Academy, and also the day of that famous line, "Excuse me, my blue silvergrass, fire immunity." As a self-proclaimed fun person, how could I miss this moment? Wow, that must be Fire Dance. She's really beautiful, with long red hair, a delicate face, and those legs that waist, and, Not very big, but overall, she's a beauty. For some reason, seeing fire dance, I unconsciously thought of another girl who also plays with fire and is named Dance. Compared to her, fire dance feels a bit like a small ball meeting a big ball. But Tang San's line is really infuriating. I really want to say, what a pity my gold-plated, full immunity. Although I can only think about it now. I believe that one day it will be realized. I imagine those from the Blazing Fire Academy are probably livid right now. Who told you to run into the protagonist? Alright, today's show is over. Time to go back and practice with Lao Zhao. Chapter 37, Another Day of Forced Work. Lao Zhao, that's enough. Jilin gasped for breath and spoke to the seemingly calm Zhao Wuji beside him. The next moment, the gravity weighing down on Jilin began to dissipate. This sudden change made Jilin a bit unsteady, and with a thud, he fell to the ground. Zhao Wuji then walked over, helped Jilin up, and took out a recovery candy from Xiao Xin to put in Jilin's mouth. Do you really need to push yourself this hard? As soon as the candy entered Jilin's mouth, it transformed into a warm current, alleviating Jilin's fatigue, allowing him to stand up on his own. Aren't you aware of my situation? If I don't hurry up and get stronger, I might really get captured. But aren't you a member of Shrek now? Who could touch you? Regarding this, Jilin had seen through it in the past few days. He was just there to attract fire for Tang San. Although he felt unwilling, what could he do? He wasn't even sure he could defeat Tang San, let alone Flinder. I'm not the only special case here. Can Shrek really protect both of us at the same time? Or will they abandon Tang San to save me? Hearing this, Zhao Wuji fell silent. He had noticed the increased surveillance around Shrek recently and understood how sought after Jilin and Tang San were. From his years of experience with Flinder and their recent interactions, he believed that when the time came, Flinder would definitely prioritize Tang San. After spending some time together, Zhao Wuji found Jilin to be quite a decent person, diligent and resilient. Although sometimes he would come up with bizarre ideas, like going out to admire the moon late at night, planning to dig a tunnel to escape Shrek from the dormitory, and even getting himself drunk. How could that kid drink so well? He also didn't hide his personality very well. To put it nicely, he was motivated by profit. And to put it bluntly, he was like a child who wouldn't act until he saw the rabbit. Jilin, capable of such antics, lacked the maturity expected at his age of 20. Even the 12-year-old Tang San was more composed. However, this feeling was quite nice. Tang San was too mature. If it weren't for his bone age showing that he was still a youth, and the certification from the Haoyan Douluo, Zhao Wuji would have doubted that he wasn't some ancient monster skilled in maintaining his youth. As for Jilin's situation, Zhao Wuji had sought Flinder's intercession, but he was outright refused. In the past, even if Flinder would refuse, he wouldn't be so direct. But ever since the master arrived, Flinder had become increasingly distant from the teachers who founded Shrek with him. Now, he spent all his time with the master, Lu Erlong, and those little monsters. It was hard to say if he would even remember Zhao Wuji if he weren't needed to keep an eye on Jilin. Watching over Jilin during this time had been one of Zhao Wuji's rare moments of enjoyment. Jilin knew that Zhao Wuji was there to monitor him, but he didn't avoid him too much. Instead, he almost included him in everything. Eating, relaxing, watching his matches except for sleeping together, taking showers, and going to the bathroom. The two were almost inseparable. Flinder had also seen Zhao Wuji several times in the Soul Arena, and he was pleased that Zhao Wuji never relaxed his watch over Jilin. He even said a few encouraging words to him before turning back to the master. This made Zhao Wuji feel quite uncomfortable. After more than a decade of friendship, was it really not as strong as first love? Old Zhao, let's go. It's time to eat. Coming. Zhao Wuji had actually considered directly taking Jilin and running away, but his years of friendship with Flinder made him abandon that idea. The reason Jilin was willing to talk to Zhao Wuji was simple. He couldn't find anyone else to talk to. Ever since the last fallout with Jiang Zhu, they hadn't spoken again. Even when they encountered each other, they treated each other as strangers. Humans are social animals. Those who isolate themselves, if not gods, are beasts. In short, the relationship between the two developed rapidly, making it natural for Zhao Wuji to help Jilin train with his soul skills. Moreover, with Zhao Wuji around, Jilin's relationships with other teachers like Xiao Xin and Liu Song were quite good, at least better than with the seven monsters. Jilin also benefited a lot from this, such as Xiao Xion's sugar beans and Liu Song's power techniques. Although they are not as good as what Luo left behind, they still have their merits. The combination of the two allowed Jilin to successfully split a stone by more than 3 inches. With the help of Xiao Xion's sugar beans, Jilin quickly recovered and then excitedly asked Zhao Wuji to use gravity to start practicing swordsmanship. It was during a casual chat that Jilin learned that Zhao Wuji had a soul skill that could exert gravity. He recalled that many prominent figures seemed to have experienced training under gravity, especially Sun Wukong, who is named Kakarot. So he asked Zhao Wuji to use the gravity domain, and he practiced swordsmanship inside it. Although Zhao Wuji is a soul sage, he cannot maintain his soul skill indefinitely, even though this gravity domain is his third soul skill. Fortunately, Jilin couldn't last long either, and the gravity was only increased by 5 times, which meant Zhao Wuji's consumption was even lower. However, Jilin still underestimated the power of 5 times gravity. At the beginning, he was exhausted after just 15 minutes of swinging, whereas he could usually swing continuously for an hour. But after a few days of adaptation, Jilin was now able to complete his usual training under 5 times gravity. This also made Zhao Wuji exclaim in astonishment. Thus ended a day of training. The next morning, Zhao Wuji knocked on Jilin's door and brought him bad news. What? I have to go on stage again. That's right. Why? I remember this match is against the Shinji Academy, right? Why do I have to go on stage? Don't mention it. The last match against Songhui Academy showcased some kind of 7-in-1 fusion technique. Although we won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Now, except for Xiao San and the others. Everyone is still lying in bed, and Xiao San isn't in good shape either. Now, 6 Soul Sovereigns have been selected from the Academy, preparing to support you for a few days. It seems that there is indeed such a thing in the original work, but it seems that Tang San was pretending. Didn't they tell Zhao Wuji? This old Zhao is doing too poorly. Then we could just forfeit. There's no way we can win like this. I also mentioned this to the master, but he said we can't tarnish Shrek's reputation. Ji Lin secretly cursed this old geezer. Isn't he just asking me to go out and divert people's attention away from Tang San, who has just finished showing off? And he's speaking so grandly about it. Ji Lin ultimately agreed. There was no other way. So Yu Xiaojing handed over the 2 books to Ji Lin with the condition that he would comply with the upcoming competition arrangements. As for whether Ji Lin could understand them, that was no longer Yu's concern. Ji Lin arrived at the Great Soul Arena with some temporary extras. Feng Xiaotian was quite friendly. As soon as Ji Lin arrived, he rushed over eagerly. Hey, brother, why isn't Tang San here today? He wouldn't really be resting in bed as rumored outside, would he? Ji Lin looked at the somewhat handsome masked man in front of him, feeling quite speechless. This is our first meeting, right? We aren't that familiar. Feng Xiaotian waved his hand dismissively. Brother, I don't like hearing that. The first time is unfamiliar. The second time is familiar. Without this first awkwardness, how can there be a second familiarity? It did seem to be true. But why were you so concerned about Tang San? And do you know me? Hey, go ask around. How many people still don't know your name? Ji Lin. And Tang San's? As for why I'm so concerned about Tang San, I can only say that my happiness for the second half of my life depends entirely on him. No way. I acted that way. How am I still so famous? Feng Xiaotian hesitated a bit, unsure whether to tell the truth since the reality could be quite disheartening. But then thought to himself, why should I care? Your acting skills really need improvement. As long as there's nothing wrong with your eyes, anyone can see that you're acting. Ji Lin touched the back of his head and said, is that so? Thank you for such a high evaluation of me. I'm not complimenting you. This is the first time Feng Xiaotian has met someone more shameless than himself. So what happened to Tang San? Ji Lin rarely spoke seriously, saying, Brother Feng, you shouldn't focus your attention on Tang San. You should pay more attention to your beloved. Seeing Ji Lin's serious expression, Feng Xiaotian also inexplicably became serious. What does this mean? Ahem, if a woman is interested in a man, then she is not far from falling in love with him. Hearing Ji Lin's conclusion, Feng Xiaotian gasped in surprise and respectfully said to Ji Lin, I haven't asked for your name yet. I am the unworthy one, the little white tiger of Sotawa City. Little white tiger? Isn't your martial soul the golden light guardian? When you roam the martial world, you need a few aliases. Oh, I see. It's an honor to meet you. You're too polite. So, master, what should I do? Fate brings us together, so I will pass on my 3 waves true words to you. The method should not be passed to a third ear. Come closer. When the time comes, you will do this and that. The 2 whispered for a while before parting ways. Feng Xiaotian, full of gratitude, handed a gold coin to Ji Lin, saying, Thank you, master, for clarifying my doubts. Ji Lin put away the coin into a storage ring and said, Brother Feng, may we meet again if fate allows. With that, he lifted his foot and left, and the others quickly followed. Watching their departing figures, Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but smile beneath his mask, thinking what an interesting guy he was. It's hard to imagine someone like him being in the same academy as Tang San. Lu Run, somewhat puzzled, asked, Isn't that our lounge? Why are we leaving? Yeah, if anyone should leave, it should be him. After saying that, Ji Lin took the lead back, pushing Feng Xiaotian out. The upcoming match turned out to be the most bizarre one. The others were seriously engaged in battle, while Jilin and Feng Xiaotian seemed to be enjoying a peaceful moment. The team leaders on both sides looked grim. Master was somewhat okay with it, as Jilin had done this before. However, the leader of Shunfeng Academy couldn't take it anymore and cursed angrily. This Feng Xiaotian has lost his mind again. I tolerated him letting Qihua Academy off easy. But what's going on with Shrek? Even the Emperor on the VIP platform hadn't anticipated that this match would develop into such a situation. Shaking his head in disbelief and saying, "These young people, I really can't understand what they're thinking." Ning Fengji remarked, "That's why the future belongs to them." On the arena, Feng Xiaotian seemed to have noticed his team leader's expression and helplessly said to Jilin, "Although I've enjoyed my time with Brother Ji, alas, one must obey their master's orders." Jilin understood, saying, "Every family has its own difficulties, but be gentle when you strike later." All right. Then Jilin covered his hands with gold, showcasing his most impressive feature, while Feng Xiaotian transformed into a two-headed wolf, activating his first spirit ring and summoning the wind blade formation. Seeing this scene, the audience thought the two sides were about to get serious. However, when the wind blade hit Jilin, producing a crisp sound, Jilin was directly knocked off the arena. Master and Flander left with dark expressions. The audience was indignant, thinking, "Are they still acting? I thought you looked down on those opponents." Haha, I even placed a heavy bet. Ha 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 ha. Damn it, refund me. Do you think you can justify this? Chapter 38, Salus in Action. The preliminaries of the 4th Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition concluded with Shrek, under Tang San's leadership, tying with Tianshui Academy. Shrek Academy ultimately placed 3rd in the Tiando division with a record of 24 wins, 2 losses, and 1 tie, just behind Shunfeng and Thunder, which had 26 wins and 1 loss, with Qi was slightly ahead of Tianshui. After the competition, the captains and vice-captains of the top 5 teams were invited for a separate award ceremony. Jilin didn't know what had happened. Everyone else returned happily, while Tang San wore a worried expression and locked himself away as soon as he got back to the academy. However, this didn't concern Jilin. He continued to eat and drink as usual. Time quickly passed, and after 10 days, Tang San reappeared in front of everyone, sweeping away his previous gloom. He excitedly shared the insights he had gained during these 10 days. We can enhance the synergy between our soul skills to form a combo. For example, Xiao Wu can first charm the opponent, then use teleportation to get close, and finally finish with the waist bow and the 8-section throw. As long as the first soul skill hits, it can severely injure or even defeat the opponent. Hearing this, Jilin, who had been called by the master to train with others, looked puzzled. Shouldn't this be common knowledge? Looking at the reactions of the others, Dai Mubai looked impressed. Ma Hongjun showed excitement, and even Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flashed with a glimmer of wisdom. Not to mention Tyran, Tang San's little brother, who was already cheering. 3rd young master is brilliant. Shifting his gaze to the chief coach of the Shrek team, the direct descendant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, the master Yu Xiaojiang. Known for his theoretical wisdom in the soul master world, he too looked gratified as he watched his outstanding disciple. Jilin was even more confused. How did they win before? Were their opponents just competing to be worse? With this, they still had the nerve to initiate a team fight? Why didn't he notice this when he was reading before? With this understanding of the importance of combos, the Shrek 7 monsters united to challenge their teacher, the soul sage Lu Erlong. Meanwhile, Jilin quietly wielded his 300-pound equipment in the gravity field, which had increased by 5 times from 1, 5 times to 2, 0 times. It must be said that this kind of training was indeed much faster than before. Jilin felt that he was about to break through again soon. Time passed as Jilin watched the Shrek 7 monsters being hit, and before he knew it, the 1-month break before the promotion matches was over. Just now, Jilin had witnessed Lu Erlong suffering considerable losses under the increasingly smooth combos of the Shrek 7 monsters. Although these combos were quite strong, they were not without ways to crack them. As long as the rhythm of the combos was interrupted, it would work. For example, if the opponent had skills that immunized against charm, then Xiao Wu's combo would be greatly reduced in effectiveness. If the opponent was a bit smarter and pretended to be charmed, waiting for Xiao Wu to deliver herself, that would be another story. Alternatively, one could crush them with absolute strength, just like Lu Erlong was dealing with the Shrek 7 monsters now, directly unleashing his martial soul true body and saying, "I'll let you combo. If you win, I'll admit defeat." If you asked Jilin which method he preferred, it would definitely be the latter. Why bother using your brain when you can just overpower them? At the same time, in Heavendo City, at the Spear Hall, Salas sat at his desk, handling today's official business. As the highest authority of the Spirit Hall of the Heavendo Empire, Salas had a lot to deal with every day. But most of it was trivial matters, like which sub-hall requested a budget to repair a palace or which branch wanted to upgrade to a sub-hall. Of course, there were also significant issues like this one. Salas, the bishop, personally opened, in the village of Great Fat Sheep under the jurisdiction of Silva's City, 39 households, totaling 135 people, were brutally slaughtered. The hearts of the found corpses have mysteriously disappeared, and only 3 people survived. According to them, it was the work of a gray wolf soul master. A suspect's portrait has been drawn up, requesting a wanted notice. Silva's Spirit Hall. Without any surprise, Salas directly approved it. When the designated person came to pass down these already approved documents, Salas let out a sigh of relief. After resting for a while, Salas stood up and went to the bookshelf behind his desk, taking down 2 documents. Returning to his desk, Salas began to read the first document. Tang San, born on July 10, 2636, awakened his martial soul under the independent wolf Grand Soul Master, Su Yuntao, in Nodding City, level 26. Innate soul power, level 10. Martial soul, blue silvergrass. On September 1st of the same year, he entered the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. On September 10th of the same year, he registered as a Soul Master at the Nodding City Spirit Hall, level 13. In the year 2640 of the Douluo calendar, on May 18th, he registered as a Great Soul Master at the Nodding City Spirit Hall, level 21. In the year 2643 of the Douluo calendar, on June 24th, he registered as a Soul Master in Soto City Spirit Hall, level 32. Putting down Tang San's document, Salas had not relaxed his brows since the beginning. There was simply too much to be speechless about. He truly did not know what those below were doing. Was Su Yuntao blind? Just because his martial soul was blue silvergrass, an innate full soul power person was let go like this. In that branch hall and main hall, how could I have not known about such a genius before? If it weren't for this competition, I would have known about this person. However, it was of no use to scold those people now. Tang San would not join the Spirit Hall now, adhering to the principle of destroying what one cannot obtain. Salas developed murderous intent towards Tang San. However, currently, the highest combat power that Salas could mobilize within the Spirit Hall of the Heavendo Empire was just himself, an ordinary soul Douluo. Although dealing with the Tang San should be more than enough, the Golden Iron Triangle Shrek Academy was not easy to handle. And the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect would definitely obstruct him, and even the Heavendo royal family would not sit idly by. Therefore, he had to request support. With a firm decision, Salas picked up the other document. Jilin, male, 20 years old, martial soul. Gold level, 22, soul rings, purple. He once used the name Luo to reach the bronze soul master level at the Soto Great Soul Arena. On August 23, 2644, he registered as a Great Soul Master at the Heavendo Soul Palace. Looking at this extremely simple information, Salas fell into silence. Although the people below had some issues with their judgment, they were diligent in their work, and since there was no information on Jilin and all the soul palaces, there could only be one explanation. He had never registered at a soul palace before, and even his martial soul was not awakened at a soul palace. What unknown force could this be? But why would he so openly represent Shrek in this competition? And what about the configuration of this soul ring? The soul ring configuration of Jilin reminded Salas of a rumor within the Spirit Hall. As a Platinum Bishop, Salas had a considerable standing in the Spirit Hall and knew quite a bit, such as the fact that the grand offering of the Offering Hall was a level 99 ultimate Douluo. This rumor suggested that the soul rings of this grand offering were also an extraordinary existence, much like Jilin's. After pondering for a while, Salas decided to leave this matter for the higher-ups to consider. He then took up his pen and wrote, "Dear Pope," and finally affixed the Pope's personal seal to the confidential letter. Bring this letter to the Pope's desk by tomorrow. Chapter 39. Shueqing is unyielding. The 1-month break before the promotion matches quickly came to an end. At this time, the Tiando Royal Knights had all received a notification to gather and were already waiting at the Royal Arena. Jilin also arrived at the competition venue, which was heavily surrounded by military camps, along with Shrek's group. The Tiando Royal Knights were an important force for the Tiando royal family to defend against the Star Luo Empire and suppress any minor threats. Just by looking at their equipment, one could see the heavy armor that only revealed their eyes, and the war horses that had a trace of soul beast bloodline. Armed to the teeth, the annual expenses for this would definitely be astronomical. Looking at the steeds beneath the knights, Jilin felt a bit envious. Compared to the horses in front of him, the war horses sold in Soto City were just junk, not to mention the horse he had bought himself. Stop right there. A group of patrolling knights at the entrance of the military camp saw Ji Lin and his group approaching, and they reined in their horses. They looked them up and down and roughly guessed their identities. However, to be safe, the leading knight still asked, "Are you here for the Soul Master Tournament's promotion matches?" As the dean, Flinder stepped forward to respond, "Indeed. Do you have a letter of authorization?" Flinder took out the authorization letter from his storage soul guide. The knight took the letter, examined it carefully, confirmed its authenticity, and then returned it, his tone becoming slightly respectful. "My apologies, esteemed members of Shrek Academy. Once you enter the military camp, someone will lead you to your accommodations. We still have tasks to attend to, so we won't accompany you further. However, please remind your students to behave. This is a military camp after all." With that, he led his horse and continued his patrol. Seeing the magnificent steeds in front of them, not only Ji Lin, but also Oscar and Jingling were extremely excited. Ma Hongjun even quietly reached out to touch one. But fortunately, the Royal Knight's horses were specially trained and did not get startled. The knight was referring to him. Seeing his own disciple act this way, Flinder's expression darkened, and he said nothing as he led the way inside. Noticing Flinder's demeanor, Ma Hongjun felt a bit embarrassed, but being a young man concerned about his image, he mumbled, "It's just a horse. What's so precious about it? So stingy." The others paid no mind to Ma Hongjun's grumbling, one by one crossing past him and following Flinder into the military camp. Ji Lin was the last one. As he passed by Ma Hongjun, for some reason, he answered Ma Hongjun's muttering. After all, he represents the face of the Tiando Empire. It's better to be more respectful. Unexpectedly, Ma Hongjun suddenly exploded. Pointing at Ji Lin and shouting, "The teacher didn't say anything to me. What right do you have to say anything? Do you really think of yourself as one of us? How ridiculous. And you know so much. Isn't the top theoretical expert still the master?" After saying that, he haughtily tossed his head and walked straight in, leaving Ji Lin standing there in a daze. The reason Ji Lin was stunned wasn't because he was angered by Ma Hongjun. As a guy nearing 21, he had no reason to get worked up over a 14-year-old kid. It was just that Ji Lin didn't expect that the slowest thinker, Ma Hongjun, had noticed this too. Ji Lin stepped into the military camp and thought that Shrek really didn't welcome him. When Ji Lin arrived at the Shrek Academy's residence as instructed, he happened to catch Ning Fengji talking with Tang San and others in the yard. Ning Rongrong saw her father had arrived and came over, tugging at his arm and playfully asking, "Dad, why are you here?" Ning Fengji affectionately pinched Ning Rongrong's nose and smiled. "I heard you all came, and that there was some friction with the knights in front of the camp." Everyone was surprised that the matter had reached Ning Fengji's ears so quickly. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but think to himself that someone had reported them. After Tang San briefly recounted what had happened, Xue Qinghe, who was following Ning Fengji, spoke up. "On behalf of the Royal Knights, I apologize to you, but please understand that." The crowd, including Tang San, did not notice the slight upward curve of Xue Qinghe's lips. After all, he was representing the face of the Tiando Empire, so it was better for them to behave. The Shrek group quickly agreed. With the gate wide open, Ji Lin didn't expect to see Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe there. It was too late to retreat now. Upon seeing Ji Lin enter, Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji's eyes brightened. In fact, the two had wanted to meet Ji Lin for a long time, but had never found a proper reason. Behind the scenes, there were quite a few people keeping an eye on Ji Lin and Tang San, and they didn't want to be the ones to break this strange balance. So they had to wait for another opportunity. However, now that they were in the military camp, their own territory, there were fewer concerns. One of the purposes of their visit was to interact with Ji Lin. With the main character finally present, they couldn't contain their excitement. Xue Qinghe spoke first. "This must be Ji Lin, little brother Ji, right?" Xue Qinghe was quite polite, performing several gestures of greeting. "It seems my charm is still quite high, unlike last time. They aren't ignoring me this time." Although he thought this in his heart, he still needed to maintain appearances. However, since Xue Qinghe had performed a courtesy, Ji Lin felt a bit awkward, just responding dryly. The formal gestures like kissing the hand, knightly greetings, and even bowing felt a bit uncomfortable for Ji Lin. So he mimicked a martial arts film and performed a fist salute. "I've long admired His Highness the Crown Prince." As for Ji Lin's fist salute, others were fine. But Xue Qinghe and Tang San had a more pronounced reaction. Xue Qinghe felt a bit unsure how to respond since he had never seen such a gesture, while Tang San squinted his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. "Forgive my ignorance, Brother Ji, but I've never seen this kind of greeting before. It's a bit, unique." Jilin also explained that this is a custom of my hometown, and it is normal for His Royal Highness not to have seen it before. As my hometown is quite far away and has only a little over 1 billion people, so the customs are somewhat simpler. Xue Qinghe seemed very interested in this. So he invited, in that case, Brother Ji, why not come over and explain your hometown to me in detail? Yilin, who had accompanied his mother to watch quite a few palace drama series, actually because he couldn't grab the remote, knew that the other party's intention was not just for the entertainment, but for something deeper. However, Jilin did not refuse. The two of them walked to Xue Qinghe's courtyard, which was not far, about 500 meters away. Jilin shared some things he could talk about, and Xue Qinghe listened quietly, showing no signs of impatience, making for a pleasant time for both hosts and guests. After a while, Jilin finally finished, and Xue Qinghe poured a cup of tea and pushed it over. Thank you. Jilin talked for a long time and felt a bit thirsty, so he picked up his teacup and drank it all in one go. At this moment, Xue Qinghe asked, I wonder what Brother Ji's plans are after the competition ends? Jilin put down the teacup and said, I don't know. Maybe I will join a small sect. Oh, in that case, why not come work for me? That can be discussed. Jilin feigned surprise and said, Your Highness, I am just a great soul master. This treatment is too high. The people under you might have complaints, but if it is lowered, I would be unwilling. Xue Qinghe replied, Brother Ji, there is no need to belittle yourself. You are a great soul master with 2,000-year soul rings, something unprecedented. Upon hearing this, Jilin suddenly became dejected. Seeing this, Xue Qinghe asked, What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Jilin sighed deeply. The Crown Prince is not wrong. I am indeed quite proud of my soul rings. However, my martial soul is a mutated one. Aside from significantly enhancing my physical qualities and allowing me to absorb higher-level soul rings, there isn't much to boast about. I haven't even obtained any soul skills. Sigh. If I could, I would rather not have these 1,000-year soul rings and just wish for a normal martial soul. Brother Ji, you seem to be unaware of the blessings you have. We people can't even absorb higher-level soul rings. If possible, I would want to exchange with you. Jilin nodded vigorously, thinking that if it were possible, he would agree without hesitation. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. After checking the time, Jilin planned to take his leave. After a round of persuasion from Xue Qinghe, seeing that Jilin remained firm, he let him go, accompanying him to the door. Before leaving, Xue Qinghe said to Jilin that he hoped Brother Ji would consider it carefully, as the treatment on his side was truly not bad. This time, Jilin was genuinely taken aback. Definitely. After Jilin disappeared from view, Xue Qinghe closed the door and sat in the main seat, crossing his legs, with his right hand resting on the tea table beside him, rhythmically tapping the surface with his index finger. Two figures emerged from behind, one large and one small. Xue Qinghe spoke, What do you think? The slightly smaller figure bowed and replied, What that person said is probably 9 truths and 1 falsehood. Although this person's strength was not strong, their martial soul allowed them to discern whether someone was lying. Oh, which sentence? Going back to consider working under you. This was somewhat beyond Xue Qinghe's expectations. He had speculated that the falsehood would be about not having a soul skill or perhaps the willingness to exchange martial souls. But he never thought it would be this sentence. After a moment of silence, Xue Qinghe spoke again. What does Elder Cichlid think of this person? The tall figure, who was none other than Cichlid Law, said, The soul power fluctuation far exceeds that of the same level. If I hadn't seen his information, I would have thought he was above level 33. Xue Qinghe pondered for a while. Although Jilin's level and age were somewhat mismatched, in Xue Qinghe's understanding, only divine intervention could achieve 1,000 years in the first or second soul ring. Therefore, Xue Qinghe decided to do Jilin a favor. He instructed the subordinates to spread the word that Jilin's soul ring's age was obtained by sacrificing a soul skill. Although the two were puzzled, they still bowed and said yes. Chapter 40. Jilin's ambush in this way. Even if Xue Qinghe did not spread it, he himself should reduce his attention on me. So this trip would not be a loss. On the way back, Jilin couldn't help but think. As expected of me, I can come up with such a method. He could already see the Shrek base, and the door was wide open. Upon entering the yard, he found that there was no one around. So relaxed, no one even closes the door. But thinking about how those people had smooth sailing all the way, combined with the presence of soul guiding devices, everything seemed to make sense. Since Jilin, who arrived later, did not yet have his own room, he began searching for an empty room in a large house. The Heavendo Empire was quite generous, providing Shrek with a house that had 3 floors. The first floor for daily activities alone was nearly 300 square meters. Naturally, there were plenty of rooms inside. It was preferable to choose a higher floor for the room. as the view and air quality were better than those on the lower floors. Jilin also started looking from the third floor, but it seemed that everyone had the same idea, and all the rooms on the third floor were occupied. With no other choice, Jilin had to go to the second floor to search. In the previous month, Jilin had been living with Tang San and his group, so he was familiar with their way of occupying rooms. They would mark their chosen rooms with a sign, which was a carved emblem, but the designs varied. For example, Xiao Wu had a carrot, Zhu Zhuqing had a cat, and Ma Hongjun had a rose, which he even colored flamboyantly. Others used their own martial spirits or favorite items for their marks. Only Tang San was different. He used a design that others had never seen before. When asked what it meant, he simply smiled and said it was the most important emblem of his life. However, when questioned about the reason, Tang San just smiled. Jilin took a glance and realized that this was just the character Tang written in Chinese. Upon reaching the second floor, he noticed that many of the signs were missing, leaving only a few scattered ones. The signs represented Tang San, Dai Mubai, Flinder, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Coincidentally, there was an empty room right across from Tang San's room. Jilin looked around and found that the window of this room had a perfect view of the nearby military camp and the sunset on the horizon. Without hesitation, he hung his symbol, a spray of waves, on the door. After spending some time arranging his bedding and daily necessities in the room, Jilin was ready to go for dinner. To accommodate over 10,000 cavalry and horses, and to provide ample training space, this royal arena was quite large, almost the size of a small city. After a bit of inquiry, Jilin arrived at the cafeteria prepared for the participating academies. There were already quite a few people dining inside, and everyone was clearly divided by academy. However, there were exceptions, such as a splash of blue amidst a group of red. Jilin originally wanted to go up and say hello, but seeing that the other person was flirting with a girl, he dismissed the idea. The food in the cafeteria was diverse and emitted tempting aromas. What should he eat? It was really a dilemma. Staring at the array of delicacies in front of him, Jilin was momentarily at a loss for how to choose. How about having a bit of everything? As everyone knows, the top priority for college students is eating, and their appetite is naturally considerable. Since arriving in Douluo continent, Jilin's appetite has increased quite a bit. Additionally, with his training methods and the increase in food, Jilin could probably eat enough for 15 people now. To accommodate the participants, the cafeteria gathered dishes from various regions of the Tiando Empire. Although only a few dishes were selected from each region, there were still over 100 dishes in total. Jilin had taken quite a bit as well, and the tray in his hand had been replaced one after another, filling up 4 trays in total. Jilin looked around and also found the people from Shrek Academy. Tai Long, Ma Hongjun, Jing Ling, Huang Yuan, and Jiang Zhu were all sitting at a long table. Jilin held his dinner in one hand and bit it with his mouth while bringing it over to their side. The long table was large enough to accommodate 20 people dining at the same time. Jilin chose a seat that was relatively far from them and started eating nonchalantly, ignoring the shocked gazes around him. Ma Hongjun and his 4 companions were also astonished as they watched Jilin. Although they had shared living quarters before, they had never dined together, and this was the first time they realized how much Jilin could eat. They were all in the same boat. The other people were even more surprised, with 2/3 of the eyes focused on Jilin. Sister, look, that person from Shrek is eating so much. At the Tianshui Academy's dining table, Shui Yuer covered her mouth and said to her sister, though covering her mouth made little difference. Shui Binger rubbed her temples and replied, "You should take note of the opponent's information. Don't wait until you're fighting to not even know their name, martial soul, or strength. And you're eating quite a bit too. Be careful not to gain weight." Upon hearing this, Shui Yuer stuck out her tongue. "But I'm a little fairy. How could I gain weight? Besides, I have my sister to take care of me, so why bother looking at all that information?" Seeing Shui Yuer's silly expression, Shui Binger realized that her sister was probably spoiled, but she would still dote on her no matter how foolish she acted. However, Jilin's appetite was truly remarkable. Even someone like Hu Yanli from the Elephant Armor Academy couldn't eat that much. Not bad, not bad. The food in this qualifying round is much tastier than Shrek's, and there's a greater variety. Just as Jilin was enjoying the delicious food in front of him, Tang San and Xiao Wu also entered the dining area. After selecting their food, they went straight to where Tai Long and the others were sitting. If just now 2/3 of the people were paying attention to this side, now almost everyone was looking over. Not only the 4 teams from Tiando City, but also the teams that had come from places like the Ballot Kingdom were aware of the most eye-catching person in this competition, Tang San. As soon as Tang San entered, Wu kept her eyes fixed on him, which made Feng Xiaodian feel uncomfortable. Previously, despite his enthusiastic efforts. He couldn't get Huowu to pay this much attention to him. Remembering Ji Lin's earlier words, Feng Xiaotian silently decided to implement his plans quickly. Tai Long and the others felt a bit uneasy under the intense scrutiny and stopped eating, starting to chat with each other. Tai Long, what kind of opponents do you think we will face tomorrow? How would I know? But I believe that under the leadership of the third young master, we will definitely achieve victory. Tang Sen smiled and waved his hand. Not at all. We still need everyone to work hard together. But this doesn't really concern a certain great soul master, right? Who is Ji Lin? Even if the sky were to fall, it wouldn't stop him from eating, let alone being bothered by a little brat's taunts. Just ignore him, as if he's a courting gorilla. Jiangzhu initially wanted to say a few words in favor of Tai Long, but thinking of what Tai Long had said and fearing to offend Tang San, she ultimately did nothing. Seeing Ji Lin's lack of reaction, Tai Long and the others also found it uninteresting and shifted to other topics. At this moment, Tang San stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." After saying that, he walked deeper into the cafeteria. At this moment, Ji Lin had also finished his meal, leaving nothing behind. Since he was done eating, Ji Lin had no reason to stay any longer and took his tray to leave. In fact, there were designated people to collect the trays, but it was just a few steps away, so Ji Lin did it out of convenience. Once he exited the cafeteria, he noticed that the moon had disappeared somewhere, and the visibility around him was not high. Fortunately, there was a torch every so often along the path, and with his improved eyesight, he was able to walk without much trouble. Just after leaving the cafeteria, a patrol of soldiers came towards him. Although they were not wearing the heavy armor that only showed their eyes, they were still well equipped, and despite their armor, they moved surprisingly quietly. After they passed, Ji Lin curiously turned his head to look at the soldiers who had their backs to him. Just as he was about to turn back to his room, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air caught his attention, distinctly noticeable in the quiet night. Ji Lin barely had time to protect his chest with gilded armor and shield the back of his head with his gilded right arm. An arrow struck the gilded armor covering his chest, shattering it and embedding the arrowhead into Ji Lin's body. Hit so hard, Ji Lin immediately knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, while the soldiers behind him quickly reacted and rushed towards Ji Lin, shouting, "There's an assassin." Chapter 41. Aftermath. The originally quiet night was shattered by the shout of "There's an assassin." The people still dining in the cafeteria heard this and were taken aback, surprised that someone would dare to do such a thing in the military camp. For a moment, they were all stunned, but some quickly reacted and headed towards the cafeteria exit to see what had happened. At that moment, Tang San was also shaking the water off his hands. Seeing the scene, he was puzzled and asked Xiao Wu, what happened?" Xiao Wu replied, "Brother, are you okay? Someone just shouted that there's an assassin. Didn't you hear?" Upon hearing this, Tang San showed a look of surprise. "Really? The soundproofing in the restroom is quite good. I didn't hear anything." "But who was attacked?" Xiao Wu shook her head. "I don't know either. I thought it was you who was attacked when you weren't here, and I was really worried." Seeing the anxiety on Xiao Wu's face warmed Tang San's heart. He patted her hand that was holding onto him and reassured her. "Don't worry, you know my strength. It's not that easy for something to happen to me." With Tang San's comfort, Xiao Wu relaxed a bit. "Then, brother, let us go see what is happening." Tang San hesitated. But what if the assassin hasn't left yet and suddenly comes back? Oh, come on. What kind of foolish assassin would do that? They've already left but would come back, especially with so many people around. "Let us go." Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San had a complicated expression but ultimately could not resist Xiao Wu's pleading. The group followed the crowd to the scene of the incident. When they arrived, Ji Lin was preparing to pull the arrow out from his back, while the soldiers were looking at him with concern. There was nothing they could do. Now Ji Lin was only injured, and they would only face a few harsh punishments, but if Ji Lin died, they would definitely be handed over to the academy for an explanation. Ji Lin couldn't possibly pull the arrow out by himself, but he wasn't very familiar with the others either. So he turned his gaze to the soldiers nearby and called out, "Hey, you guys over there, could someone come help me pull the arrow out of my back?" One of them replied, "We can help, but what will you do to stop the bleeding once it's out? If you don't have anything, it's better to wait for our camp's healing soul master to arrive." Ji Lin took a deep breath to alleviate the pain, which was indeed a problem. However, he still wanted to pull out the arrow now, as no one knew if there were any other substances on it, and it would be better to remove it sooner rather than later. "Let me help." Just as Ji Lin was feeling distressed, a voice sounded. He looked towards the voice and saw Jiangzhu walking out from the crowd. The soldiers beside them had serious expressions, as this was no joke. Jiangzhu noticed the soldier's thoughts and said, "I am from the same academy as him, and I am a healing soul master. Although I can't heal him immediately, I can at least stop the bleeding. As she spoke, she released her martial soul. Seeing the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, the leading soldier showed an envious expression, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Jilin was unlikely to die, thus ensuring his own safety. So, he joined Jiang Zhu and came to Jilin, who was kneeling on the ground, and with her right hand grasped the exposed arrow shaft, saying to Jilin, "I'm going to pull it out, okay?" Jilin took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down, and said, "Pull." He held back. The soldier, hearing this, didn't waste any time and immediately applied force with his right hand. Although the gilded barrier reduced a significant amount of the arrow's kinetic energy, it still deeply embedded itself in Jilin's back. Jilin could feel that if the arrow went in any deeper, he would be finished. Moreover, the arrow had barbs, making it difficult to pull out. The intense pain twisted Jilin's face, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, and his back was soaked with sweat, which further irritated the wound. Jilin forced himself to remain still, as so many people were watching. Fortunately, the soldier did not hold back because of Jilin's pain, as he couldn't understand it. Finally, the arrow was pulled out, and without the arrow's obstruction, blood began to seep out of the wound continuously. Jilin couldn't help but collapse onto the ground. Seeing this, Jiangzhu immediately unleashed her first soul skill, Healing Halo. A stream of blue energy flowed into Jilin's body, and he felt much relief, with the bleeding from his back wound stopping as well. At this moment, Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji, having heard the news, finally arrived at the scene and immediately dispersed the crowd, taking Jilin, Jiangzhu, and the soldiers away for questioning. Name? Carol. Age? 31. Position? Captain of the 4th Squad, 37th Battalion, 3rd Division of the Tiando Royal Knights. After a series of inquiries, Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji learned the general situation of the incident. After finishing his meal, Jilin left the cafeteria and soon encountered the patrolling crew led by Luo. After brushing past them, he was attacked. At first, Xue Qinghe thought it was Luo and his group who had made the move, but Jilin quickly denied it. After passing by them, I turned back out of curiosity and took a glance at them. They showed no unusual behavior, and the attack occurred the moment I turned back. They didn't even have soul power, so it was impossible for them to be that fast. Looking at the arrows in front of me, made entirely of fine steel, I had just measured them, and they were 8 inches long. Clearly, they were not the common arrows, but more like crossbow bolts. But could crossbow bolts have such power? Could they be some kind of soul guide device? However, what puzzled Xue Qinghe was that Jilin said he didn't sense any soul power fluctuations. If it wasn't a soul guide device, then what could it be? Teacher, have you ever seen anything with such power? Thinking about the batch of crossbows in his sect, Ning Fengji replied calmly, "No, I've never heard of such a weapon." Xue Qinghe didn't doubt him. After all, he had never heard of such a thing either. So it was normal for Ning Fengji not to know. Sighing deeply, it really was a troublesome autumn. Before the promotion matches even started, such an incident had occurred, and he couldn't help but wonder what else would happen next. Ning Fengji comforted him, saying to think positively, as there were no casualties this time. True, if there had been deaths, it would have been a huge embarrassment for the Heaven Do Empire. What does the teacher think the assassin might be? Ning Fengji pondered for a moment and analyzed. It shouldn't be the Knight Regiment. After all, they are well trained, and there haven't been similar incidents before, so they can be ruled out. Xue Qinghe continued the conversation. I think so too, so the assassin is most likely among the contestants who came today. But the assassin left no clues. Without clues, we wouldn't want to offend those academies. However, if we don't give Jilin an explanation, it won't be good for the Empire's reputation. Ning Fengji suggested, isn't it easy to handle? Nobody knows who the assassin is, so we can just say whoever we want. The teacher means to find a scapegoat. That method is quite good. Yes, giving Jilin a bit of benefit can also better showcase the Empire's mercy. Ning Fengji nodded. It's good that you have ideas. I will head back first and inform Shrek Academy that Jilin will be receiving treatment with us for a while. Thank you, teacher. At Shrek's residence, everyone was in the hall on the first floor. Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang were sitting in the main seats, and when Tang San and Xiao Wu returned, they quickly asked what had happened. Xiao Wu recounted everything she had seen in detail, perhaps even without realizing that she subconsciously overlooked how much the crossbow bolt resembled Zhuge's divine crossbow bolt, or perhaps unwilling to believe that this incident was related to Tang San. Everyone was astonished. No one expected such an event to occur in the military camp of the Heaven Do Empire. They were surprised that those people dared to act in the military camp. It seemed they needed to pay close attention to Xiao San's safety. The master thought so. At this time, Ning Fengji also arrived and briefly explained Ji Lin's situation before calling Tang San to a separate place for a private conversation. The others were not surprised by this. When the two of them arrived in a secluded area, Ning Fengji directly asked, "Xiao San, was it you?" "Of course not, Uncle Ning. My Zhuge divine crossbow can release 16 bolts at once. If it were me, Ji Lin would be dead without a doubt." Hearing this, Ning Fengji stared at Tang San for a while, and Tang San calmly met his gaze. "That's good. If that assassin comes again, the Heaven Do Empire might have to take it seriously. Is that so? Let's go back, get some rest early. You too, Uncle Ning." Chapter 42. A moment of opportunity. Early the next morning, Xue Qinghe left the house early with a box, without any attendants. After passing by several patrol teams on the road, he stopped in front of a relatively secluded house. Although this place was a bit remote, there were quite a few soldiers patrolling nearby. With a smile, Xue Qinghe approached the room and knocked on the door. After receiving permission from the person inside, he pushed the door open and entered. "How is Brother Ji feeling?" Ji Lin leaned against the head of the bed. Fortunately, the arrowhead was not poisoned, and after some treatment, coupled with his strong recovery ability, he was mostly healed. When Xue Qinghe inquired about his injuries, he replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I'm no longer in serious trouble." "That's good," Xue Qinghe said, casually pulling over a chair and sitting beside Ji Lin's bed. He then handed over a box, saying, "I'm deeply sorry for what happened in my territory. This is a small compensation for you, Brother Ji." "What is this?" Ji Lin asked, curious about what the crown prince of a nation would give him. "You'll know when you open it," Xue Qinghe replied. Without hesitation, Ji Lin opened the box. Inside was a black sheath knife. The sheath had no intricate patterns, only the name of the knife engraved on it, Seven Night Starshine Blade. As he drew the knife from its sheath, a cold light flashed in the room. Examining the knife closely, he noticed it was entirely black, with the blade being slightly lighter in color. The knife measured 3 feet 5 inches in total length, with a blade length of 2 feet 9 inches, primarily made of black gold mysterious iron. It was named the Seven Night Starshine Blade because 7 spots on it sparkled in sunlight, making it a rare masterpiece from the renowned craftsmen of Gongjin City. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the 7 bright spots on the knife, resembling stars in the night sky against the pitch-black blade. Putting the knife back in its sheath, Ji Lin asked incredulously, "Is this really for me? Isn't it a bit too precious?" Xue Qinghe smiled and said, "Of course it's for you. While this knife sounds impressive, soul masters with beast martial souls don't use knives, and those with weapon martial souls don't care much for it. In fact, not many people are willing to accept this knife. Compared to other works of the renowned craftsman, its value isn't that high. Since that's the case, I will shamelessly accept it," Ji Lin replied. "I believe with this knife's help, Brother Ji will surely gain something, and defeating the silver fighting soul will be a piece of cake." Ji Lin paused for a moment, then said, "Then I will borrow the crown prince's good words. Brother Ji is too humble. Being able to defeat several great soul masters with the talent of a soul master and ascend to the Copper Do soul is not something that can be achieved easily." Ji Lin chuckled, feeling lucky. After this incident, I wonder how Brother Ji is considering things? Considering what? Looking at Ji Lin, who was pretending to be clueless, Xue Qinghe shook his head and said, "It seems Brother Ji hasn't made up his mind yet, so I'll come back next time." He walked to the door but added, "Please think it over. After all, I'm quite busy with official duties, and I might forget about this matter after a while." With that, he gently closed the door. Bang! The room was left with only Ji Lin, who silently stared at the knife in his hand. Ji Lin sighed deeply, slid down from the head of the bed, and covered himself with the quilt. Not long after Xue Qinghe left the room, the voice of the stingray Douluo rang in his ears. "Young master, do you want me to teach that kid a lesson?" Xue Qinghe also used soul power to transmit his voice. No need. After this incident, he should understand the difficulties of being without power behind him. Right now, it's just pride that he can't let go of. There's no need to push him too hard. Another reason for not forcing Ji Lin was that he was suspected to have connections with the divine. Even if they couldn't recruit him, Xue Qinghe didn't want to make their relationship too tense and unnecessarily provoke an enemy. In the afternoon, Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji jointly issued a statement, saying that the assassin who caused trouble last night had been captured. He was a soul master with a fiery, Bao martial soul, but due to his fierce resistance during capture, he had been executed on the spot. They even presented a body for verification. Many people praised the Empire for its swift actions, capturing the assassin shortly after the incident, but there were still quite a few who felt something was amiss. However, since the main party hadn't said anything, Why should they worry about it? Wouldn't it be better to focus on the qualifying rounds? Thus, the matter of Ji Lin's assassination came to an end. Finally, the last team arrived at the competition venue, and the qualifying rounds of the 4th Continental Soul Master Tournament were about to begin. At the Shrek base, in the first floor hall, the Master looked at the Shrek members around him and said, "The qualifying rounds are starting tomorrow. Although we performed well in the preliminaries, we can't let our guard down. After all, other academies must have their strategies as well." Daimu Bai said, "Don't worry, Master, we understand the principle of a lion fighting a rabbit." The Master nodded. "Then let's all rest well tonight, conserve our energy, and prepare for tomorrow's competition." Everyone agreed. At this moment, Jiang Zhu hesitated and spoke. "What about Ji Lin? Should we notify him?" Before the Master could respond, Ma Hongjun quickly interjected, "Sister Jiang Zhu, even if we call him, what difference would it make? Not to mention he's injured. Even if he weren't, how much could his rank as a great soul master contribute? We're going to face the 14 strongest academies of the Tiando Empire, none of whom have soul power lower than level 35. It's better to let him rest quietly in bed." The Master pondered for a moment and agreed with Ma Hongjun's viewpoint. Although Hongjun's words weren't very pleasant, they were the truth. Ji Lin could no longer keep up with their pace. Jiang Zhu, however, was agitated. "Then why did we bring him here?" The Master coldly replied, "I have my own plans." Seeing the subtle tension between the Master and Jiang Zhu, Ma Hongjun quickly tried to smooth things over. "Master, please don't be angry." Sister Jiang Zhu was just a bit startled by the assassin's incident, so she got a little worked up. "Sister Jiang Zhu, you should apologize to the Master." Jiang Zhu lowered her head, her expression complex. If only the Shrek members showed a little concern for Ji Lin, even if it was just a simple visit, Jiang Zhu wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But they didn't, which made her think of herself. Although she could still stay in Shrek and participate, she was still just a healing-type soul master and naturally wouldn't play a significant role in the qualifying rounds. Could she compete with Ning Rongrong and Oscar in the final match? At that moment, she was lying in bed. Would they think the same of her? After a long contemplation, Jiang Zhu softly said, "I'm sorry." Upon hearing Jiang Zhu's apology, the Master snorted coldly and turned to leave. The Shrek 7 monsters also said nothing, merely creating some distance from Jiang Zhu. Ma Hongjun wanted to say something, but opened his mouth and ended up saying nothing. Everyone left, leaving only Jiang Zhu sitting quietly in the hall. Jingling and Huang Yuan, who had a good relationship with Jiang Zhu, noticed she hadn't returned for a long time, so they came back to the hall. Seeing Jiang Zhu sitting quietly, Huang Yuan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you today? You wouldn't usually say such things." Jingling, who was a bit more perceptive than Huang Yuan, guessed the reason. It was about Ji Lin. Jiang Zhu didn't answer, only gestured for her 2 friends to sit down. Once they were seated, Jiang Zhu slowly spoke, "Sorry to worry you. Seeing them like this, I can't help but feel a bit sad." Jingling said, "Actually, we've thought about this too. Indeed, we are just passing through their lives. But haven't they also been passing through ours? One day, the 3 of us might part ways for different reasons, and, similarly, Ji Lin is also just a passerby. So there's no need to feel so sentimental." Jiang Zhu nodded, feeling a bit better. Chapter 43. Breaking the Mask. The qualifying rounds of the Soul Master Tournament officially began today. Emperor Shui Yi and Salus were also present to observe. When they met, Salus took the initiative to attack. "Your Majesty, I heard someone attempted an assassination in the military camp. Do you need me to send some personnel from the Spear Hall to help?" Emperor Shui Yi smiled and replied, "Bishop Salus, your information is quite out of date. The assassin has already been executed on the spot, but thank you for your kind offer." As a high-ranking member of the Spirit Hall, Salus could guess why Shui Qinghe was able to capture the culprit so quickly, and with a mocking smile, he hoped that no more troubles would arise in the Emperor's camp. After saying this, he sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Emperor Shui Yi was somewhat angry, annoyed by Salus's arrogance, the immense power of the Spirit Hall, and the audacity of that assassin. However, he was relieved that his son handled the matter well and managed to move past it. Otherwise, Salus would have definitely mocked him again. Ning Fengji and Shui Qinghe quietly watched from the side, not daring to interject. Soon, with the gathering of the participating teams and the army, the 4th Continental Senior Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament Tiando Division qualifying rounds officially commenced. In the first match of the qualifying rounds, the Blaze Academy faced the Fabia Academy. Just as the qualifying rounds were heating up, Ji Lin had just woken up. After getting up and washing up, Ji Lin yawned and headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Although it was past mealtime, there were still plenty of snacks available. Ji Lin didn't mind, and after filling his stomach, he wandered over to the central competition field where the matches were taking place. He happened to catch the Shrek Academy's match against the Balak Academy. The members of Shrek were indifferent to Jilin's arrival, and Jilin didn't want to make a fool of himself, so he casually found a corner to sit down and quietly enjoy the match. Watching the golden red light shield surrounding Xiao Wu suppressing the enemy's soul skills, Jilin couldn't help but marvel at the terror of the heartbreaking red. The next scene was Shrek's one-sided crushing of their opponent. There really isn't much worth mentioning. In the Spirit Hall, the Pope's Palace. The vast Pope's Palace was empty, with only the tall and elegantly poised Bibi Dong sitting on the central throne, looking at the secret letters sent by Salus. After a long time, Bibi Dong closed her eyes, leaning her head against the back of the throne. What a great surprise, a fourth spirit ring from 10,000 years, and 2,000-year spirit rings from a great spirit master? Is he a successor of some deity? Then it's time to take action. In the empty Pope's Palace, only Bibidong's whispers could be heard. Meanwhile, in the offering hall, in front of the angel statue, Qian Douluo was quietly kneeling in front of the statue, seemingly praying for something. At that moment, the tall golden crocodile Douluo approached with a letter in hand and said to Qian Douluo, "Big brother, there's a letter from Xiao Xue." Hearing this, Qian Douluo slowly rose, took the letter from golden crocodile Douluo's hand, and upon opening it, his previously solemn expression showed signs of emotion. "I never thought I would have a day of misjudgment. That interesting young man actually has 2,000-year spirit rings. This world is truly wonderful." Listening to Qian Douluo's mutterings, Golden Crocodile Douluo curiously asked, "Big brother, what did Xiao Xue say in the letter, and who has 2,000-year spirit rings?" Qian Douluo handed over the letter for him to read. Although there was quite a bit to appreciate, Golden Crocodile Douluo, being a level 98 Super Douluo, quickly finished reading it. Frowning, he pointed at the accompanying image in the letter and asked, "Big brother, what do you plan to do? Didn't Xiao Xue say? He is a participant in that Spirit Master competition and will come to Spear Hall. We should bring him over then." Understood. Jilin was unaware that he had already caught the attention of two powerful figures. At this moment, he was still in Shrek Academy, enjoying the comfort of his recently healed body. Jilin had little interest in the competition. After all, Shrek would win regardless, and he thought it better to focus on improving his own strength. As time passed, half a month quickly went by. Shrek continued to advance, and Jilin successfully reached level 25, while the promotion matches finally came to an end. All participating contestants were given half a month of rest and returned to Shrek Academy. On the way back, Jilin clearly felt that the gazes that had been watching him had decreased, and the thought of leaving Shrek Academy surged in his mind again. Without hesitation, Jilin found the master and told him about his desire to leave. However, the master firmly rejected him, insisting that Jilin must stay until after the finals. Faced with Yu Xiaojiang's stubbornness, Jilin's pent-up anger from the recent assassination attempt finally erupted. "You just wanted to take the hit for your disciple, right?" Yu Xiaojiang seemed taken aback by Jilin's directness, but then thought that Jilin was merely a spirit master while he was already a spirit elder, and confidently replied, "So what if I do?" With the conversation reaching this point, Jilin decided to take action. With a twist of his wrist, the seven-night star blade appeared in his hand, and he swung it down. Since Jilin had spoken out, Yu Xiaojiang remained alert. When Jilin attacked, he quickly dodged and summoned his martial soul, the three cannon of Luo. The sound of thunder, the three cannon of Luo shakes the heavens and earth. Jilin was aware of Yu Xiaojiang's soul skill, easily dodging it, then holding his breath to prevent the foul smell from affecting him. He then exerted force with his legs and charged directly at Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang did not expect that Jilin would know that the most effective aspect of his soul skill was the stench of his fart. This time, however, things did not go so well for Xiaojiang. He was slashed across the chest, a large wound opening up, blood gushing out like it was free. At this point, Yu Xiaojiang's soul skill had attracted the attention of Flinder and Lu Erlong, who were nearby. Upon hearing the commotion, the two rushed over immediately. Just as they reached the entrance of the courtyard, Jilin came out holding Yu Xiaojiang. Seeing the wound on Yu Xiaojiang's chest, Lu Erlong was immediately furious. "Kid, are you looking to die?" Flinder's gaze also turned icy, looking at Jilin as if he were a dead man. "Aren't you going to explain yourself?" With a hostage in hand, Jilin naturally felt fearless. "As you both can see, I have injured Yu Xiaojiang and have my knife against his neck." This statement ignited the already volatile temper of Lu Erlong, as his martial soul manifested, the might of the red dragon unleashing without restraint, creating waves of energy. Jilin remained expressionless, even smiling slightly. "Dean Lu Erlong, you should take it easy. I have a small courage. If I accidentally slip, your clever head won't be safe." Flander also advised, Erlong, calm down first. Xiao Gang is still in their hands. Perhaps Jilin's threat had an effect, or maybe Flander's words worked. Lu Erlong also released her martial soul, but still glared fiercely at Jilin. If Lu Erlong's gaze could kill, Jilin would have been dead 800 times by now. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing had lost too much blood and, after being shaken by Lu Erlong, had already fainted. Seeing Yu Xiaojing unconscious, both of them were full of anxiety. At this time, the Shrek Seven Devils and others also noticed the commotion and rushed over. Although they didn't understand what had happened, seeing the two deans glaring at Jilin and the barely breathing master in his hands, everyone immediately stood on Jilin's opposite side. Upon seeing his teacher being held hostage by Jilin, Tang San was extremely worried and shouted sternly at Jilin. What are you doing, Jilin? Let my teacher go quickly, or I won't hold back. Oh, I'm curious about how you won't hold back. Tang San's face darkened completely. No matter what, can you help me stop my teacher's injuries first? If he dies, you won't escape either. As he spoke, he slowly approached Jilin, repeatedly thinking in his heart, as long as I get close enough, you're dead. But would Jilin comply with his wishes? Stop, Jilin said lightly. As he pushed the knife back a bit, a line of blood appeared on Yu Xiaojing's neck. Tang San immediately stopped when he heard this, casually placing his hand on his lower back, a distance that was sufficient. Tang San's small movement did not escape Jilin's eyes. Although he was secretly on guard, he still said, just let Jiangzhu use her soul skill, or let Oscar make some sausages. No need to trouble the third young master. At that moment, Tang San immediately activated his purple extreme magic eye, launching a mental attack at Jilin. Then took out his Zhuge divine crossbow from the 24 bridges under the moon at his waist, aiming at Jilin, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. However, Jilin's reaction was incredibly swift. Upon seeing the purple light flash in Tang San's eyes, he moved Master in front of him. The mental attack directly hit the Master, who let out a groan, even in a state of unconsciousness. When Tang San realized that the Master was blocking Jilin, 16 crossbow bolts were already flying towards the Master. At this critical moment, the fourth soul skill, Cat Eagle Cut, was unleashed. Flander raised more than 10 blades of energy, successfully deflecting those crossbow bolts. Seeing the crisis averted, Jilin quietly withdrew the golden light covering him. Seeing that Tang San almost killed his beloved master, Lu Erlong was furious. Tang San, what are you doing? Lu Erlong kicked at Tang San in anger, but Tang San skillfully deflected it with a technique that used minimal force, stepping back lightly. Seeing this, Xiao Wu also stepped forward to protect Lu Erlong. Annie, Sangu didn't do it on purpose. He also wanted to save the master. With Xiao Wu's explanation, Lu Erlong suppressed her anger and coldly snorted at Tang San. Tang San knew he was in the wrong and dared not hold any resentment towards Lu Erlong. But he did harbor more hatred for Jilin. Chapter 44. Extorting immortal herbs. Looking at the arrows that had been shot down on the ground, Jilin nodded. It really is you? Then I have even more reason. Tang San frowned. What exactly do you want? What do I want? I originally planned to kidnap Yu Xiaojing to leave Shrek Academy, but now I've changed my mind. If I don't get something out of this, you really think I'm a sick cat? After your 2 attacks, I've really lost a bit. The others were confused hearing about Tang San's 2 attacks on Jilin. Clearly, Tang San had only attacked Jilin once just now, but now was not the time to care about that. Seeing Jilin make demands, Lu Erlong, eager to protect her husband, immediately agreed, we can talk slowly, but you must stabilize Xiaojing's injuries first. If he dies, I will make you regret coming to this world. Jilin readily agreed to Lu Erlong's request, as he would need her help to get out of this predicament, although he had the means to annihilate them. Using it on them now would be somewhat of a loss. Of course, if it really came to that, Jilin wouldn't hesitate. Then, Jiangzhu used her 3rd soul skill, Holy Healing. A soft glow rose from Jiangzhu's healing staff and slowly entered Yu Xiaojing's body. This holy healing skill, coming from a 1,000-year soul beast, quickly caused Yu Xiaojing's wounds to scab over, and his complexion improved significantly, although he still did not wake up. Just as Jiangzhu was about to cast another holy healing, Jilin interrupted her. Enough, no need to heal anymore. If you heal him, I will have to stab him again. Let's leave it at that. He won't die right away anyway. Now let's talk about the conditions. Lu Erlong took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, preparing to negotiate with Jilin, but unexpectedly, Flander stepped forward and patted Lu Erlong's shoulder, saying, let me handle this, you're not suited for this kind of thing. Flander, don't worry. Xiaojing is also my brother. I will definitely save him, I promise. After struggling for a moment, Lu Erlong still gave way, and Flander stepped forward. adjusting his glasses on his nose, extending his hand to Jilin. Come on, let's hear your conditions. Is the dignified Shrek Academy principal so lacking in manners that he can't even say please when asking for something? Upon hearing Jilin insult his teacher, Ma Hongjun could no longer hold back. Jilin Yu. Although Ma Hongjun was standing up for his teacher, the situation was not in his favor, and Flander immediately turned to scold him. Shut up. When did it become your turn to speak here? Ma Hongjun did not expect that speaking up for his teacher would lead to a reprimand, and just as he wanted to question why, he opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Flander turned back to Jilin, smiling. So please tell us your conditions. The emphasis on the word please seemed to indicate that he wanted Jilin to clearly hear that Flander had indeed said please. Seeing the smile on Flander's face, Jilin recalled some past events and couldn't help but laugh. Principal Flander, your smile is a bit different from a year ago. I still prefer the hearty laughter from a year ago. Why don't you smile again? Flander couldn't help but frown. A year ago? We've met before. Seeing that Flander still didn't remember who he was, Jilin pretended to be disappointed. Of course, you are a person of importance and easily forgetful. How could you remember a small clown like me? At this moment, the young Ning Rongrong, reminded by Jilin, suddenly remembered and exclaimed, Ah, I remember. He is the 20-year-old who came to awaken his martial soul when our academy just started a year ago. After Ning Rongrong's shout, Flander finally remembered, and the smile on his face disappeared, turning cold as he said, So your purpose for coming to Shrek is to get revenge for our mocking you? But why involve Xiaojiang? Seeing that Flander was still self-righteously thinking that his actions were because of him, Jilin denied, All right, stop trying to save face. Do you really think you have that much influence? Truly shameless. You. Just as Flander was about to explode, Jilin interrupted his spell. What do you mean? Do you really think everyone is as narrow-minded as you? Although you did mock me, you also genuinely helped me awaken my martial soul. I never intended to put on a show to slap your face. Moreover, it wasn't me who infiltrated Shrek Academy. It was you who invited me in, and you even gave me this. Don't you remember? Saying this, Jilin gestured to show them the ring on his hand. Flander asked in confusion, If that's the case, then why are you doing this? This matter. Oh, you mean kidnapping Yu Xiaojiang to negotiate with you? Jilin replied, I had no choice. I wanted to live. It's that simple. Flander was even more confused. Live? No one here wants to kill you. Hearing this, Jilin sneered, No? Ask that Tang San over there if he does. Flander thought it was about the previous incident he had just stopped. Explaining to Jilin, Tang San was just anxious to save his master. It was inevitable he was a bit hasty. Jilin directly interrupted him. I am referring to the time he tried to assassinate me in a military camp. What? Everyone present was incredibly shocked, momentarily frozen in place. Flander and Lu Erlong also looked at Tang San in surprise. In their minds, Tang San should be a diligent, confident, respectful of his elders, and sunny young man. They really didn't expect him to do something like attacking a classmate, without giving everyone time to react. Jilin poured out the anger he had been suppressing during this period. You invited me in, but then excluded me. I endured it after all. There's a gap between us, and I can't fit into your circle. Yu Xiaojiang asked me to draw fire for Tang San, and I put up with it. I was injured and lying in bed, and you didn't come to see me. I endured that too. But one of you in the academy, Tang San, wants to kill me, and Yu Xiaojiang won't even let me leave. I can't endure this any longer. Besides, Yu Xiaojiang really is useless. He is a soul master. Yet he couldn't withstand 3 strikes from me, a great soul master. How does he have the face to say there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters? Flander knew that there was no way to make amends with Jilin now and could only inwardly curse Tang San for being so clumsy and causing such a big problem. What do you want in order to let Xiaojiang go? Jilin also realized his purpose was simply to gain benefits and then detach from the Shrek vortex. Why had he said so much to them? Did Tang San have anything good on him? Previously, I heard Hongjun mention that Tang San seemed to have some kind of fairy herb, right? Let me see it. As for what kind of fairy herb it was, Jilin couldn't quite remember. Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately turned around and glared fiercely at Ma Hongjun, who had already lowered his head. He struggled internally. Seeing that Tang San was unwilling, Jilin had no choice but to draw another line of blood on Yu Xiaojiang's neck. Upon seeing this, Lu Erlong anxiously urged, Tang San, quickly take out that fragrant fairy herb for him. Don't you want to save your teacher? Just as he was about to casually take out a herb to fool Jilin, Tang San's face darkened, feeling a bit angry at Lu Erlong for suddenly causing trouble. But he still took out the fragrant fairy herb from his Rui 100 treasure bag. After returning from the Sunset Forest to better protect this fairy herb, Tang San had even made a flower pot for it and added a lot of medicinal materials to keep it fresh for a long time. Unexpectedly, all of this benefited Jilin. Chapter 45. Everyone, you wouldn't want to. Taking the fragrant fairy herb thrown over by Tang San, Jilin took a glance and said, quite beautiful. The petals are like pink crystals, and the flower center looks like a purple gem, giving the whole flower a dreamy feel. Is this the fairy herb? It truly is extraordinary. Tang San ignored Jilin's admiration and suppressed his inner anger, saying, now you can let my teacher go, right? To his surprise, Jilin looked at Tang San as if he were a fool and replied, are you okay? This fairy herb is your compensation for the assassination attempt in the military camp. Letting you Xiaojing go is a separate price. You, don't go too far. Seeing Tang San so agitated, Jilin didn't want to provoke them further. Who knew where their limits were? If they got truly angry, it might not be worth it for him. Don't worry. This request is simple. Just let me go and don't send anyone to chase me. Tang San sneered, what's wrong? Are you scared? Jilin nodded. Indeed, after all, you are all at least soul respect level, and I, as a mere great soul master, am indeed a bit scared. Fine, we agree to your terms, and we will release Xiao Gang now. Erlong, calm down a bit. How can I calm down? They clearly said that if they let Xiao Gang go, he can come back. What are you waiting for? Is Xiao Gang not your brother? Tang San? ISN, team master your teacher? Didn't you say once a teacher, always a father? Are the words you said all nonsense? Facing Lu Erlong's questioning, Tang San's face turned pale, wishing he could go back and strangle the person who said that. After all, having lived 2 lives, he could still distinguish what is most important at the moment. As long as the teacher returns, Jilin, I want you to be unable to live or die. All right, we agree to you. Seeing Tang San agree, Flinder also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Tang San had sacrificed the most, and his background was something they couldn't afford to offend. So he quickly stated, now you can release him, right? Do you really think I'm stupid? If I release him, what will I do if you all rush at me? Seeing Jilin backtracking again, even Flinder couldn't hold back anymore. It was you who proposed the conditions, and now you are the one backing out. What exactly do you want? I know you are anxious, but don't rush. For my personal safety, I have decided to let everyone fully recognize my weight, starting with you, Dean Flinder. Saying this, Jilin threw him a piece of paper. Flinder opened it, and his expression became strange. It read, Dean Flinder, you wouldn't want the fact that Master and Erlong are cousins to become common knowledge, would you? Although this matter isn't a secret to many big figures, most people still don't know about it. After all, one has the surname Yu, and the other has the surname Liu. If this matter escalates, based on Flinder's understanding of Yu Xiao Gang, he would definitely run away again, and an Erlong's state would be imaginable. Flinder absolutely did not want his beloved woman to return to her previous life. But how did Jilin, a common great soul master, know about this? Next, it's you, Miss Ning Rongrong. Saying this, he threw out another piece of paper. Miss Ning Rongrong, what do you think the Imperial family will do when they find out that your 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has hundreds of weapons capable of breaking through level 40 Soul Master's defenses? Will they abandon you, letting you fend for yourselves, or will they turn around and deal with you? Seeing this, Ning Rongrong scoffed, laughing. Our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has always maintained a good relationship with the royal family. The Crown Prince is my father's student. How could this be so easily severed? Jilin did not expect Ning Rongrong to confront him directly. Did the Tiando royal family know that you have hundreds of Zhuge Divine crossbows? We are not the royal family servants. Do we need to report everything? Then ask your companion, the 2nd Prince of Xingluo, if the royal family is that merciful. The 7 monsters were all aware that Tang San sold Zhuge Divine crossbows to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although as a Prince of Xingluo, he shouldn't allow an enemy country to grow stronger. The buyer is his sister's sect, and the seller is his own brother. Moreover, Tang San had promised him that he wouldn't let the arrows of the Zhuge Divine crossbows target Xingluo, and Ning Rongrong also explained that it was for self-protection. Dai Mubai let it go. At this moment, seeing Jilin point at him, everyone looked at Dai Mubai. After hesitating for a long time, he decided not to betray his own people. As for the Tiando royal family, I don't know, but the Xingluo royal family has never targeted its allied family, the Zhu family. Even a method of succession to the throne is through duels between princes, with the victor becoming king. Zhu Zhuqing beside him also added that the internal environment of the Zhu family is similar, which is why Dai Mubai and I escaped. The royal family is the most ruthless. Therefore, the Tiando royal family should not be any better. After listening to the introductions from Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong felt a bit flustered, but thinking of her two beloved elders, she instantly regained her confidence. Even so what? Our seven-treasure glazed tile school holds the title of the best support sect in the continent, not to mention the two titled Douluos, Sword Grandpa and Bone Grandpa. How could we fear the Tiando royal family? If it weren't for the support of our seven-treasure glazed tile school, would the Tiando royal family be so glorious? You say the seven-treasure glazed tile school is so powerful, yet why is the Tiando Empire still named Shui and not Ning? This is because, faced with Ji Lin's retort, Ning Rongrong momentarily couldn't find an answer. Ignoring Ning Rongrong, Ji Lin turned his attention to Tang San. It should be known that he is the main character, the future sea god of the Douluo continent. Whether he can escape this time depends on Xiao Wu's status in his heart. Another piece of paper was thrown from Ji Lin's hand, and Tang San caught it and opened it. How many people do you think like to eat the head of a 100,000-year-old rabbit stewed with fairy grass? After briefly scanning the content on the paper, Tang San immediately became furious. Xiao Wu was his untouchable reverse scale. Tang San's eyes turned cold as he looked at Ji Lin, a murderous aura radiating from him, and the Shrek members around him sensed Tang San's unusual behavior. Flinder immediately placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder, calming him down. This made the angry Tang San regain his composure. First, he looked at Xiao Wu, who was worriedly watching him, and made a decision in his heart. He gently brushed off Flinder's hand, saying, "I'm fine, Dean. Is Xiao San really fine?" Dai Mubai, although unaware of what was written on the paper, had known Tang San for so long that the only thing that could make him lose his composure was something related to Xiao Wu. "Don't worry, I really am fine." Shaking off Dai Mubai, Tang San looked back at Ji Lin. Although he wished to tear him apart, he had to set that thought aside when considering Xiao Wu's identity. "I can agree to your request, but how can you guarantee that you won't disclose the matters written on the paper?" Ji Lin had no way to deal with this either. "If I say I guarantee not to speak, you probably won't believe me. But you have no choice but to trust me, and I don't want to offend you." Tang San and the others had to admit that Ji Lin was right. This kind of matter was indeed difficult to handle, and they needed to discuss it. "No problem. I'll give you 10 minutes. Leaving others to watch Ji Lin, Tang San, Flinder, and Ning Rongrong ran to the side to discuss. Tang San spoke first. "Dean Flinder, do you have confidence in rescuing the teacher?" At this point, Tang San still couldn't bear to let Ji Lin go, as Xiao Wu's matter was the biggest deal for him. "How can you be confused at this time? Not to mention whether we can avoid hurting Xiao Gang when we act, even if we really rescue Xiao Gang. What if we kill Ji Lin? He dared to directly tell us that he controls our secrets, so how could he not have a backup plan? Do you believe that as soon as he dies, our secret will be known to everyone tomorrow?" The three discussed again and ultimately had to agree to Ji Lin's request. "I hope you will keep your word." Upon learning that they decided to agree to his conditions, Ji Lin's tense expression relaxed. "I also don't want to add more enemies for no reason. If I speak out, I will naturally hand over my head." After saying this, to show sincerity, Ji Lin took the knife off Yu Xiaojiang's neck and placed him on the ground, then slowly retreated facing them. Liu Erlong immediately rushed over to pick up Yu Xiaojiang and directly transformed into her martial soul, running to find a higher-level healing soul master. The others stared at Ji Lin from their position, and this time no one blocked his retreat. Knowing he could no longer see Tang San and the others, Ji Lin finally let out a long breath. Now he could fish freely in the sea and let the birds fly high in the sky. Chapter 46. High-end ingredients often only require. After leaving Shrek, Ji Lin walked on the street, contemplating where to go next. Looking at the fragrant, immortal flower covered with a black cloth in his hand, Ji Lin decided to find a place to deal with it tonight. Along the way, many people had cast curious glances at him, but Ji Lin couldn't help it. He didn't want to carry such an eye-catching item around. However, Ji Lin's storage ring could not hold living things. If I had known, I should have taken Tang San's bag as well. What a loss. Resolute, Ji Lin quickly arrived at the largest hotel in Tiando City, aptly named Tiando Grand Hotel. A hotel named after Tiando is certainly much higher in quality than others. A standard suite costs 10 gold soul coins, which made Ji Lin feel the pinch. But thinking of the rarity of the immortal flower, Ji Lin still gritted his teeth and rented a VIP room, spending a full 100 gold soul coins. This hotel really makes a fortune. Fortunately, dining is free. Upon entering the room, Ji Lin couldn't help but be dazzled by the sight before him. Looking at the bed that could fit 5 people, Ji Lin sighed. "I've never stayed in such a good room. This 100 is worth it." The moment he sat down, his butt sank into the softness, and, unable to resist, he lay down completely, letting out a moan. "Ah, so comfortable." Jilin dozed off like this. It wasn't until the setting sun and the rising moon that he slowly opened his eyes. Stretching his body and hearing his bones crack, Jilin felt refreshed. He rolled off the bed and headed straight for the dining hall. An hour later, in the astonished gaze of the waiter, he left elegantly, leaving the waiter behind in sorrow. After returning to his room and resting briefly, Jilin focused on the fragrant, immortal flower on the bed. At this point, Jilin had already removed the black cloth covering it, and under the moonlight, the flower looked even more splendid. How should I eat this? Staring at the flower on the bed, Jilin fell into deep thought, unsure how to consume this immortal item. Should he eat just the petals or the whole flower? Looking at the flower with a stem 3 feet long, Jilin compared it to his own mouth and immediately dismissed the idea of eating it directly. However, as a person from a country known for its love of food, how could he be stopped by a flower? Su Dongpo once said, high-quality ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods. In the end, Jilin decided to extract juice from it. After all, the original text mentioned that this flower was not poisonous, and it was better to enjoy it in its purest form. Then Jilin found a small grinding stone, pulled the flower out, washed off some of the dirt, and inserted it into the feeding hole of the stone mill. He began to turn it, and, as time passed, the fragrant flower gradually became shorter. After a while, Jilin stopped and forcefully shoved the large flower into the feeding hole. Finally, this rare treasure was ground down by Jilin, completing its arduous life. Looking at the collected transparent juice, Jilin first brought it to his nose to smell it, curious because such a vibrant flower produced such plain water. It has no scent. Then he gulped it down in one go. After finishing, Jilin smacked his lips, seemingly reminiscing about the taste. No flavor at all. Could it be that Tang San tricked me with a fake? Just as he was thinking this, an unusual sensation rose from Jilin's stomach, followed by a wave of pressure surging toward the top of his head. Not good, it's coming. With a grimace, Jilin clutched his abdomen, squeezed his legs together, and staggered toward the bathroom. Then, a cacophony of firecrackers and the clamor of gongs and drums erupted. But unfortunately, no one else could appreciate it besides Jilin. About 3 hours later, Jilin emerged, his legs weak and leaning against the wall, looking completely drained. Wow, that was quite something. Indeed, one should not eat unclear food. I almost had to treat the village to a feast. Upholding the good habit of not wasting, Jilin initially planned to eat the leftover residue. But after a 3-hour ordeal in the bathroom, he was utterly exhausted. As soon as he touched the bed, fatigue washed over him like a tide. Well, I'll deal with it tomorrow. In a daze, Jilin closed his eyes and fell asleep. The sun rose, as usual the next day. Jilin was awakened by a strong sense of hunger, and the first thing he did upon waking was rush to the cafeteria. After piling up the empty plates on the table, his stomach finally settled down. Looking at the mountain of plates in front of him, Jilin was a bit surprised, wondering how his appetite had grown again. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. His grandmother had once said that being able to eat is a blessing. Perhaps being such a big eater was a good thing after all. After finishing his meal and returning to his room, Jilin finally had time to see what that flower was good for. Upon inspecting it, he discovered that his soul power had already reached level 30, and his body had also become significantly stronger. This soul power seemed to have been cultivated naturally, with no difference from what he had previously, which relieved Jilin. After all, many novels say that cultivation based on external objects is not solid, and without timely consolidation, it could affect future training. But it seemed that didn't apply to him. He wondered if it was due to his uniqueness or if this world was just like that. Thinking about the main character's rocket-like cultivation speed in the original work, whether through eating grass or directly absorbing soul power, there had been no signs of an unstable foundation. It seemed that soul power was a convenient energy source. It felt quite low level, even inferior to chakra. Is it any wonder this world is dubbed the fantasy floor tile? Besides the soul power, Jilin didn't notice any other differences. It seemed that the fragrant flower had only this use. However, he wasn't disappointed. Although he didn't gain abilities like Tang San's fire immunity or ice immunity, being able to increase his soul power by 5 levels without knowing the proper way to consume, it was already quite good. If Jilin had honestly gone to cultivate, without old Zhao's gravity help, reaching those 5 levels might not have been possible in less than a year. Now, it was time to consider hunting soul beasts to obtain his 3rd soul ring. This posed a challenge for Jilin because his physical capabilities far exceeded those of soul masters at the same level. Each time he absorbed a soul ring, he was breaking records in the Douluo world. Jilin's first 2 soul rings were obtained with significant assistance, and since he had never fought with all his strength. This left him with an unclear understanding of his own power. Thus, he decided to take this opportunity to gauge his true level. Chapter 47. Battle under the setting sun. For his safety, Jilin chose the Sunset Forest, not far from Heavendo City, where there were few high-level soul beasts. This was already Jilin's second visit to the Sunset Forest, and compared to the first time, he was undoubtedly much more composed, as he now possessed soul-guided devices. However, he remained very cautious and didn't neglect any protective measures or scent masking powders. Jilin set his target on a soul beast around 4,500 years old. After consulting a detailed soul beast guide from the master, he learned that his second soul ring's age was 3,200 years. So he felt confident that he could handle a soul beast around 3,000 to 4,000 years old. However, this time, Jilin had a purpose beyond just absorbing a soul ring. He wanted to test his strength. Although he estimated his capabilities to be in the 3,000 to 4,000 range, the variety and differences among soul beast species meant he had to adjust his expectations. Since he used the only soul beast he had fought, the Gungjin tiger, as a standard, one of the top contenders among tiger-type soul beasts, he decided to raise the age limit. If not for the fact that his golden cover couldn't fully envelop his body, he would have aimed for 8,000 years. Regarding whether he could absorb it, Jilin thought that if it weren't for the soul-shaking power of a 10,000-year soul beast and his uncertainty in defeating one, he would have aimed for a black soul ring, just to show off in front of Tang San. But that was just a thought. The first day naturally yielded no results. Jilin had not ventured too deep into the forest yet, and the soul beasts he encountered were all 10 years or 100 years old, which were not suitable for practice or soul ring absorption. Since entering the forest, Jilin had not relaxed his vigilance regarding the surrounding environment for even a moment. With his twice-enhanced body and the support of soul power, he could sense the situation within a 100-meter radius, and the closer he got, the clearer it became. Within 10 meters, he could say he had everything under control. It was now dusk, and just as Jilin was looking for a place to set up camp for the night, an unusual sound caught his attention. Putting down his work, he gripped his knife tightly. Although he didn't know who the source of the sound was or whether it was coming for him, that didn't stop Jilin from treating it as an enemy. A wind blade shot towards him from the front, extremely fast, even with prior preparation. Jilin barely rolled out of the way in time. This wind blade felt somewhat familiar, Jilin murmured. Soon, he sensed the presence of its owner, a wolf with grayish-blue fur and a mocking expression, resembling Feng Xiaoyan's martial soul. Except Feng Xiaoyan's was a mutated version with 2 heads. Judging by the approximately 3-meter-long Gale demon wolf before him, Jilin estimated its age to be around 2,300 years. Twisting his neck, Jilin smiled and said, "Perfect. I wasn't sure if my guess was correct, so let's use you for practice." With that, he covered his 7-night starry blade with golden light and charged towards the demon wolf. The Gale demon wolf, not to be outdone, released 2 more wind blades and charged toward Jilin right behind him. Jilin first slid on his knees to dodge the first wind blade, then jumped sharply to avoid the second one, and with the momentum, he slashed down towards the magic wolf's head. The swift-wind magic wolf, seeing this, also stopped and used all 4 legs to brace itself, then began to gather energy in its mouth, launching a series of wind blades at Jilin, who was in midair. If the gilded armor could cover his entire body, Jilin would definitely charge and without hesitation. However, right now, the gilded armor was only enough to cover his arms and the blade, so he had to give up on that tempting idea. Jilin focused intently on the first blade of wind, then seized the opportunity to slash upwards with his knife, shattering it. Using the reaction force, he rapidly fell downwards, allowing the remaining blades of wind to pass overhead. As soon as he landed, Jilin charged towards the Gale demon wolf again. The series of mistakes had provoked the ferocity of the Gale demon wolf, which stopped shooting wind blades and charged directly at Jilin instead. Seeing this, Jilin felt more pleased than worried. The Gale demon wolf was known for its speed, and its cultivation level was not low either. Moreover, since Jilin had no ranged attack methods, if he were to just kite it from the side, he might only have the option of a strategic retreat. The 2 sides quickly made contact. Jilin struck first with his knife, but the Gale wind demon wolf was no fool. It could sense the dangerous aura from the blade and naturally would not confront it head-on. It sidestepped to avoid the attack, and then lunged forward with a claw strike. Jilin raised his left arm to block, but he was directly knocked away. After sliding on the ground for 4 or 5 meters, he finally came to a stop. Jilin was somewhat surprised. He initially thought that the Gale demon wolf known for its speed, wouldn't have much strength, but he was still taken aback. This force must be around 3,000 Jin. This made Jilin put away his underestimation and decided to focus completely. As Jilin fully committed himself, he began to gain the upper hand, but it would still take some time to take down the Gale Demon Wolf. Jilin didn't forget that they were in the Soul Beast Forest. Delaying could lead to changes. With this in mind, Jilin quietly withdrew the golden light covering his left hand, deliberately pretending to be fatigued and unsteady on his feet, then opened his guard wide. The Gale Demon Wolf would naturally not miss this opportunity. It raised its right claw and exerted all its strength. Howl! The success or failure is at this moment. However, the scene of blood and flesh flying as imagined did not occur. Instead, he felt pain in his claw. Whimper my claw. Jilin, who had already prepared, would not be knocked away by the Gale Demon Wolf's attack as he had been before. Seeing that his strategy had succeeded, he directly severed the wolf's right claw, then took advantage of its wailing to chop off its head. Scalding blood splattered up to 3 feet high, splattering Jilin's face. Wiping the blood off his face, he looked at the wolf's head that had rolled over at some point and finally let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. He hadn't expected that a 2,300-year-old soul beast would be so difficult. It seemed he had overestimated himself, although he had ultimately succeeded in killing the Gale Demon Wolf. Jilin's soul power was also running low. He estimated that he could manage to kill at most one more soul beast like this. If only the golden light could cover his entire body, it wouldn't be so troublesome. The Gale Demon Wolf had been dodging Jilin's blade, and Jilin was also dodging its claws. His physical strength and soul power had been enhanced twice by the soul rings, reaching the level of a high-level soul master. But his defense had not significantly improved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been ambushed by Tang San. Looking at the formed soul ring with a circle of orange light, Jilin pondered, should he absorb it? Chapter 48. A stunning encounter in the setting sun. Jilin ultimately did not absorb the soul ring of the Swift Wind Demon Wolf and decided to wait a bit longer, hoping that a high-level soul beast would be waiting ahead, perhaps injured. This place was filled with the smell of blood, making it unsuitable for staying overnight. With a lingering glance at the purple 1,000-year soul ring, Jilin turned and walked deeper into the forest. Shortly after Jilin left, 2 figures arrived at the location. Following the previous commotion, looking at the still lingering soul ring, the porcupine Douluo said to the woman beside him, "Young master, it seems we are a step late. The battle here has already concluded." The woman, Qianren, who had delicate features and long golden hair, crouched down to examine the severed neck of the Swift Wind Demon Wolf and the wolf's head nearby. Taking in the chaotic surroundings, her discerning eye quickly assessed the age of the Swift Wind Demon Wolf on the ground. It appeared to be a soul master who had just reached level 40. Hunting for a soul ring alone, the porcupine Douluo looked around. Aside from the destruction caused by the Swift Wind Demon Wolf, there was only one other trace. Agreeing with Qianren's assessment, for him, it didn't matter whether the opponent acted alone or in a team. Normally, he wouldn't even spare such a situation a glance. But this time it concerned Qianren's 7th soul ring, so he had to be cautious. "Young master, could it be?" the porcupine Douluo said, gesturing with his right hand back and forth near his neck. Qianren pondered for a moment and shook her head. "Never mind, he's just a soul zone. He can't pose any threat to us. Besides, we don't have much time, so we shouldn't waste it on such matters." The porcupine Douluo was not sincere in his concern. After all, he would ultimately be the one to search, so why create trouble for himself? Naturally, he did not refute Qianren's statement. Thus, the two continued deeper into the forest, searching for Qianren's 7th soul ring. Meanwhile, Jilin had climbed up a sturdy tree and built a platform with branches. Although the temperature at that moment did not make Jilin feel cold, he still couldn't sleep without covering himself with something. He took out a thin blanket he had prepared earlier and draped it over himself. Just as Jilin was about to fall asleep, a casual glance made him sit up abruptly. He saw a ball of orange light illuminating the dark forest. Were there other soul masters? Were they so bold as to light a bonfire? Jilin was also pondering whether to go over and greet them. However, those who can light a bonfire in the Soul Beast Forest at night are either confident in their own strength or foolish. Unfortunately, Jilin didn't want to encounter either situation. In the former case, going over wouldn't guarantee his safety, and it would be a miracle if they didn't attack him instead. Jilin wasn't willing to gamble on human nature. As for the latter, it would be pointless to go over. It was better to be alone. With this thought, Jilin lay back down. Regardless of their situation, he should be able to rest a bit easier tonight. That bonfire was lit by Qianren. At that moment, Qian Rinxue was sitting by the bonfire, the firelight illuminating her face, adding a touch of softness to her spirited features as she looked at the porcupine Douluo across from her. Knowing she would have to trouble Elder Porcupine later. This is my duty. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue turned her gaze back to the bonfire, silent and seemingly lost in thought. Seeing Qian Rinxue like this, the porcupine Douluo was not surprised. Ever since he and the snake spear Douluo followed Qian Rinxue to the Tiando Empire, whenever the surroundings were quiet and devoid of outsiders, Qian Rinxue would always silently stare at something for a long time. Instead of focusing on Qian Rinxue's current state, the porcupine Douluo kept his attention on the surroundings. After all, this was not the prince's palace, but the perilous sunset forest. Although he could roam freely here, Qian Rinxue was still a soul sage who hadn't obtained her 7th soul ring yet. If anything happened to her, the Grand Offering would probably expect him to commit seppuku in a heartbeat. Just as the porcupine Douluo was contemplating what method he would use for seppuku, a figure was quietly approaching in the darkness. The porcupine Douluo, who had been extending his mental power to observe the surroundings, narrowed his eyes, stood up, and said, "How about a bite? I'll be right back." Hearing this, Qian Rinxue snapped back to attention and warned, "Be careful." After receiving Qian Rinxue's consent, the porcupine Douluo no longer hesitated and walked into the darkness. After a commotion, the porcupine Douluo returned dragging a ghost tiger. He casually placed the ghost tiger next to the bonfire and sat down to catch his breath. Qian Rinxue carefully examined the unconscious ghost tiger on the ground. It appeared to be a ghost tiger about 50,000 years old. No wonder the elder had gone to such lengths. After saying this, Qian Rinxue took action and killed it, a pitch-black soul ring condensing from the ghost tiger's corpse, but neither of them glanced at it. Qian Rinxue's martial spirit was a 6-winged angel with holy, light, and fire attributes, while this ghost tiger was a soul beast with ghostly and wind attributes. And since its age was a bit low, Qian Rinxue didn't plan to absorb it. The smell of blood grew stronger, but they had no intention of moving to another place, quietly waiting for the next fish to bite. Jilin, who had been maintaining the most basic vigilance, was awakened by the sounds of the porcupine Douluo's battle. The commotion just now was quite significant. He wondered who had ultimately won. However, seeing no light now, it seemed the situation was not optimistic. Although Jilin had considered rescuing them, he was only a soul master without any soul rings and felt powerless. Forget it. There is no need to think too much. When impoverished, one should focus on self-cultivation. When prosperous, one can benefit the world. At most, he could help them find peace in death. Sleep now, sleep. The next morning, Jilin couldn't wait to arrive at the place where he heard the noise last night. Although he wasn't sure if the soul beast had already left, he guessed that it might have dragged its food back home since it was calm during the second half of the night. Additionally, having killed quite a few soul beasts on the way, he felt braver. That was why he decided to come early in the morning to take a look. Upon arriving at the scene, seeing the mess and the blood on the ground, Jilin knew that the person might be in grave danger. Jilin also discovered the dragging marks beside him. Should he go take a look or not? After a long time, Jilin finally made a decision. If he didn't dare to go, wouldn't that be embarrassing for his seniors? Although he decided to take a look, Jilin still prioritized his own safety and remained vigilant of his surroundings. If things seemed off, he would turn back. The world is vast, but his life is the most important. The further he went, the stronger the smell of blood became. And Jilin mentally prepared himself for the scene he was about to encounter. After a long search, Jilin finally arrived at the end of the marks. Looking at the extinguished bonfire and the cold corpse of the ghost tiger beside it, Jilin felt a mix of confusion and relief. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a sudden whoosh of air rushed from behind him. Jilin also noticed it. Before Jilin could take out his dagger, a chop struck the back of his head. Instantly, Jilin felt dizzy and fainted, and in a daze. He saw a golden-haired goddess standing in front of him with her back to the rising sun. Chapter 49. You cannot wake someone who is pretending to sleep, unless... Looking at Jilin on the ground, the doll asked Qian Rinxue, "Miss, this kid seems to be the Jilin you recruited before. How should we deal with him?" Qian Rinxue did not expect that the person sensed by there was Jilin. She recalled 2 days ago when she visited the Shrek Academy in the identity of Shui Qinghe, along with Ning Fengji, to comfort the Shrek team that was about to depart for the Wuhuan city. They noticed that 2 people were missing, and when she asked about it, their faces showed an inexplicable discomfort, saying they were ill and resting, not convenient to meet guests. Ning Fengji also expressed appropriate concern, and then they started discussing the matters of sending people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to study at Shrek. Qian Renxue immediately laughed. What a coincidence. They fell ill at such a critical moment. How could soul masters fall sick so easily? Ning Fengji was so eager to change the topic that he should know something, or perhaps it had something to do with him directly. Looking at Ning Fengji, who was discussing matters with Flander and others with a beaming face, Qian Renxue increasingly believed in her judgment. Damn, she shouldn't have listened to Ning Fengji's suggestion to approach Tang San as a friend. Otherwise, Shrek Academy would have long become a branch of my Wuhuan Palace. She originally planned to send someone to investigate the reason behind this, but she suddenly reached level 70 and had to put that aside for the time being. However, it seemed that even heaven was on her side, as this key figure had come to her doorstep. Qian Renxue couldn't help but marvel at how strange fate could be. She then instructed to take him with you. I have some questions to ask. Saying this, she stepped forward with her long, graceful legs, continuing on the path to search for soul beasts. Seeing Ji Lin lying unconscious on the ground, they couldn't help but mutter a curse, obediently carrying Ji Lin on his shoulder and walking towards Qian Renxue. Yi Lin, being carried on someone's shoulder with his head down and butt up, felt a wave of shame. However, he knew that there was no way to resist against someone who could knock him out effortlessly. Fortunately, they didn't kill him or leave him to fend for himself, so it seemed that his safety was temporarily guaranteed. In this sunset forest, he didn't believe they could keep an eye on him all the time. When they encountered soul beasts, that would be his chance to escape. Just as Ji Lin was contemplating the most effective way to flee, they spoke up, young master. We've searched for so long. Let's take a break. Qian Renxue frowned, puzzled as to why this titled Douluo, who should be exhausted, was suggesting a rest when she herself felt fine. However, seeing the look in his eyes directed at Ji Lin, she quickly understood. All right, it's getting late anyway. We can set up camp here. Upon noticing Qian Renxue's reaction, grinned and said, great. He then withdrew the hand that was holding Ji Lin's legs, causing his right shoulder to dip slightly. A bad premonition surged in Ji Lin's heart as he sensed movement. Suddenly, without caring about Ji Lin's thoughts, exerted force, and Ji Lin was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed hard against a large tree and then fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Suffering such a blow, even someone as physically fit as Ji Lin couldn't help but see stars. I think I saw my pigeon. Yet even in this state, Ji Lin remained silent, as if he were still unconscious. Approached him while stretching his muscles, murmuring, finally, I can have a good rest. He sat down right on top of Ji Lin. Couldn't be described as stable as a mountain, but he was certainly not slender either. The experience of him sitting down was something only Ji Lin could truly understand. You better not let me catch you in the future, otherwise you'll suffer greatly. Seeing Ji Lin still silent, became more audacious, twisting his hips back and forth, saying, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. I can endure. Feeling the sensation from sitting on Ji Lin, exclaimed, this is much more comfortable than grass or stones. Young master, why don't you give it a try? Qian Renxue shook her head, unwilling to accept his invitation. Even though she had lived as a man for many years, she was still fundamentally a woman, especially in her original appearance now. As darkness gradually fell, Qian Renxue lit a bonfire and sprinkled spices on the soul beast meat she had collected on the way. Seeing still sitting on Ji Lin without any intention of getting up, she couldn't help but shake her head and said, even someone who would never wake up would react to external stimuli. You're overdoing it. Just as her words fell, Ji Lin suddenly pushed the heavy figure off him with force, quickly regained composure midair, and landed steadily. He took a piece of roasted meat from Qian Renxue's hands, took a bite, and mumbled to Ji Lin, oh, why aren't you pretending anymore? Ji Lin said irritably, you all know I'm pretending. What is the use of continuing to pretend? You just want to take advantage of me, right? He looked at the bright yellow, purple, and black soul rings on the body of the porcupine daw, and the rest of his sentence was stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. The porcupine daw looked at Ji Lin with a teasing expression and said, what about your mom? Go on. Your mom is in good health. Upon hearing this, the soul rings on the porcupine daw slowly dissipated as he approached Ji Lin, raising a fist the size of a sandbag and gesturing towards Ji Lin. Kid, watch your words. Or else, I'm very big, so bear with it. Ji Lin placed his hand on the fist in front of him, then slowly pressed it down with force, saying in a delicate tone, don't worry, big brother, I understand the rules of the underworld. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to chase dogs, I will never catch chickens. Just put this thing down, what am I afraid of? Upon hearing this, C.I. Tun felt goosebumps all over his body and quickly shook off Ji Lin's hand, rubbing it vigorously on his clothes. How unlucky! in the dark of the season. You think you can compete with me, your father? I won't let you off easily. Do you really think I wasted my time at 428? All right, Elder Porcupine. I'll talk to him. Hearing this, Elder Porcupine first slightly bowed to Qian Renshua, then spoke ominously to Jilin. Kid, mind your words. After saying that, he stepped aside, giving the space to Jilin and Qian Renshua, and walked over to a nearby large tree to rest with his eyes closed. Jilin also looked at Qian Renshua. Is there something I can do for you, esteemed one of the Spirit Hall? Chapter 50. The Spirit Hall does not raise useless people. Qian Renshua raised her eyebrow slightly. Oh, why do you say that? Under the reflection of the firelight, she appeared even more beautiful. To be honest, among the important female characters in the Douluo continent, their looks are not that different. It's just that each has its own unique temperament. Jiang Zhu's gentleness, Xiao Wu's vitality, Huo Wu's willfulness, Shui Binger's wisdom, Ning Rongrong's quirky charm, and Zhu Zhuqing's inclusiveness. Qian Renshua embodies both holiness and the spirit of a woman who does not concede to men. Having seen many beauties at Shrek and the Soul Master competition, although Qian Renshua was a type he had not encountered before, Jilin did not linger because of the beautiful sight before him. To have a title, Douluo, accompanying a young master, I believe there is no other like it on the entire continent besides the Spirit Hall. So, what exactly do you want from me? Qian Renshua nodded slightly at Jilin's response. I want you to answer a few questions. Jilin was a bit surprised and asked with a hint of a smile, I didn't expect a big shot from the Spirit Hall to actually ask me a question. I wonder what it is. Qian Renshua didn't mind Jilin's tone. I remember you are from Shrek Academy, right? How come you are here alone in the Sunset Forest hunting soul beasts? Jilin shrugged. It's nothing, I just withdrew from Shrek Academy. So they naturally won't help me hunt soul beasts. Why did you withdraw from Shrek Academy? Jilin's eyes flickered as he deceived. I plan to work under the crown prince of the Heavendo Empire, Shueqinghe. Qian Renshua didn't expect Jilin to answer her like this. But it was obviously a lie. After all, she was Shueqinghe herself. Is it really because of this? Jilin helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, What else can I do? I already agreed with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince that once I obtain the Soul Ring, I will join his side. Besides, on the surface, Shueqinghe definitely won't be associated with the Spirit Hall, and you, Qian Renshua, would never say something like you know Shueqinghe to corner me. Jilin can't help but laugh out loud. So what if you are at level 20 and 8? So what if you are the young master of the Spirit Hall? So what if you are the Crown Prince of Tiendo? You still can't do anything to me. Come on, let me see your frustrated expression. Haha. Jilin couldn't help but turn his head away to prevent Qian Renshua from seeing the uncontrollable smirk on his lips. At that moment, Shueqinghe's voice came, saying, Big brother Ji seems very happy. Why not share it, so that Qinghe can join the fun too? Jilin hurriedly turned around and saw that the stunning beauty had transformed into a perverted man dressed in palace attire. When Jilin turned his head in shock, Shueqinghe chuckled and said, How could I not remember that brother Ji intended to join my ranks? Has Qinghe's memory gotten worse? Jilin's entire face was wrinkled together, and all he could think was, Is this woman crazy? After a long time, he looked at Shueqinghe with a complicated expression. This can't be played anymore. Without paying attention to Jilin's words, Shueqinghe continued to ask, So, Brother Ji, can you tell me why you withdrew from Shrek Academy now? Jilin took out the dagger left by Luo and pointed it at Shueqinghe, apologizing, I'm sorry, I promised someone I wouldn't speak. Qian Renshua, who had transformed back, frowned in confusion. Why was Jilin holding an ordinary dagger? Even if his own martial soul lacked any deterrent power, wouldn't it be better to take out the 7 Knights Star Blade he had given? The, who had been watching this side, approached while releasing his own martial soul. Kid, you better think this through. This broken dagger won't protect you. Jilin also infused his soul power into the dagger, ready to activate the power left by Luo at any moment. He laughed and said, There's no helping it. As a man, there are always 1 or 2 things that cannot be spoken of to others. Kid, come back as a man in your next life. Just as he was about to take action, Qian Renshua called to stop the, not because of a sudden act of kindness or the threat posed by the, but rather because she sensed a wave of divine power very similar to that of her own divine statue when Jilin injected his soul power. She knew her judgment was correct. Jilin indeed had a connection to the divine. However, this divine power was quite concealed. If it weren't for her long-term exposure and the fact that she had absorbed the skull from the angel's set, which greatly enhanced her mental power, she wouldn't have noticed it either. Qian Renshua's words were still quite effective. Although he was confused and somewhat frustrated, he still obeyed Qian Renshua's command. Qian Renshue gave Jilin a deep look and then said, "All right, put your dagger away. Although this dagger is quite good, I've seen better." Seeing that they had no intention of attacking him at the moment, Jilin breathed a sigh of relief. He was happy not to have to use the dagger, but he didn't put it back into the ring. He simply didn't point it at Qian Renshue and her companion. Qian Renshue had no objections to this. Although she wanted to leave, Jilin already knew her identity as Xue Qinghe, and coupled with her pride that refused to compromise, she finally spoke up. "As long as you tell me why you left Shrek, I can ensure your safe departure. Since you asked sincerely, I will generously tell you. They wanted me to be cannon fodder, so I exchanged Yu Shaojing's life and several secrets to leave Shrek." "What secrets?" Jilin could only smile wryly. Now that the secret was out, could it still be called a secret? "Don't ask me anymore. I promised them I wouldn't tell." Qian Renshue was a bit angry. How could this man repeatedly refuse her? Did he really think she wouldn't get angry? "You better think it through. Although your dagger is indeed extraordinary, I also have my ways to deal with it." Jilin was already feeling angry from being treated that way before. And with Qian Renshue being so aggressive and holding a weapon, he straightened his back and aimed the dagger at her. "If you're not convinced, let us have a go." The nearby porcupine Douluo was not foolish either. Listening to their conversation, he realized that Jilin's dagger was indeed something special. As someone on the side of the grand offering, he naturally knew of the existence of gods. Seeing the two of them in a standoff, he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. If Jilin truly used the means in that dagger, he would definitely rush in to protect Qian Renshue. But his own situation would be dire. He quickly transmitted a message. "Young master, why not bring him into the spirit hall and slowly deal with him later?" Qian Renshue also calmed down to consider the suggestion. It was indeed a good idea. She couldn't take Jilin down herself, but her grandfather definitely could. As long as they could trick Jilin into going to her grandfather, wouldn't Jilin be at her mercy? "Since you want to speak, I want to force you, but knowing my secret means I can't let you go easily. However, as long as you join her spirit hall, we could discuss it." The porcupine Douluo chimed in, "Kid, the benefits of our spirit hall are quite good. Not only do we provide food and accommodation, but we also arrange job placements. You can even apply for help in obtaining soul rings. If you're outstanding enough, you could become a grand bishop and marry a beautiful and wealthy woman. Think about it. It's a path to the pinnacle of soul masters." Jilin looked at the suddenly changed demeanor of the sea urchin Douluo with a black line on his forehead. "Give me back the aloof image of a titled Douluo in my heart, you bastard." But after thinking it over, joining the Wuhuan temple didn't seem like a bad idea. At least he would have a place for his soul rings. "All right, what position can you give me?" Seeing this, Qian Renshue also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a way out. "What kind of position do you want? As long as it's not too outrageous, I can arrange it for you." "Let me think. Is there a position that has little work, high pay, is close to home, has a high rank with light responsibilities, and allows me to sleep until I wake up naturally, while counting money until my hands cramp?" Qian Renshue frowned. "What's the difference between that and being a lazy person?" Jilin slightly bowed and saluted. "My humble dream is to be a salted fish. So is there?" After a long pause, Qian Renshue finally said such a sentence. "The spirit hall does not raise salted fish." Chapter 51, on the importance of background. "Then why should I join you?" Jilin came to the campfire, took out his rations, and began to eat with water. Qian Renshue also came over and sat opposite Jilin. "Only in this way can I rest assured that you won't reveal my secret." Jilin had a bitter expression on his face. "Why do you have to expose yourself in front of me? I don't want to know." Hearing this, Qian Renshue felt a bit frustrated. She had only intended to reveal the appearance of Xue Qinghe to scare Jilin into revealing what he knew. But who would have thought that Jilin would directly take out a weapon containing divine power? It should be known that even she didn't have one at the moment. "Don't worry about it. In any case, I won't let you go unless you join the spirit hall." "Big sister, look, even though you're forcing me like this, I still haven't revealed their secret. Doesn't that prove that I can keep my mouth shut?" Jilin said. "I promise I won't say anything like what the fourth person said. Okay?" Seeing Qian Renshue still looking at him with suspicion, Jilin quickly raised 4 fingers. "Really? I swear." Seeing that Jilin still refused to join the spirit hall, Qian Renshue felt a bit puzzled. Was the spirit hall really that bad? They couldn't even recruit a soul master. "Our spirit hall is the strongest power on the continent, right?" "Yes." "Then why won't you join the spirit hall? Is it really just because we can't fulfill your lazy dreams?" Looking at Qian Renshue, who had become serious, Jilin couldn't help but sigh. "Sister, I can't just point my finger at you and say that your spirit hall is the villain and that the ending is going to be tragic." He thought this in his heart, but naturally he couldn't say it out loud. "Yeah, I'm just a person without big ideals. I just want to live a stable life as a wealthy idle person. Qian Rinxue retorted, stable? That's a naive thought. In this world, you need to have strength and background. Then she looked Ji Lin up and down, speaking disdainfully. You're from common background. At most, you can beat a soul sect. If it weren't for that dagger, do you think you have a right to stand on equal footing with me? Moreover, your dagger should have a limit on its usage, right? Once the divine power is exhausted. Qian Rinxue stared intently at Ji Lin, a smirk appearing on her lips. What will you do then? Feeling Qian Rinxue's probing gaze, Ji Lin knew he couldn't lose momentum, so he smiled and said, how do you know I only have this one dagger? Saying this, he took out another identical dagger. Qian Rinxue's smile froze, and she frowned. She couldn't sense any difference between the two daggers Ji Lin was holding. After all, she could only feel the divine power when Ji Lin activated it. For a moment, she couldn't discern whether Ji Lin was telling the truth or not. Seeing Qian Rinxue in a dilemma, Ji Lin seized the opportunity. You see, now you can't do anything to me. Instead of dragging this out, why not just pretend you never saw me? You're making it a bit difficult for me. How about this? Let me think about it. Without waiting for Ji Lin to respond, Qian Rinxue walked towards the side of the. Ji Lin also shouted at Qian Rinxue, don't take too long. Qian Rinxue walked even faster. Elder Sichuan, are you confident in subduing him? But Sichuan shook his head and said, if I hadn't ambushed him earlier, or if he had recalled that dagger into his soul guide now, I would have had confidence. But now I don't. Qian Rinxue secretly glanced at Ji Lin and saw him boringly whittling a branch with his dagger, making her feel a bit frustrated. It's really hard to move him. But Sichuan Douluo suggested, how about we just wait him out? I don't believe he can stay this energetic all the time. Qian Rinxue shook her head. An ordinary soul master can easily stay awake for 2 nights. Not to mention him, and he is not stupid. He won't give us that much time. So we're just going to let him go? Qian Rinxue sneered. Let him go? Impossible. Besides that woman, I've never been so humiliated by anyone else. I've said it before. If you're out here, you need to have a background. I want to know why the Spirit Hall is the #1 power on the continent. Throwing away the 50-second small stick in his hand, Ji Lin looked bored at the 2 people whispering over there. Haven't you come to an agreement yet? I've waited long enough. Just as Ji Lin was getting impatient, Qian Rinxue finally walked over with her long legs. Before she could get close, Ji Lin couldn't wait to ask, so, how's the discussion going? Well, we can let you go, but you have to promise not to tell anyone that Xue Qinghe is a woman. Okay, I promise. Also, I feel a bit unwilling to just let you go like this, so you need to help me hunt soul beasts. Of course, we won't let you work for nothing. We'll cover your soul ring. Ji Lin frowned, not because the conditions were too harsh, but because they were very beneficial to him. He wouldn't think that I would use a dagger to help her, right? Although he was going to help her obtain a soul ring, he could easily slack off. And in the end, it would mostly be that titled Douluo who did the heavy lifting. So, could there really be such a windfall? Seeing that Ji Lin was a bit shaken, Qian Rinxue naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, even if you leave now, although there aren't any soul beasts of 100,000 years nearby, there are still quite a few high-level 10,000-year soul beasts. It's not that I look down on you. Right now, encountering a 10,000-year soul beast would be quite tough for you. This struck a chord with Ji Lin. Although it wasn't guaranteed that he would encounter a soul beast, better safe than sorry. If he really did encounter one, he might indeed have to use a dagger. So why would I let him take advantage of this? It's just that I see your talent is decent, and I want to invest in you a bit. When can someone in their 20s who is a soul master be considered talented? But indeed, I do need them to help me escape from this area dense with 10,000-year soul beasts. His face showed a look of sudden realization, and he said, I understand now, fine, I agree. Qian Rinxue also revealed a smile, looking stunningly beautiful. Ji Lin was also feeling a bit overwhelmed, so he quickly jumped up onto a big tree. Seeing Ji Lin leave, Qian Rinxue's smile disappeared, and she asked the nearby porcupine, do I look ugly when I smile? At this moment, Ji Lin on the tree had also calmed down. So what exactly is that woman up to? Is she planning to take action against me while I absorb the spirit ring? It really is true that the most dangerous hearts are often found in women. Zhang Wuji's mother was right. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive she can be. Once I reach a relatively low-level area to hunt spirit beasts, I will just turn against them and leave. Ji Lin held the dagger and closed his eyes. In the spirit city, at the Hall of Offerings, a gigantic angel statue flickered suddenly. Qin Douluo, sitting in front of the angel statue, sensed something. Oh, has that kid met Xiao Xue? He even has an object imbued with divine power. He slowly stood up. Truly, this kid is becoming more interesting. Arriving at the entrance of the Hall of Offerings, a huge angelic shadow appeared behind him, with 8 black and 1 red soul rings floating above and below. Well, since Xiao Shui has spoken, I might as well go out and stretch my legs. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Douluo transformed into a beam of light and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 52. The arrival of Qian Douluo the next day. The sun shone brightly. Jilin and the others were hunting for the 7th soul ring for Qian Rinxue in the forest. Although it was said to be 3 people, only the porcupine Douluo was doing the work while Qian Rinxue and Jilin were standing by to support. This time, their target was a nearly 70,000 year old holy light Pegasus with a single horn. This age is not low, considering that even the porcupine Douluo's 9th soul ring is only 85,000 years. Plus, the holy light Pegasus has a holy attribute that restrains his poison, making it difficult for the porcupine Douluo to take it down quickly. On the battlefield, a blood-red pufferfish and a white horse with wings were fiercely battling each other. I don't believe I can't take you down. 5th soul skill, blood poison spike. The blood-red pufferfish suddenly shrank and then inflated in an instant, unleashing a storm of poison spikes toward the holy light Pegasus. Facing this large-scale AoE attack, the holy light Pegasus knew it couldn't dodge. It gathered its energy on the spot, its pure white wings shining with dazzling light, continuously channeling energy toward the horn on its head. Soon after, a stream of golden energy erupted, colliding with the incoming poison spikes, causing waves of air to burst forth, while other poison spikes struck around the holy light Pegasus, kicking up dust. Damn it, this holy attribute soul beast is really disgusting. I've activated my martial spirit's true form as a tidal Douluo, and it's been so long without taking it down. Disgusting. It should be noted that tidal Douluos among humans are generally on par with 100,000 year soul beasts. Even the tidal Douluo, the gatekeeper, Douluo, can compete with newly advanced 100,000 year soul beasts. Not to mention the nearly 93rd level porcupine Douluo. This shows how formidable the holy light Pegasus is and how its holy attribute restrains the porcupine Douluo. However, no matter how much the attributes restrain each other, it cannot make up for the gap in strength between the two. As time passed, the porcupine Douluo gradually suppressed the holy light Pegasus. The two occasionally clashed in the air and wrestled on the ground, exciting Jilin's blood. Since coming to the Douluo continent, this was Jilin's first time witnessing such a high-level battle. This light and shadow effect is incredible. Along with the airflow I can feel on my face and the vibrations under my feet. Damn, this is the correct way to experience another world. Seeing the shock on Jilin's face, Qian Rinxue also displayed a proud expression. TSK, you're shocked now. Truly a country bumpkin. After being repelled by a pufferfish poison stream again, the holy light Pegasus stabilized its form, panting, looking at the pufferfish in the sky. It knew it was not this guy's opponent. If this continued, it would undoubtedly die. So, it had to come up with a way. But its attacks required a certain amount of time to charge, and couldn't hit the opponent at all. However, in the previous battle, the holy light Pegasus realized that the human fighting it was there to hunt it down. Therefore, to attack the enemy was to save itself. Its wings began to glow as the holy light Pegasus started to gather power. The porcupine Douluo in the sky laughed, saying, "No matter how many times you come, you won't hit me." The holy light Pegasus shot out a large number of golden light bullets from its wings, which was different from the use of energy columns. But this time the targets were Qian Rinxue and Jilin. Everything happened too suddenly. What? Jilin quickly reacted, covering the knife in his hand with gold, standing ready, while holding a dagger in the other hand. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, his collar was lifted by Qian Rinxue, and then the two soared rapidly upwards. Jilin did not expect Qian Rinxue to actually save him, but now was not the time to dwell on that. It was taken aback and could only rush to provide support. He arrived in an instant, even though Qian Rinxue reacted quickly and was not slow herself. Both of them were still hit by some stray bullets. The golden cover on Jilin's chest absorbed the impact, but the force still left him feeling dizzy and pale. Fortunately, the lower half of Jilin, which couldn't be covered by the golden layer, was not hit. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a wheelchair. It's somewhat similar to Tang San's Zhuge Divine Crossbow. But is the penetrating power insufficient? It makes sense, even though it is 70,000 year old soul beast, being dispersed into so many parts, and this level of force is still quite impressive. Qian Rinxue, who was at a higher level than Jilin and possessed the soul skill Void Wings, had been hit more times than Jilin, but her condition was much better. The holy light Pegasus had already fled as soon as the attack was launched and returned. The rushed in front of the two, anxiously asking, "Young master, are you all right?" Qian Rinxue shook her head and replied, "How could I be in trouble? But this guy might not be so lucky." As she spoke, Qian Rinxue loosened her grip, and Ji Lin fell down. The sudden loss of weight made Ji Lin's face turn even whiter. Damn it! Fortunately, Qian Rinxue was not flying very high, and since the ground of the forest was mostly dirt, Ji Lin ended up with just a face full of mud and nothing serious. Just as Ji Lin turned over to say something, a massive golden giant sword rose from the ground in the distance, instantly leveling everything around it. Ji Lin's expression was serious in the face of this sudden change, while Qian Rinxue wore a look of joy. In the next moment, a white figure appeared above Ji Lin and the others, holding a holy light Pegasus that had just escaped. Qian Rinxue smiled and said, "Grandpa, you finally came." Qian Douluo slowly descended, first tossing the half-dead holy light Pegasus aside before looking at the three of them. After examining them and confirming that his granddaughter was unharmed, Qian Douluo nodded. He then turned to the porcupine Douluo and said, "Xixue, you go on guard around the area first. I need to talk to Xiaoxue." The porcupine Douluo, seeing that Qian Douluo had no intention of scolding him, felt a bit relieved and respectfully replied, "Yes, great offering." After saying this, he quickly disappeared from the spot. Then he looked at Qian Rinxue and said, "Not bad. Reaching the Soul Sage level at the age of 24 in such circumstances shows that your talent is indeed much better than mine. Go ahead and obtain your 7th spirit ring." Qian Rinxue's lip curled up as she looked at Ji Lin, her eyes seeming to say, "I have Grandpa, and you don't. That's my reason to be willful." Qian Douluo also noticed his granddaughter's gaze and smiled. "Go ahead, Grandpa knows your thoughts. Don't worry, it will be handled well." With Qian Douluo's assurance, Qian Rinxue felt relieved to absorb the spirit ring. Seeing that his granddaughter had already begun, Qian Douluo then turned his attention to Ji Lin and, noticing his dirty appearance, couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. "My friend, how come you look so disheveled after just a few days?" Ji Lin was a bit confused from the reactions of Qian Rinxue and the others. Ji Lin knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was one of the strongest powers on the Douluo continent. However, Ji Lin did not remember when he had seen this esteemed elder of the Wuhuan Hall before. Perhaps noticing Ji Lin's confusion, Qian Douluo slid his right hand past his face, revealing another face in front of Ji Lin. "You're that bookstore owner." Chapter 53. Ji Lin's Lu-style behavior. Seeing that Ji Lin had recognized him, Qian Douluo smiled and nodded, then transformed back into his previous middle-aged appearance. Ji Lin couldn't help but complain. "Do you big shots have some inexplicable quirks? Why do you like giving people surprises so much? Forgive an old man with not much to do for his little hobby, right?" As for others' hobbies, Ji Lin didn't comment much. After all, even the Mad Emperor enjoyed drinking beast milk. Soon, Ji Lin's interest was drawn to other matters. "How did you change your appearance? Is it soul skill?" Qian Douluo smiled and said, "It's not that, just a little technique combined with a bit of divine power." Seeing Ji Lin still had a skeptical expression, Qian Douluo explained, "After all, I've been around for much longer than you. In these 100 years of cultivation, there are naturally many intricacies." Seeing this, Ji Lin no longer dwelled on it and turned to ask another question. "Do you have divine power?" Qian Douluo's face showed a hint of dejection. "How could that be? I just borrowed a bit using my identity as a divine messenger." As he spoke, he sensed a bit more. "Moreover, the dagger in your hand contains quite a bit of divine power." Seeing this, Ji Lin was also certain that Qian Douluo was not here to deal with him, and he felt a little relieved. "I wonder what the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall wants with me?" Qian Douluo's expression became somewhat serious. "I am here to discuss a business deal with you." Business? Ji Lin didn't know what qualifications he had to discuss business with Qian Douluo. Feeling a bit wary, "Are you sure you want to discuss business with me? I'm just a small commoner soul master. I probably don't have the capital to talk business with you, right? You don't want this dagger, do you?" Seeing Ji Lin's protective demeanor, Qian Douluo chuckled and shook his head, saying lightly, "Don't worry, although your dagger has quite a bit of soul power. The explosive power is only equivalent to my full strike as a level 99 limit Douluo. It's powerful, but I'm not very concerned about it." Hearing Qian Douluo say this, although Ji Lin didn't know if it was true or not, it did make him relax a lot. "So what kind of business do you want to do with me?" Qian Douluo didn't hesitate and said directly, "I want you to act for the Spirit Hall 3 times in the future." Upon hearing this, Ji Lin had a face full of disbelief. "Do you want to hear what you're asking? To act for the Spirit Hall 3 times? Your Spirit Hall is so grand. Do you really need me?" Qian Douluo said flatly, "If you don't agree, you won't be able to leave today. Although your dagger does pose some trouble, it's just trouble." Ji Lin's expression darkened, and I couldn't believe that you could still protect her under the attack of a god. Douluo lowered his head in contemplation. I don't have complete confidence in that, but I am certain that I can survive. Even if I die, do you think you can escape the bloody grasp without a dagger? Lin knew that he absolutely could not back down at this moment, or he would truly be squeezed dry. So he smiled and said, if I can get your granddaughter involved, I won't be a loss. At this time, Douluo's brows furrowed slightly, and a powerful pressure emanated from him. Lin's heart felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand, but he still maintained a smile on his face, albeit a bit stiff. After a long while, Douluo finally withdrew his pressure. Then I will take a step back. Two things. Lin's already pale face turned even worse, but he still held on and didn't fall down. Looking at Douluo's expression, this should be his bottom line. Lin didn't dare to continue bargaining. All right, but if you want the horse to run, you have to let the horse eat grass, right? Seeing Lin agree, Douluo was also pleased in his heart. He thought this kid would hit my psychological price point at least once, but after all, he is young and cannot withstand the test. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. As he spoke, Douluo took out an item from his soul guide and said to Lin, I think this should be enough. When Douluo took out this item, Lin was already staring at it intently. A soul bone. Yes, the item in Douluo's hand was indeed a soul bone shining with 7-colored brilliance. Seeing Lin's expression, Douluo nodded in satisfaction and added, this is a soul bone I obtained while traveling the continent with 2 old friends after slaying a 100,000-year-old golden fox. I wonder if you're satisfied? Upon hearing that it was a 100,000-year soul bone, Lin's breathing became heavier, and even his pale face turned a bit flushed as he uncertainly asked, is it really for me? Douluo directly dispelled Lin's concerns with action, throwing it directly towards Lin. Lin clumsily caught it and complained to the rough Douluo, be gentle, what if you break it? Can you afford to pay for it? Douluo's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, Lin was curiously examining the soul bone in his hand, which resembled a pair of glasses. But after looking for a long time, he still didn't know which part it was from. What part of the soul bone is this? Why does it look a bit strange? Douluo said lightly, it's just an eye socket bone. Oh, eye socket bone. No wonder it looks so strange. It's not one of the 6 basic soul. At this moment, Lin suddenly realized. Eye socket bone. Douluo nodded. External soul bone? Douluo nodded again. Hiss. Lin took a sharp breath, but quickly reacted. With such a good item, why would Douluo give it to him instead of keeping it for Qianrenxue? Could it be that this soul bone has some drawbacks? Or, at that moment, Douluo's voice came. Because Xiao Shui has a better and more suitable soul bone set. If he carelessly added this one, it would ruin the overall effect. After hearing Douluo's explanation, Lin glanced complexly at Qianrenxue, who was absorbing the soul ring over there. He had a deeper understanding of the saying that some people are born in Rome, and he also had a more direct perception of the spirit hall, the continent's #1 power. However, it was precisely because of this that Lin was able to obtain this 100,000-year external soul bone from the time brocade fox. Now, looking at Douluo, Lin found him more and more agreeable. This was not the blood-sucking boss who oppressed his employees. This was his long-lost biological father. Suddenly, Lin had a brainwave and then knelt on one knee, speaking a language he had never heard before in response to Douluo's puzzled gaze. Lin, drifting for half a lifetime, never meeting a wise lord. If you do not abandon me, I wish to swear allegiance as an adopted father. What are you saying? I don't understand. I want to be your dad. Douluo was speechless. Get lost. All right then. The main point was to be obedient. After the joke, Lin showed off several ginsengs from his rings, and his complexion improved a lot. He immediately began to sit cross-legged and absorb the soul bone. As for whether there was any danger, Lin was completely unconcerned. Not to mention that Douluo would not hand this soul bone over to him if he intended to take action against him. If it was a threat from a soul beast, that would be even more ridiculous. With a 99 level limit Douluo protecting him, even a Titan giant ape would have to take 2 slaps. Unlike the previous absorption of the Gung Gene Tiger's soul bone, this time the time brocade fox's soul bone was as high as 100,000 years. Even though Lin's physical strength and mental power were far beyond the same level, it was still a bit challenging for him at this moment. Douluo looked coldly at Lin, who was trembling all over and sweating profusely, and said softly, if you can't hold on, don't blame me for splitting your head open to take back the soul bone. This was also a test from Douluo for Lin, to see if he was qualified to trade with him. If Lin succeeded, It would naturally be a happy ending for both, but if he failed, Douluo would not lose anything. At least he would have accepted that knife without collecting it. In fact, Douluo did not tell the whole truth about the power of the dagger, or rather, he did not fully disclose it. Although the power of the dagger was indeed equivalent to his full strength attack as a 99 level limit Douluo, the power contained within it was divine power, which was far beyond what soul power could match. Even a divine servant like him would likely fall in the lower realm. So, you might profit immensely, but I will never lose. After watching for a while, Douluo turned his gaze away from Jilin. Compared to Jilin, he was more worried about Qian Rinxue's safety. Although Qian Rinxue had a 6-winged angel martial soul and absorbing a 70,000 year soul ring as her 7th soul ring should not be a problem. As an elder, Douluo could not help but feel anxious. Seeing the beads of sweat on Qian Rinxue's forehead, Douluo's heart was in his throat, wishing he could bear it for her. However, he had to play the role of a stern figure. Watching Qian Rinxue, who had grown from a stumbling child to a graceful young woman, a trace of melancholy flashed in Douluo's eyes. In the future, when I am no longer here, Xiao Shui will be stronger. He glanced sideways at Jilin out of the corner of his eye. I hope you can hold on, and I also hope this move of mine will help Xiao Shui. Time passed by minute. That pitch-black soul ring had completely merged into the 6-winged angel's body. And Qian Rinxue's originally chaotic soul power fluctuations gradually calmed down. Douluo knew that Qian Rinxue had completed the absorption of the soul ring. Sure enough, the next moment, Qian Rinxue opened her phoenix-like eyes and looked at Douluo in front of her. Douluo quickly retracted the tenderness in his eyes, replacing it with a neutral expression. It's done. Then go back with the bloodstained dagger. After all, you've been out for quite a while. Don't let your efforts over the years go to waste. Qian Rinxue opened her mouth, then he, Yes. Looking at Qian Rinxue's departing figure, Douluo's expression was indifferent, and after a long while, he let out a sigh. If only Xiao Shui's relationship with her mother weren't so strained. Then after I'm gone, she would have someone to look after her. The sky gradually darkened. At this time, Jilin's absorption was also coming to an end. Slowly opening his eyes, Jilin felt refreshed, as if he had never seen the world so clearly before, as if he had previously been wearing a layer of plastic membrane, and now that layer had been removed. It looks like you succeeded. Not bad. Jilin scratched his head, relieved that this 100,000-year soul bone wasn't as difficult to absorb as he had imagined. Seeing Jilin's smug expression, Douluo was somewhat speechless. All right, stop showing off over there. Come here, there's one last step to go. Jilin was puzzled. What else is there? You don't think you can take my soul bones so easily? What if you change your mind? Jilin thought about it as well. After all, this soul bone could be considered a top-tier treasure. Just saying it verbally wouldn't make him feel at ease either. So what do you suggest we do? It's simple. Just swear an oath. Douluo said as he took out a small angel statue. This statue looked about 80% similar to Qian Rinxue, and Jilin couldn't help but be attracted to it. However, when Jilin focused and looked closely, he saw brilliant golden energy flowing over the statue. Huh? Jilin looked at Douluo with some confusion and noticed that a faint golden energy was also flowing within Douluo. Although it was not nearly as radiant as that of the statue, but there was a lot more of it. Is this not the 2 soul skills given to me by the soul bone? Douluo also noticed Jilin's anomaly and asked what's wrong. Being disturbed by Douluo, Jilin exited that state and replied nonchalantly, Why does the statue look so much like Qian Rinxue? Do you have to concentrate to see it? Douluo smiled and said, Of course, little Shui is the most qualified person in my Qian family to inherit the position of the angel god for hundreds of years. Jilin didn't want to discuss this with Douluo. He understood that this old man was just a doting grandfather. He perfunctorily said, Yes. Qian Rinxue is the best. Qian Rinxue is the greatest. Although he didn't know what the greatest meant, Douluo instinctively felt it wasn't a derogatory term, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He casually used a skill called Judgment Sword with his finger, cutting a nearby giant rock in half. Then placed the statue on the smooth-cut surface. All right, come over and make the oath. Jilin. Hereby swear to do 2 things for the Spirit Hall that are within my capability and do not violate my principles. Those who break their word shall suffer the punishment of the Rock of Devouring. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind became calm, but in Jilin's eyes, the energy on the statue condensed into a basic colored thin line reaching up to the sky. Then, it seemed that a voice of indeterminate gender came from above. The contract is established. Jilin looked up at the tranquil night sky, where only the stars were twinkling. But he always felt like a pair of eyes was watching him from behind the stars. At this moment, Douluo had already put away the statue and was preparing to leave. Jilin hurriedly approached. After all, his third soul ring was still not settled. And with such a big opportunity in front of him, how could he let it pass? Wait a minute. Douluo turned around. Do you have anything else to say? Jilin scratched his head a bit shyly and said, I haven't obtained a soul ring yet. Then go hunt a soul beast. I can't just conjure a soul ring for you. Wait, you're not asking me to help you hunt, are you? Under Douluo's sharp gaze, Jilin awkwardly nodded. How could you have a nerve to say that? I can't help it. I can't win. Is that so? But I'm very busy every day, and my time is precious. Unless what? It has to come with extra pay. Chapter 55, An Unexpected First Blood on a Government Road Outside Tiando City. Jilin lay comfortably on his horse, a sword hanging at his waist. It had been 3 days since Jilin obtained his third soul ring and exited the Sunset Forest. In the end, Douluo couldn't withstand Jilin's persistent nagging and help him deal with a soul beast that was about 15,000 years old, and it was free. After Jilin absorbed it, he left behind a token and departed without looking back. At this moment, Jilin didn't know where to go, as he didn't have any friends or family here. After thinking for a while, Jilin suddenly remembered that Luo had left an address when he departed. Taking out the letter left by Luo again, he skipped over the text he had read countless times and for the first time seriously noted the address. South of Notting City, a sack. Dismounting, he took out a map, which he had obtained from Old Zhao during his time at Shrek. It was a detailed map of the continent, 3 meters wide and 5 meters long, drawn by the Spirit Hall over 10 years. As for how Jilin knew it, it was written on the back of the map. It even thoughtfully noted the expected lifespan of this map. Jilin quickly found Nottingham on the map, but as he searched slowly south of Nottingham, he did not find a place called a sack. However, Luo shouldn't be lying to him. So why is this a sack town not appearing on the map? Given the scale of the Spirit Hall, they should know about this place, but why is it not even marked on the maps used by their own people? Is the town already gone, or are they trying to cover something up? At this moment, a few heads were seen discussing in the nearby grass. Boss, when are we going to go? We've been watching for a long time. A bald man with a scar under his eye said, Wait a minute. You guys quietly move over. While I launch the green jade cannon, rush in all at once. Yes, boss. After his subordinates reached the designated position, the bald spirit master didn't hesitate and directly summoned his spirit, the green water turtle. 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, appeared, and then the yellow soul ring in the middle flashed. A green cannonball shot straight towards Jilin. Jilin quickly put away the map into his storage ring, and the 7-night star blade appeared in his hand, shimmering with golden light. He slashed backward with the blade, directly knocking the green jade cannon aside. At that moment, a little brother happened to see his big brother fire the green jade cannon and jumped out from the ambush in the grass. Before he could even activate his martial soul, he was hit by the green jade cannon and flew back several meters, landing on the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. All of this happened too quickly. The bald-headed soul master didn't expect that, despite having the upper hand, the opponent was unscathed while his side had already lost 1 member. This kid is a bit strange. Does he have eyes on his back? However, the bald-headed soul master remained calm. After all, aside from himself, there were 3 great soul masters on his side, while the opponent had only 1. The advantage was on his side. With this thought in mind, the bald-headed soul master charged forward, leading his 3 little brothers to attack Jilin. However, every time they attacked, it seemed like they were about to hit Jilin, but he narrowly dodged each time, infuriating them and making their attacks even more desperate, putting in all their effort with each strike. Jilin, on the other hand, did not fight back and just kept dodging their attacks. After 5 minutes, the bald-headed soul master and his group were panting heavily, supporting themselves on their knees, looking out of breath, with one even unable to maintain the form of his martial soul. Jilin said, I haven't even finished my warm-up. How'd you all go down? However, seeing them like this, Jilin also lost the intention to continue. With a burst of strength in his legs, like an arrow leaving the bow, he completed his attack amidst their wails. Steadying himself, he sheathed his knife. Finished. Suddenly, blood spurted from the bald-headed soul master and his lackeys as they fell to the ground without a word, raising clouds of dust. Jilin walked over, squatted down, and patted the bald soul master's face, saying, Hey, stop playing dead. I know how to control my strength. Seeing that the bald man, who couldn't pretend to be dead anymore, opened his eyes and said with a fierce look but weak tone, Kill or torture, feel free to do as you wish. However, The cold sweat on his face and his twitching lips revealed the fear he felt inside. Jilin was feeling playful and decided to have some fun with him. He stood up, gripped the knife tightly, and said, "Then we'll meet in the next life." After saying that, he pretended to bring the knife down. Seeing that Jilin really seemed to be about to strike, the bald man didn't dare to gamble on whether Jilin would hold back or not. Forgetting his earlier bravado, he hurriedly called out, "Please spare me, my lord. Please spare me." Jilin seemed to ignore the increasingly terrified voice of the bald man. The knife still came down, and the bald man closed his eyes in despair, but the imagined pain did not come. The bald man opened his eyes and was about to turn his head to see what was happening when he felt a chill on his neck. It turned out that Jilin's knife was pressed tightly against the bald man's neck, and as soon as he moved the knife, it had already cut through the skin. Jilin plunged the knife into the ground, crouched down, smiled at the bald man, and said, "Where's your bravado from before? Why is it gone? If you can survive, then be soft if you can." Jilin shook his head, about to say something, when he keenly sensed some movement behind him and instinctively turned around. He saw blood gushing out, and the bald man's shiny head rolled away. The little brother who had been knocked away by that jade cannon earlier was also startled. He had planned to launch a sneak attack, but didn't expect Jilin to be so perceptive. Moreover, with his older brother now decapitated, he quickly turned and ran. The other little brothers who were playing dead also hurriedly followed his lead. In an instant, only Jilin and the bald man's corpse were left. Jilin silently watched the head that had rolled far away, his face filled with complexity. "What is going on? I didn't want to kill you. At most, I just wanted to tie you up or hand you over to the nearby city guards. But regardless, the fact is that the bald man died at my hands." Jilin felt embarrassed to leave his body out in the wild, so after retrieving the head, he chose a lush area and dug a pit. After putting the bald man's body and head together in the pit, he began to cover it with soil, looking at the grave mound that barely reached his waist. Jilin thought for a moment and took out some fruits and meat from his storage ring. "Brother, I didn't do it on purpose. You, as a noble person, should not hold it against me. These fruits and meats were bought from the best store in Tiano City. I haven't even eaten them yet, so I'm giving them to you. If you want to drink, I can't help you. After all, I don't drink and didn't bring any. Just make do with this." After saying this, Jilin poured a jug of grape juice on the ground. "Just consider it as wine. Brother, have a good journey." Jilin made a cross on his chest and muttered some words. "May you ascend to paradise quickly, and may there be no Jilin in heaven. Amen." Chapter 56. Returning to Lan Village after properly honoring the Soul Master, Jilin mounted his horse. He kept murmuring, "Although you died by my hands, it wasn't intentional, right? If your little brother hadn't sneakily come up behind me, I wouldn't have accidentally killed you. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have opened my future vision." That 10,000-year soul bone brought Jilin 2 skills. One passive, which grants immunity to all mental attacks, including but not limited to dizziness and charm, and one active, which Jilin called future vision. The effect is simple. It consumes soul power and mental power to foresee the future. The farther into the future he sees, the greater the consumption. Right now, Jilin can only see 20 seconds ahead at full effort, but the consumption within 3 seconds ISN T2 significant. Similar to the effect of gilding. After absorbing that 10,000-year soul ring, Jilin's level also rose to level 33. The significant boost, Jilin speculated, was not only because the third soul ring was 10,000 year, but also due to the contribution of the fragrant Yuxiangchua herb he had consumed earlier. After all this time, the enhancement was far greater than before. Now Jilin could cover both his upper body and thighs simultaneously and could also transfer the gilding to his face. As for the upcoming journey, Jilin had already thought it through. Luo Hexen mentioned practicing the book he left behind until he could unleash sword energy before moving on. So Jilin planned to find a quiet place to train. He already had a destination in mind. After several days of traveling day and night on horseback, Jilin finally arrived at his destination, Lan Village, this evening. If asked where on the Douluo continent Jilin felt the most fondness, Lan Village would definitely be among them. Although Lan Village is not far from the official road, most of the people traveling this road are soul masters. So there are hardly any outsiders entering the village throughout the year, which perfectly matched Jilin's need for peace. However, this time, Jilin did not receive the same warm welcome from the villagers at the village entrance. Instead, it was quite desolate. Jilin also found it strange. At this time of year, the village children would usually gather under the big tree at the entrance to play, but today there wasn't a single child in sight. Had the villagers gone to bed this early? That seemed unlikely. The sun hadn't even set yet. With such questions in mind, Jilin walked into the village. However, the deeper he went, the more unsettling it became. The entire village was eerily silent, and Jilin couldn't help but heighten his vigilance. At that moment, a figure in a black robe caught Jilin's attention. Finally, he encountered someone. Before he got closer, Jilin called out, "Fellow villager, what's going on? Where are the others in the village?" The person turned upon hearing Jilin's voice, and just one glance made Jilin furrow his brow. He had never seen this face before. During his 4 months in Lan Village, while he couldn't name every villager, he was familiar with their faces, and he was certain he had never seen this person. After all, Jilin didn't recall any man in the village with a scar on his left cheek. "Who are you?" Jilin asked. The man smiled. "I just moved here. My name is Wu Lang. You must be the owner of that bamboo house the village chief mentioned, right? It's a pleasure to meet you." Jilin showed a look of realization. "Oh, I see. What about village head Li and the others?" "I haven't seen them." Wu Lang sighed. "Well, you know the village head is getting old, and he's not as strong as he used to be. A couple days ago, he accidentally fell while digesting his meal in the evening and ended up not getting up. Today is the day of his burial, and everyone is at the cemetery behind the village to see him off. I was just planning to go there myself." Hearing this, a trace of sorrow appeared on Jilin's face. "How could this happen? He was still fine when I left. How'd he die?" Wu Lang patted Jilin's shoulder and comforted him. "Brother, take it easy. Everyone goes through this process. All we can do is give him a dignified farewell." "That's true. He treated me well in life. I need to go and see him off properly. I hope they haven't buried the old village head yet." After saying that, Jilin ran towards the cemetery. Watching Jilin's anxious figure, Wu Lang revealed a meaningful smile and then shouted, "Brother, wait for me." Saying this, he also ran towards Jilin's figure. The two of them arrived at the cemetery of Lan Village, which was located on less fertile land behind the village. Given the nice scenery, the people of Lan Village chose this place for their cemetery. The area was scattered with waist-high mounds, but there was no sign of a funeral procession. Jilin couldn't help but furrow his brows and turned his gaze to the panting Wu Lang behind him. Sensing Jilin's confusion, Wu Lang explained that they said if a new grave was added here, it would seem rather crowded. So they decided to bury the village chief in the newly selected grave over there. As he spoke, he pointed with his right index finger towards the trees on the other side, and seeing that Jilin indeed looked in the direction he was pointing, a glint of ferocity flashed in Wu Lang's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a dagger appeared in his right hand, and he lunged it directly towards Jilin's unguarded chest. Bang! The dagger in Wu Lang's hand was immediately deflected. Realizing the situation was not right, Wu Lang hurriedly stepped back, warily watching Jilin, who was standing still with his head tilted and a smile on his face. Noticing that Jilin's palm had turned golden, Wu Lang touched the scar on his face and asked in a somewhat gloomy tone, "When did you figure it out? Since you didn't correct the village chief's name." Jilin replied. Wu Lang realized at once that the guy's surname was not Li. But it should be common for someone who just moved here to mistake the village chief's surname, right? However, if you had really spent a few days in this village, you would know that the village chief, although he looks old, is actually still in his prime. Wu Lang was stunned for a moment. Then a look of realization spread across his face, and he laughed heartily. "Haha, I see. No wonder that guy's heart doesn't taste like that of other old men." Jilin asked with some suspicion, "Did you just say to eat hearts?" Upon hearing this, Wu Lang grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. "Of course. How could I miss out on something as delicious as a heart? You may not know this, but a child's heart is the tenderest, while a young adult's has the best flavor and the most substance. An old person's heart is tougher and more suitable for soup." Jilin's expression grew increasingly serious as Wu Lang spoke. Suddenly, Jilin thought of something and activated the extra ability of soul power vision brought by the bone around his eye socket. Once activated, the entire world turned gray and white, with only Wu Lang appearing in a blood-red hue tinged with a hint of black. Jilin also sensed a violent malice emanating from him. The world returned to color, and Jilin spoke to Wu Lang slowly, word by word. "Did you kill them all? Did you eat their hearts?" Wu Lang shrugged indifferently. "Not really. Although I only eat hearts. I can't finish so many in just a few days. To keep the food fresh, I treat them well." Chapter 57. The Wolf of Compassion. Wu Lang looked at Jilin with gleaming eyes, but the hearts of soul masters are definitely tastier than those of ordinary people. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, especially at your age. Seeing the predatory gaze from Wu Lang, Jilin drew the knife from his waist. "Let's see if you have what it takes." In response, Wu Lang revealed his martial soul, the gray wolf, and 5 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, two purple, and one black, appeared around him. Wu Lang looked at Ji Lin with curiosity. Where are your soul rings? Aren't you going to show them? Ji Lin did not respond. He exerted force under his feet and instantly appeared in front of Wu Lang, striking directly at Wu Lang's neck with a knife. Wu Lang was not slow to react either. He leaned back slightly to evade Ji Lin's attack. With a missed strike, Ji Lin quickly swung his knife again. From the side, it looked as if Wu Lang was wrapped in golden lines. Although Wu Lang's reactions were quick, it was impossible to completely dodge such a dense barrage of attacks. Soon, Wu Lang's body was covered with numerous knife wounds, with some even exposing the white bones beneath the flesh. Seizing the moment, Wu Lang used his third soul skill, Shadow Transformation, turning into a shadow and escaping from Ji Lin's attack range. After taking a few steps as a shadow, he transformed back into Wu Lang. Ji Lin also stopped his movements. Was it intentional, or could this soul skill only last for so long? At this moment, Wu Lang was covered in wounds, and his clothes had turned into rags. However, there was no panic on Wu Lang's face. In fact, he even wore a smile, which made Ji Lin feel uneasy. Sure enough, the fourth soul skill, Wolf Blood Transformation. In the next second, a dark aura surged, and in an instant, Wu Lang's wounds healed completely. The rags on his body were blown away, leaving only a tattered pair of shorts, and his overall momentum had increased by more than double. Ji Lin was momentarily stunned, unable to help but complain, "Aren't those shorts the same as the Hulk's? They're so sturdy." Seeing Ji Lin in a daze, Wu Lang thought he was overwhelmed by his imposing presence and said smugly, "My fourth soul skill enhances my attributes by 110 in all aspects and instantly heals my external injuries. Although it requires a certain proportion of my blood to activate, it's all worth it." The hunt begins now. Wu Lang swiftly moved to Ji Lin's left side. Second soul skill, Wolf Poison Claw. His sharp palm was covered with an irregular black-green glow as he attacked Ji Lin's left rib. This series of attacks was completed in an instant, and Wu Lang could already imagine the sensation of grasping Ji Lin's heart in his hand. However, what Wu Lang thought would be a sure hit was actually dodged by Ji Lin, who even managed to strike his palm with a knife. Wu Lang winced in pain, realizing he had underestimated this prey, and immediately retreated while clutching his injured arm, looking at Ji Lin with a mix of uncertainty and hostility. Blood dripped from his fingers onto the ground. Seeing this, Ji Lin felt a bit of a headache. Although he had seen it once before, he was still somewhat astonished at how thick Wu Lang's skin was. Realizing that Ji Lin was not someone he could easily kill, Wu Lang became a bit anxious. Although the effect of the wolf blood transformation was outstanding, it also had a time limit, and he couldn't use it a second time in a short period. If the time ran out and he still hadn't taken down Ji Lin, he would be in danger. With this in mind, Wu Lang decided to stop holding back. His only black soul ring flashed, and he used his fifth soul skill, Split Wolf Explosion. Suddenly, two identical Wu LNGS appeared on either side of him. This was Wu Lang's fifth soul skill, Split Wolf Explosion. These two clones possessed 60 of the original strength. It may not seem like much, but once the enemy attacked the clones, they would explode instantly. As for the power, Wu Lang had relied on this move to blow up a Soul King who was similar in strength to him. Although there was an element of surprise involved, it was enough to demonstrate the explosive power. The range was small, only about 1 meter in diameter. The three Wu LNGS began to move around Ji Lin as the center, and one of them spoke, "Kid, do you know what I ate before I devoured human hearts?" Ji Lin did not answer, remaining vigilant against Wu Lang's attack. Seeing that Ji Lin did not respond, another Wu Lang said, "It's the heart of a sheep. Ever since awakening my martial soul, I've had an inexplicable obsession with it. After eating it, I felt completely elevated. However, after eating a human heart, the sheep heart no longer had that effect. Do you know who the first human heart I ate was?" This time, Wu Lang did not give Ji Lin time to answer. The third Wu Lang said, "It was a noble soul master with a deep-water giant sheep. This guy bullied me in the Soul Master Academy, looking down on my commoner background. But to live up to my parents' expectations, I chose to endure. However, that guy saw that I didn't dare to speak up and became even more aggressive. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. On a dark and windy night, I sneaked into his dormitory, stood by his bed, and watched him for a while, and then I chopped off his head with one knife. Looking at his head rolling on the ground, I suddenly thought about how his martial soul was a sheep. I wondered how different his heart would taste from sheep's. So I dug out his heart, took it to the woods, roasted it, and ate it. That feeling is something I still can't forget. And my soul power increased by 3 whole levels from that extreme enjoyment. Since then, I've also fallen in love with eating human hearts. Not only can I get an ultimate enjoyment, but it also allowed me to go from a level 17 Soul Master to a level 53 Soul King in just over a decade. Brother, why don't you give it a try? Listening to Wu Lang's invitation, Ji Lin couldn't help but reply, "Eat your mother." Little did he know, Wu Lang regretfully said, "You came 10 years too late." Ji Lin also didn't expect Wu Lang to be so cruel. He couldn't help but click his tongue and said, "Then your path to death has increased, and you definitely can't be let go now." Saying this, Ji Lin rushed towards one of the Wu Langs. After observing for a long time, Ji Lin discovered that only this Wu Lang had a shadow beneath its feet. Upon seeing this, Wu Lang felt a surge of joy, and the other two stopped and turned to chase after Ji Lin, seemingly trying to stop him. The remaining one also rushed towards Ji Lin, and for a moment, Ji Lin found himself surrounded in a triangle formed by the three Wu Langs. As Ji Lin got closer to the Wu Lang directly in front of him, the real Wu Lang revealed a smile, just like that self-righteous Soul King. Even knowing that Ji Lin would likely strike down, Wu Lang and another clone closely followed Ji Lin's movements, deliberately controlling their speed to appear slower than the one in front, preparing to strike hard from behind if Ji Lin only intended to escape without attacking. Watching the knife in Ji Lin's hand shine even more golden, Wu Lang's mouth was already stretching towards the back of his head. Ji Lin swung his knife, the golden blade slashing towards the Wu Wolf in front of him. In this critical moment, Ji Lin executed a backhand strike, driving the knife into the left rear of Wu Wolf's body. The gilded Seven-Night Star Blade was already sharp, and combined with the speed of both parties and Ji Lin's strength, it was enough to pierce Wu Wolf through, whether by coincidence or not. This strike just happened to pierce Wu Wolf's heart. Wu Wolf immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood, his breath instantly faltering, and the two clones, severely injured, also dissipated on the spot. "How did you know that was my true self?" Blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Ji Lin thought for a moment. "My eyes have been kissed by time. Is that so? It's really nice." Ji Lin pulled out the knife, and Wu Wolf collapsed to the ground, curling up and murmuring, "Don't waste it." As he spoke, his right hand reached toward his chest. However, before he could touch his heart, his hand fell down. Looking at the lifeless Wu Wolf on the ground, Ji Lin let out a long sigh. This was Ji Lin's first time actively killing someone, and he had a premonition that he might kill many more in the future. Chapter 58. Immature Thoughts After Resting for a While. Ji Lin's nearly depleted soul power had recovered about 70 to 80%. Only then did he get up to search the village. According to Wu Wolf, there should still be people in Lan Village who had not fallen victim. Sure enough, Ji Lin found survivors in the cellar of the village chief's house. Ji Lin counted and found 56 people, nearly half less. Fortunately, Wu Lang was not lying. They were indeed well-fed and well-watered. The scene was not as Ji Lin had imagined, with people being emaciated. In fact, they looked quite clean overall and had no unpleasant odors. According to them, those who did not maintain cleanliness would be killed on the spot for fasting. At that moment, Ji Lin didn't know whether it was the villagers who loved cleanliness or if Wu Lang disliked smelly food. However, after this misfortune, many people were still a bit dazed. Ji Lin understood this as well. After rescuing them, he walked alone towards the bamboo house from before. The villagers behind him couldn't help but start crying out loud. Yilin vogt fester. When he returned to the bamboo house, although it hadn't been clean for a few days, it was still relatively clean overall. Lying on the bed, fatigue surged from all directions. Although his soul power had almost recovered, it should be noted that Ji Lin had been using future vision the entire time. Not to mention that future vision not only consumed soul power and mental energy, but simply seeing the future was an extremely mentally draining activity. On top of that, Ji Lin had exceeded the 3-second safety zone more than once. So at this moment, he could not resist the fatigue and slowly fell asleep. While Ji Lin was sound asleep, the surviving villagers found the bodies of those killed by Wu Lang. Wu Lang only ate hearts, and to prevent the bodies from rotting and affecting his appetite, he would always take 2 survivors to dispose of the bodies in a different location. When the villagers found them, a few 10-year-old lone wolves were still feasting on the rotten flesh atop the pile of bodies. Seeing a dozen strong men armed with farming tools, the lone wolves felt a bit intimidated, but still bared their teeth and slowly retreated, ultimately disappearing into the woods. The villagers did not complain. They silently loaded the already decaying and unrecognizable bodies onto the carts they had brought. It took more than 10 trips to finish transporting the bodies. When Ji Lin woke up the next day, what he saw were the remaining villagers, each pulling something on a cart, with even a few remaining children working together to push one. Upon closer inspection, he saw several bodies that had been patched up. Looking at the wooden pieces filling the gaps in the bodies, his gaze lingered on the area over the heart for a long time. Although it seemed a bit out of place, it gave the bodies a sense of tranquility. Jilin also saw Yang Gui. Although he looked quite old in his lifetime, he now appeared much younger. Lying beside Yang Gui were his wife and child, and Jilin had a deep impression of the tall 8-year-old boy. Seeing the family like this, Jilin couldn't help but sigh at how things have changed. At that moment, the acting village chief of Lan Village approached. He was the only elder who survived, named Tommy, and he was currently the oldest and most respected person in Lan Village. Tommy came to invite Jilin to the burial ceremony. Jilin did not make any excuses. The group arrived at the pre-dug pit, and no one knew how they had managed to complete so much work in just one day, collecting the bodies, filling the graves, and digging the pits. Looking at the densely packed graves in front of him, Jilin realized that his previous estimate of the casualties was still too low. There were at least 100 pits in front of him. The villagers were also working silently. Jilin wanted to help, but he was stopped by Tommy, who said that this kind of thing should be left to them to handle. Jilin had no choice but to stand quietly aside. The villagers' funeral was very simple. Without any grand ceremonies, no musical instruments playing, no chanting of scriptures, and not even a coffin. There were only small, crude graves and friends and family lying beside them. The process was very straightforward, and soon over 100 mounds were completed. After a brief pause, everyone got up and started to head back. Jilin walked at the back, and this situation made him feel a bit heavy-hearted. At this moment, Tommy slowed down and came to Jilin's side, seemingly wanting to say something to him, but hesitated. Seeing this, Jilin also said, "The village chief can speak directly." Hearing this, Tommy's tone carried a hint of pleading as he said, "Lord Ji, may I ask if you could stay a little longer in the village?" Jilin had originally planned to stay in Lan Village for some time, and Tommy's request aligned perfectly with his intentions. Upon hearing Jilin's agreement, a smile appeared on Tommy's troubled face, like a blooming chrysanthemum. "On behalf of everyone in Lan Village, thank you, my lord." Saying this, he wanted to bow, but Jilin quickly supported him, not allowing him to kneel. "No need, no need." Helping Tommy up, Jilin also asked his own question. "Why, given the situation? Aren't you considering moving closer to the city?" Tommy sighed and replied, "My lord, you may not know, but Lan Village has only had 4 generations so far, and I am the 2nd generation. 60 years ago, my ancestors fled here because they couldn't stay in the nearby Soto city, and they established Lan Village. Among them, Yang Gui's grandfather was the organizer, which is why their family has been the village chief for generations, and they have always been good village chiefs. It's just a pity that today, the lineage has been cut off." Jilin asked, "Is it because it's hard to make a living?" "Not entirely. Soto City is the 2nd largest city in the Balak Kingdom after the capital, Balak City, and it has a large number of soul masters gathered there. Just provoking one could lead to losing everything, or even worse, losing both life and wealth. Sometimes, soul masters even fight on the streets, and ordinary people can suffer from the fallout." Suddenly, old Tommy remembered that the person across from him was a soul master, and since he had requests of him, he changed his tone and said, "In short, the foundation laid by our ancestors is something we, their unworthy descendants, are reluctant to just abandon." Jilin could probably guess what old Tommy was thinking, so he didn't ask any more questions. When they arrived at the village, the two parted ways. Back at the bamboo house, Jilin couldn't help but recall everything that had happened in the past few days, the revenge he hadn't taken on Haichuan, and the uncertainty surrounding Jess's fate. Human life is indeed fragile. A thought slowly took shape in Jilin's mind. However, it was still a bit early to speak of this. Without powerful strength, things could go wrong. In the end, Jilin buried this thought deep in his heart, waiting for the day when it would see the light again. Chapter 59. The Unknown Home Master. Thus, Jilin settled in Lan Village, where all his needs could be met. Although Lan Village is far from the city, it is adjacent to the official road leading to the Starry Forest, making transportation relatively convenient. The villagers are not the kind of insular people who stay locked away. Otherwise, no one would go to the city to attend the Soul Master Academy. The men in the village regularly organize trips to the city to buy supplies and sell agricultural products. Jilin, being curious due to his lack of prior experience, wanted to join them this time. When the villagers learned of Jilin's intentions, they naturally found it hard to refuse, especially since the procurement team was indeed short-staffed and worried about potential dangers on the road. Considering these 2 factors, Tommy agreed. However, it proved to be the right decision to let Jilin accompany the procurement team. Along the way, they encountered not only disturbances from soul beasts but also bandit raids. "No, please don't kill me. I have an elderly parent and young children. What will happen to them if I die?" Ignoring the pleas of the kneeling bandit, Lin beheaded him with a single strike, and the headless corpse fell into a pool of blood. After looking at the blood that had splashed onto his clothes, he realized that this outer garment was no longer wearable, so he discarded it and took out another to put on. The others were not surprised. Once Lin changed and got back on the cart, they urged the horses to continue forward. On the cart, Lin was turning a homemade dumbbell, contemplating whether he had been a bit too ruthless. Throughout the journey, he hadn't intended to eliminate all the bandits, but once, a bandit who had already surrendered suddenly attacked and injured one of his companions. If Lin hadn't reacted quickly, that person might have met a tragic end. On another occasion, they happened to encounter bandits who had just killed a passing merchant convoy and were planning to attack Lin and his group. Lin naturally would not sit idly by. As the saying goes, cross-dressing can happen once or countless times. This saying applies equally to murder. After Lin's first kill, he quickly accepted sending these people to the afterlife. The subsequent robbers were all sent to God without exception. During this process, Lin found that his mood was unexpectedly much lighter, and even the flow of his soul power became smoother. Finally, after a few days of hurried travel, Soto City was just around the corner. After witnessing how the villagers handled the agricultural products he brought, Lin parted ways with them and agreed with Tom, the captain of his transport team and the son of the village chief Tommy, to meet 2 days later at the city gate. Lin first went to the clothing store to replenish some clothes, then went to the carpenter's shop and spent 3 gold coins to buy over 100 wooden swords. After leaving the shop, Lin arrived at the spirit hall. Upon entering the hall, he asked the receptionist, "I would like to claim a bounty. What do I need to do?" The receptionist glanced at Lin and, noticing he wasn't a handsome guy, immediately lost some enthusiasm. "Please walk this way. The room at the end is where you can verify and receive your bounty." Lin didn't mind the receptionist's tone. After all, he wasn't a gold soul coin and couldn't make everyone like him. Following the directions, Lin arrived at the last room in the left corridor. Inside, a man who looked to be in his 30s was sitting on the central sofa. When a man saw Lin enter, he stood up and said, "Hello, I'm a verifier Guhu. I wonder which bounty you are here to claim?" Lin took out the bounty notice he had just torn off at the city gate, which featured Wu Lang. Gu was a bit surprised, seemingly not expecting Lin to come to claim the bounty of this soul king. "Do you have any proof?" Lin shook his head. After all, he didn't have the habit of bringing a corpse on the road. "Then we can't give you the bounty. Can the soul guide device serve as proof?" Guhu shook his head. "We can't be sure if this soul guide device belongs to the bounty issuer, so I'm sorry. If you can't provide direct evidence or have a guarantor with sufficient weight, we can't acknowledge that you have completed the bounty." Lin was not in a hurry. If he dared to come, he must have some confidence. He took out the token that Douluo had given him from the ring and handed it over, wondering if this could serve as a guarantee for me. Guhu took the token and looked more and more surprised. "I was a bit unsure and wondered if I could invite the hall master to take a look." Lin naturally had no objections. After Gulu hurriedly went out with the token, Lin also looked around out of boredom. On the counter beside him, there were a few sheets of paper. Out of curiosity, Lin walked over to take a look and found that they were 3 wanted notices. Lin also found 2 acquaintances, Tang San and Xiao Wu, each with a bounty of 1 million gold soul coins. So this must be Tang Hao, huh? TSK a bit lacking. But this amount, well, it's a bit high. A full 10 million. The Spirit Hall really is wealthy and generous. Just as Lin was looking at the bounty notice, the master of the Spirit Hall in Soto City also saw the token. He immediately had Guhu take him to meet Lin. When he met Lin, the master respectfully returned the token. "My lord, I was unaware of your visit. Please forgive my lack of hospitality." Lin didn't expect this token to be so useful. After taking it, he asked, "I wonder if this token can guarantee me?" "Of course it can." Saying this, a gold card was taken out and respectfully handed to Lin. "This is Wu Lang's bounty, a total of 105,000 gold soul coins." Upon hearing this, Lin was a bit surprised but still accepted the gold card. "Then, thank you very much." No need. It's hard work for the Great One to eliminate harm for the people." Since his purpose had been achieved, Lin had no reason to stay any longer. With a warm send-off from the hall master, Lin walked out of the door of the soul hall. Looking at Lin's disappearing figure, Guhu asked in confusion, "Hall master, wasn't Wu Lang's bounty 100,000? When did it increase by 5,000? The hall master meaningfully patted Guhu's shoulder and said, "That's why I am a hall master, and you're my subordinate." After saying this, He left Gu standing there alone. That person still knows your name. What's the use of flattering him? Gu shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore, and went back to work. After returning to the office, the hall master immediately began to write a letter. Dear Bishop Salas, someone holding a devotion token has appeared in Soto City, and, I don't know, Soto City Soul Hall Master. Perfect. Chapter 60. 3 years later, a reunion in Stardew. 3 years later, many old branches in the bamboo forest outside had broken off, and it was unknown how many new bamboos had grown from the newly sprouted bamboo shoots. The once quiet lawn village had also become lively during this time. Lin divided the bounty he received from the Wolf King among the villagers, giving out 90,000. During these 3 years, under the leadership of the village chief Tommy, Lawn Village began extensive construction. The previously dilapidated houses now look brand new, and even the roads in the village have been paved with smooth stone slabs. Lawn Village has also attracted a number of people to settle down, and the population has returned to, or even exceeded, the number before the arrival of the Wolf King. After the Great Disaster, Lawn Village experienced a fracture, but fortunately, with the influx of new residents, the Spirit Hall has been coming every year to awaken the spirits of children of suitable age. It is hard to say whether it is due to the increase in population, but a considerable number of people in Lawn Village have also awakened their spirit power, with 1 or 2 each year. Although the spirit power is not high, it has pleased Tommy for quite a while. Boom! Boom! The deep rumbling sounds echoed throughout Lawn Village. The villagers were not alarmed, and were even excitedly discussing it. Is it time? Isn't it? Do you think Master G can cut down that mountain today? It should take a few more days. After all, they only started cutting the mountain yesterday. Not necessarily. Master G has cut down more than a dozen mountains this year. The first time took a month, the second time took 25 days, the third time took 22 days. So wouldn't it be unreasonable if it only takes 2 days this time, right? I wish my child could be as strong as Master G in the future. Zhao Lao-san, it's still not dark yet. Why are you talking nonsense? Don't you know what level your son is at? I was just saying. About 5 minutes later, the voices gradually quieted down. Lin wiped the sweat from his face and looked at the mountain peak that had descended significantly, feeling a bit pleased. This should be the fastest record, right? In the past 2 years, Lin successfully completed the martial arts manual left by Luo by using a wooden sword to chop stones, and he mastered the sword energy. However, at that time, both the power and durability were rather unsatisfactory. Lin also realized that this was due to his lack of skill, so he worked even harder to chop the stones. In just a few days, the stones in the village were gone, and Lin had to shift his focus to the nearby hill. He relentlessly chopped away at the hill, lowering it by several meters. When the villagers came up out of curiosity to take a look, they were shocked by the devastated state of the hilltop. As a result, the story of Lin chopping down the hill spread widely among everyone. After resting well, Lin got up and returned to the bamboo house. He was preparing to set out to hunt for his 4th soul ring. Lin's cultivation speed had been slowing down significantly. Over the past 3 years, he had barely reached level 40. Although most of his time had been spent on training his sword energy, his progress had slowed to more than double the rate compared to before. Lin has a premonition that after reaching level 40, these regular exercises may no longer be effective for him. At times like this, he can't help but long for Zhao Wuji's gravity skill, as that speed was truly impressive. But for now, it's just a thought. After all, he is currently in a situation that is akin to being at odds with Shrek Academy, so it's better not to meet. Now that his sword energy has been cultivated to a considerable level and he possesses a truly usable attack capability, it's also time to obtain a soul ring. Lin found old Tommy and told him about this matter. Old Tommy thought Lin was just going to hunt for soul rings and would come back. However, Lin indicated that he might not return. This left old Tommy silent for a while, and after a long pause, he smiled and said, "Then I wish Lord G a smooth journey and a bright future." Lin smiled and nodded. "Then I'll take your good wishes." The two of them walked together to the village entrance, and the villagers they encountered along the way also greeted them with smiles. Lin also responded with a smile. When they reached the entrance of the village, Lin said to Tommy, "All right, I'll just drop you off here. The bamboo house will always be kept for you by the adults." Lin smiled and said, "No need, I'm just a passerby. There's no need to leave it for me. If fate allows, we'll meet again." After saying this, Lin placed his left hand on the hilt of his knife at his waist and left the Lawn Village. This departure might indeed be a case of meeting again by chance. Tommy stood at the village entrance, and even though he could no longer see Lin, he did not leave. The starry forest was the place that left the deepest impression on Lin. He woke up here, narrowly escaped death here, obtained his first soul ring here, and received his first soul bone here. This place held too many of Ji Lin's firsts. Before he could reflect on it, Ji Lin saw a familiar figure in the small town. Just then, there was a stone at his feet, and Ji Lin kicked it away without hesitation. The stone whizzed through the air. The figure noticed it too, turned around, and caught the stone in his hand, scanning the passing pedestrians warily. Seeing this, Ji Lin clapped his hands and walked over, saying, "It's been a long time, Feng Xiantian. Your skills have improved even more." Feng Xiantian first sized up Ji Lin for a moment, uncertain, and said, "Ji Xiong?" Now, after 3 years of training, Ji Lin had grown a few centimeters taller, reaching about 1.9 meters. Looking at the masked man in front of him, who was about 1.82 meters tall, Ji Lin smiled and reached out as if to put his arm around Feng Xiantian's neck. Feng Xiantian naturally sensed Ji Lin's intention, smiling as he stepped back and said, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to hug right after we meet, Ji Xiong?" Not discouraged by the missed attempt, Ji Lin moved his foot and, before Feng Xiantian could react, placed his hand on his shoulder, laughing, "You're making me feel a bit cold. It's been so long since we met. Why not get a bit closer?" The corners of Feng Xiantian's mouth under the mask froze slightly. This speed, I actually didn't react in time. He looked up slightly at the not-so-handsome face. And for a moment, he didn't know what this guy was up to. "Ji Xiong, what brings you to find Feng?" Seeing that Feng Xiantian was quite straightforward, Ji Lin didn't hide it either. "Since you're here, Feng Xiong, you're probably here to hunt soul rings. Take me along, how about it?" Feng Xiantian was about to refuse on the grounds of strength, but thinking of Ji Lin's speed that he hadn't even reacted to, he couldn't bring himself to say those words. After a long pause, he finally said, "I'm helping someone else hunt soul rings. My word doesn't count." Ji Lin became more curious. Who could possibly make Brother Feng come to help hunt for soul rings? A man or a woman? A woman. Ji Lin nodded and said, "Oh, it's a girl. Could be your crush, Miss Wu Wu." Ji Lin looked at Feng Xiaotian, whose ears had turned red, with a mischievous smile. "How did you know?" Feng Xiaotian asked. "Come on, is it that hard to find out? Everyone in Shangkong Academy knows that the handsome Feng is already taken." Feng Xiaotian scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Really? So let me join, okay? You just felt my strength earlier, and I don't want any other rewards. Just help me hunt a soul ring." Feng Xiaotian asked a bit uneasily, "What kind of soul ring?" As soon as Ji Lin heard there was a chance, he quickly said, "It's just a 4th soul ring." Feng Xiaotian was a bit surprised, not expecting Ji Lin to have advanced 2 major levels in just 3 years, reaching the soul master rank. Then he thought to himself that having this guy join wouldn't be a bad thing. An extra bit of strength is always good. After all, there were already 2 soul emperors on his side, so he didn't need to worry about Ji Lin, who was just a quasi-soul sect. This was just right to make up for the regret from the Soul Master competition back then and see what this guy's true strength was. Chapter 61. Entering Stardo again following behind Feng Xiaotian, Ji Lin arrived at the hotel where they were staying, and coincidentally, the others were all having a meal in the lobby. Feng Xiaotian walked over and said, "Our team might be adding a new member." Huo looked curiously at Ji Lin behind Feng Xiaotian and asked, "Who is this? He looks a bit familiar." Ji Lin stepped forward and said, "My name is Ji Lin. You might recognize me because you saw me in the last Soul Master competition." At this time, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a blue outer robe, said, "Are you the big Soul Master with 2,000-year soul rings from the Shrek team?" Ji Lin nodded, "That's me." Huo Wu sat in a chair with her legs crossed, arms crossed over her chest, and coldly snorted. "What are the people from Shrek doing here?" Ji Lin didn't understand why Huo Wu was so upset, thinking it might be due to Tang San's comment about his blue silvergrass immunity. With this in mind, Ji Lin explained, "Just to clarify, I was from the former Shrek Academy." However, Huo Wu insisted, "So what? You have to remember, you were once from Shrek. And once a Shrek, always a Shrek." Feng Xiaotian frowned and said, "Huo Wu, stop it." Huo Wu replied, "You, oomph." She didn't expect Feng Xiaotian would defend an outsider, which made her so angry that she ran back to her room, while Huo Wuxuang hurried to catch up with her. On the other hand, Ji Lin was still immersed in General Huo's words, starting to suspect whether Huo Wu might be from the same hometown as him. Feng Xiaotian looked at Ji Lin apologetically, and when Ji Lin came back to his senses, he said, "What are you looking at? Go after her and comfort her. With such a wooden head, don't go out and say you're my disciple." He rolled his eyes at Ji Lin in annoyance, but still got up to chase after Huo Wu. At this moment, a middle-aged man who had just recognized Ji Lin spoke up. "It seems you and Xiaotian have a good relationship, but I'm curious about what you've taught him." Ji Lin waved his hand, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "It's nothing, just a bit of experience. Speaking of which, when did your relationship with Shrek become so bad?" When you recognized me just now, the hostility in your eyes was quite noticeable. It eased up a lot once I said, I'm no longer part of Shrek. The middle-aged man was somewhat surprised, not expecting Ji Lin to be so perceptive. It seems you really have withdrawn from Shrek and are no longer living in Heaven-Do City. Ji Lin remained non-committal. At this moment, a voluptuous middle-aged woman beside him took over the conversation. Ever since Tang San and the others defeated the Golden Generation to win the Soul Master Competition Championship, the royal family has been vigorously supporting Shrek Academy. It goes without saying that other academies have had a hard time, except for the Elephant Armor Academy and the Thunder Academy, which are mostly composed of disciples from their own sex. Our 3 academies, including the Royal Academy, have all been greatly affected. The number of students has decreased year by year in these 3 years, and if this continues for a few more years, we might have to close down. When Ji Lin heard this, although there was no visible change on his face, he was already cheering inside. It was truly fate in my favor. In any case, Feng Xiaoyan's words were somewhat effective, and Ji Lin successfully stayed. The next day, during the gathering, although Huo Wu still had a bit of disdain for Ji Lin, her attitude was undoubtedly much better than yesterday. Yilin quietly approached Feng Xiaotian, gave him a thumbs up, and whispered, "Bro, not bad, you actually got it done so quickly." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaotian straightened his slightly bent waist and replied, "Of course, you should think about it, as long as a man, this woman." Although Ji Lin couldn't understand what Feng Xiaotian was saying, it didn't stop him from nodding in agreement. Seeing that Ji Lin also recognized him, Feng Xiaotian became even more animated in his speech. Noticing the two behind them with their heads down, seemingly discussing something, Huo Wu shouted, "What are you two talking about? We're about to enter the forest. Hurry up and catch up." This trip required 3 people to find soul rings: Huo Wu Shuang, and Ji Lin. Among them, Huo Wu and Huo Shuang each needed to fire a tribute 10,000-year soul beast, while Ji Lin needed a 4th soul ring. Wait a minute. Feng Xiaotian rubbed his chin, feeling a bit uncertain. Did I forget some important information? However, seeing that everyone else showed no signs of concern, he had to bury this doubt in his heart. It must be my illusion. Finding soul beasts is inherently a test of luck. Sometimes you can encounter the right one as soon as you enter the forest, while other times you might search back and forth several times without finding anything. Unfortunately, on this first day, Ji Lin and his group did not find a suitable soul beast, but that was to be expected, as they were looking for a 10,000-year soul beast and had just entered the Star-Do Forest, so it was unlikely to happen so quickly. As night fell, everyone found a place to rest for the night. Fortunately, they were on the outskirts of the Star-Do Forest, where there were no powerful soul beasts, and with everyone's strength, they were able to light a campfire. Everyone sat in a circle, waiting calmly for the meat to finish roasting. Ji Lin couldn't help but sigh. Having been in the Douluo continent for over 4 years, this was only the 2nd time he was in the forest with others. To pass the time, everyone started chatting about trivial matters. Ling Feng, the middle-aged beauty, asked, "Little Lin, why did you leave Shrek Academy?" After 2 days of interaction, Ji Lin had become familiar with them. Although he was already used to being called Little Lin back on Earth, he still felt a bit uncomfortable being addressed that way by the people of Douluo. However, since Ling Feng was both older and of a higher rank than him, he decided to let it be. Ji Lin thought for a moment and replied, "It might be due to differences in personality and how we interact with the world. Also, the timing of my joining wasn't great." The middle-aged male soul master, Qin Yao, became interested and asked him to elaborate. For example, the second motto of Shrek Academy is that those who do not dare to cause trouble are mediocre. However, my usual attitude towards life is that if others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If they do offend me, I will dig up their ancestral graves. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, unsure whether to commend his gentle nature or his desire for revenge. Feng Xiaotian awkwardly said, "Brother Ji really has a strong personality." Ji Lin replied, "It's all right. As for why I said the timing of my joining was wrong, that's easy to understand. I don't know what Shrek is like now. But 3 years ago, Shrek revolved around the Shrek 7 monsters led by Tang San. The entire academy operated with them at the center. To gain better resources, joining the Shrek 7 monsters was a good pathway, but they were very exclusive. I roughly summarized their exclusion levels. While Shrek was excluding people from Lamba Academy, they were also excluding someone like me who joined Lamba Academy halfway. Those who had long been part of Lamba Academy collaborated with the Shrek 7 monsters to exclude me. One day, I finally slammed the table and shouted, "A true man born between heaven and earth cannot remain suppressed for long." Then I resolutely left Shrek. Ji Lin observed everyone's every move, especially the suspected fire general, Huowu, but he didn't notice anything unusual. Could it be that I am overthinking? Let's test her. Cool. Try the Imperial Jade liquid wine from the Star Luo Empire that I bought in Soto City, brought by the Tiendo Royal Merchant Group, 180 a cup. Unfortunately, Huowu still didn't show any special expression. Feng Xiaotian took a sip and savored the taste. Is this what a 180 a cup wine is like? Is it possible that I meant copper coins? Oh, I see. Chapter 62, Soul Bone. Jilin and Feng Xiaotian crouched on a branch, searching for a suitable spirit beast. This was already the third day since they entered the Star Do Forest. Brother Feng, I think I found a spirit beast that perfectly fits Huowu's requirements. A 12,000-year-old flame main lion. What do you think? Since absorbing that external soul bone, Jilin's vision and mental strength had significantly improved. Although it wasn't as dramatic as Tang San's mental enhancement from the combination of the spirit gathering skull and the purple extreme demon eyes in the original story, it still achieved a several-fold increase, and it continued to strengthen with his evolution. With 2 purple and 1 black soul rings, along with the nourishment of a 100,000-year soul bone, Jilin's mental strength had coalesced into a silvery liquid, which he could feel whenever he calmed his mind. After hearing Jilin's words, Feng Xiaotian fell into thought. 12,000 years. Is that a bit too high for Huowu? After all, this is a 10,000-year soul ring. What if Huowu can't absorb it? Seeing Feng Xiaotian hesitating, Jilin said, "Are you worrying too much? Anyone who can cultivate to the Soul King level is no simple character. You should have more faith in your girlfriend. Besides, it's up to her to decide whether to absorb the soul ring." After saying this, Jilin jumped down without waiting for Feng Xiaotian and prepared to talk to Huowu. Feng Xiaotian thought for a moment and felt that Jilin's words made sense. Huowu's talent was undoubtedly excellent. Otherwise, his parents wouldn't have agreed to his pursuit of her. Moreover, 12,000 years was only 1,000 years more than the common 5th soul ring. Didn't he just absorb a 13,000 year one? With that thought, Feng Xiaotian stopped overthinking and headed towards the camp. In terms of instant explosive speed, Jilin was definitely stronger than Feng Xiaotian, but in a long-distance straight run, Feng Xiaotian, with his wind attribute martial soul, was still faster. Although continuous bursts were possible, it wasn't a fight, so why tire himself out? Feng Xiaotian quickly caught up with Jilin, and the two returned to the camp together. They informed the others about discovering the flame main lion. As expected, upon hearing the news, Huo Shuang immediately decided to give this opportunity to her sister. Strong-willed Hua Wu naturally chose not to give up. With this decision made, the group didn't waste any time. Jilin promptly led everyone to find the flame main lion they had discovered earlier. With the combined efforts of the Spirit Emperors Ling Feng and Qin Yao, they easily captured the lion, and it was clear from their relaxed demeanor that they still had energy to spare. This also gave Jilin more confidence for the upcoming hunt for his soul ring. Watching the defenseless flame main lion in front of her, Huowu wasted no time and launched an attack directly to its face, sending it to its demise. Time passed during Huowu's absorption of the soul ring. The others surrounded Huowu, guarding her. Feng Xiaotian looked solemnly at Huowu's trembling figure, and Huo Shuang also displayed concern. After 2 hours, Jilin, feeling a bit bored, leaned against a large tree, yawning repeatedly. With nothing to do, he used his soul power to observe the others. Although the red energy within Huowu was somewhat chaotic, it was still under control and continuing to grow, so it seemed there were no issues. Jilin looked at the others in turn. Naturally, the energy levels of the two leading teachers were the highest, but Feng Xiaotian's energy was the brightest. It was still unclear why the brightness of the energy varied, but thinking of the angel statue and Qian Deoliu's energy, Jilin speculated that the brighter the energy, the purer and higher the level. When he caught sight of the corpse nearby, Jilin was a bit surprised, then drew his knife and walked closer. The others, noticing this scene, were confused about what he was doing and were about to ask, when suddenly, the aura around Huowu surged, and she slowly opened her eyes. Everyone quickly shifted their attention to Huowu, forgetting about Jilin. "Huowu, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? How is my sister feeling? What soul skill did Huowu get?" Several people asked at once, making Huowu a bit dizzy. "I'm Fine. There's nothing wrong, and the soul skill is quite good. I'm very satisfied." Upon hearing this, both Feng Xiaotian and Huo Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Jilin stepped forward and said, "Oh, it looks like you succeeded." Huowu unconsciously frowned. Although she had a decent impression of Ji Lin after a few days of interaction, she could never see him as a friend, especially since he had previously been with Shrek. Ji Lin threw the thing in his hand onto the leg of Huo Wu and said, "Let's go fresh and hot." Seeing that Ji Lin had placed a dirty piece of something still stained with blood on her leg, Huo Wu was about to explode. However, a voice filled with suspicion came from Feng Xiaotian beside them. "Is it a soul bone?" Upon hearing this, Huo Wu grabbed the bone on her leg and, after a moment, looked up at Ji Lin with a complex expression on her face. Huo Wu confirmed that it was indeed a soul bone. Everyone looked at Ji Lin. None of them expected that there was such a fool in this world, someone who could have kept it all to himself, but chose to bring it out instead. Ji Lin shrugged and said, "What are you looking at me for?" "Oh no, I messed up, suck it in." "Huo Wu, hurry up, or it won't be fresh anymore. This spirit beast was defeated by you all, and the spirit ring was absorbed by you. This spirit bone has nothing to do with me." Ling Feng smiled and said, "Since Brother Ji said so, Xiao Wu just accept it." "But Annie, a disobedient child is not cute, you know." Feng Xiaotian then said, "Brother Ji, let's talk over there." After saying that, he turned around first. Ji Lin placed his hand on the knife handle, but after a moment, he let it drop and followed behind Feng Xiaotian, his face slightly pale. The two arrived at a secluded spot, and Feng Xiaotian spoke first. "Thank you, Brother Ji." Ji Lin waved his hand and said, "Just put in more effort when helping me hunt the soul beast later." Feng Xiaotian smiled and replied, "Don't worry. It's just a 10,000-year soul beast. We'll handle it." Then Feng Xiaotian thought of something and asked, "What type of soul beast are you planning to get?" Ji Lin was a bit surprised, but the smile at the corner of his eyes couldn't be concealed. "Didn't I mention it to you? It seems I really didn't. I want a soul ring that is about 30,000 to no more than 40,000 years old, of any type." This is the result Ji Lin has concluded through his soul power vision over the past few years. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian also recalled something he had previously overlooked. This guy in front of him was even more exaggerated than Tang San. "So what about your third soul ring?" Ji Lin had a calm expression. It's 15,000 years old." Feng Xiaotian frowned. "Are you speaking human language? You're not backing out, are you? No way, right? No way, right? No way, right? Who is backing out? That's good, let's go back." Watching Ji Lin's back, Feng Xiaotian seemed to be deep in thought. A 30,000-year-old soul beast is far inferior to a 10,000-year-old soul bone. Moreover, he had promised it before. This guy is indeed not bad. Chapter 63. Qingshu Mantis. By the time the two returned, Huo Wu had already begun absorbing the soul bone. In fact, Huo Wu was somewhat resistant to absorbing the soul bone, but the Ling Feng whispered in her ear, "Don't you want to keep up with Feng Xiaotian?" Feng Xiaotian is actually the most talented among this generation of the Five Elements Academy, with a mutated windstorm two-headed wolf as his martial soul, plus innate full soul power. If he hadn't been so focused on researching the windstorm demon wolf's 36-wing slash, he might have achieved the rank of Soul King 4 years ago. It's worth noting that the innate soul power of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall is only level 9, with Ulina being slightly better but still not reaching level 10, only at 9. 5. Huo Wu, with an innate soul power of only 8. 5. Could previously compare with Feng Xiaotian, but now that he has completed his self-created soul skill, his cultivation speed has naturally increased. He achieved the rank of Soul King a year and a half ago, while Huo Wu only just reached the Soul King stage now, and Feng Xiaotian is already a 55th level high-ranking Soul King. With this soul bone, while she might not be able to catch up, she wouldn't be left too far behind. So, Huo Wu had to accept this soul bone. The absorption of the soul bone went very smoothly, as soul bones and soul rings originate from the same source, which in Yu Xiaojing's theory maximizes the effect in such cases. Indeed, after absorbing the soul bone, Huo Wu was filled with excitement. Feng Xiaotian curiously asked, "How does it feel after absorbing the soul bone?" "Very good. Not to mention the boost in physical quality and soul power. This soul bone has given me a soul skill that suits me perfectly. Ignition. It can increase my flame attack by 30, and my 5th soul skill can increase by 50. Even now, you are no longer my opponent." Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't expect such a significant boost from soul bone. Since confirming their relationship with Huo Wu, they had sparred many times, always ending with Feng Xiaotian's victory. But now that Huo Wu could say this, it seemed that he really wasn't her match for the time being. However, Feng Xiaotian didn't mind much. After all, he liked her. Then Huo Wu looked at Ji Lin and stammered a thank you. Ji Lin said nonchalantly, "It's fine. Just put a bit more effort when helping me hunt the soul beast later." Huo Wu smiled and replied, "No problem. Perhaps due to a stroke of good luck." The group soon encountered a fire lizard. Although it was only around 11,000 years old, it was still stronger than the previous blaze lion. However, this time the two leading teachers did not intervene. Huo, who had just become a Soul King, took on this task, naturally bringing along Feng Xiaotian. Under Ji Lin's amused gaze, the somewhat reluctant Feng Xiaotian rushed out. I must say, the coordination between the two was quite seamless, although both were fire attribute. The damage Huo could inflict was limited, but there was Feng Xiaotian. Moreover, Huo was a control type, so dealing damage wasn't the main focus. Creating opportunities for Feng Xiaotian to attack was what needed to be done. Despite Huo occasionally resisting the fire rings and the disturbances from the newly acquired line dance skill, and under Feng Xiaotian's shameless kiting, the fire lizard still fell. Huo also obtained her first 10,000 year soul ring, becoming a Soul King. Feng Xiaotian and Huo continued to rummage through the corpse of the fire lizard. Jilin was a bit curious about what they were doing. We're just checking if there are any more soul bones left. How can we be so lucky to find 2 soul bones in a row? Jilin said lightly as he turned off his soul power vision. Hearing Jilin say this, the two also gave up on the idea of finding another soul bone. Huo Shuang didn't hold out too much hope either. Now, they just needed to find a suitable soul ring for Jilin before returning. However, Huo and Huo Shuang took quite some time to absorb the soul ring and soul bone, and by now, the moon was high in the sky. Everyone sat down again around the campfire. Ling Feng said, Xiao Linzi, would you be interested in coming to my Blaze Academy? You probably don't have anywhere else to go, right? No, Aunt Ling, I'm used to being free. I plan to take advantage of my youth and explore the continent. In the future, I will want to find a place to retire, and when that time comes, I'll come to bother you, so don't pretend you don't know me. Ling Feng smiled at Ji Lin's little joke. Don't worry. I will save a spot for you. Just as Ji Lin was about to say something else, his expression suddenly sharpened. Qin Yao and Feng Xiaotian also noticed the slightly chaotic wind, becoming alert to the presence of something approaching. Everyone turned their backs to the campfire, cautiously watching their surroundings. Where's Huo Shuang? Feng Xiaotian asked. I don't know. Although I didn't sense anything, the wind fell off for a moment. Ji Lin suddenly pulled over Feng Xiaotian beside him and shouted for everyone to retreat quickly. The others, at least Soul Kings, reacted swiftly and moved away from their original positions. In the next moment, a giant mantis appeared where Feng Xiaotian had been standing. The mantis was over 3 meters long, its body a dark greenish-black, with its forelegs resembling 2 seven-night starshine blades. Its triangular head was tilted as it stared at Jilin, seemingly surprised that its attack had missed. As Jilin was still searching for information about this soul beast in his mind, Feng Xiaotian, beside him, exclaimed, the Qingshu mantis. It really exists. Jilin stared intently at the Qingshu mantis in front of him and said, Brother Feng, please explain in detail. I have also seen in the materials left by my ancestors that a predecessor, who like me possesses a double-headed demon wolf martial soul, discovered a 7-meter-long dark blue mantis while searching for his 9th spirit ring. He intended to capture it, but was unable to defeat it. Fortunately, with the help of his companions, he did not fall, and upon returning, he named it the Qingshu mantis. Everyone be careful, the ancestor said. This type of spirit beast not only has extremely high attack power, but also possesses a spatial ability. Hearing Feng Xiaotian say this, Jilin had already decided to give up hunting the spirit beast. After all, once the time limit was reached, the type of spirit beast didn't make much difference to him, and there was no need to provoke a difficult opponent. Thus, he was the first to retreat, and the others, noticing Jilin's actions, followed suit, slowly backing away while keeping their eyes on the mantis. However, while Jilin wanted to leave, the Qingshu mantis did not want to let them go. Suddenly, the Qingshu mantis vanished from everyone's sight. Yilin shouted, Skitter. Everyone acted as instructed. The Qingshu mantis appeared again in front of the crowd. Seeing that it was another miss, it angrily waved its forelimbs, and the tree that 4 people were embracing fell to the ground smoothly, like a hot knife cutting through butter. Jilin twisted his neck, drew his sword, and it seemed this guy had no intention of letting us go. Huo snorted coldly and said, Let him see who the real prey is. Chapter 64. Ambush in the firelight through the soul power vision. Jilin discovered that the soul power within the Qingshu mantis before him was not particularly large. According to his previous observations of other soul beasts, it seemed to be just over 30,000 years old. However, in terms of brightness, it was the brightest he had ever seen among soul beasts. Huo was the first to attack. 6 lion dance bombs with a diameter of 50 centimeters surrounded her. And then, Under her control, they shot towards the Qingshu mantis like arrows. The mantis responded to the fireballs charging at it with just a single slash. The line dance bombs were cut in half and then exploded, flames engulfing the mantis. However, no one relaxed their vigilance. A soul beast that could force a quasi-tidal Douluo to retreat would not be so easily dealt with. Sure enough, the next second, the Qingshu mantis appeared behind Huowu, its sharp forelimbs reflecting the light of the explosion as they sliced through the air. Huowu's head flew off in shock, blood spraying everywhere from her neck. Seeing this scene, Jilin shouted urgently, "Huowu, move forward, get away from there." Huowu instinctively followed Jilin's command, and the mantis's scythe grazed her neck, taking away a few strands of hair. The mantis was confused as to why it had failed again. Tilting its triangular head, its red eyes fixed on Jilin. It was this guy again. Although the Qingshu mantis's intelligence was not high, resembling that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, it still understood that it should first deal with the one who could predict its actions consecutively. Seeing the mantis focus on himself, Jilin felt a bit of a headache, but was not overly worried. After all, the goddess of time was still behind him. At the same time, in a sense, he was the most suitable person to hold off the mantis, as he could see the future and relay that to others, even if it would waste some time. This time it worked, but who could guarantee that it would always succeed? If someone died, the chance of surviving against the Qingshu mantis would be even lower. The Qingshu mantis disappeared once again. Seeing this, Jilin did not wait in place and began to move around. He also conveyed to Huowu and the others, "Wait a moment, I will find a way to hold it off. When the time comes, don't mind me, just use your strongest moves." At that moment, the Qingshu mantis had appeared in front of Jilin, raising its scythe and swinging it down. However, Jilin had already seen this scene in his future vision and, to ensure he could react in time, had even exceeded the 3-second safe zone. He swung his sword to meet the attack. Although the golden blade could not completely block the mantis's sharpness, the Qiexinghui blade was indeed a masterpiece, crafted by a master capable of resisting Soul Emperor-level attacks. Although the golden blade was cut through, it still managed to deflect the greatly reduced strike. The attack was blocked. The emotional mantis was momentarily stunned, but Jilin would not let it off easily, directly pinning its forelimb under his arm. At that moment, the others' attacks also arrived. Seeing that the Qingshu mantis had not disappeared, Huowu Shuang excitedly said, "It seems this guy can't use that spatial ability when it's entangled. We VE won this time." Ling Feng, however, showed a worried expression, but Jilin will also be hit. Feng Xiaotian said, "He suggested this. He should have a way to protect himself." "I hope so." Just a second before the group attacked, Jilin felt empty under his arm. The attack successfully hit, and Jilin's figure vanished in the flames. The fire took advantage of the wind, sealing the fire's intensity. The combination of 3 fires and 2 winds was certainly not just a simple 5. Everyone was closely watching. Suddenly, the Qingshu mantis appeared before them, showing no signs of injury. Huowu and the others instinctively became alert. But the Qingshu mantis ignored them and merely tilted its head to look at the place where the flames burned, seemingly trying to see if Jilin was still alive. As both sides awaited the result, several blue energy blades shot towards the mantis, which was Feng Xiaotian's first soul skill, Wind Blade Array. However, the emotional mantis merely appeared to relax, but in reality, it did not underestimate the few masses of meat over there. With a single slash, it scattered those wind blades. With Feng Xiaotian's interference, the Qingshu mantis no longer focused on Jilin and shifted its gaze to Feng Xiaotian, who had just attacked, disappearing once again. Feng Xiaotian did not sit idly by and directly used his second soul skill, Twin Wolves Enveloping, breaking away from the main group. Huowu frowned. Why choose the second soul skill? Although Twin Wolves Enveloping increases speed significantly, using the Flying Gale Wings would be more suitable right now. Ling Feng also found it puzzling. Perhaps there's some deeper meaning we don't know. The Qingshu mantis did not think so much and appear before Feng Xiaotian with a slash. Even with quick reflexes and the wind from the wolf heads brought by the second soul skill, Feng Xiaotian was still cut on his left arm. Xiaotian. Seeing Feng Xiaotian injured, Huowu was extremely anxious but also knew that rushing in now would not help and might even drag Feng Xiaotian down. So despite her worry, she controlled herself not to charge forward. Having succeeded in an attack, the Qingshu mantis did not become greedy and disappeared again. Feng Xiaotian pressed his hand against his wound, finding it truly troublesome. Ignoring the pain, he moved towards the flames again. "You better be alive." Another spray of blood flew out, this time from Feng Xiaotian's right thigh, causing him to kneel a few meters away from the flames. "Xiaotian, Wu could no longer contain herself this time, ready to rush forward, when Ling Feng instantly knocked her out. Sorry, Xiao Wu, I can't let you go to your death. Ling Feng was also very anxious, but as a Soul Emperor who had experienced storms, her temperament was naturally much better than that of these young Soul Kings. The teacher from Shunfeng Academy hasn't moved yet. Why are you in such a hurry? The Qingshu Mantis appeared in front of Feng Xiaotian, its right forelimb raised high. Seeing this, Feng Xiaotian did not show fear, but instead smiled. You're done for. A golden glowing blade pierced through the Qingshu Mantis's neck, and Ji Lin's voice came from behind. You've worked hard. If you were any later, I would have really died. There was no way. This was the method I thought most likely to kill it. At this moment, the Qingshu Mantis was not yet dead. It prepared to use its last strength to take away the kneeling Feng Xiaotian. But would Ji Lin allow it? With a twist of a knife handle, he forcefully threw the Qingshu Mantis into the still-burning flames. Ji Lin turned around, resting the knife on his shoulder. You stay here to heal. Don't move. I'll go kill a bug. Then he stepped into the flames and vanished. Feng Xiaotian knelt on the spot, taking a while to regain his senses. Why is my butt so high? Chapter 65. The fourth spirit ring before anyone could step forward to help. Feng Xiaotian had already stood up by himself. Although he looked quite bad, his injuries were not as severe as imagined, more due to the pain. After simply stopping the bleeding, Ling Feng brought up her doubts. Feng Xiaotian smiled. That guy Ji Lin sent us a message earlier, right? Besides telling us to attack with all our might, he also asked me to cooperate with him. He said he would play dead, remove himself from the Qingshu Mantis's line of sight, and let me find a way to lure the Qingshu Mantis there, making it think I no longer had fighting power. So it would lower its guard for him to strike. He's really making it difficult for me, throwing this problem at me and then not saying anything. But fortunately, the intelligence of a 10,000-year soul beast isn't high. It's obvious it can be fooled. After hearing Feng Xiaotian's explanation, Ling Feng suddenly understood and looked at Qin Yao. So you already knew their plan? Qin Yao shrugged. Xiaotian sent me a message before, although he didn't say it outright. He told me not to act unless my life was in danger and to stop Wu. But you acted first. After hearing this, Ling Feng's gaze drifted towards the now gradually weakening flames. How did that kid survive our attack? Although his spirit ring is quite abnormal, he shouldn't be able to remain so lively under an attack that could severely injure a soul sage. Who knows? After all, such a guy hasn't appeared before, right? Upon hearing this, Ling Feng no longer got entangled in it. Looking at Ji Lin, who had already revealed his figure, Ling Feng stepped forward. All right, I'll go check on that kid. Ji Lin was wiping the blood on his hands with his tattered clothes. Ling Feng saw this and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. You've been too ruthless, haven't you? If it weren't for these two front limbs being so recognizable, I wouldn't even be able to tell this is the Qingshu Mantis. There's no helping it. This guy has caused me to be burned for so long, so I inevitably went a bit hard on him. Ling Feng nodded in understanding, but added, that said, can you put on some clothes first? Although your physique is decent, it's still a bit short of my satisfaction. Damn, this is awkward. Ji Lin covered the key points and rushed towards the small woods at the fastest speed of his life. Ling Feng shook her head, still young after all, too concerned about face. Then Ling Feng arrived in front of the severely mutilated Qingshu Mantis. Was it really just for revenge that it was chopped up so badly? At this moment, Ji Lin had changed his clothes behind a big tree. It was his first time doing something like this, and he was really too nervous, not even realizing he was naked. His temperament really wasn't strong enough. Just as Ling Feng finished observing, Ji Lin returned. Feng Xiaotian and the others also came up, looking at the Qingshu Mantis that was no longer recognizable. The corners of Feng Xiaotian's mouth involuntarily lifted under his mask. Ji brother, what indescribable things have you done to it while we were away? Ji Lin walked slowly towards Feng Xiaotian, under the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Ji Lin slowly raised his right hand and then slapped Feng Xiaotian hard on the backside, saying, come to my room tonight, and I'll tell you slowly. Feeling the hand on his backside, Feng Xiaotian nervously said, this isn't very good, is it? Ji Lin rubbed it and replied, don't worry. My bed is quite big, and I have some nice things there. With that, Ji Lin winked at Feng Xiaotian and applied more force with his hand. No way. Looking at the interaction between the two, Ling Feng felt a headache coming on. I can't believe I'm doubting if this guy has ulterior motives. After the joke, Ji Lin began to get serious. Brother Feng, are you ready? I'm about to start. Feng Xiaotian replied seriously, don't worry, I've come early, and I'm here. Hearing this, Ji Lin no longer delayed, sitting cross-legged to absorb his fourth soul ring. The others also consciously stood guard in various positions. Although, as Feng Xiaotian said, making such a big commotion meant those who should have come already did, it's better to be cautious. While Jilin was absorbing the soul ring, Hu also slowly woke up, looking at Feng Xiaotian, who had his back to her, and Jilin, who was not far away absorbing his soul ring. Hu realized nothing major had happened and breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing the movement behind him, Feng Xiaotian turned his head and asked, "You awake?" Hu replied, "Yes," and then noticed Feng Xiaotian's bandaged wound. "Your injury? Don't worry, it's just a surface wound." "That's good." She then shifted her gaze to Jilin, who was sitting cross-legged, and remarked, "I'm really envious. I, as Soul King, only have one 10,000-year soul ring, while this guy already has two. I really don't know what he and Tang San have been eating to grow up." Feng Xiaotian said, "I heard a rumor before that Jilin's ability to absorb soul rings beyond their age is exchanged for soul skills. Oh, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him use any soul skills." "Sure enough, every strong person has their own unseen hardships," Feng Xiaotian agreed. "Yeah, where does power come from without reason?" 3 days later, outside a small town near the Stardow Forest, Jilin was bidding farewell to Feng Xiaotian and the others. "Ji, brother, aren't you coming back to Shinfeng with us?" Jilin replied, "I still want to explore the continent. Besides, I will inevitably run into people from Shrek Academy in Tiando, which would be awkward." Feng Xiaotian stopped persuading him. "Then come find me in Tiando when you have time. The door of Shinfeng is always open for you. Don't worry, there will definitely be an opportunity. Take care. Take care." Just as Jilin was watching them leave, Hu suddenly turned around and said, "Hey, when you get to Tiando, don't forget that I'm still in Chihua." After saying that, she quickly turned around and overtook the smiling Feng Xiaotian and the others. Jilin also shouted with his hand near his mouth, "Don't worry, as long as Brother Feng doesn't get jealous, living at your place is no problem." A gust of wind blade came, and Jilin easily dodged it. "Get lost." Watching Shun Feng and the others disappear at the end of the road, Jilin turned around and entered the forest again. He casually killed a bear-type spirit beast, without the time to look at the rising white spirit ring. Jilin kicked the corpse aside, sprinkled some powder to cover the scent, and then walked straight into its cave. He moved a giant stone to block the entrance, and Jilin also took out the greatest reward from this mission. A left leg bone floated in Jilin's hand, emitting a dark green light. Jilin took a deep breath and began to absorb his third soul bone. Chapter 66. Inconsistent Su Yuntao. The left leg bone of the Qingshu mantis granted Jilin its signature spatial ability, which Jilin named Void Walking. With this ability, Jilin could enter a void state, with the duration determined by the amount of soul power he possessed. In the void, he could see the outside world, but could not interfere unless he exited the void state. He could also move within the void, appearing wherever he exited. Jilin was very satisfied with this soul skill. As soon as he emerged, he was eager to use it. Looking around, he noticed a few lone wolves gnawing on the carcass of a bear-type soul beast, having already consumed half of it. Although Jilin had sprinkled a considerable amount of scent-masking powder earlier, the lone wolves' noses were quite keen, and they still managed to find it. "Perfect. I'll use you as my experimental subject for this skill." In the next moment, Jilin vanished from his spot and, in the void state, began to approach the lone wolves step by step. At this moment, Jilin could clearly see every hair on the lone wolves and couldn't help but reach out to touch them. His hand passed right through the head of one of the lone wolves. The lone wolf seemed to sense something, suddenly jolting away from Jilin's control, crouching down and baring its teeth at him, causing the other lone wolves to look on in confusion. Did it realize this after the contact? Looking at his hand that had just passed through the lone wolf's body, a bold idea surged into Jilin's mind. What would happen if I pushed out of the void state inside a lone wolf's body? Without hesitation, Jilin reached out towards another lone wolf. And the moment his hand went in, his form reappeared in the outside world. The sudden change startled the lone wolf, which quickly ran away and, like its previous companion, bared its teeth at Jilin. However, Jilin did not have the time to look at them. He raised his right hand, and to his surprise, his palm had vanished, the smooth as a mirror, revealing the bones and flesh inside. Strangely, not a single drop of blood fell, and Jilin did not feel the slightest pain. Jilin remained silent, simply disappearing from the spot, and then appearing next to the snarling lone wolf. Naturally, the lone wolf felt frightened by Jilin's sudden appearances, and, in order to dispel the fear in his heart, he launched an attack directly at Jilin. Jilin was not indulgent. He drew his sword and split it in half. Blood and flesh scattered, shattering the last stubbornness of the other lone wolves, who tucked their tails and ran away. Jilin didn't go to extremes. After glancing at the fleeing lone wolves, he turned back to the hotel. It's worth mentioning that Jilin came in by passing through the wall. This ability consumes quite a bit of soul power. Just now, he used nearly half of it in a short time. Looking at the hand he had regained, Jilin speculated that it should be possible to materialize directly within other objects, but this requires a large amount of soul power. Right now, he couldn't even restore a hand, so he might as well give up on this idea for the time being. Passing through inanimate objects was significantly easier than passing through living ones. It seems that soul power is the key. Although the skill of void walking wasn't as perfect as Jilin had imagined, it was still quite powerful. Overall, Jilin gained a lot this time. Not only did he break through to level 43 and acquire a left leg bone, but more importantly, the gold plating could now cover his entire body. The only regret was that the 10,000-year eye socket bone didn't absorb energy to strengthen itself like the right arm bone did. It was unclear whether it couldn't be strengthened or simply looked down upon. Fortunately, it was originally an external soul bone, so it could still grow stronger as Jilin became stronger, even without absorbing energy. Next, he needed to find the town of Isak, as mentioned by Douluo. 7 days later, Jilin arrived in Notting City, weary from travel. After witnessing the grandeur and prosperity of Heaven Do City, he now felt a sense of liveliness in Notting City. Since he was in Notting City, he naturally couldn't miss meeting the lone wolf soul master Su Yuntao. With the token given by Qian Douluo, Jilin was able to meet Su Yuntao without any hindrance. Looking the respectful young man up and down, Jilin asked, "Are you Su Yuntao?" "Yes. May I ask what you need from me, sir?" Su Yuntao felt quite nervous, unsure why such an important figure, whom even the home master treated with respect, would seek out someone like him, a level 31 soul master, but he didn't dare to ask. "I heard you were preparing to help those villages awaken their martial souls." "Yes. Then take me with you." Su Yuntao didn't dare to refuse. So the two set out on the path to benefit the common people. Over the next few days, they helped several children in villages awaken their martial souls. Unfortunately, none of them possessed soul power. This left Jilin quite puzzled. Why did Su Yuntao think that Tang San's innate full soul power was inferior to having a good martial soul? Was it because of his second-level soul power? Su, what would you do if you discovered a child with innate full soul power? Su Yuntao didn't understand why this important figure was asking such a question or what he wanted to hear, but he still answered according to the rules of the hall. Of course, I would invite him to join the spirit hall. Even if he refuses, I would pester him until he agrees. Then why did you let Tang San go? Tang San? Who? Yilin frowned. It's the blue-silver grass Soul Master Tang San who shone brightly in this year's Soul Master competition. I haven't heard of him. People from small places like us don't pay attention to this. However, speaking of blue-silver grass soul masters, I do know that several years ago, a child with soul power emerged from Holy Soul Village, and his martial soul was blue silvergrass. His innate soul power was, how much was it again? Innate full soul power? How is that possible? If he really had innate full soul power, I would have already knelt down and begged him to join the spirit hall, as introducing someone with innate full soul power comes with quite a reward. But his martial soul is blue silvergrass. So what if it's blue silvergrass? There's no rule about the type of martial soul. An innate full soul power blue silvergrass can still receive a reward. Seeing Su Yuntao's expression that didn't seem like he was lying, Jilin felt that things were a bit deep here. Oh, I must have remembered it wrong. Just as the two were talking, Holy Soul Village also arrived. Old Jack had long been waiting at the village entrance with the children, and when he saw Su Yuntao coming, he hurriedly welcomed him. "Respected Master Su Yuntao, it's a pleasure to see you again." Su Yuntao waved his hand, old village chief. "We are old acquaintances, no need for such formalities." Old Jack looked at Jilin and asked, "Who is this, sir?" Without waiting for Su Yuntao to introduce him, Jilin quickly said, "I'm here to help Master Su awaken his martial soul." "Oh, thank you, Master." With one more person to help awaken the martial soul, Old Jack naturally wouldn't refuse. Chapter 67, finally to Isak. Having already awakened 7 or 8 children, so far, no one in Holy Soul Village had awakened soul power, and Old Jack's face was filled with disappointment. Jilin stepped forward and said, "Village Chief Jack, I heard that a soul master with soul power from your village emerged a few years ago. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Old Jack, who was originally hunched over, straightened his back, and his face was no longer filled with disappointment. "Yes, that kid Xiao San is the pride of our Holy Soul Village." "Is that so? Do you remember what his innate soul power was?" Elder Su couldn't quite recall. Innate full soul power. At that moment, Su Yuntao also helped the last child awaken their martial soul, but still no soul power was detected. "All right," Old Jack, we should be leaving now. Even though no one awakened any soul power, Old Jack remained polite. You two take care, and thank you once again. This shows that Su Yuntao had a good relationship with these villages. After leaving Holy Soul Village, Jilin proposed to part ways at a fork in the road. Elder Su, I can't accompany you any longer. Let's part ways here. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao felt delighted. He had been eager for Jilin to leave. However, having worked as a basic staff member for so long, he understood that surface pleasantries were necessary. So he pretended to lament, "It's unfamiliar territory for you. Let me accompany you a bit further." Jilin was a bit confused. Clearly, he was wearing a happy expression, yet he uttered those words. "No need. You have your responsibilities, and I have my journey. Well, take care, my lord. You too." After parting with Su Yuntao, Jilin suddenly thought of Tang San and Tang Hao, who had been living in Holy Soul Village. His mother, the Blue Silver Emperor, was also planted behind a waterfall by Tang Hao. Considering the habits of the Tang family, Jilin suspected that Tang Hao might have visited his wife while Tang San was away. Although this was a fantasy world and the Blue Silver Emperor was among the top spirit beasts, it was still just a plant. It used to be a human, but now that it had turned back into grass, it probably couldn't move freely, right? Maybe it was planted near Holy Soul Village. Should he go look for it? This idea was quickly dismissed by Jilin, not to mention whether Tang San was currently in the City of Slaughter. Even if he was, Tang Dechue was most likely guarding there. Wasn't that just sending himself to his death? Even if both Tang San and Tang Hao were truly absent, what could Jilin gain? Destroy a plant? Or obtain a piece of the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone that was 100,000 years old? To be honest, Jilin looked down on this soul bone a bit. Flight? Aside from its impressive rapid healing ability, which was akin to a fire that cannot be extinguished and grows back in spring, it seemed to lack any other notable features. But even so, it couldn't compare to Bibidong's Death Spider Emperor's ninth soul skill, the Undying Body. After all, Bibidong was shattered by the sea god and could still recover. If it were Tang San, he would have probably died long ago. Although Jilin didn't have much fondness for Tang San and Tang Hao, he still admired the Blue Silver Emperor, Yin. For a mother to be willing to sacrifice herself for her child was truly commendable. Chen Sunji was really weak. He was overwhelmed 3-1, especially since Tang Hao had just obtained his 9th spirit ring. If it were useful, the world would have long been under the Qian surname. However, this also indirectly demonstrated how significant a 100,000-year spirit ring was for a spirit master. In summary, taking such a big risk for a soul bone like this was not worth it. Moreover, the spirit hall had searched for so long without finding it. How much time would Jilin alone consume? Putting this matter aside, Jilin continued his journey southward. After more than half a month of crossing mountains and ridges, he hadn't seen even a shadow of a person, let alone a small town like a sack. Jilin, feeling a bit exasperated, threw the map on the ground. Damn, did Luo remember it wrong? How could there be a town established in such a remote place? After a moment of venting, Jilin picked up the map again and muttered, I'll search for 3 more days. If I still can't find it, I'll head back home first. I'll let Tang San go to Sea God Island first. Even if I can't obtain the Sea God's legacy, getting some benefits for free wouldn't be bad. It's no wonder Jilin was so anxious to improve his strength. After all, following the 5-year agreement, it was an era of explosive combat power. One needed at least the strength of a Soul Douluo to avoid being treated as cannon fodder. Just as Jilin expected. Ever since he obtained his 4th soul ring nearly a month ago, regular training had ceased to have any effect, meaning there had been no increase in his soul power. This was a first since arriving in Douluo. Therefore, Jilin was extremely hopeful of finding the town of a sack that Luo mentioned. Jilin had his suspicions about Luo's identity. He should be a god, but he couldn't determine exactly which one. However, since it was a god who provided the address, it should be no ordinary place. Even if there wasn't a divine legacy, it should still help him quickly improve his strength. If there really was nothing at all, then he would have to head to Sea God Island, hoping that Tang San hadn't arrived there yet. Another day passed. Looking at the buildings before him, Jilin was a bit surprised. There really was such a town. After entering the town and looking around, Jilin didn't notice anything unusual. Is this really the Asak town that Luo mentioned? It feels no different from an ordinary town. Jilin caught a glimpse of a suspicious figure watching him from a corner behind. The townsfolk here seemed a bit odd, and many of the people he encountered along the way looked at him with a certain malice, which felt quite exclusive. However, it was understandable. After all, poor mountains and bad waters breed wicked people. Soon, Jilin had wandered around the town. It wouldn't be accurate to say he found nothing, but he was certainly a loss. After all, it was his first day here, so it was normal not to discover anything significant. He decided to ask a local for information. Where would be the easiest place to gather intel? With some experience, Ji Lin headed to the only tavern in town that he had noticed earlier while wandering. The moment he stepped inside the tavern, everyone turned to look at him. This made Ji Lin frown, deepening his feelings about the townsfolk's exclusivity. Under the gaze filled with malice, he approached the bartender standing at the bar. As he reached the counter, Ji Lin couldn't help but mutter to himself again, wondering why there was no price list and what they even had to offer. Although he was speechless at the tavern's behavior, Ji Lin still asked, "What do you have for sale here?" The bartender gave a strange smile and replied, "I only have one kind of drink, but I don't know if you'll be able to handle it." Ji Lin turned to look at the customers in the shop and saw that everyone was enjoying their drinks as if they were savoring a rare delicacy. However, what was strange was that everyone was sitting against the wall, and no two people were sharing a table. Ji Lin was intrigued and wanted to try a drink. Upon hearing this, the bartender directly brought out a large glass from under the bar. This was the house specialty, Bloody Mary. Chapter 68. The Divine Eagle Hero. Bloody Mary? No way. Looking down, he indeed saw a red liquid in the glass, and he could clearly smell a fishy odor. At this moment, Ji Lin felt a bit dazed. Oh no, Bloody Mary, human blood? The city of slaughter? Azura god? The bartender nearby heard Ji Lin's soft murmur and asked in surprise, "You know about the city of slaughter?" Then the bartender laughed. "Really? Why would I ask such a silly question? Anyone who comes here must know about the city of slaughter." The bartender then sized up Ji Lin and said, "It seems you must also be here for the city of slaughter. No, it should be for that reason. So why not drink it? Only by drinking it can you possibly enter the great city of slaughter." Then what about those people? Didn't they drink too? Why didn't they get in? The bartender glanced at those people and sneered, "Just a bunch of cowards. They clearly crave the taste of blood but are too afraid to go in and enjoy it fully. So they can only come here to have a drink every week. Then why don't they kill and take blood here? The rules of the city of slaughter state that only the inner city allows killing. They don't have the guts to defy that." Ji Lin nodded, understanding why the townspeople looked at him with such malice yet dared not act. Supporting himself on the bar, Ji Lin smiled and said, "I don't want to drink this, but I want to enter the city of slaughter. What should I do?" At that moment, the other patrons in the tavern stood up excitedly, while the bartender coldly stated, "Those who violate the rules of the city of slaughter will not receive its protection." All the drinkers summoned their martial souls and charged at Ji Lin. However, these were merely low-level soul emperors, and Ji Lin had little interest in them. The person at the front was about to reach Ji Lin when suddenly he clutched his chest and fell. As Ji Lin shook the blood off his blade, a crescent-shaped sword energy shot out, severing one person in half before continuing toward the others without losing momentum. Although the prepared patrons managed to dodge, the sword energy still struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Amid the dust, occasional screams and splashes of blood could be heard. When the dust settled, only Ji Lin remained standing. The others lay sprawled on the ground and tables, red covering the entire floor. Ji Lin sheathed his dagger and returned to the bartender, whose face was ashen. "You haven't answered my question yet. Can I go in? Can I enter?" The bartender maintained a stern expression and after a while finally managed to squeeze out a word. "Yes." Ji Lin made a gesture, and the bartender reluctantly pressed a mechanism onto the counter. With a sound of machinery, the entire bar split in two, revealing a dark hole. Why didn't they do this earlier? Isn't troublesome? Really? As Ji Lin entered, the bar slowly closed again. The bartender dragged the bodies into the kitchen and casually grabbed several new tables and chairs. By the time the bartender returned, the blood that had just been on the floor had disappeared. Soon after, the bartender arranged the tables and chairs and returned to the bar. New customers arrived at the tavern. "Give me a Bloody Mary." "I'll have a Bloody Mary." Each patron occupied a separate table, sipping their drinks, lost in their own thoughts. As time passed, Ji Lin had been walking for 10 minutes. Although it was pitch black in the tunnel, Ji Lin could still feel that he was going downward. At that moment, a cold, mocking voice echoed from nowhere. "Welcome to the city of slaughter, the capital of hell. A world filled with killing. Here, you can obtain everything you desire at the cost of your life." Hee. Ji Lin was somewhat speechless. Such words sounded a bit outdated to him. Surely, you don't say this to everyone who comes to the city of slaughter, right? It's just too unoriginal. You should come up with something more sophisticated. For example, Lost Lamb, what you are about to step into is the capital of hell, a world filled with slaughter. So choose. Will you shamefully return like a coward, or will you forge your glory like a hero through killing and make your life meaningful? So choose. All right, I'll give you a chance. You have 3 minutes to organize your words. After waiting for several minutes, the voice still did not respond. In an unknown room in the city of slaughter, a tall figure hidden above the throne couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Where did this oddity come from? Truly a once-in-100-years occurrence. After walking for a few more minutes, Jilin suddenly found himself in an open space. A purple moon hung above, illuminating the entire area, and a striking red and black gate, 100 meters high, stood out prominently. In front of the gate, there seemed to be some small black dots. With his strong eyesight, Jilin could clearly see that they were a group of soldiers wearing black armor. As Jilin approached, he discovered that the leader was a version of the divine eagle hero from Douluo. Jilin remembered that there should be a knight here. Adhering to the principle that his teacher liked, if their essay question, ask it, Jilin asked, "Where's your horse?" As soon as these words were spoken, the previously quiet soldiers became even quieter, collectively taking a few steps back. Scott's forehead developed several lines of worry. "You are the only one in the past year who dared to tease me to my face. I want you to know that even with just one arm and no horse, I, Scott, can still fight." Saying this, he picked up the 2-meter-long knight's lance next to him with his remaining left hand and thrust it straight towards Jilin. Jilin felt a bit helpless, wondering why everyone was so agitated just out of curiosity. He didn't draw his sword. Instead, he covered his right fist with gold and slammed it against the charging spear. With a loud bang, the two collided. A tremendous force surged through, and Scott couldn't hold onto the spear in his hand. The spear spun and flew back, embedding itself in a nearby rock. Jilin retrieved the gilded weapon, shook his hand, and said, "Are we still fighting?" Scott looked at his left hand, which was still trembling, and thought to himself, "Am I out of touch with the times? Why are these newcomers so fierce?" After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "Let's go in." As a large door slowly closed, Scott approached the rock, preparing to draw his gun. He pulled, but it wouldn't budge. After taking a deep breath, he shifted his weight down, exerted force with his left hand, and with the veins on his neck bulging, he finally pulled the gun out. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the barrel was dented by several centimeters. Ever since losing his right arm a year ago, he had been strengthening his left arm. With the long gun shortened by half to pursue maximum attack power, this gun was a carefully crafted solid iron weapon. Looking at the tightly closed door, Scott couldn't help but murmur, "This isn't a ghost, is it?" Chapter 69. A big event right after entering the large door. Jilin played with the skull token handed to him by a soldier, which was engraved with the number 9527. This number, how should I put it, feels a bit. At that moment, an envoy of the King of Slaughter, a graceful girl veiled in black gauze, walked towards him. "Welcome to the city of Slaughter, 9527. I am the envoy of the King of Slaughter, and also your guide. For the next 24 hours, I will stay by your side to explain everything about the city of Slaughter. During this time, you will be under the protection of the King of Slaughter, which is also a benefit given to newcomers by the city of Slaughter." Jilin glanced at the girl in front of him, noticing that her cultivation level was not very high, probably around a high-level soul master. He nodded slightly at her, indicating that she could lead the way. With that, the two set off together. The girl fulfilled her role as a tour guide, and even though Jilin didn't ask, she introduced. The city of Slaughter is divided into two parts, the inner city and the outer city. We are currently in the outer city. The streets of the outer city were quite desolate, with hardly any people visible on the vast roads, and the buildings along the streets were very run down and old. The few people they encountered were mostly lethargic, skinny to the bone. Upon seeing Jilin, their eyes seemed to light up for a moment, but when they noticed the girl beside him, their expressions visibly dimmed. Jilin naturally noticed their changes and said to the girl, "They seem to be quite afraid of you." The girl glanced at him disdainfully and replied, "Of course. Those useless people who stay in the outer city and offer 2 cups of Bloody Mary every month will naturally fear me." "Oh, does the city of Slaughter require a monthly tribute of human blood?" The girl gave Jilin a deep look, and even through the veil, he could see the coldness in her eyes. 9527, please mind your wording. Then, with a hint of reverence in her tone, she said, "It's called Bloody Mary, the most sacred thing in the city of Slaughter." Seeing that the girl before him was already deranged, Jilin didn't want to argue with an irrational fanatic. That would not only waste time, but also be foolish. All right, Bloody Mary, can you tell me now?" The girl ignored Jilin's perfunctory response and answered only after he changed his wording. "To stay in the city of Slaughter, you must pay a certain price. Besides that, there is another way, which is to participate in the hell-killing field. Just participating once allows you to stay in the city of Slaughter for a year, and it can be accumulated. But how do you determine if someone has fulfilled one of the above conditions?" I don't think everyone would be so honest. Upon hearing this, the girl excitedly reached out her hands towards the tallest building in the city of slaughter, saying, "No lie can hide from the great king of slaughter." As if to prevent Ji Lin from asking again, she continued, "The great king of slaughter will issue a decree, and then the enforcement team will come to collect the Bloody Mary, and don't even think about resisting." As the enforcement team includes titled Douluos who can use soul skills. The latter part of her sentence was directed at Ji Lin. Ji Lin shrugged, indicating that he had no intention of opposing the law enforcement team. At that moment, the two passed by a food distribution point. Ji Lin walked over to take a look with some concern and looked at the girl with a hint of disappointment, saying, "Is this what you used to fool us?" Ji Lin reached out to pick up a hard piece of bread, sniffed it under his nose, and found it a bit smelly. When he broke it open, he saw that it was all moldy inside. Looking at the water, Ji Lin rubbed his eyes several times to confirm that it wasn't his floaters, but actual mosquitoes flying inside. The girl snorted coldly, saying that the City of Slaughter was not a charity organization, and these scraps were only fit for such food. Of course, if you wanted to eat better food, you could choose to go to the inner city. Putting down the bread in his hand, Ji Lin curiously asked, "Is food supplied in unlimited quantities?" "Of course not," she replied. "Although it's free, it's not unlimited. There's a fixed amount every day, and once it's gone, you can only fight for it." Ji Lin quietly memorized this information. He could go a lifetime without drinking that Bloody Mary, but he couldn't go a meal without food. Leaving the food supply point, the two set off again, and before they knew it, a low, doorless wall appeared before them. The girl said, "Inside here is the inner city, which is also the core of the entire City of Slaughter." Without the girl elaborating too much, Ji Lin understood the difference between the inner and outer cities. The streets behind the wall were clean and tidy, and the buildings were exquisite, with many people walking back and forth, though their gazes were very cold. The purple moon above emitted a bluish-purple glow, as if draping the entire inner city in a veil of dreams. The girl continued to explain, "We do not prohibit communication between the two cities and encourage entry into the inner city, but not everyone has the courage to do so. Unlike the outer city, the inner city does not prohibit random killings. Any method of murder is allowed. Once you enter the inner city, do not wander away from my side, or I cannot guarantee your safety. If you die, we will not pursue responsibility for you." Unlike the outer city, the people in the inner city appeared not only physically stronger, but also bolder. Even with the emissary of the king of slaughter present, many still cast greedy glances at Ji Lin. The girl beside him was also slowly channeling her soul power, ready to act at any moment. The further they walked, the more people there were, and the more frenzied they became. Along the way, Ji Lin had already witnessed 3 incidents of street killings for blood. The center of the inner city was a tall building resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum. That was the hellish slaughterhouse the girl had mentioned. However, at that moment, nearly 100 people were crouched at the exit, each with a serious expression, but eyes full of madness. A chilling aura rose from them, coalescing into a mass above their heads. Ji Lin only used his mental strength to sense it, and he was already breaking out in a cold sweat, as if a 10,000-year-old beast was staring at him from behind. Is this the killing intent? Even the girl beside him spoke with a slight stutter. Let's observe here before entering the hell arena. That's a good idea. What? Let's do that. In fact, it wasn't just Ji Lin and the others. Many people around the hell arena were also watching. Everyone was eager, not knowing whether they wanted to participate or just pick up the scraps. At that moment, someone said, "Isn't that the Wild Wolf Gang? Who are they waiting for?" Another person replied, "Who else could gather so many people to act in the entire City of Slaughter? Are you talking about the Azure King? Why can't it be the Hell Messenger? Come on, the Hell Messenger didn't come out today." Chapter 70. 8848 left to the end as footsteps sounded. The 100 or so members of the Wild Wolf Gang licked their already cracked lips, their eyes fixed on the exit. Ji Lin and the others also perked up. In the eager gaze of the crowd, a figure could be seen slowly emerging from the shadows at the exit of the killing field. As he approached, everyone could clearly see his appearance. The newcomer was about 6 feet tall, with a slender build, long azure hair, and wearing a somewhat tattered blue-black robe. His once handsome and gentle features now appeared quite stiff, as if someone owed him 100 or 800,000 and hadn't he repaid him. Ji Lin took out a mirror and admired his extraordinary looks, then glanced up at Tang San, thinking, damn, did Tang San go to Xiaoxiba for plastic surgery? When the Wild Wolf Gang saw their boss had arrived, they didn't even greet him and charged toward Tang San in a rush. In an instant, the exit of the hellish slaughterhouse became a lively scene, with roars of bears, howls of tigers, cries of wolves, screeches of eagles, hisses of snakes, neighs of horses, and the rustling of vines, showcasing a diversity of species. Various weapons like swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks were all present. In contrast, Tang San simply gripped the large hammer that was as tall as the others and charged alone into the sea of soldiers. Suddenly, he threw the hammer in an unusual manner. After leaving his hand, the Haotian hammer spun and knocked down 7 or 8 people in the second wave. Tang San wasn't idle either. His hands had filled with hidden weapons, which he released at high speed while catching the returning Haotian hammer. This was the Tang Sek's hidden weapon technique, chasing stars and following the moon. The few people at the front who were hit by Tang San's hidden weapons fell to the ground. Although Tang San had taken down more than 10 people in just a few exchanges, it did not affect the morale of the Wild Wolf gang at all. As they continued to charge toward Jilin, Tang San leaped into the air and delivered a powerful blow into the crowd. It was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, leading to a chaotic massacre. However, even a weak flock could only withstand the fierce wolf when their numbers were large. After forcefully taking down over 90 people, Tang San himself was wounded quite a bit. Leaning on the Haotian hammer, he gasped for breath as he surveyed the remaining members of the Wild Wolf gang. Although they were beginning to have thoughts of retreat, they were unwilling to give up so easily. Even in the city of endless slaughter, such a large-scale ambush was rare, and the scale of the bloodshed was unprecedented. "Spare me. I promise I will never provoke you again. Please, spare me." The Haotian hammer, covered in chunks of flesh, ignored the pleas and fell heavily. Bang! The white semi-solid substance scattered everywhere. After crushing the last person's head, Tang San was already covered in wounds, and his once decent robe was stained red, though it was unclear if it was his blood or something else. Seeing this, Jilin couldn't help but wonder, has the city of slaughter changed a person so much? Although most of those people didn't have very high soul power, there were still 2 soul emperors among them. The rest were at least soul kings. If it were Jilin, he could do it too. After all, these people couldn't use soul skills, and he was already used to it. But it definitely wouldn't be so fast and so crazy. Yes, crazy. At this moment, Tang San was no longer the strategist from the Soul Master competition. He looked more like a wolf on the prairie, fierce and decisive. Several times he exchanged injuries for opportunities to attack. Tang San glanced coldly, and when he saw Jilin, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Looking at Tang San like this, everyone dared not approach him. Who would have thought that the next moment, Tang San transformed into a ghostly figure and rushed into the distance. The onlookers immediately reacted. The Shura King was already at the end of his strength, so everyone rushed in to take him down. As long as they took him down, they wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. If they could take down the Shura King, could they take down the Hell Messenger? Except for Jilin and the girl who remained in place. Everyone else chased after the direction Tang San had fled. The city of slaughter has always revered killing, and the girl was no exception, gazing dreamily at the already invisible Tang San. Even when Jilin waved his hand several times right in front of her, he couldn't bring her back. Just as Jilin was contemplating whether to leave her behind and go into the hell-killing field alone, the girl spoke up. As expected of Lord Shura King, even his escape looks so handsome. Looking at the girl who was daydreaming in front of him, Jilin retorted, "You're just being lustful, craving his body. How lowly." The girl rolled her eyes at Jilin. "At least the Shura King is much more handsome than your plain and ordinary face." This sentence was like a sharp arrow, piercing straight into his heart. Jilin clutched his chest and staggered back a few steps. Seeing Jilin like this, the girl nodded in satisfaction. "All right, I've introduced the basic situation here. Do you have any questions?" Jilin raised the skull token in his hand and asked a question that he was very concerned about. "What does this number mean? For example, am I the 9,527th person to come here?" "No, it's just a code. Here, whenever someone dies, their code will be passed on to the next newcomer." After hearing the girl's answer, Jilin nodded and then pointed to the nearby hellish slaughterhouse. "Can I go in and take a look?" "Yes, but it requires a Bloody Mary to enter. Do you have one?" Jilin pointed to the bodies lying haphazardly over there, where quite a few people were already at work. "Isn't that convenient?" With that, Jilin took out a container and hurried over. The girl slapped her forehead, forgetting about this matter. Then she chased after Jilin. Jilin discovered an interesting phenomenon. A large pool of blood that had previously been visible had now vanished. The others were unfazed, busy extracting blood from the fresh corpses. Jilin was also imitating others, perhaps due to the nature of the city of slaughter. The blood remaining in these corpses was quite easy to extract. Simply making a cut on an artery would let a small stream of blood flow out. However, The amount was rather touching. After a lot of effort, Ji Lin managed to collect about a liter of blood. Considering the size of the cups in the city of slaughter, that would be about 4 cups. See, isn't that enough? Hearing Ji Lin's proud tone, the girl rolled her eyes but didn't say anything. The two then walked into the hellish slaughter arena. The audience seats in the hellish slaughter arena were also interesting. Arranged in circular, tiered rows. The two randomly found seat. Interestingly, everyone was sitting quietly, with the most they did being verbal attacks on others. Noticing Yelena's confusion, the girl explained that in the hellish slaughter arena, aside from the arena below, no violence, not even fighting, was allowed in other areas. Those who violated this rule would face the personal judgment of the King of Slaughter. 3512, 621, 250, 1234, 6481, 520, 1314, 9494, 9898, and 8848. Please come to the stage. The 10 passageways below opened simultaneously, and one person stepped out from each. The slaughter then began. In the end, the one designated as 8848 stood victorious, and all the spectators erupted into cheers. 8848 stood on the stage, basking in the glory of victory, while the desire for slaughter in his mind grew even stronger. Ji Lin could clearly see a faint crimson energy drilling up from the ground, entering 8848's body. And then 8848 became even more excited. Ji Lin didn't know what it was, but it should be something bad. However, one gains true knowledge through experimentation. Ji Lin stood up, stretched a bit, and even I was excited. Where can I sign up? The girl was a bit surprised, not expecting Ji Lin to participate. I'm just reminding you, if you join now, it will be considered as automatically giving up protection. I know. After watching Ji Lin for a while, the girl shook her head and prepared to leave. One last question. Have you heard the term a sack? No. Oh. Chapter 71. Opponents using crossbows. Perhaps it was because Tang San and Hu Lai did not participate, but shortly after Ji Lin registered, it was announced that the competition was about to start. Contestants 4568, 9527, please come to the stage. Standing at the contestant passage, Ji Lin took a deep breath to adjust his state, as there would soon be a battle to the death. Soon, the stone gate in front of Ji Lin slowly opened, and he entered the arena with a diameter of 100 meters. The 10 contestants walked out from their respective passages, cautiously watching each other. Due to the rules of the hellish slaughter arena, the difference in the number of matches participated by contestants in the same match cannot exceed 5, and no one can participate in more than 1 match per day. This is to prevent powerful multi-match participants from indiscriminately slaughtering those with fewer matches, and also to enhance the excitement of each duel. After all, only when there's a glimmer of hope for survival will beings unleash their strong will to live. Among these 10 people, Ji Lin noticed that 2 seemed quite nervous, apparently newcomers like himself, while the others appeared much more relaxed, clearly seasoned players. The closing of the gate behind them signified that the slaughter to determine the top 1 among 10 had begun. It's a simple truth to choose the softest persimmons to squeeze. Although it might consume a bit of energy, killing would greatly boost one's bravery and morale, allowing oneself to perform at the best state or even exceed normal limits. Therefore, the 7 veterans rushed towards Ji Lin and the other 2 newcomers first, preparing to treat these newcomers as appetizers. 3 people were charging toward Ji Lin, while the other 4 formed pairs to deal with the remaining 2. Seeing the 3 coming toward him, Ji Lin took a deep breath and readied his weapon. A soul master with a hawk martial soul led the charge. Although he couldn't use soul skills, he relied on the enhancement of his martial soul, and his iron claws had the strength to crush gold and shatter stone. Ji Lin's blade clashed with the opponent's claws, producing a metallic sound, but how could the power of the soul master of the eagle compare to Ji Lin, who specialized in physical strength? In just one encounter, he was sent flying backward by Ji Lin's strike. At this moment, the other 2 soul masters also arrived. One of them, wielding a mountain-cutting blade martial spirit, launched a horizontal slash at Ji Lin. Ji Lin leaped into the air, twisting to evade. The golden sheen covering the blade, and with the momentum from his flip, he struck towards the final Strength Bear Soul Master. Relying on his tough skin and considerable strength, the Strength Bear Soul Master gathered his soul power, crossing his arms to brace for Ji Lin's strike. However, he underestimated the power of the golden enhanced blade. A flash of gold passed by, and 2 hands fell to the ground. Ji Lin, taking advantage of the situation, loosened the grip on his blade only to quickly grasp it again. In that instant, he reversed his grip to a proper hold, delivering an upward slash that cleaved the opponent in half. The internal organs spilled onto the ground. This scene, which should have been horrifying, instead filled Ji Lin with excitement. It seemed like it had been a long time since he felt such exhilaration. He then turned his gaze to the remaining two individuals, licking his lips. Make it even more enjoyable for me, will you? The two soul masters exchanged glances, charging at Ji Lin without a hint of fear. One from above and one from below. Ji Lin gathered his strength in place. Suddenly, he swung his knife, and a sharp sword chi struck down the unsuspecting Song Ying. At the same time, Ji Lin quickly exerted his force and rushed to the front of the Kaishan Dao. Taking advantage of the moment when he had not yet recovered from the shock of the sword chi, and with one stroke, he beheaded him. Then, another sword chi came, bisecting the descending Song Ying. The audience was also shocked by this scene, with a voice shouting, "Soul bone, that kid has a soul bone." Instantly, greedy gazes from the empty audience seats were cast upon Ji Lin. What was happening here not only astonished the audience, but also attracted the attention of other soul masters in the arena. After slaying the Song Ying soul master and the Kaishan Dao soul master, Ji Lin, still feeling unsatisfied, turned his gaze to the remaining 5 soul masters, one of whom was already dead. Without the need for communication, the 5 soul masters unanimously joined forces to attack Ji Lin. A sword chi much larger than before shot out, with Ji Lin following closely behind. No one was willing to test the power of the sword chi, and all dodged. The formation of the 5 was thus disrupted, and Ji Lin seized the opportunity to target the person farthest from the main group, taking him down in just one encounter. In this way, relying on sword chi to clear the path and picking off the isolated ones, Ji Lin quickly reduced the number of opponents to just one. At this moment, the last remaining person spoke. Someone like you should be sought after by every force, right? Why would you enter the city of slaughter? Ji Lin retorted. Why do you think I would be so popular? It's obvious. A soul king with a soul bone would be treated with respect wherever they go, right? But why did you enter the slaughter city? If it weren't for the inability to survive outside, who would be willing to come to this damn place? It seems you have quite a few stories. Are you interested? Go ahead and tell me. Then the soul master recounted how he was bullied by nobles, and how, after becoming a soul master, he was hunted down by powerful factions. Ji Lin stroked his chin, savoring the story he had just heard. What a good opportunity. The soul master reached behind his waist and took out a crossbow, shooting it directly at Ji Lin. The arrow was about to hit Ji Lin's face, but he seemed completely oblivious, showing no reaction at all. A flash of golden light passed across Ji Lin's face, and the smile on the soul master's face suddenly froze. Bang! The arrow struck the ground nearby. Ji Lin stood up and walked step by step toward the spirit master. The person still wanted to struggle a bit, continuously firing crossbow bolts, but each time they were blocked by a flash of gold. He snatched a crossbow bolt and examined it curiously, finding it somewhat similar to Tang San's Zhuge Divine crossbow. When did the spirit masters here start using such external objects? The person resigned himself to fate and self-deprecatingly said that ever since the arrival of the Azura King a year ago, such things had started to become popular. Ji Lin is a bit curious. Do any of you know how to make such things? With nearly 10,000 people in the city of slaughter, there must be some skilled craftsmen. Ji Lin nodded, acknowledging the lesson. Give me a straightforward answer. Ji Lin patted his shoulder and said, it's fine. Just after the two brushed past each other, that person fell dead. As the last person was slain by Ji Lin, the door symbolizing the victor slowly opened. The city of slaughter was small, and Ji Lin's performance spread at an astonishing speed today. At dusk, after killing the last pursuer, Tang San dragged his weary body and found a dark corner to sit down. Coughing, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured, is he the one with the black blade? Meanwhile, the Hell Messenger Hulina also heard about Ji Lin's deeds. She took a gentle sip from her drink, her eyes slightly red. A newcomer with a soul bone? This is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 72. He escaped in a certain crimson room in the city of slaughter. A deep, hoarse voice lazily emanated from the throne. I heard another promising newcomer has arrived today. The voluptuous chief steward standing beside replied, yes. How did he perform? He almost single-handedly ended that match. Oh, a pale, sinister face emerged from the shadow of the throne. Do you remember who last performed like this? The Azura King. Yes, the King of Slaughter said with a hint of frustration. Who was responsible for guiding him? The steward respectfully answered, Number 24. Let her come see me. After speaking, the face returned to the darkness. Soon, the girl who led Ji Lin arrived at this room, kneeling on one knee, her tone unable to hide her excitement. Great King of Slaughter, tell me everything about you in 9527. When she first heard of Ji Lin's achievements, she had not expected him to possess such strength. Nor did she anticipate that Ji Lin would attract the attention of the King of Slaughter. She felt a little jealous, but did not show it. She recounted in detail her conversation with Ji Lin. After listening to the girl's narration, the King of Slaughter contemplated Ji Lin's origins. If he is not one of those two gods of slaughter, he might be worth pursuing. If not, then kill him. We absolutely cannot allow another god of slaughter to emerge. Resolute, the King of Slaughter said to the girl, "You may leave." As the girl stood up and was about to exit, she suddenly remembered something. He asked a rather strange question at the end. "What question?" "Have you heard the Termisak?" The girl's vision blurred, and then her delicate neck was gripped, lifting her off the ground. Did he really ask that? The girl was nearly suffocating, but managed to reply, "Why, yes." "Is that so?" The King of Slaughter murmured. With a snap, he directly broke the girl's neck and tossed the body into the darkness, followed by a splash. Why would 9527 know the name Asak? No one should remember it in this era. Kumin. The chief steward pushed the door open, found no sign of number 24, but did not inquire or feel strange. As this was not the first time, what does the King of Slaughter command? Issue a blood-red warrant for the killing of 9527. I will make an exception and bestow upon him the title of God of Slaughter. Without hesitation, the steward immediately turned to execute the King of Slaughter's orders. The King of Slaughter returned to his throne, beckoned with his right hand, and a cup of crimson human blood floated into his grasp. After downing the Bloody Mary, the King of Slaughter felt a bit calmer. No, this isn't safe. Although my enforcement team can act rashly, otherwise, if it truly comes to that, he will definitely intervene. But aren't there two ready-made thugs right here? With Ji Lin's arrival, the entire city of Slaughter was stirring with undercurrents. At this moment, Ji Lin was unaware that a storm was brewing. Returning to a few minutes earlier, after exiting the hellish slaughter arena, Ji Lin headed straight to the food supply point. A rather large building was one of the 3 food supply points in the inner city. The main entrance was tightly shut, and the building had no windows, exuding an air of mystery. At this time, many people were already waiting at the door. When noon struck, the supply point's door opened, and almost everyone rushed in at the same moment. With so many people, chaos was inevitable. In a lawful place, this might be manageable. But here in the city of Slaughter, where killing was an honor, it was a different story. After a few people died, everyone successfully entered the supply point. In the city of Slaughter, there was an unwritten rule that once inside the supply point, one could not resort to violence, not because of fear, but to ensure that they could get food. If someone went hungry, others eating well at different supply points would not pass up a good opportunity. Indeed, as the girl said, the food in the inner city was like heaven compared to that in the outer city. Ji Lin picked up a piece of pork knuckle and started gnawing on it. It tasted pretty good. While eating, Ji Lin also used his ring to store some food. Although he really wanted to take everything away, doing so would definitely provoke the anger of the crowd. So Ji Lin only took enough for himself for a day. After all, while the soul guiding device can store items, the time inside is not static. The flow of time is the same as outside. This was one of the reasons Ji Lin didn't take more. If possible, who would want to eat stale food? Although Ji Lin only took enough for himself, his appetite was considerable. Others watched as Ji Lin took over 50 portions of food, frowning. But no one stepped forward to stop him. After eating and drinking his fill, Ji Lin walked out of the supply point. But the gazes of the people on the street were intentionally or unintentionally glancing at the token at Ji Lin's waist. This made Ji Lin secretly heighten his vigilance. "You are 9527? A gaunt man stepped out, pointing an iron rod directly at Ji Lin. Someone with keen eyes recognized the man in front of them and exclaimed, "ISNT that 2580? 2580? The one with 45 victories? The one just below the Hell Messenger and the Azura King? That's right, it's him. I didn't expect even he would come out. ISNT that obvious? That S the title of the god of killing, able to enter and exit the city of Slaughter freely. Who would he be tempted?" Listening to the discussions around him, Ji Lin realized that this man was here to deal with him. So he immediately took a stance to show his respect for a soul saint. 2580 licked his lips. Looking at Ji Lin, it was undoubtedly 9527. As long as he killed you, he could obtain the title of God of Killing and wouldn't have to encounter those two freaks. Ji Lin sneered, thinking that taking my life isn't that easy. Neither side had the upper hand. 2580 couldn't use soul skills, and there was no advantage to be gained, so he decided to remain unchanged in the face of change. Ji Lin was quietly observing the environment. The others were holding their breath, preparing to be the fishermen. Suddenly, Ji Lin moved, and 2,580 stood ready. Ji Lin dashed at high speed toward the alley nearby, which was the best route determined through observation and foresight. Run away. Everyone was taken aback by Ji Lin's sudden maneuver. No one expected him to retreat without a fight. Although they didn't understand the meaning of Ji Lin's words, it was clear this was a provocation. Chapter 73. Let's wear rings together. 9527 is here. Come quickly. Let's go. The title of the God of Murder is right in front of us. Oh. The blood-red wanted poster of the King of Slaughter spread throughout the entire city of Slaughter in a very short time. Almost everyone participated in the pursuit and encirclement of Ji Lin. After all, for them, this was the closest they had ever been to the God of Murder. The pursuers surrounded from all directions. If viewed from above, Ji Lin had become a turtle in a jar. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Ji Lin directly turned into a nearby alley. Behind him, 2580 and a hunched man chased after him. The hunched man's nose was larger than usual, and his tongue hung out, looking not very clever. He was sniffing something on the ground. 3654. How is it? Where is he? 3654 looked up and pointed to the path Ji Lin took, affirmatively saying here. Looking in the direction pointed by 3654, 2580 smiled. Heaven is helping me. I didn't expect he would actually run into the encirclement, simply throwing himself into the net. Saying this, he reached out and patted 3654's head. Your dog nose has done a good job today. I'll reward you with 10 Bloody Marys when we get back. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. 3654 kept bowing, causing 2,580 to laugh heartily. Let's go. What 2580 didn't know was that behind him, 3,654's eyes were flashing with an unknown light. However, before 2,580 and the others could enter the alley, 2 more groups found this place, and it seemed that among them were talents like 3654. The 3 groups stared at each other, exchanging glances. After a while, 2580 said, "It's not a good idea to just waste time here. If someone else gets there first, we will suffer a great loss. How about we work together?" The leaders of the other 2 groups understood that fighting now wouldn't be wise, so they agreed. But when they followed the alley, they ran into another team, and everyone looked at each other in confusion. The encirclement gradually closed in on this area, and more people arrived. No one expected Ji Lin to escape their extensive hunt unnoticed. Seeing this scene, 2580 angrily punched the wall beside him, causing it to collapse with a loud crash. A poor soul, standing on the wall, couldn't react in time and fell directly down. That person immediately got angry and started to retaliate. 2580, are you crazy? Didn't you see I'm still up here? Are you blind? 2580's face darkened as he swung the iron rod in his hand. Are you looking for death? The other person also refused to back down, producing countless fine needles. And seeing their dark color, it was clear they were poisonous. If you're not afraid, let's clash, to see if I can stab you or not. Although they said this, both of them only wanted to vent their frustrations. After all, fighting would only benefit others. In an unknown room in the outer city, Ji Lin took a sip of water from the soul-guiding device to calm his nerves. Relying on void walking and foresight, Ji Lin successfully escaped from the encirclement and arrived in the outer city. Really, what's wrong with that old bat? Did I provoke him? Ji Lin really doesn't understand why the King of Slaughter is targeting him so intensely, even offering a sky-high prize for the title of Slaughter God. It's important to note that while there isn't a realm of slaughter gods, this title allows one to freely enter and exit the city of Slaughter. In their status, there is only second to the King of Slaughter, making it truly one person beneath, countless above. This shows just how attractive it is to those people, to the point where they might even set aside their grudges. However, the urgent matter at hand is to find a way to deal with the current situation. After all, there are only so many days a thief can steal. There is no way to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. In the inner city, the purple moon in the sky has now extinguished, and the streetlights have begun to work. However, the streetlights are not the purple moon, and their illuminating range is limited. Ji Lin walked on the edge of the light and stopped in front of a building. The plan began. Ji Lin murmured softly, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared from a spot. Inside the supply point, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Ji Lin. Looking at the empty room, Ji Lin frowned, but did not leave. Instead, he found a corner to sit down and began to meditate with his eyes closed. Time passed unknowingly, and it was almost time for the doors to open and distribute food. At this moment, a subtle fluctuation of soul power startled Ji Lin in the corner. Holding a glowing crystal, Ji Lin witnessed a phenomenon that could be described as magical. He saw shelves filled with food slowly rising from the ground, and before long, the originally empty room was filled with all kinds of food. Ji Lin scratched his head, thinking that this was acceptable. However, he did not forget the main task, and quickly began to use the soul guiding device to collect food. To increase efficiency, Ji Lin also hid his own items elsewhere. Soon, Ji Lin's ring was already full. Looking at the remaining food, he took out a bracelet, the one belonging to the soul master who used a crossbow. It was only about 5 cubic meters in size, but it fit perfectly. At this point, Ji Lin could already hear sound from outside. The wind was strong and howling. Wearing a hood, a mask on his face, and a cloak draped over him, Ji Lin blended into the crowd of people waiting for food. Although Ji Lin's outfit was a bit strange, it was not the strangest one out there, and others just glanced at him without paying much attention. The moment the door opened, Ji Lin dashed away. Before others could react, he had already rushed out of the supply point. What else with this guy running so fast? Damn it, is he starving to death? Let him choke on it. But when everyone entered, they only saw empty shelves with not a trace of food in sight. Everyone was furious. That kid is quite bold. Oldemo, I'm craving blood. Everyone silently issued a kill order against Ji Lin, but they all rushed to other supply points. After all, people are made of iron, and food is steel. One meal skipped makes a person anxious. In this city of slaughter, most people have low soul power, so maintaining ample physical strength is crucial. Finally, after sacrificing a dozen lives, the turmoil settled down. Meanwhile, Ji Lin looked at the person he had knocked out, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. This figure looks about 90% like mine. Just a face, well, that's no big deal. Saying this, he raised a knife in his hand and struck down. Now, even if your own mother came, she wouldn't recognize you. With that, Ji Lin also snatched the soul guide ring off the person's right hand. Oh, 12 cubic. Not bad. Not bad. I'll trade you this. Saying that, he put on his own ring. Chapter 74. 9528 takes a hit useless. So many people can't even handle 19527. In the city of slaughter, in an unknown room, the king of slaughter threw his wine glass, spilling Bloody Mary everywhere. The chief steward picked up the glass that had rolled to his feet and approached the king of slaughter, saying, "The Shura king has replied." Hearing this, the king of slaughter paused. Oh, really? What did he say? As long as you arrange his matches as soon as possible and let him complete 100 matches quickly, he will take care of 9,527. What about the Hell Messenger? Same condition. The king of slaughter lowered his head in thought. Although this would add 2 more killing god domains, since there are already 2, adding 2 more wouldn't hurt. Although it raises my threat level. As long as I can eliminate this 9,527 who knows about a sack, it will all be worth it. Moreover, these 2 come from Haotian sect and the Wuhuan Hall, 2 rivals, so they might even kill each other once they go out. After coming to this conclusion, the king of slaughter felt much more pleased. He unexpectedly produced another glass of Bloody Mary from somewhere, took a gentle sip, and calmed his mood. Send them a message, just say I agree, and let them act quickly. Yes. The steward bowed and retreated slowly. The room was once again left with only the king of slaughter. After a moment of silence, he downed a remaining Mary in one go and then clenched his right fist, striking heavily on the throne. After planning for so long and putting in so much effort, there could be no accidents. Hey, have you found 9527 over there? If I found him, would I tell you? You looking for death? Just because of you? Damn it. Although everyone was trying hard to find Ji Lin, they were all looking out for themselves, not united as one. Sometimes, when emotions ran high, a single disagreement could lead to direct conflict. Many mistakenly thought Ji Lin was responsible for this, and, after a round of investigation, it turned out to be in vain. Crack. As he snapped the last pursuer's neck, Ji Lin couldn't help but complain, "These people are really too hyped up, running out at night to look for me, really." Looking at the numerous energy clusters near the supply point, Ji Lin was a bit surprised. Are these people reacting this quickly? What a pity. Ji Lin appeared at the supply point, looking at the food around him with pride, saying, "I can walk through walls, how about that?" But he felt a sense of unease rising in his heart. This time, Ji Lin did not rush to the front alone, but was in the first tier with a few others. Suddenly, the 7-Night Star Blade appeared in Ji Lin's hand, and with a wave of his sword energy, he caught everyone off guard. The few closest to Ji Lin fell instantly. The sword energy kicked up dust, and Ji Lin quickly slipped away. When the smoke cleared and everyone entered the supply point, they found a clean room. Damn, this guy dares to do this, Ji Lin thought. 9,527. Don't let me catch you. With no other choice, everyone could only head to another supply point to grab some food. Ji Lin quietly followed behind them and climbed onto the roof. Sure enough, the supply point had an abundance of food. The king of slaughter is pretty quick. I haven't even used this trick for 2 days, and he's already taken care of it. Just as Ji Lin was contemplating his next move, A cold gleam shot straight for the back of his head. Ji Lin dodged by turning his head, only to find it was Tang San. He didn't expect the Azura King to be interested in my head. I'm truly flattered. Tang San raised an eyebrow, seemingly not recognizing me. Well, it's true that my transformation is quite significant. The Haotian hammer pointed directly at Ji Lin, and he said, "You, a despicable person who steals food and incites slaughter, deserve to be killed by everyone." Ji Lin was dumbfounded by Tang San's words. Wasn't your sneak attack just as despicable? You don't mention that at all. At that moment, a large foxtail swept towards him. Ji Lin flipped in midair to dodge it. The attacker was tall and voluptuous, exuding elegance and confidence, with charming eyes, a delicate nose, and rosy lips that made her even more alluring than dodgy. To his surprise, even a hellish messenger had arrived. "What have I done to deserve such treatment from both of you?" "Less nonsense," Hulaina said coldly in a voice that didn't match her delicate image. "We are here to take your life." After saying that, the enormous foxtail behind her launched another attack at Ji Lin. Seeing this, Tang San also charged forward with the Haotian hammer, unwilling to back down. Ji Lin was covered in gold, leaving only his head unprotected. When he saw the foxtail coming, he immediately swung his knife to strike. However, just as the foxtail was about to touch Ji Lin's knife, it became unusually agile, like a nimble snake, wrapping around Ji Lin's blade and exerting force to try to dislodge the knife from his grasp. In a show of strength, he instantly used his right hand to throw Hulaina towards Tang San, declaring, "I have never lost." Tang San had no choice but to stop, spinning to catch Hulaina. At the same time, 9 flying daggers shot out, resembling phoenixes spreading their wings, leaving people in awe. This was the 8th-ranked hidden weapon of the Tang sect, the phoenix leading 9 chicks. Facing Tang San, who had once instantly killed a soul saint and 2 soul emperors, Ji Lin directly stabbed his knife into the beam of the roof, and then smiled as he opened his arms. Seeing Ji Lin's contemptuous attitude, Tang San sneered, arrogant. The next moment, a crisp sound rang out. 8 flying daggers simultaneously attacked Ji Lin's chest, back, both kidneys, and the sides of his neck, even targeting Ji Lin's second brother in his rear. Ji Lin commented, "It's quite flashy, but unfortunately with a quick raise of the hand." He used his index and middle fingers to catch the 9th flying knife aimed at his brow, unable to break through the defense. Tang San's face turned pale, then flushed, that arrogant remark still ringing in his ears. Ji Lin shook his head slightly, holding a flying knife in his right hand and gently tapping it on the palm of his left hand. With a clever trick, he suddenly threw the flying knife, which, although lacking an unpredictable trajectory, was nonetheless faster. Tang San's purple-hued pupils constricted as he blocked the flying knife with the Haotian hammer. The collision of the knife and hammer produced a ringing sound, and the flying knife embedded itself in the beam of the house, causing Tang San to stumble back 2 steps. It was nothing to worry about. Tang San's gaze turned completely cold for his teacher's injury, for the safety of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, for the honor of hidden weapons, for the glory of the Tang sect, and most importantly, this person must not be spared. With the Haotian hammer raised and stepping on the ghost shadow, mysterious steps, Tang San rushed forward, his eyes flashing with red light from time to time. Chapter 75, The 36 Stratagems. The golden cicada sheds its shell. The battle on the rooftop between Ji Lin, Tang San, and Hulaina quickly attracted everyone's attention. Look, the Azura King and the Hell Messenger seem to be fighting with 95-27. Wow, it's true. Well, with those 2 here, we probably won't have any opportunities. Who said that? Can't I just be a fisherman? Just a few days ago, the group that followed the Azura King after he was injured by the Wild Wolf Gang thought the same, but now their graves are already overgrown with grass. What grass grows so fast? Blue-silver grass. Even though Tang San and Hulaina have a notorious reputation, there are still people who want to be the yellow Oriole, and 2580 is one of them. Hulaina once again used her foxtail to entangle Ji Lin's blade, although she knew her strength was far inferior to Ji Lin's. As long as she could force Ji Lin to show a flaw, Tang San would definitely be able to severely injure him. Tang San would not miss this opportunity, swinging the Haotian hammer and striking fiercely at Ji Lin's head. As Hulaina predicted, Ji Lin was unable to shake her off and send her towards Tang San in time. Faced with the fierce blow of the Haotian hammer, Ji Lin directly released his grip on the knife with his right hand, turned around, and punched directly towards the Haotian hammer. After a loud crash, both sides staggered back several steps. At this moment, the rooftop was about to collapse, beginning to sway precariously. Ji Lin shook his slightly numb hand and said to the 2, "I had a pretty good time today. See you next time." With that, he slightly bent his legs and leaped into the air, intending to jump onto the roof across from him. Hulai turned his body halfway, and with a strong flick of his tail, he sent the seven-night star blade flying towards Jilin, who was in midair. Noticing that the blade was coming at him, Jilin made a slight adjustment in the air, preparing to evade it. A good opportunity. Just as Jilin brushed past the blade, Tang San and 2580 struck at the same time, with the Haotian hammer and the iron rod almost launching simultaneously. The iron rod moved in a straight line, while the Haotian hammer followed a curved path. Before this, both sides were aware of Jilin's terrifying defensive power, so their target was Jilin's unprotected head. In the air, Jilin first grabbed the knife and split the iron rod, then unleashed a sword chi towards 2580. Caught off guard, 2580 was directly injured severely. A blue beam of light shot from Tang San's eyes, quickly catching up to Jilin. It was one of Tang San's trump cards. The Purple Extreme Divine Light. Even with Jilin's 100,000-year external soul bone, he didn't dare to gamble on whether he could be immune to it. So he braced himself with the knife. The blue-purple Extreme Divine Light accurately struck the seven-night star blade, and seeing that he had blocked it, Jilin breathed a sigh of relief. However, unexpectedly, Tang San shouted loudly and instantly increased the output of the purple Extreme Divine Light. The next second, the seven-night star blade was directly shattered in half, with one half flying off, and Jilin timely tilted his head to dodge. The purple Extreme Divine Light dissipated due to Tang San's excessive consumption. Jilin's mouth unconsciously curled up, but the Haotian hammer in midair showed no mercy. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the Haotian hammer collided with the shattered half of the long knife, both striking Jilin's face. No! The sound abruptly stopped. Blood splattered, and Jilin crashed straight through the roof. Hulaina glanced deeply at the man beside her, thinking, what a terrifying calculation. To end the enemy with the enemy's own blade, truly worthy of the man I admire. Tang San also noticed Hulaina's gaze, but did not explain. As he was a bit dazed himself, everyone immediately rushed over to see if Jilin was really dead. If he wasn't, would they be able to claim the kill for themselves? 3654. Help me take a look. Yes, Lord 2580. Puffed. The white knife turned red. 3654. You. Puffed. Lord 2580. Have a safe journey. Ha. Although Tang San had exhausted quite a bit of energy, he was still the first to arrive. He cautiously approached, turned the face-down body over, and wanted to confirm if Jilin was still alive. Seeing that bloodied face, Tang San couldn't help but frown. Was this really Jilin? He picked up a broken blade nearby, still stained with blood. After comparing, he found that the wounds were indeed caused by it, with the other half still clutched in the corpse's hand. However, Tang San still dared not confirm and prepared to continue searching for other things that could prove the identity. But before that, to ensure that Jilin wasn't just playing dead, Tang San directly smashed the already bloodied head. Blood and flesh splattered, and a little Karami who followed along was fortunate enough to catch a drop. He didn't find it disgusting and smacked his lips, savoring it. Why is there a spicy taste? After smashing the head, Tang San relaxed a lot, becoming bolder in his actions as he began to feel around from top to bottom. Soon, he found the skull token. Upon seeing the number on it, it was indeed 9527. The others also stirred upon seeing the token. Damn, 9527 was really killed by the King of Slaughter. Does that mean the King of Slaughter is a killing god? Should we go for something big? I like killing, but I don't like being killed. Don't look for me if you want to die. Listening to the discussions around him, Tang San began to believe that this was Jilin. At that moment, Tang San's peripheral vision caught something on the corpse's right hand. This is indeed the ring given to Jilin by the teacher, and it still contains fresh food inside. It seems Jilin was really killed by me. Thinking of this, the previous feelings of frustration and unwillingness from being at a disadvantage in a one-on-two fight vanished in an instant. If I could use my soul skills and 8 spider lances here, who knows who would win or lose? Tang San slowly stood up, and the law enforcement team had also arrived at some point. After handing over the token and the corpse to the law enforcement team, Tang San added, "Tell the King of Slaughter not to forget what he promised me." The law enforcement team did not respond and simply carried the corpse away. Sighing, Tang San felt the exhaustion from the purple extreme divine light, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to sleep. He got up and walked out while others made way for him. They were very fearful of the methods of this King of Slaughter and dared not provoke this king's authority. Hulaina was somewhat worried. She knew that such a powerful attack would surely consume a lot of energy. She followed closely behind Tang San to protect him. San also sensed Huaina's blatant attention and secretly heightened his vigilance. Although the two had teamed up against Jilin before, that was with a common goal. To prevent internal strife between the two, the King of Slaughter had promised that as long as they killed Jilin, he would fulfill both of their requests. I want to see what you really intend to do. However, until San returned to his small house, Huaina still made no move. She took a deep look at the small house before turning to leave, much to the disappointment of those who had come to watch the excitement. Chapter 76. Half a year later, the road to hell will open in the city of Slaughter in an unknown room. Looking at the corpse on the ground and the token in his hand, the King of Slaughter was in a good mood. He immediately took a cup of Mary from the corpse and took a small sip, his eyes lighting up. As expected of someone he valued, this blood was indeed different. It even had a spicy taste. However, looking at the corpse, he made a fist with his right hand, and the corpse suddenly exploded. There were no soul bones. How did he use soul skills? Or was this not him at all? The expression on the King of Slaughter's face changed unpredictably. Come here. Summon the King of Shura for me. This was San's first time meeting the King of Slaughter, and he cautiously scrutinized the ruler of the city of Slaughter sitting on the throne. May I ask why the King of Slaughter is looking for me? I heard that you, the King of Shura, personally fought with 9527. Can you explain how this 9527, without soul bones, was able to use soul skills in my city of Slaughter? Or did you just randomly take a corpse to fool me? San frowned, instinctively thinking that the King of Slaughter was trying to evade responsibility. That's impossible. I fought him and knocked him down. Many people witnessed this. Everyone present saw no signs of escape, and with his attire, the token, and the storage device with food inside, it is undoubtedly 9527. As for using soul skills without soul bones, have you forgotten about self-created soul skills? Or are you, the mighty King of Slaughter, trying to evade responsibility? The last question did not anger the King of Slaughter. Instead, he seemed satisfied. It seems 9528 did not lie. Self-created soul skills? That fits his experience. In that case, I have no further questions. Please return, King of Shura. San snorted coldly. Humph. I hope you don't forget your promise. After speaking, he turned and left, completely disregarding the King of Slaughter's face, which had turned as dark as a pot bottom. In a place where people died every day, Jilin's matter quickly faded from people's discussions. In a room in the outer city, the supposedly dead 9527 was now lying on a rocking chair, leisurely eating grapes. Reflecting on the conversations he had overheard while going to get food these past few days, Jilin thought, it seems my matter will soon be forgotten by the public. As long as I don't appear directly in front of the crowd, I should be fine. But has Sin already achieved 70 victories? I need to hurry, or I might miss the ride. Thinking of this, Jilin looked out the window and noticed that the light outside had dimmed. The street-side lighting soul guide had begun to operate. He got up, put on his mask, draped on his black robe, and opened the door. The wind outside blew against Jilin's robe, revealing the skull token at his waist, with a number 2333 clearly engraved on it. 3589 was sitting on the bed, arms crossed, head leaning against the wall, seemingly asleep. However, if one thought so, they would be mistaken, although 3589 was indeed resting. In the perilous place known as the City of Slaughter, how could one dare to sleep deeply? As long as there was the slightest disturbance, 3589 would be awakened. To ensure his safety, 3589 had set up traps throughout the room, aiming to be alerted if enemies were lurking. This method was commonly used by nearly everyone in the City of Slaughter. However, 3589 was facing Jilin, looking at the dark silhouette before him. Jilin shook his head slightly, and then reached for 3589's neck. 3589 sensed something was off, but as soon as he opened his eyes, Jilin had already twisted his neck. Next. Tonight, many people were destined not to see tomorrow's purple moon. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The City of Slaughter was bustling today, no less lively than when they were chasing 9527 earlier. Clearly, the next moment could be when someone might stab you, yet many people couldn't help but gather to discuss. Today, the Shura King would achieve 100 victories, right? According to the information revealed by the King of Slaughter, that was indeed the case. Yesterday, the Hell Messenger had already reached 100 victories ahead of time. Then, in a few days, the King of Slaughter would open the Hell Road for the two of them, right? I haven't seen it since I've been here. Yeah, it'll be quite an eye-opener. A strange figure draped in a black robe was also heading towards the Hell Killing Ground. but no one dared to step into the 10-meter radius around him, as if it were some sort of taboo. This naturally drew the attention of others. 2333 is here. After all, even he wouldn't miss such a grand scene. No one dared to approach. It's truly domineering. No wonder he is hailed as the most likely to achieve 100 victories after the Shura King and the Hell Messenger. Yes, although his killing intent isn't very strong, he has certainly killed many who underestimated him. By the way, how many victories does he have? 9. Speaking of which, how come someone so strong doesn't often go to the Hell Killing Ground? It is said that he is avoiding confrontation with the Shura King and the Hell Messenger. That makes sense. For the past 6 months, the King of Slaughter has been inexplicably increasing the matches for those two, completely disregarding the vast difference in their victory counts. Otherwise, it would take them at least 3 more years to reach 100 victories. Speak cautiously. After casually collecting a ticket for a Bloody Mary, Jilin let go of that lucky person. However, the man was clutching his neck, struggling to breathe. With a faint glance and a slight frown, Jilin couldn't bear to see him like this and kicked him away. The flying body knocked down another lucky person. Over the past 6 months, apart from occasionally going to the Hell Killing Ground, Jilin had been hunting those little cuties every night. This led others to have a severely mistaken understanding of 2,333, thinking he had only killed around 100 people at most, which, although considerable, was still less than many others. If it weren't for those few duels where he eliminated many high-victory opponents, the title of second to the Shura King wouldn't have fallen on him. The actual number of people 2333 had killed was probably something even Jilin wasn't clear about. He only knew that last night he had visited over 20 lucky individuals. At first, Jilin was quite worried, fearing that the sudden rise in the death toll would attract the attention of the King of Slaughter. But Jilin was overthinking it. Just like in a lawful environment, lawful behavior wouldn't raise eyebrows. In a place where death was as common as eating and drinking, the death of a few more people wouldn't cause a stir. Jilin quickly realized this situation and became increasingly bold. It would be embarrassing to come all the way to the city of Slaughter and not return with the title of God of Killing. Over the past 6 months, approximately 300 people had died at Jilin's hands. This number seems large at first glance, but when averaged out per day, it becomes insignificant compared to the daily death toll in the city of Slaughter. Chapter 77, Road to Hellpuff. On the stage, Tang San mercilessly crushed the last opponent's head. This also meant that Tang San had achieved 100 victories, and the killing intent emanating from him could not be contained, forming a nearly tangible massive white vortex. In an instant, the audience who had been cheering for Tang San felt as if their throats were being choked, unable to make sound. Jilin propped his chin up with one hand, unaffected, and watched the vortex with great interest. The amount of killing intent was quite impressive, reaching about 60% of his own. At that moment, the voice of the King of Slaughter echoed, "Congratulations, young King of Slaughter." As soon as the King of Slaughter appeared, he silently negated Tang San's killing intent, and cheers erupted. "King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter!" Seeing this scene, even Jilin's eyes, which had grown cold and numb from too much killing, couldn't help but reveal a fleeting moment of compassion. Over the past 6 months, Jilin had killed far too many, although the help of the 10,000-year eye bone prevented him from becoming bloodthirsty and mad due to killing intent. He still inevitably became cold and numb, viewing life as worthless. As soon as the King of Slaughter appeared, Jilin knew it was time for him to act. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to get out. The dueling arena below was protected by an energy shield, which limited the flying height while also preventing interference in the competition. Although Jilin could pass through using void walking, it would consume a quarter of his soul power. Not knowing how long the entire sacrificial ceremony would last, saving a bit was better than nothing. As the passage for Hulina opened, Jilin seized the opportunity to enter the dueling arena. It is an honor that the city of Slaughter has produced 2 top geniuses, having achieved 100 consecutive wins. They will also qualify to challenge the Hell Road. Who will go first? Tang San and Hulina exchanged glances and said in unison, "We will challenge the Hell Road together." The King of Slaughter frowned, although challenging together increased the difficulty in some ways. He wouldn't worry about them since he hoped they would all die on the Hell Road. The reason for his frown was that their cooperation indicated a good relationship, which might mean that the killing gods behind them would unite to threaten him. Seeing that the King of Slaughter remained silent, Tang San assumed he was unwilling and said unhappily, "It seems there are no rules against multiple people challenging together on the Hell Road." The King of Slaughter snorted coldly, dismissing further thoughts. Over the past millennium, only 8 people had walked out alive from the Hell Road. Let them first survive it. Flying into the air, the King of Slaughter spread his arms, his voice echoing throughout the slaughter arena. Come, contribute everything for the opening of the Hell Road. Circles of evil red ripples spread out from the King of Slaughter. Unlike the chilling and terrifying killing intent, every audience member swept by the red ripples became incredibly excited. In the next moment, everyone's eyes turned red as they clawed, tore, bit, or cut their own flesh until they became nothing but red skeletons. In an instant, the entire Hell Slaughter arena was filled with a strong smell of blood. This hellish scene made Tang San and Hu Lina's faces turn pale, and even Ji Lin, in a state of void, frowned. It was quite a spectacle. The dripping blood gathered into pools and, drawn by the evil wave, twisted like countless blood-colored little snakes. Winding toward the arena, Tang San and Hu Lina's eyes turned red as the overwhelming killing intent erupted from their bodies, rampaging through the arena. Ji Lin shook his head slightly. Being so easily disturbed was still a sign of youth. With this thought, Ji Lin focused on calming the restless killing intent within him. For the past 6 months, whenever he had killed someone, Ji Lin did not suppress the killing intent inside him, but instead sought ways to alleviate it. He would either clear his mind, cover himself with a blanket, or read books. He had gone through Master Yu Shaojiang's Thick Soul Beast Encyclopedia 3 times. Since practicing was of no use at the moment, Ji Lin had plenty of time. Sometimes when the killing intent surged, he wouldn't restrain himself and would directly use killing to counter it. To be fair, after persisting for half a year, Ji Lin had become quite good at controlling his killing intent. He could contain it within his body. Otherwise, he would have drawn the attention of the King of Slaughter long ago. Blood flowed along a groove that had appeared on the ground, forming a large and intricate pattern. Tang San and Hu Lina, who possessed head spirit bones, were curious and extended their spiritual power to try to see what kind of pattern it was. Ji Lin was not very concerned about this. Suddenly, a part of the pattern flashed, and Tang San and Hu Lina felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their consciousness instantly becoming blurred. Ji Lin only felt that maintaining the void state required more soul power. At this rate, in at most 3 minutes, my soul power would be exhausted. I hope it ends soon. Perhaps hearing Ji Lin's request, the entire pattern flashed, and Ji Lin felt the consumption of soul power suddenly intensify, scaring him into hurriedly exiting the void state. In the next second, Ji Lin, Tang San, and Hu Lina disappeared. The entire Hell Slaughter field was left with only the King of Slaughter and the bones scattered on the ground. It seemed like there were 3 people just now. Was I seeing things? Ji Lin only felt a void beneath his feet, and then a pressure surged towards him from all directions. The killing intent within him erupted uncontrollably, forming a white sphere around him. As his vision blurred, 3 people appeared on a platform. Ji Lin rubbed his dizzy head and muttered, "A teleportation array?" At this moment, he also noticed Tang San and Hu Lina not far from him. Tang San was surrounded by a layer of white ripples, a phenomenon he was very familiar with, formed by the condensation of killing intent, just like his own white sphere. Ji Lin also noticed that beneath that layer of white, there was another layer of blue. Looking at Hu Lina, he found that she was the same, only her blue was replaced with pink. Looking at the dazed Tang San, Ji Lin thought about whether to just kill him here. After all, he had attacked him 3 times. However, after some consideration, he gave up. First, Ji Lin didn't know how strong the defenses of those 2 layers of ripples were, and if he could break through without the 7-Night Starry Blade. Secondly, although he had read the original work, it had been so long that he only remembered something about a 10-headed fiery sun serpent. So he still needed Tang San to scout the way for him. Finally, it was just too boring to kill him like this. At this moment, the ripples on both of them gradually disappeared, and Ji Lin knew they were about to wake up, so he immediately slipped into the void. Chapter 78. Tang San's glorious moment. 9-1 breaking the red serpent. Tang San and Hu Lina woke up almost simultaneously. But Hu Lina was not in a good condition. A faint blood-red mist surrounded her, and her eyes emitted a red light. The white ripples that were supposed to dissipate around Tang San were also increasingly enhanced in the fluctuations. It was clear that Hu Lina was being provoked into a killing intent for some unknown reason. Seeing this, Tang San couldn't help but look serious. After some thought, he pressed his right index finger against Hu Lina's forehead and used the blue-silver domain he obtained after awakening the blue-silver emperor. Hu Lina immediately felt a coolness at her forehead, and the restless killing intent was somewhat calmed down. Seizing the opportunity, she suppressed the killing intent. For some reason, Hulaina now understood why the people of the city of Slaughter revered Bloody Mary as a treasure. Seeing Hulaina's eyes regain clarity, Tang San withdrew his finger. In Hulaina's gaze toward Tang San, something was clearly intensified. Her red lips parted slightly, and she hoarsely said, "Thank you." This sudden duck-like voice startled not only Tang San, but also Hulaina herself. Jilin, hidden in the void, couldn't help but smirk. There was no way. It was just too much of contrast. However, Tang San quickly reacted, saying, "We're in this together." After that, the two observed for a moment and found that there was only a narrow path about half a foot wide, or more than 10 centimeters, leading to an unknown red area with no other way out. Tang San leaned out from the edge of the platform, utilizing the excellent vision of the purple extreme magic eye and his outstanding mental strength, and discovered that the abyss below was filled with Bloody Mary. Upon realizing this, the two spoke in unison. This is the source of energy for the magic restraining field of the city of Slaughter. After speaking, Jilin saw Hulaina's face visibly redden, which made him raise an eyebrow, thinking, "You little vixen," blushing like a teapot. Hulaina suddenly took off her outer garment, then tore it into strips and tied them into a rope about 7 meters long, completely disregarding her rather revealing outfit. After they left, Jilin also revealed himself from the void, watching the now invisible Tang San and Hulaina, feeling a bit regretful about his decision. Was Hulaina really giving it away so easily? Did she not have a storage soul guide or didn't bring extra clothes? That she had to use her own clothes to make a rope? The most bizarre part was that she clearly knew that the path to hell was treacherous and couldn't use soul skills, yet didn't T prepare any tools? He really didn't know how they managed to get through this hellish path. After finishing his complaints, Jilin directly half lay on the platform, ready to rest and recover his soul power. With his super keen senses, Jilin also heard sound from afar, thinking, are they already clashing? His soul power was nearly restored, so he prepared to set off. Although this narrow path could only accommodate 2 feet standing side by side, it was no problem for Jilin, who was standing in a horse stance while carrying several 100 pounds of rock. As Jilin moved forward, the sound from afar became increasingly distinct. Just as he was walking, the sound suddenly ceased. Has it been resolved? Not bad speed. Not long after, Jilin stopped his footsteps, looking at the broken path ahead. About 30 meters? Thinking this, Jilin took out a 50-meter rope, one end of which was tied to a metal head similar to a shuriken, then covered the metal head with soul power and threw it out. I can use a knife to cut through sword energy. Throwing a shuriken to pierce gold and split stone isn't too much, right? After securing that section of the rope, Jilin tested it and found it quite stable. After securing the other end, Jilin successfully reached the opposite bank and then cleverly pulled back the living knot. Tang San's hidden weapons can be precisely guided. It's reasonable for me to retrieve a rope, right? As for the metal head, it was just a simple severance. Anyway, there were plenty of such metal heads. Although Jilin could jump over directly, if he did that, the tools he had prepared would soon be of no use. So next, Jilin directly stepped over the small break and used the aforementioned method to cross the large break. After walking for about half an hour, that familiar sound of fighting reappeared. Jilin thought of something and quickened his pace to catch up. Tang San looked at the poisonous mist spewed by the 10-headed fiery sun serpent and disdainfully said, "The firefly's light dares to contend with the bright moon?" Then, he took Huanglong in his left hand and strong liquor in his right, first right then left, as he unleashed the Huanglong liquor. In Hulaina's shock gaze, that magnificent red toxin vanished without a trace. Before Hulaina could recover from her shock, Tang San had already unfastened Hulaina's clothes, using the rope he made, and charged out with the Haotian hammer. The Haotian hammer emitted a dark light, and then Tang San spun around as if he had chewed on some kind of gum. Unable to stop, the Haotian hammer, radiating black light, created a black storm under Tang San's motion. With each spin, he struck the air with the Haotian hammer, and as the number of strikes increased, Tang San's momentum grew stronger, and the surrounding air currents continuously converged. Even the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, which wanted to use its agility to bypass Tang San and attack Hulaina from behind, was blown away by the strong air current combined with that black light. At this moment, Tang San, at the center of the storm, completed his move. The dark light on the Haotian hammer had become extremely bright, and Hulaina could no longer feel Tang San's soul power fluctuations. The 10-headed fiery sun serpent was clearly enraged by Tang San, and seeing that Tang San had no soul power fluctuations, it opened its bloody mouth and charged at him. Tang San felt a gust of foul wind approaching. But the aura he had cultivated in the city of slaughter for a long time kept him calm. The dark light on the Haotian hammer surged, disrupting the rhythm of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, and Tang Sen seized the opportunity, hammering down. The dark light poured out like a swift black dragon, directly smashing it to pieces. Hulaina beside him couldn't help but gasp. Hiss, that's terrifying. As the dark light dissipated, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent vanished without a trace, leaving only a dazzling red inner core floating in midair. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hulaina asked, "How did you do that?" Dong. Tang San withdrew the Haotian hammer, not turning around, but slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and said faintly, "Haotian sect, chaotic wind. 9-1. Hulaina's eyes flickered as she murmured, repeating, "Haotian sect, chaotic wind. 9-1. Is this the weight of the world's #1 sect?" Chapter 79. The road to hell is coming to an end. Just as Tang Sen stepped forward to collect the inner core, a cold light rushed from behind. Hulaina noticed it, and even in this narrow space where evasion was difficult, she still thought of a way, bending backward to easily dodge. Tang Sen leapt into the air to avoid the cold arrow. However, this caused Tang San to lose the opportunity to collect the inner core of the 10-headed sun snake. With just a gentle pull of soul power, the inner core flew into Ji Lin's hand. "Who?" Tang Sen shouted sternly. Holding the inner core in his right hand, Ji Lin slowly walked out, a light smile on his lips as he looked at Tang San and Hulaina. "It's been a long time since we last met. How have you been?" Hulaina exclaimed in surprise. 95-27. Tang San's face turned cold. "You're not dead?" "Thanks to both of you, I'm still alive," Ji Lin replied. Looking at the inner core in Ji Lin's hand, Tang San's gaze sharpened. "Return the inner core." Ji Lin raised his left hand and shook his index finger, saying, "Brother Tang, that's not quite right. This item is in my possession now. How can you prove it's yours? If you call it, will it respond?" Hearing Ji Lin refer to him as Brother Tang, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Ji Lin recognized not him, but the Haotian hammer. "So, you're not planning to return it?" Ji Lin continued, "Brother Tang, that's not what you think. As long as you can make it respond to you, I will gladly present it with both hands." Seeing this, Tang San stopped wasting words. A murderous aura surged, determined to show Ji Lin a thing or two. As he felt the almost tangible aura of killing intent approaching him, Ji Lin maintained a faint smile and fully released the killing intent within him for the first time. The two auras clashed. They seemed evenly matched, but the next moment, as Ji Lin stepped forward, his killing intent forcefully pushed Tang San's back, until Tang San was within a meter radius. Ji Lin stopped not far from Tang San, looking at him with a smile despite his poor expression. "So, Tang brother, have you thought of a way to prove it?" Tang San felt a heaviness in his chest and did not respond, just staring intently at Ji Lin. Suddenly, Ji Lin sensed his killing intent being pushed back and saw that Hulaina had also joined in. In the 1-against-2 situation, Ji Lin's killing intent was at a disadvantage, gradually being pushed back by Tang San and the other person. However, just like before, it could not be pushed back when they were 2 meters away from Ji Lin. At this moment, the three of them fell into a strange balance, with Ji Lin's killing intent occupying a 2-meter radius, glaring at Tang San and the other person. Meanwhile, Hulaina's killing intent occupied a 2.5-meter space, ready to strike. At this tense moment, Ji Lin retracted his inner core into his ring and said, "Since none of us can do anything to the other, how about this inner core as compensation for your knife?" Tang San sneered. "It seems we have the upper hand, doesn't it? Don't you think that's shameless? Perhaps outside, I am not a match for you two, but here, in this hellish road, where soul skills cannot be used, I am fully confident that I can keep you two here forever. Even if you use that chaotic cloak again, the result will still be the same. Do you really think I would believe that?" Ji Lin chuckled lightly and shook his head, his body covered in gold, while the surrounding killing intent intensified, transforming into 2 white ribbons about 4 fingers wide that gently wrapped around Ji Lin's arms. He opened his arms like he did before, facing Feng Yinjiuqiu, a contemptuous smile on his face. "Then let's give it a try." The 2 people watching fell silent, although they didn't know the purpose of the 2 ribbons. The sheer magnitude of the killing intent and the means of solidifying it were enough to prove that Ji Lin was not lying. He really had the ability to keep them here. Just as Hulaina hesitated whether to withdraw, Tang San, next to her, retracted his killing intent first. "Xiao Wu, my father and friends are still waiting for me. I absolutely cannot stay here." Since Tang San had already expressed his thoughts through action, Hulaina also chose not to persist any longer. Seeing that the two were no longer in a stance to attack, Jilin also disarmed himself. After all, it wouldn't be good to provoke them further. The atmosphere among the three fell back into an eerie silence, and it was Hulaina who broke the calm first. Since we have all decided not to fight anymore, let's leave this hellish path together without further delay. Hearing this, Jilin breathed a sigh of relief. Having Hulaina around made it easier for him to speak. Then let's give the beautiful Hu a favor. Hulaina asked, "Do you know me?" Jilin jokingly said, "Which of the young generation of soul masters doesn't know about you? The golden generation of the Spirit Hall, who were defeated by a newly established Shrek." Upon hearing this, Hulaina's expression instantly turned cold. "Are you mocking me?" Jilin waved his hand. "I'm just stating a fact. I'm curious. And of course, you don't have to answer. But what is your attitude towards Tang San, who single-handedly wiped out your team?" Hulaina glanced at Tang San beside her, but ultimately did not respond. Seeing Tang San's hand gripping the hammer tightly, Jilin knew he had achieved his goal. He clapped his hands and said loudly, "All right, I'm not that interested in this anymore. Now let's discuss the positioning issue. I'll go first, I want to be at the back." Upon hearing Jilin's request, Tang San almost instantly opposed. "Why should I? Just because I'm at a disadvantage." Tang San mocked. "Have you ever seen a disadvantaged person able to support a strong one?" Jilin shrugged, indicating that it was none of his business. In the end, the two could not argue with Jilin and had to agree to let him walk at the back. Thus, Hulaina took the lead. Tang San was in the middle, and Jilin was last. Compared to turning his back to Jilin, Tang San preferred to rely on Hulaina, with whom he had a cooperative foundation. Looking at Tang San walking backward towards him, Jilin clapped his hands and praised, "Brother Tang, I really admire your skill." Tang San ignored Jilin's sarcasm. The three were not fools or madmen. They all knew that everyone had the ability to destroy everything, and no one was doing anything underhanded. So, the three of them advanced peacefully. As they followed the only path, the surrounding temperature rose higher and higher, and they were getting closer to the blood spring below. To withstand the high temperature here, Jilin and Hulaina had to use some soul power to drive out the heat from their bodies. The blood spring beneath their feet emitted a red glow, and at this moment, Jilin felt that this place had a bit of a hellish scenery. In the surrounding air, there seemed to be a mysterious power stirring up Hulaina's killing intent, corroding her will. Tang San and Jilin were also affected, but Tang San had the purple extreme magic eye, while Jilin's eye bones were immune to such things. Tang San said, "Although it affects my spirit bit, it's acceptable." Jilin, "Aside from the restless killing intent within my body, making me feel a bit suffocated, everything is normal." Chapter 80. Full Power Future Sight. At this moment, Tang San also noticed that Hulaina was not in a good state and discreetly sent a voice transmission to her, asking how she was feeling. Hulaina's eyes were already faintly red, and she could no longer control the dissipating soul power well, causing her originally fair and graceful figure to turn pink, covered in sweat. In response to Tang San's inquiry, she found herself unable to even use soul power to communicate and quietly said, "Tang Yin, I can barely hold on." Upon learning this, Jilin's thoughts shifted slightly. Although he had not planned to keep Tang San here, people are fickle, and such a good opportunity is rare. Tang San also noticed Jilin's unusual behavior, and his right hand quietly moved to his waist. Behind him, Hulaina's breathing was becoming increasingly erratic. In order not to lose this ally, Tang San released his blue-silver domain. The light blue domain enveloped both Tang San and Hulaina, and with the help of the blue-silver domain, Hulaina's pressure suddenly decreased. Looking at the blue-silver domain in front of him, Jilin stroked his chin, realizing he had forgotten about this aspect. Under the circumstances where both sides harbor their own thoughts, the three of them walked nearly 2,000 meters. At this point, even with the help of the blue-silver domain, Hulaina could no longer control herself. "Tang Yin, I can barely hold on. While I can still control myself, knock me out." At this moment, Tang San was caught in a dilemma. It seemed Hulaina wasn't as bad off as he had previously thought. Seeing that Tang San was hesitating to take action, Hulaina became anxious. "Hurry." Before her words fell, her large foxtail broke through her hot pants and swept towards Tang San. Tang San leaped to avoid it and moved behind Hulaina. Taking advantage of the fact that Hulaina still had a shred of clarity, he struck a knife hand at her neck. Hulaina's whole body slumped into Tang San's arms, and just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a sharp sword energy struck him. Although Jilin had a good grasp of the timing and angle, he underestimated the enhancement of the blue-silver domain on Tang San. resulting in what should have been a decisive blow, only injuring Tang San's left arm. Glaring at Ji Lin, Tang San quickly applied pressure to stop the bleeding. Ji Lin secretly lamented the missed opportunity to kill Tang San. At this moment, Ji Lin, having torn off the facade, no longer restrained the killing intent within him, and he was exuding an overwhelming aura of murder. Seeing this scene, Tang San couldn't help but think, is this guy not afraid of being eroded by his own killing intent? At this point, Tang San suddenly expanded the blue-silver domain to include Ji Lin as well. Although Hu Laina felt coolness and vitality within the blue-silver domain, how could Tang San afford to give his enemy such treatment? Yilin, situated in the blue-silver domain, did not feel much, but the killing intent within him seemed to be provoked, becoming increasingly agitated, instinctively seeking a target, and Ji Lin, being the nearest, became the best choice. The killing intent roamed within him, unexpectedly merging with his soul power, rendering both the killing intent and soul power inaccessible for the time being. Tang San did not expect such an unexpected delight, but he concealed the joy in his heart. Ji Lin looked at Tang San, who had an expressionless face, and forced a smile, finding it interesting. Saying this, he raised the knife in his hand and charged forward. Although he couldn't use soul power, Ji Lin's physical strength was not weak either. Seeing Ji Lin rushing at him with great momentum, Tang San also showed a pained expression. Ji Lin couldn't use soul power, but his own situation wasn't great either. Although he still had a fair amount of soul power left, most of it was being used to suppress the killing intent. If he consumed it here, not to mention whether he could finish the remaining journey. Once he overextended himself and couldn't contain the increasingly violent killing intent, he would also fall into madness. A Zhuge divine crossbow appeared in Tang San's hands, and he pulled the trigger, sending 16 arrows shooting towards Ji Lin like the wind. Ji Lin, however, was unafraid. Although he couldn't use his soul power, this body was strong enough to match a soul emperor who couldn't use soul skills. Moreover, with the enhancement of the 10,000-year external soul bone on his vision, Ji Lin was confident he could dodge. He swiftly slid past the 16 arrows. At the same time, Tang San shot the arrows. He bound the unconscious Hu Laina to his chest with blue silver grass and used Ghost Shadow Misty Step to escape. While running, he also used the Hao Ian Hammer to destroy the ground along the way. By the time Ji Lin dodged the arrows, Tang San had already created a gap of nearly 50 meters. Yi Lin frowned. Normally, he would try even without soul power, but now, considering his life, he decided to first release his killing intent and soul power. He sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state. Ji Lin saw his transparent soul power and white killing intent intertwining. He didn't hesitate and began to seriously refine the killing intent. After about an hour, the two were completely separated. Ji Lin breathed a sigh of relief. The hour of intense work had truly exhausted him, but there was no time to rest now. The soul power surged, and he leaped across the 50-meter chasm in an instant. However, what Ji Lin didn't notice was that his transparent soul power had turned somewhat pale. After half an hour of full sprinting, he finally reached the end of the road. Looking at the white light curtain that was 100 meters high and 1,000 meters away, Ji Lin was curious about Tang San and the others. At that moment, a black dot appeared at the exit, and with his amazing eyesight, Ji Lin recognized it was Tang San. At the same time, Tang San also saw Ji Lin below and shouted, "Ji brother, you finally made it." Ji Lin replied, "I was too blind before and didn't recognize you, Tang brother. I didn't know you were waiting for me at the finish line. What is your intention?" Tang San smiled, "Just to give Ji brother a great gift." Saying this, his hands turned jade-like as he reached into the Rui Hunter treasure bag and took out a snow-white celestial herb. The herb was flawless white, and each blade of grass naturally curved, resembling the elegant neck of a white swan, aptly named the Snow-White Swan's Kiss. This herb could amplify toxicity 100-fold. Even the most skilled poison master would die instantly if they held it. Using such a rare treasure to bid farewell to Ji brother is not considered negligence. And with the entire city of Slaughter accompanying you in death, it's truly extraordinary. After saying this, without hesitation, Tang San threw it down at Ji Lin, who had a pale face, and then picked up Hu Laina and stepped into the white light curtain. Farewell, Yi Lin. However, due to the environmental influence and his anxious mood, Tang San did not notice the colorful patterns covering the upper half of Ji Lin's face and the crystalline bone structure around his eyes. The snow-white swan's kiss fell straight into the blood spring below, which immediately began to boil and released a blood-colored mist. The road beneath also started to corrode. Jilin just quietly watched all of this. Long before Tang San took out the snow-white swan's kiss, Jilin had already begun to use future sight, and this time, because of Jilin's increased strength and the evolution of the external soul bone alongside his growth, Jilin saw 1 minute into the future at the cost of 90% of his soul power and half of his mental power. This was also Jilin's limit. In the future vision, Jilin sees that he is not dead. After a moment of thought, he realizes the reason. This Tang San, has he forgotten to give me something? Chapter 81, The God of Killing Revered. The moment Tang San stepped into the white light curtain, he found himself in a vast white world, where he lost all power to resist. It was as if he were a puppet at the mercy of others. A seemingly endless cold surged towards Tang San like a tide, and even after eating the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass, he couldn't help but shiver. While his consciousness rapidly faded away, Hulaina was the same. In fact, due to being knocked out by Tang San, she was still unaware that she had left the road to hell. With the help of tools, Jilin arrived at the exit like Tarzan. He looked back at the foggy path of hell and left a message, wishing good luck before stepping into the light curtain. Unlike Tang San, Jilin also entered that snowy white world, but he did not faint. Just as Jilin was curiously observing, a transparent figure suddenly took shape in the white world, and then the figure became more and more real. "Kid, how have you been these past few days?" The figure said with a smile. "Lo, what brings you here?" Jilin asked with some confusion, approaching quietly. Luo shrugged. "If I don't come, who will give you the prizes?" "Is that so?" Jilin ruthlessly threw a punch. But it passed right through. I said, "After not seeing you for a long time, you could at least give me a warm hug. But treating me this way seems a bit rude." Seeing Jilin squinting at him, Luo guessed what he was thinking. "This is just a trace of my divine thought. If you want to hit me, you have to come to the divine realm first." TCH. Only then did Jilin speak up, saying, "Then you wait in the divine realm. I will definitely punch you in the face." Using your words, does that mean you're quite brave? Just kidding. What about my reward? Luo cleared his throat. "Don't be impatient. Let me explain. As your reward for passing through the hell road, my unique skill, the god-slaying domain, is yours. How about that? Aren't you very happy?" Jilin tightened the knife in his hand. Luo seemed oblivious to Jilin's gloomy expression and continued to speak to himself. The Killing God domain is a talent-type domain that engraves the killing intent you have accumulated in the City of Slaughter onto your martial soul. The other two are easy to deal with, but you are different. You don't have a martial soul, so I have provided you with another option. Seeing that Luo had brought up an important matter, Jilin couldn't help but ask what option. However, Luo posed another question to Jilin. "What do you think a martial soul means for the Killing God domain?" Jilin was already accustomed to Luo's personality. After thinking for a while, he replied, "A carrier." Luo nodded. "That's right, the martial soul is the carrier of the god of death domain, so we just need to change the carrier. For example, soul bones are quite good." Jilin nodded thoughtfully and then asked a question that had troubled him for a long time. In the original work, Tang San's Killing God domain is much stronger than Hulaina's. What are the factors that affect the strength of the Killing God domain? This is a very good question, and there are mainly two aspects to consider: innate and acquired factors. The innate factors refer to the conditions at the time the Killing God domain is formed, which mainly include the amount of killing intent, the quality of the carrier, and the degree of compatibility with the carrier, in which the order is amount-quality compatibility. The acquired factors are related to the degree of evolution of the carrier over time. Jilin asked, "Can I make up for my innate shortcomings with the killing intent developed later?" Hearing this question, Luo smiled in a strange way and said, "Do you think those soul masters outside Haven T killed? Yet they don't have killing intent? Is killing intent only obtainable in the City of Slaughter? Why do you want to do this?" Luo glanced at Jilin deeply and said, "I never noticed your killing intent was so strong before." Jilin did not feel afraid of Luo's gaze because this was not his hometown. It was a place where the law of the jungle was very obvious, and he didn't want to be killed. Luo's gaze became even colder, but then suddenly returned to his previous calm and humorous demeanor, saying, "That's true." Jilin let out a quiet breath. The previous bravado had made him quite tense. "You still haven't answered me. You said that if killing outside could also gain killing intent, how many people would participate, and how many innocent deaths would occur?" Jilin retorted, "But you are the god of Azura, the god of slaughter, representing killing." Luo suddenly turned around, looking very serious at Jilin. "It is precisely because I am a god, the god of slaughter, that I understand the terror of killing the most. Back then, I couldn't stand watching those people continuously kill for the sake of killing intent, which is why I froze the killing intent within the City of Slaughter." Luo's words left Ji Lin stunned in place, looking at his own hands as if he could see the blood that could not be washed away. Is this me? When did I become so bloodthirsty? Seeing Ji Lin in a daze, Luo explained, even if you have a soul bone that allows you to be unaffected by mental influences, the killing intent can make you become indifferent, arrogant, and lose respect for life without you realizing it. This influence cannot be avoided, even by God. So does that mean killing is not allowed? Is killing wrong? Yilin murmuret. Of course not. After all, you can't expect a dog to understand human language. The sudden joke made Ji Lin laugh, lightening his heavy mood considerably. Seeing this, Luo also breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Ji Lin's mindset hadn't collapsed. Otherwise, he would really have to find that old sea god. To help you grow stronger, I have granted you the ability to absorb soul rings without a martial soul. In fact, this was also Ji Lin's fault. If he hadn't killed so many in such a short time, Luo wouldn't have personally come down to awaken him. Seeing Ji Lin's mood lighten, Luo continued to seize the opportunity. Just like everything has its positive and negative sides, killing is no exception. Killing can take lives, but it can also protect lives. It can make people indifferent to life, but it can also make people cherish life. As long as you grasp the right measure. It's fine. Too much is as bad as too little. Ji Lin sat on the ground in silence, digesting Luo's words alone, while Luo just quietly stayed there. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Ji Lin finally stood up. Luo raised an eyebrow. Have you figured it out? Ji Lin smiled and said, how is that possible? Everyone understands the reasoning, but how many can truly achieve it? I'm just doing my best. Luo nodded and said, then let's get down to business. Which soul bone do you choose as the vessel? Ji Lin smiled and pointed to the corner of his eye, naturally referring to this. Since the slaughter is so terrifying, shouldn't I place it in the most conspicuous place to warm myself? Whatever, anyway, to you, any piece of soul bone is the same. Just as Luo was about to carve the god of slaughter's domain onto Ji Lin's eye socket, Ji Lin retracted his head and asked, wait a minute. This might hurt a bit. Don't worry, it won't hurt much. After a moment, Ji Lin said, am I provoking you? A pain point is just a pain point. This is my first time doing this. How would I know? Chapter 82. Appointment. Not knowing how long had passed, Tang San felt that the coldness was gradually retreating, replaced by a familiar warmth that made him feel comforted. That was the feeling of his mother. Meanwhile, Ji Lin's side was also nearing its end. When the deep-seated pain dissipated, Ji Lin curled up on the ground in agony, greedily breathing in the air. Damn, even Guan Gong's bones scraping for poison isn't this bad. After a long while, Ji Lin trembled to stand up and said, damn it, I shouldn't have believed your nonsense regarding this. Not a word of it was true. Everyone has a first time. Don't worry. Next time will definitely be on point. You still want it next time? Don't be ungrateful. Others have begged me for this opportunity. After the jokes, Ji Lin also asked about other matters. Is there anything else? Otherwise, this little matter shouldn't warrant you making a trip, right? Indeed, Luo nodded. Do you know where this place is? Ji Lin rolled his eyes. Come on. Just answering your previous questions has already killed quite a few brain cells. How would I know about such a ridiculous thing you're asking now? If you want to talk, go ahead, but if not, just let me out quickly. Oh, is this how you treat the elderly? I've always been like this towards those who rely on their age. I'm a god. You're a god of slaughter. And you don't even have a statue, so you're not worthy to talk to me. Luo clutched his chest, looking seriously hurt. All right, what exactly is this place? Nothing much, just a place of inheritance of the Shura god. Place of inheritance? That's right. Once you come here and gain the domain of the god of slaughter, you will be qualified to inherit my divine position. How about it? Are you tempted? Yilin nodded. Indeed, who wouldn't want a divine position? But it's not that easy, right? Of course. To successfully embark on the path of inheriting the Azura god, the first step is to obtain my divine artifact, the Azura Demon Sword, which is currently in the hands of the King of Slaughter, the most powerful inheritor in history. So why are you telling me this? I don't have a chance at all. At least it's something to think about. Ji Lin said irritably. All right, let me go out. Luo didn't say anything, just waved his hand, and Ji Lin's body began to dissipate. By the way, what exactly is a sack? It's just a name in Douluo. After Ji Lin disappeared, the humor on Luo's face gradually faded, and a sense of divine solemnity spread. At that moment, Luo resembled a true deity. The path of the Shura must be a mountain of bones and a sea of blood. Maintaining one's true self amid slaughter and not losing oneself is the most important thing. I hope you don't forget that compassionate side of yourself, or I will have no choice but to personally eliminate you. Why? Why are you from the Houian sect, and I am from the Spirit Hall? Why did I fall for you? Tang Sin did not look back and continued to walk firmly towards the cave entrance. At this moment, Tang Hao was already waiting outside the cave. Tang Sin saw Tang Hao from a distance, and before he could speak, Tang Hao said, "Let's go. The spirit hall has sent people." Seeing this, Tang San had to suppress his thoughts of waiting to see if Jilin was still alive. The blood poison that had become 1,000 times stronger, even after consuming the 8 treasure ice grass and the fire apricot, I still couldn't withstand it. This time, I should have truly killed him. What Tang Sin didn't know was that the Jilin he believed to be dead had already come out. Looking at the scene before him, Jilin was a bit speechless. Hulaina was crying in the arms of a handsome young man with a delicate demeanor, while a middle-aged man with a sinister expression and cold aura stood beside them. Jilin complained invarbly, feeling that it resembled the way parents comfort a daughter after a breakup. Ju, Ghost Douluo, and Hulaina also noticed Jilin. Hulaina, unable to care about her reddened eyes, exclaimed, "You're not dead?" It was no wonder Hulaina was so surprised. Just moments ago, Tang San had told him that Jilin had been left behind in the city of slaughter with his poison. Based on Tang San's previous behavior and the reputation of the Pa family, Jilin should have been undoubtedly dead. Jilin shrugged his shoulders and said, "Are you blind? I'm standing right here. Do you think I'm dead? How dare you talk to my Nana like that? Are you tired of living?" After saying that, the petals shimmering with a metallic luster spun and attacked Jilin, which was the 5th soul skill of Ju Douluo, Gathering of Cold Blossoms. Jilin made no move, just quietly watching. Just as the attack was about to hit Jilin, a pair of black and blue skeletal giant hands suddenly emerged from the ground to block the attack from Ju Douluo. "Old ghost, what are you doing? Didn't you see that kid mocking Nana? First, take a look at what that kid is holding." Upon hearing this, Ju Douluo also noticed the object in Jilin's hand and coldly said, "Are you a person of the Great Offering?" "No. When did the Great Offering have such a young person under him?" Jilin tossed the token in his hand back and forth and said, "As a trusted confidant of Bibi Dong, you should be able to guess for whom I serve, right?" Hearing Jilin directly call out the teacher's name, Hulaina immediately became angry, but Ju Douluo nodded. Daring to use such a tone to directly address the Pope's name, it seems you truly are that person. "Well, since we are all from the Spirit Hall, let's go together." In response to Ju Douluo's invitation, Jilin did not answer, but instead showed a sly smile. "Elder Ju, how do you think Spirit Hall members should deal with outsiders who unite against their colleagues?" The expressions of Hulaina and the others changed since no one knew before that Jilin was a member of the Spirit Hall. Ignoring the three, Jilin continued to speak to himself. "Do you think if I tell my master about this matter, she will go to the Pope's palace and have a good talk with Bibi Dong?" Ju narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to take action, he was stopped by Ghost Douluo beside him. Ju Douluo was quite confused and immediately communicated through sound. "Old ghost, what are you doing? Calm down, Ju. That kid is saying this in front of us, undoubtedly wanting some benefits." "What? That kid is actually trying to pull something over my head?" "No. I must make sure he doesn't leave this cave." "Calm down. The Pope's great cause is imminent. We can't easily offend the offerings now. What if he regrets it later and leaks information? As long as he accepts our benefits, we have a reason to exonerate Nana and even strike back at that kid." "All right, then let the kid have his moment of pride." Seeing his old friend agree, Ghost Douluo stepped forward and said, "Kid, speak up. What do you want?" "Elder, what you said makes no sense," Jilin said with confusion. "However, I do have one thing I want to ask both elders for help with. I want you to help me hunt a soul beast. Your soul power is only level 43, right? So urgent? You don't need to worry about that, elder." "Then you and Nana, may I ask for the beautiful lady's name?" Chapter 83. Conversation in the Featherwing bookstore, watching Hulaina and the three gradually move away. Jilin set off on the road to Tiando City. Tang Sin should be at Yuexian by now, so he would go ahead and get that sea goddess heart. However, thinking about the inconsistent Su Yuntao, Jilin had little hope for this plan, mainly preparing to absorb the inner core of the 10 sun fire serpents from Qianrenxue. Jilin's main strength enhancement comes from energy infusion, and the easiest source of energy in the Douluo world is the soul ring. However, due to the rules of the Douluo world, one cannot draw upon it unless they reach the corresponding level. The inner core of the 10 fiery sun serpents is one of the few things that is not bound by this rule. Although the energy contained is only equivalent to that of a 40,000 year soul beast, its quality is several levels higher than that of Qianrenxue's holy light Pegasus. 12 days later, in Heavendo City, this journey has been smooth for Jilin, due to his increased strength and cold gaze. Only a madman would dare to trouble Jilin. After not visiting for a long time, Heavendo City is still bustling and prosperous. Although Jilin's killing intent has been contained within the killing god domain, killing so many people over the past 6 months has changed him significantly. For instance, he now possesses a gaze that disregards life and a different style of conduct. For example, the sole sovereign who bumped into Jilin just now would have been killed by Jilin in the Slaughter City, even if there were others around. To conceal his identity, Jilin would wait for a moonless, windy night to pay a visit. Hearing the way of the Tao in the morning, one could die in the evening. It is nothing unusual. However, recalling Luo's warning, Jilin restrained his urge to kill and instead grabbed the man's neck, pressing him to the ground, asking if he dared to do it again. After seeing the man tearfully apologize, Jilin thought that this feeling wasn't so bad. After letting that person go, Jilin continued walking towards the center of Heavendo City, which was clearly more prosperous, with more exquisite buildings. However, the passing pedestrians seemed fewer, and there was a hint of arrogance on their faces. Jilin sensed a familiar and subtle wave of soul power. But there were many soul masters around, yet only Jilin perceived it. Is it coming for me? This soul power feels a bit familiar. If it's him, then it should be that. Looking at the 4 characters' winged bookhouse, Jilin pushed the door open. Douluo was sitting in a recliner, still holding that angel log. What did you call me here for? Douluo raised his head. I heard you obtained the god of killing domain. So I came to see how you're doing. You strong ones are so kind. The stronger you are, the longer you live. The 2 promises you made to me become even more valuable. Also, don't think that the Spirit Hall is common. Even in Spirit City, there are only about 3,000. Regarding Douluo's unintentional Versailles, Jilin could only mutter, damn. If you just came to mock and hit me, then you have succeeded. Douluo chuckled lightly. You're already struck down by that? Then how do you feel about what I'm going to do next? As he spoke, Douluo, whose body seemed somewhat frail, stood up from the recliner. Looking at the old man in front of him, who resembled a candle flickering in the wind, Jilin did not dare to be careless. After all, he was one of the 3 strongest under the Douluo gods. Known as the invincible angel Douluo of the previous generation, a level 99 demigod and the grand elder of the Spirit Hall, Douluo. Seeing Jilin on guard, Douluo slowly raised his right hand. Don't be so agitated. I'm just an old man nearing the end of my days. Not that scary. Turning around, he looked at Douluo, who had appeared beside him without him noticing, and that wrinkled hand was also resting on Jilin's shoulder. In Jilin's originally calm eyes, there was also a flash of surprise. He had not sensed the soul power, just like Tang San's 9-9 Return to 1. Jilin couldn't help but ask, what is this? One of the inheritances of the Qian family, the Ling Yun step. Jilin frowned slightly. How come I haven't heard of it? Douluo withdrew his hand, feeling a bit amused by Jilin's question. How many people from the Qian family have you seen? How can you say that? How many people actually have this? A trace of loneliness appeared on Douluo's face. Now only I and Xiao Shui are left in the Qian family. That can't be right, logically speaking. With such a strong martial soul, shouldn't you be flourishing? How could there be just one seedling left? Do you think my angel martial soul is like those inferior ones? At this point, even the seasoned Douluo showed a hint of pride, but then his tone mixed with a touch of loneliness, plus aside from me. Everyone else is a dedicated person. My Qian family has always been dwindling. There was a woman who left a deep impression on me. Back when my close friend and rival traveled the continent together, Douluo had already begun to reminisce, but Jilin quickly interrupted him. Stop. I'm not interested in your glorious past. Are you trying to teach me by showing off your heritage in front of me? After hearing this, Douluo burst into laughter, which made Jilin quite annoyed. If he could win, Jilin would definitely make him understand what it means to reason with someone. What's so funny? Douluo, stop laughing. You really don't know what self-created soul skills mean, do you? Seeing Jilin's gloomy face, Douluo didn't keep his secret anymore. The so-called self-created soul skills are skills developed by soul masters based on the nature of their martial souls and soul power, unique to themselves or to those who share the same martial soul. That's why almost no one outside knows that my Spirit Hall has a legacy like Ling Yun's step. People are so foolish, they don't even think about how the recently established Hao Ian sect and Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect both have legacies like Great Sumru and Transformation Dragon. How could my Spirit Hall, with a 1,000-year legacy, not have one? Jilin said unhappily. Then why are you bragging to me? Teasing me and not giving me anything to eat. That's unethical, isn't it? You could create one yourself. Is it really that easy to create a personal soul skill? Douluo took out an item from the soul guide. Well, it's quite unfortunate. but I do have a manual left by my ancestors regarding the creation of personal soul skills. Jilin warned, is it free for me? Of course not. You have to stay here and watch the shop for a year, and during this time, you need to do your best to help Xiao Shui. Jilin was a bit incredulous. Was it really that simple? Of course, I told you, the stronger you are, the more I earn. After clarifying some matters with Jilin, Douluo was also ready to leave. At this moment, Jilin suddenly asked, I have something I really want to do, but I feel very troubled about it. What do you think I should do? Is this kid planning to earn the position of the Azura God? Just now I gave you some information, and you didn't listen. Now it's no use begging me. Just go ahead and do it, just like you said before. As long as you have no regrets. Upon hearing this, Jilin bowed to Douluo, making Douluo feel a bit embarrassed. On the way back, Douluo felt that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Sigh, forget it. I hope that under the influence of that kid, Xiao Shui can start to focus on her cultivation. Chapter 84. Jilin stabs the Crown Prince. Jilin walked back and forth in the bookstore several times and was quite satisfied with the place. Although there were many books, it was not crowded, and the decor was steady and elegant. The small room at the back, used as a lounge, was also extremely comfortable. However, there was one drawback. There were no secret rooms, and it was located in the center of Douluo City, surrounded by many soul masters. So it was not suitable for Jilin to absorb his inner Dan. It seemed he still needed to find a local power. In Douluo City, Jilin should have two places where he could borrow a secret room. One was the Prince's Mansion, and the other was the Shinkong Academy. What? You say there's also the Blaze Academy? Please, what is the difference between going to Blaze and going to Shinkong Academy? After some consideration, Jilin decided to head to the Prince's Mansion. There were 3 reasons. First, compared to Feng Xiaodian and Huowu, Qianrenxue was undoubtedly more reassuring for Jilin. After all, in this day and age, the one who owes money is the master. Second, Feng Xiaodian and Huowu were not the absolute leaders. There were too many people and eyes there, and it was possible that the news of his arrival in Douluo City could leak out. Jilin had quite a few enemies in Douluo City, and he just wanted to adjust his mindset while occasionally helping Qianrenxue. So it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Third, since he promised to help Qianrenxue, he should naturally pay her a visit. Otherwise, it would be bad to inadvertently disrupt her arrangements. Jilin also knows that Qianrenxue's actions must have other purposes, but what does it matter? As long as he can gain enough benefits, that's all that matters. Why think so much? As the crown prince of the Douluo Empire, Xueqing's mansion is naturally very grand. At this time, it was dark and windy, but there were still 2 great soul masters guarding the gate of the crown prince's mansion. The 2 were rather bored, joking around, completely unaware that a pair of eyes in the shadows nearby were watching them. It's unclear whether those 2 are from the Spirit Hall, but if they aren't, and someone with the Spirit Hall's token came to visit the crown prince of Douluo in the middle of the night, it would be quite a spectacle. So it's better to sneak in. During the 6 months in the City of Slaughter, Jilin didn't know how many times he had practiced dark stealth. Now he could confidently say he was a professional. Entering through a courtyard gate was a piece of cake. Although the crown prince's mansion was large, there weren't many people. And since it was night, Jilin immediately withdrew from his ethereal state upon entering. Just as Jilin revealed himself, the porcupine Douluo had already detected the intrusion. Young master, it seems a little mouse has come in. Xueqing was somewhat surprised. After all, apart from the time he had just poisoned the 2nd and 3rd princes, no one had ever dared to intrude at night. Thinking of this, a smile curved at the corner of Xueqing's mouth. Then please, elder, capture him. I want to see who is behind him to dare reach for my crown prince's mansion. The porcupine Douluo took his orders and left, leaving Xueqing alone in the room to quietly drink tea and read. Meanwhile, Jilin, who had just entered and was preparing to look for Qianrenxue, stopped and said expressionlessly, Since you have come, why not show yourself? The porcupine Douluo's puzzled voice rang out. Oh, you're quite interesting. I'm a titled Douluo skilled in stealth. How did you find me? The younger generation naturally has ways to uncover it. The porcupine Douluo stepped out of the darkness, looking at Jilin, who was cloaked in a black robe and had his face covered. Is that so? Your skill is quite impressive. Why not come under the crown prince? You would have all the wealth and glory. Your highness seems a bit too confident. If I want to leave, you cannot stop me. The porcupine Douluo grinned. Is that so? Kid, watch your words. 3rd soul skill, porcupine swim. To avoid causing a commotion, the porcupine Douluo chose not to use any powerful attack soul skills, instead relying on his physical strength and speed to capture the arrogant kid. It's hard to imagine that the porcupine Douluo, with his massive physique, could be so agile, and with the pressure of a tidal dog firmly locking onto Jilin. One could say this was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The pressure of a tidal Douluo is indeed extraordinary. Had it been any other soul master, they might have felt like ants on a hot pan. However, what the City of Slaughter brought to Jilin, besides the god of Slaughter's domain, was a spirit that remained unyielding even in the face of great danger. This pressure was indeed strong. Even the flow of my soul power was not very smooth. But in terms of momentum, the god of Slaughter's domain would not lose. Releasing the god of Slaughter's domain immediately countered the impact of the porcupine's pressure, and then he disappeared into thin air. Just as the porcupine doll was about to grab Jilin by the neck, he suddenly saw a flash of white light and was stunned, realizing Jilin had vanished. The porcupine frowned. What was that chilling white light just now? Even I was caught off guard and momentarily dazed. Who on earth is capable of using such power? To prevent Jilin from returning, the porcupine Douluo decided to guard the courtyard of Qianrenxue closely. However, what the porcupine Douluo didn't know was that the so-called assassin had not left. He was still standing right in front of him. Following closely behind the porcupine, Jilin thought ominously, "Since you've given me such a big surprise, it's only right to return the favor." The porcupine directly approached the outside of Qianrenxue's room and respectfully said, "Sorry, young master has escaped." Inside, Xue Qinghe was somewhat surprised. To escape from the elder's grasp, it seemed this time S mastermind should not be underestimated. The porcupine briefly summarized what had happened earlier and added, "Rest assured, young master, the porcupine will definitely protect you at all costs. That will be trouble for you." Yes. After saying that, he concealed his figure, disappearing without a trace. Inside the room, Xue Qinghe pondered. That Hulaina just returned from the City of Slaughter and suddenly exhibited skills resembling the god of Slaughter's domain. Is it coincidence? That's too coincidental. Could it be you who ordered this? Suddenly, Xue Qinghe sensed a wave of soul power behind him. He summoned his martial soul, but had no time to use a soul skill. A wave of coldness froze him in place, and Qianrenxue was greatly alarmed. The god of Slaughter's domain? Although the god of Slaughter's domain is strong, Xue Qinghe's strength far surpassed Jilin's, and with his six-winged angel martial soul, he was only momentarily stunned. But that was enough. An ordinary knife was pressed against Xue Qinghe's neck, and a faint voice came, "General." Xue Qinghe was very puzzled. Did this person really think an ordinary knife could threaten him? How naive. Just as Xue Qinghe was about to make a move, the knife was pulled back again. Chapter 85. The sudden rebellion of soul power. Xue Qinghe turned around, looking at the masked figure behind him, and questioned, "Who are you?" At this moment, the porcupine Douluo, sensing the fluctuation of soul power, arrived late and saw Jilin, quickly taking an attacking stance, waiting for Xue Qinghe's command. Jilin removed the black cloth from his face. Looking at the man in front of him, Xue Qinghe hesitantly said, "Jilin?" It was no wonder Xue Qinghe felt confused. Although Jilin's appearance had not changed much, his demeanor had undergone a tremendous transformation. "It's me. What are you doing here?" Xue Qinghe continued to stare intently at Jilin, especially since that guy was holding a deadly weapon. Seeing that Xue Qinghe was still on guard, Jilin guessed that Douluo probably hadn't told him anything. Reluctantly, he took out the token that Douluo had given him. Sure enough, upon seeing the token, both Xue Qinghe and the porcupine relaxed a lot, but still cautiously asked, "Where did you get this token?" "Your grandfather Douluo gave it to me." Upon hearing this, the two finally dispelled their last doubts, as only someone at the elder level could know both Douluo's name and his relationship with Xue Qinghe. A fact even the Platinum Bishop Salas was unaware of. After retracting his martial soul, Xue Qinghe coldly said, "What are you doing here? And what was that behavior just now?" "Your grandfather asked me to work by your side for a year. Just now. I was merely returning the favor for sending someone to retrieve my gift." Xue Qinghe scoffed. "What can you, a soul master, do for me?" Jilin calmly poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table and took a sip. "But my soul sect just took your life." Xue Qinghe, feeling anxious, replied, "That was a sneak attack. I wasn't even prepared." Jilin took another sip. Only children would fuss over those things. "You get lost." Jilin put down the teacup and looked at Xue Qinghe. "I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. I'm here not only to say hello, but also to borrow a secret room to consolidate my cultivation." Xue Qinghe crossed his arms and sneered. "Why should I agree to you, just because you have your grandfather's token?" Jilin touched his chin and looked around Xue Qinghe, his gaze making even someone with excellent qi cultivation like Xue Qinghe feel a bit uncomfortable. Frowning, he asked, "What are you doing?" Ji Lin tilted his head and calmly said something that sent shivers down the woman's spine. Miss Shui, you wouldn't want to be seen while taking a shower, would you? Others might not take such words seriously, as Shui Qinghe's protective barriers were not something just anyone could breach. However, Ji Lin had just appeared behind her without a sound. If he hadn't intentionally leaked a hint of his presence, she truly wouldn't have noticed. Shui Qinghe's tone grew colder. Do you know what you're saying? Of course. Then I'll just use Shui Qinghe's appearance whenever I take a shower from now on. Ji Lin remained calm. Oh, love even more. You, Shui Qinghe, did not expect Ji Lin to be so twisted, so you'll have to stay here forever tonight. Why? Is it because of that can't touch me? Or is it because of you, a soul saint with a knife at your neck? As soon as these words were spoken, the beside them narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was quite tense. Shui Qinghe stared intently at Ji Lin, and Ji Lin also fixed his gaze on Shui Qinghe. After a long time, Shui Qinghe finally waved his hand and said, Elder, take him to the secret room. Yes. After the two left, Shui Qinghe kicked over the table that held the cups. Meanwhile, on the way to the secret room, the suddenly said, Kid, you're quite arrogant. Huh? Am I? I think I'm quite amiable. The way you came in and offended people reminds me of someone. Ji Lin became interested. Who is it? You should have heard of his name. Tang Hao. Oh, have you had dealings with him? Not really, but his deeds are widely known among us. What does that mean? It doesn't mean much. Cyan stopped, turned, and leaned close to Ji Lin's ear, saying, Be careful when walking at night. After speaking, he patted Ji Lin's shoulder and left directly. The room in front is the secret chamber. Remember to close the door tightly, or I can't guarantee that no one will slip in. After all, you know that a little mouse has come to the prince's residence tonight. Ji Lin frowned and quietly watched the back of the porcupine, leaving until it disappeared from sight before retracting his gaze. As he walked into the room, the central pit was strikingly noticeable. Ji Lin thought for a moment and decided to carefully check the thick door bolt before putting it in place. He then walked into the cave, and as he entered, a series of mechanical sounds echoed, causing the entrance to slowly close. At this point, from the outside, it was impossible to see anything unusual with the naked eye. The tunnel inside was lined with numerous glowing stones for illumination. After walking down the tunnel for about 15 meters, Ji Lin finally arrived at the so-called secret chamber. Pushing open the heavy stone door, Ji Lin saw the scenery behind the stone door, which had a tomb-like ambience. However, he reminded himself that he was not there to enjoy the view. Ji Lin sat on the only object in the entire secret room, a large square stone platform. Suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, Ji Lin took out the 10 inner pills of the fierce sun snake. As soon as the blood-red inner pills appeared, the temperature in the entire room seemed to rise significantly. Although he didn't know how to absorb them, in the original work, Ma Hongjun absorbed them as soul rings, so it should be fine to follow the method of absorbing soul rings. However, Ji Lin always felt that treating an inner pill as a soul ring was a wrong decision. After all, inner pills are meant to be consumed. Ji Lin raised his head, and that inner elixir was swallowed with a gulp. Immediately, a strong feeling of heat surged from his stomach, while waves of restless energy rushed from his stomach to his limbs and bones. Now, all he needed to do was to control this energy and guide it into his dantian to complete the absorption of the inner elixir. Previously, when absorbing soul rings, those various energies were absorbed by Ji Lin into his own transparent soul power to expand his dantian. However, unexpectedly, an incident occurred. Just as Ji Lin was strenuously guiding that energy into his dantian, the soul power that had been quietly resting in the dantian suddenly surged out on its own, merging with the external energy within Ji Lin's body. Seeing this scene, Ji Lin was a bit bewildered. This situation had never occurred before when absorbing those soul ring energies. However, the pain coming from his body did not leave Ji Lin much time to ponder the reason. He didn't know how to stop the collision of the two energies, so Ji Lin had to focus all his energy on stabilizing the scale of the battle between both sides. Chapter 86. The might of the god of killing's domain under Ji Lin's intentional control, the two sides did not gradually calm down as Ji Lin had expected. Instead, it became a situation of no retreat. Fortunately, having experienced pain before in Luo's body, Ji Lin was able to endure. With the help of the 10,000-year external soul bone and his previous experience of pain, Ji Lin was still able to maintain his consciousness. However, the physical pain was secondary. The important thing was the psychological pain. Watching the external inner elixir energy diminish, Ji Lin felt a deep sense of heartache. The inner elixir he had painstakingly snatched from Tang Sand might just be wasted like this, and it felt like a knife was cutting through his heart. Forget it. Let us prioritize survival first. Just when Ji Lin made up his mind to assist his soul power in defeating the external energy, the 10,000-year eye socket bone underwent a mutation. No, it should be said that the god of killing's domain engraved upon it had begun to act. Ji Lin's eye corner revealed crystalline bone, and colorful patterns appeared on his face. However, unlike last time on the Hell Road, this time a circle of white patterns appeared on Ji Lin's forehead. The god of killing's domain automatically released, enveloping Ji Lin within it. Interestingly, at the moment the god of killing's domain was unleashed, the two energies within Ji Lin's body flowed like mice seeing a cat or children finding their mother. Orderly and without Ji Lin's mental control, flowing along one side of the meridians towards Ji Lin's head, specifically to that eye bone. When the two energies flowed through the eye bone and emerged from the other side, it was as if they had entered a dye house, transforming into a stream of white energy, resembling the color on Ji Lin's forehead. Ji Lin was both delighted and a bit confused. Why did the killing god realm suddenly have unusual activity, and what was this white soul power all about? At this moment, Ji Lin also noticed that the soul power that had not yet undergone the killing god realm's coloring was also showing a hint of white. What the hell? Isn't my soul power supposed to be transparent? Could this be the reason for my soul power's violent outburst? As Ji Lin pondered the reasons behind this, the colored soul power had already entered his dantian. Strangely, there was no fusion or conflict between the uncolored and colored soul powers. Instead, they were clearly separated by a distinct line. At this point, the dantian was already filled, but the energy from the colored soul power continued to flow in endlessly, while the outflow speed of the uncolored soul power was far slower than the inflow speed. Thus, Ji Lin's dantian was continuously expanding. If the expansion during previous cultivation was like water dripping through stone, then now it felt like being torn apart by 5 horses, and the pain was even stronger than the suffering he experienced when Luo Ming carved the killing god realm. Oh my kidneys! The immense pain made it impossible for Ji Lin to maintain a seated position. He rolled on the ground, hitting the floor hard. Fortunately, it was the dead of night, and the secret room was several meters underground, so there was no possibility of the FBI suddenly knocking at the door. At this time, about 30% of the inner pill remained unabsorbed by Ji Lin, but he could no longer bear it. The white soul power continued to surge into his soul power. No, I need to think of a way. Otherwise, I'll eventually burst. A solution. I got to compress. I need to compress this soul power. Ji Linxiang's molars were almost shattered from the pain. He endured the discomfort and began to mobilize the new soul power in his dantian. Fortunately, the new soul power in his dantian was surprisingly easier to manipulate than the previous soul power, responding to his commands as if it were an extension of his limbs. Obedient and compliant, Ji Lin was overjoyed and immediately began to mobilize his mental strength to help compress his soul power. In this way, while soul power was being transmitted from one side, Ji Lin was compressing it from the other. Although his speed could not match the flow of soul power, it effectively alleviated the trend of amplification. Although it was still very painful, it was within a bearable range. Thus, Ji Lin continued to compress his soul power while enduring the immense pain. After an unknown amount of time, his eye bones had already retracted, and no more soul power was entering. Ji Lin finally let out a breath. Exhaustion surged in his heart, and he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness gradually fading. Finally, he had survived. The time came the next day at noon. Xueqinghe sat at his desk, seriously reading the memorial in his hands. The body of the Snow Knight Emperor had been getting worse lately, and, as the crown prince, Xueqinghe naturally took over the responsibility of handling state affairs. Xueqinghe picked up the teacup beside him, blew on it, and took a sip, but his eyes remained focused on the official document. It seemed as if nothing had happened last night. At this moment, Xueqinghe was alone in his room, having lunch, when the porcupine Douluo emerged from the shadow in the corner. "Young master, that guy's been inside for 10 days already. Should we?" Xueqinghe glanced at the porcupine Douluo. Since that guy wanted to borrow the secret room, it indicated that he had some significant use, so it was better not to disturb him easily. Besides, were we really that familiar with him? Although he said this, the porcupine Douluo hesitated to speak. After all, he held the token of the grand offering. Wasn't it a bit unreasonable to ignore him? Mind your identity. Once these words were spoken, Xueqinghe realized he had overstepped and quickly remedied. "My grandfather will handle that. Besides, he is at most just a servant of the Qian family, not worthy of my concern as a master." Hearing this, The porcupine's expression darkened, but he quickly concealed it, not allowing Xue Qinghe to notice. Yes. After speaking, he bowed and retreated. Just as Xue Qinghe picked up his wine glass to take a sip of grape wine, a loud crash startled him, causing his hand to shake, and a purple wine stain appeared on his white velvet clothing. Just as Xue Qinghe was about to lose his temper, he suddenly sensed a wave of impressive soul power rapidly approaching him. Well, coming out of seclusion just to give me a show of strength. How much contempt do you have for me? The next second, bang, the precious Nama door was kicked apart, and a shadow pounced towards him at a speed that Xue Qinghe couldn't even see. Ignoring Xue Qinghe's increasingly dark expression, Jilin swept away dozens of delicacies from the table like a whirlwind, not sparing even the steak Xue Qinghe had eaten or the wine he had drunk. Just as Jilin finished eating and turned to look for more food, Xue Qinghe erupted. Yilin, the angelic phantom behind him, flickered in and out. Had it not been for the last bit of rationality remaining, Xue Qinghe would have already launched his martial soul at him. Overcome by hunger, Jilin also turned back in anger. Get lost. The killing god domain was fully unleashed, and the pure white domain enveloped the entire courtyard. The killing intent, born from the blood of 300 people, rampantly impacted Xue Qinghe. Chapter 87. Fierce battle in the setting sun. Xue Qinghe was directly possessed by the angel, ready to make a move. The porcupine Douluo suddenly flashed to Xue Qinghe's front, blocking the overwhelming killing intent. Unlike the previous time he was startled by the killing god domain, this time the porcupine Douluo was already on guard. Oomph. The porcupine Douluo snorted coldly, and blood-colored pufferfish soul power, accompanied by pressure, surged towards Jilin. Jilin felt that his own domain had been directly suppressed, and he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, his face turning pale. Kid, do you think you can compete with the title Douluo just because of a domain? Are you still asleep, or am I the one who's not awake? Jilin remained silent, still staring intently at the two. Gu broke the tense atmosphere, and Jilin, disregarding his pride, asked, "Where is the kitchen?" At that moment, Xue Qing and the others walked up from behind, saying, "Why should I tell you?" Jilin took out a dagger and asked, "Should I say it or not?" The soul Douluo of the porcupine was perplexed as to why the usually calm young master became so reckless in front of Jilin. So he pointed the way for Jilin. "Thank you." With the guidance, Jilin didn't hesitate, put away the dagger, and headed straight for the kitchen. "Porcupine you?" Xue Qinghe said angrily, not expecting the porcupine soul Douluo to so openly oppose him. "Young master, what is wrong with you? You were always so composed before. Why do you become like this when you meet this kid? Understand your identity and responsibilities?" The porcupine's face immediately turned cold. As a titled Douluo, he also had his temper. "I certainly know what I should do. Then why? I am just the young master's bodyguard, not a thug. As long as the young master does not get hurt, I don't think the grand offering will blame me." You. Ignoring Xue Qinghe's expression, the porcupine soul Douluo directly concealed his figure. Xue Qinghe looked a bit unpredictable, walked out of the room, and headed towards the kitchen. He wanted to teach Jilin a good lesson and vent his anger. When Xue Qinghe arrived at the kitchen, Jilin had already cleared most of the food here, leaving only what needed to be processed before eating. It should be noted that this place stored enough rations for over 100 people in the prince's mansion for 3 days. Burp. Jilin hiccuped and paused his eating. At this moment, he was about 70% full and comfortably stretched his limbs. He also noticed Xue Qinghe at the door and asked, "What do you want?" Xue Qinghe replied, "Come out, let's have a fight." Jilin asked, "Why should I fight with you?" Xue Qinghe said, "Then you can forget about leaving the crown prince's residence today." Jilin didn't indulge him either, shaking the dagger in his hand. "Are you sure? Do you think the spirit hall will let you go if you kill me? By then, there will be no place for you to hide on the entire continent." Jilin smacked his lips, saying this trick isn't working anymore. "How can you, a soul saint, bully me, a soul sect?" Xue Qinghe laughed and said, "Weren't you, the soul sect, just holding a knife to my neck before?" Jilin rubbed his temples, realizing that there was no way to avoid this conflict. To prevent unnecessary trouble, the two hurriedly made their way to Sunset Forest, knowing that there were appropriate methods to handle political matters. For the safety of Xue Qinghe, the soul Douluo also accompanied them. They were in this place, and if they went any deeper, they might encounter troublesome soul beasts. Suddenly, a surge of soul power came from behind, and Jilin turned around to find that Xue Qinghe had transformed back into Qianrenxue without him noticing. Looking at the tall and stunning beauty before him, Jilin teased, "So, has being in a man's body affected your performance?" Qianrenxue, however, did not respond and directly activated her martial soul, expressing her stance through action. Seeing Qian Rinchue's demeanor, Jilin stopped wasting words and drew the knife from his waist. It was worth mentioning that since the Qie Xinghui knife was destroyed in the City of Slaughter, the knife he currently held was an ordinary one purchased from a blacksmith shop. Qian Rinchue's back displayed 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, emanating a powerful aura. Jilin is also covered in gold. Looking at Jilin's bare back, Qian Rinchue coldly said at this point, "Are you still not planning to reveal your soul skills?" Jilin stood with a knife in hand, ready to attack. "I remember I told you before that I don't have soul skills." Qian Rinchue retorted, "Nonsense. Then how did you approach me silently?" Jilin remained silent. Qian Rinchue's soul power surged in her hand, and soon she condensed an energy sword covered in golden flames. 5th soul skill, Holy Sword. Since you won't speak, then I'll force it out of you. 1st soul skill, Angel Assault. Dozens of golden orbs shot out from the wings behind Qian Rinchue at bullet-like speed. Jilin exerted force with his right leg and swiftly dodged to the left, avoiding the incoming attack. Qian Rinchue's 4 wings behind her trembled, and she instantly appeared in front of Jilin, bringing down the sacred sword in her hand. "Since you excel in close combat, then I'll subdue you with close combat." Jilin also rushed forward with his knife. Ding! The golden knife successfully blocked Qian Rinchue's attack. Qian Rinchue was taken aback, not expecting that this broken knife could withstand her 5th soul skill. "Your martial soul has quite a divine attribute. My holy fire surprisingly doesn't cause much damage. I don't look like an evil person with this shiny appearance, but be careful." As soon as the words left her mouth, Qian Rinchue felt a tremendous force and was instantly sent flying. With a flap of her 4 wings, she stabilized herself in midair. Qian Rinchue realized that she was no match for Jilin in close combat, so she abandoned her previous plan and switched to aerial combat, intending to use her height advantage against Jilin. With his foresight, Jilin naturally wouldn't let her have her way. He raised his hand and unleashed 2 sword energies, aiming to cut off Qian Rinchue's movement. Then Jilin disappeared from his original position. Qian Rinchue was forced to stop her upward ascent by the 2 sword energies and used her holy sword to disperse them. She also kept an eye on Jilin's disappearance. "Although I don't know where you are now, since you don't want me to ascend, I'll just go up to show you. I don't believe your soul skill can last forever." Just as Qian Rinchue began to fly upward, Jilin suddenly appeared in front of her, slashing down with his knife. Qian Rinchue was sent flying back to the ground at an even faster speed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The observing Porcupine Doe couldn't help but twitch his mouth at this scene, thinking to himself, "This kid is ruthless. How can he be so heavy-handed against such a beautiful young master?" As for worrying about Qian Rinchue, the Porcupine Doe thought this was just the beginning. Chapter 88, The Star Shift? Failure. Indeed, the theory of smoke without harm exists in every world. As the autumn leaves fell, Jilin tilted his head to dodge the incoming energy ball, then retaliated with several sword chi attacks aimed at the smoke ahead. The pressure generated when the sword chi was shattered dispersed the smoke, revealing Qian Rinchue standing unharmed, with a deep human-shaped pit behind her. Although Qian Rinchue wasn't significantly injured, she was still startled. "That was close. If I hadn't used my 2nd soul skill, Void Wings, in time, that hit would have been enough to hurt me. Is this guy's combat awareness that strong?" Void Wings, Qian Rinchue's 2nd soul skill, although produced by a century-old soul ring, had surprisingly good effects. It granted immunity to all physical attacks, 50 immunity to energy attacks, and a 20 speed boost. When Jilin later learned about this effect, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I feel like a freak myself." However, aside from direct physical attacks, which Soul Master attack doesn't he carry some form of energy. Therefore, Qian Rinchue still sustained some injuries, equivalent to being hit lightly with a small stick. 3 more sword chi attacks were launched at Qian Rinchue. This time, she soared upward with all her strength to evade. Floating several meters above the ground, Qian Rinchue looked down at Jilin and said, "You really are strong. No wonder Grandpa treats you differently, but I want to prove to Grandpa that I'm more outstanding than you." Hearing this, a somewhat absurd thought appeared in Jilin's mind. "Is this the reason you're being so rude to me? Just because your grandpa is paying a bit more attention to me?" Qian Rinchue was also taken aback. What kind of reasoning is this? The reason she disliked Jilin was that he had previously mentioned considering joining her side. Yet he had no intention of doing so at all. It was because that guy had a knife to her throat, because he threatened her with her privacy when bathing, because he was the first person, aside from that woman, to make her feel embarrassed. Of course, Jilin's comments were part of the reason, but only a small part. Really, Seeing that Qianren was silent, Jilin thought he had guessed correctly and joked, "What a peculiar person. Is your heart really that small?" Although Jilin said this quietly, Qianren, as a soul sage with a divine-level martial soul, had keen senses. Hearing this, Qianren's forehead veins bulged, and she smiled coldly, saying, "A woman's heart is indeed that small." Her fourth soul ring glowed, making the wings behind her more robust. The fourth soul skill, Angel Wings, increased her speed by 100, and it wasn't over yet. The first yellow soul ring also flashed, and a faint golden light enveloped the holy sword, further boosting her momentum. The first soul skill, Angel Assault, consumed soul power to generate an energy with melting and suppressing abilities, which could be shot directly or used as a covering attack. Locking onto Jilin, Qianren dove down mercilessly. Jilin raised his blade to block. The clash of the sword and blade once again resonated, but the gilded edge of the blade began to dissolve and collapse. Bang! Jilin's knife was cut in half by Qianren. Yilin, who had known this long ago, tilted his body and pushed off the ground with force, brushing past Qianren. Qianren flapped her wings and, following a perfect arc, returned to the air several meters above the ground. Frowning, she said, "Your adaptability is too abnormal. I thought my strike was inevitable, yet you dodged it." Jilin glanced at the broken sword in his hand and then threw it aside. "Your soul skill is the real cheat, right? This is the first time I've encountered someone who can break my gilded blade like this." Qianren chuckled lightly. "There's nothing I can do about it. The gap in strength is evident. If you were also a soul sage, no, even if you were a soul emperor, I wouldn't be able to achieve this effect so easily." Watching Jilin take out another knife, Qianren felt a bit bored and said, "All right, I've had my fun. Let's settle this with one final move." After she spoke, Qianren used her signature skill again, but instead of rushing forward immediately after using her soul skill, she waited. A faint golden light flashed around Qianren, instantly enveloping an area of 100 meters. Jilin moved a bit and found that his movements had slowed down considerably. He raised his head to look at the increasingly divine figure in the air and said, "Domain?" Although there was no shocked expression on Jilin's face, Qianren could still sense a hint of surprise in his tone. "You don't think that only those of you who have walked out of the path of hell have domains, do you? In my angel domain, even if you use that stealth soul skill, I can still perceive you." Jilin shrugged, indicating that he really didn't care that much. That said, you should know that when fields and domains collide, only the stronger party can take action. Just as Jilin was about to unleash the god of killing domain, Qianren's attack arrived. The sixth soul skill, Angel's Roar. It converts the output soul power into a mental attack, causing a large-scale mental shock. Anyone with mental strength lower than Qianren's by half would suffer brain death. Seeing Jilin's eyes glazed over and motionless, Qianren dove down, saying, "This move I learned from you. What does it feel?" But just as she was about to hit Jilin, Qianren noticed that the corner of Jilin's mouth had inexplicably lifted. Then Jilin vanished from his original position, leaving Qianren puzzled as she sensed no trace of his presence. Qianren's speed was already astonishing, and without Jilin there to counterbalance her momentum, her attack landed directly on the ground. Boom! Dust and debris flew up. Jilin accurately found Qianren's neck amidst the thick smoke and dust, pressing the knife against her throat. As the smoke cleared, Jilin said, "You lost." Glancing at the knife on her neck, Qianren replied indifferently, "You think I would admit defeat just because of this knife in your hand? Is that even possible? Although your golden light has enhanced its toughness and sturdiness, its sharpness is lacking. Even if you are skilled with a knife, you can't threaten me under the wings of nothingness. Then shall we give a try?" Jilin said, and the gilded knife began to show signs of dullness. Qianren sensed this change, but her pride would not allow her to concede. "Then come at me. I really will. If you don't, you're my son. Come on. Do you think I'm afraid?" Seeing the two bickering, the porcupine Douluo kindly interjected, "All right. Since neither of you can do anything to the other, let's call this one a draw." With the porcupine Douluo mediating, Jilin and Qianren both felt relieved inwardly. However, they still had to maintain appearances. "In that case, I will let you off this time. Sister, I still have a knife at your neck. Watch your words. Do you dare to cut? Hey, I have a bad temper." The porcupine Douluo looked at the two with some exasperation. Sigh. Here we go again. Chapter 89 Summary and Soul Beast. The three returned to the Crown Prince's residence, and Qianren transformed back into Xueqinghe. After the fight, the relationship between Jilin and Xueqinghe was no longer as tense as before. At least now, they could sit together for tea. At the tea table, Xueqinghe puzzledly asked. Even if my angel's roar affects those with greater mental power than mine, your mental power, although strong, is still slightly inferior to mine. Why weren't you affected? Jilin picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and replied with 2 words under Xueqinghe's probing gaze. You guess. Xueqinghe almost lost control of his temper again. Forget it. Anyway, you are under my command now, and there will be opportunities to investigate. With that, Xueqinghe took out a token, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Jilin. Use this token when you come to the prince's residence. I don't want my plans that I've worked on for so many years to be ruined because of you. Jilin accepted the token and curiously asked, What's wrong? Haven't you cleaned up your place? Xueqinghe looked at Jilin with a look of disbelief, as if to say, You really don't understand anything, do you? After confirming Jilin's strength, Xueqinghe was also interested in having a conversation with him. Sometimes, appropriately exposing oneself to others can make them feel more at ease. After speaking, he gave Jilin a meaningful glance. Jilin rubbed his chin and said, Is that so? Seeing that Jilin still had no intention of speaking, Xueqinghe stopped hinting and continued. It's quite common for major forces to plant undercover agents within each other. Almost all the higher-ups are aware of this, but they tacitly keep it quiet, because sometimes can't the spies from others be used to our advantage? Jilin seemed to be lost in thought. Just like Zhou Yu using Jiang'an, primarily focusing on information misdirection. Xueqinghe was a bit surprised that Jilin reacted so quickly, but still snapped his fingers. That's right. As long as the spies are used well, their effect is no less than that of 100,000 troops. However, in another year, they won't need to exist anymore. Oh, there's a big move. At this moment, Xueqinghe played a card called Doubt and Reversal. Guess what? As a new century talent who has been educated by the internet in the 21st century, Jilin already knew how to respond to this. Jilin also made a comeback. Do you guess if I guess? Xueqinghe is a bit confused, really didn't expect it to be used this way. Jilin looked at Xueqinghe's somewhat confused expression and couldn't help but want to laugh, but he restrained himself. He stood up and said to Xueqinghe, I'm leaving now. If you have any instructions or tasks, just send someone to find me at the UE bookstore. But please remember, I'm just a soul king who hasn't obtained a soul ring yet. After saying this, Jilin turned and left. Suddenly, Xueqinghe's voice sounded in his ear. Be careful with your disguise. I'm currently in negotiations with Shrek Academy about some matters, and I don't want you to mess it up. Jilin left without a moment's hesitation. Watching Jilin's departing figure, Xueqinghe pondered. In just 10 days, he went from a level 43 soul master to level 50. Could this be a passive skill of Shrek? His combat power far exceeds that of his peers. There's something inscrutable about him. Such a person cannot be utilized by me and must be eliminated. Returning to the study, Jilin also began to contemplate the gains of these 10 days. First of all, his soul power had reached level 50, making the suffering he endured worthwhile. Moreover, the white soul power, transformed by the god of killing's domain, was now even more intimidating and aggressive than before. A quarter of this white soul power had been compressed and purified by Jilin, making it even denser. Additionally, there was. Jilin drew his knife, and golden light covered the blade. Then, the slightly loose sleeves suddenly bulged. If one were to lift the sleeves, they would find that Jilin's right arm was already surrounded by sharply defined platinum-colored bone. Furthermore, the gilding transformed from gold to platinum, and not only that, mysterious stripes 2 fingers wide appeared on the platinum gilding. The new soul power resonated inexplicably with the sharpness of these stripes. This is the true form of the gilding when fully unleashed. Jilin discovered a long time ago that while gilding can increase sharpness to some extent, its main benefits are in enhancing hardness and toughness. When stripes appear, the gilding changes from gold to platinum, and at the same time, the sharpness is significantly boosted. However, the consumption of gilding in the platinum state is several times that of gold, and in the past, Jilin could not use platinum for long without becoming exhausted. Therefore, he never fully unleashed his power before. But now, his soul power is sufficient for him to indulge for a while. Previously, his lethality mainly relied on the inherent sharpness of the weapon. The enhancement from gilding does not increase by a percentage, but rather directly boosts a certain numerical value of sharpness and sturdiness. Moreover, this value continues to increase with the absorption of soul rings. As for the right leg bone of the Qingsu mantis, it doesn't have so many tricks. It's just that Jilin's clothing is relatively loose. And since he uses it discreetly, not many people notice it. Jilin clenched his fist. So, before it was the physical strength that drove the growth of soul power. And now, it's the reverse, with soul power driving physical strength. Although it's not a lot, it's enough. In the battle against Qian Rinxue, Jilin also realized the significant advantage that flying soul masters possess. This made Jilin start to pay more attention to flying soul masters. Jilin has killed flying soul masters before, but it was always through ambushes. After all, combat experience is not that important for Jilin, who has the ability of foresight. He also has plans for the coming year. Firstly, to minimize the impact of the Slaughter City on his mindset, and secondly, to thoroughly understand the experience book given by Douluo. If Jilin had been a bit more polite and humble before, perhaps he would have ended up fighting with Qianrenxue. However, after all that has been said, the immediate priority is to rest well, adjust his state, and then become a true Soul King. 3 days later, in the Sunset Forest, Jilin also found a relatively suitable soul beast, a bloodthirsty cherry blossom that is nearly 70,000 years old. 100,000 years ago, plant-type soul beasts were generally superior to animal-type soul beasts, and just their inability to run was quite fatal. Looking at the cherry blossom tree that was over 60 meters tall and could not be embraced by 8 people, Jilin took a deep breath, and the platinum gold covered his entire body. This was also the first time Jilin used his full power of platinum gold against an enemy. The bloodthirsty cherry blossom also sensed Jilin, and the cherry blossoms in the sky shot towards him like arrows. Jilin, relying on the protection of the gilded armor, charged forward recklessly, the sound of clanging resounding endlessly. The bloodthirsty cherry blossoms, realizing they couldn't do anything to Jilin, immediately changed their strategy. The remaining cherry blossoms and those that had already been knocked down by Jilin began to swirl around him. Soon, a pink tornado formed, with Jilin at the center of the storm. Chapter 90. The Soul King and Self-Created Soul Skills. A blast of sword energy attacked the storm. Just as it struck the storm, the sword energy was shattered by the whirlwind. Although it slowed the storm's rotation momentarily, it quickly returned to its previous speed. In Jilin's eyes, colorful glimmers flickered as he saw himself breaking through the storm in his golden armor. But the golden armor did not protect him completely. Although he successfully broke out of the storm, Jilin's body was battered and bruised by the storm's winds and petals. Surprised by the storm's power, Jilin wondered how it could harm his golden armor when it had previously been harmless. It seemed that the storm had merely changed its approach, yet its power had increased so much. With this lesson in mind, Jilin abandoned the idea of charging out forcefully and instead activated his Void Walk. After emerging from a storm, Jilin was shocked to find that he had consumed a third of his soul power just crossing through a tornado. Was the intensity of the soul power there really that high? It felt like he was on the verge of liquefying. However, there was no time for Jilin to think further about the situation. Bang! Dozens of thick tree roots burst from the ground, rushing towards Jilin, aiming to entangle him and drag him underground as nourishment, just as it had treated its previous prey. But Jilin was not like its past victims. The enhancement of sharpness provided by the golden armor in his platinum state was incomparable to before. Now, Jilin's soul power perfectly matched the golden armor. And on top of that, he was skilled with a blade. Facing the roots, surging towards him like a dragon rising from the earth, Jilin's knife moved as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. One after another, the roots fell, causing the bloodthirsty cherry blossom tree to tremble continuously, and the last remaining petals began to fall. Just as the bloodthirsty cherry blossom was about to make its final stand, the god of death's domain appeared. This sudden domain caught the bloodthirsty cherry blossom momentarily off guard, and that moment of hesitation allowed Jilin to strike with his knife. He directly plunged it horizontally into the trunk. Then with a flick of his wrist, a massive sword aura erupted, cleaving the entire tree in half. The tree fell. The towering trunk crashed to the ground, causing the earth to shake 3 times. As the dust settled, a deep black soul ring floated prominently on the freshly cut surface. At this moment, Jilin could not afford to celebrate. He immediately sat down to recover his breath, as his soul power was nearly depleted. The bloodthirsty cherry blossom was the overlord of the surrounding 100 miles, and with its presence intimidating, no soul beast dared to disturb him for a while. About an hour later, Jilin managed to replenish his soul power. Then he wasted no time and began to absorb the soul ring. Although this soul ring was nearly 70,000 years old, most soul saints did not reach this age for their 7 soul rings. Jilin felt confident. After all, he had climbed up using his own body before. Moreover, he was not fighting alone. His 2 companions had also shared a lot of the pressure with him. Yes, 2 companions, but that piece of 100,000-year-old external soul bone still showed no signs of movement. This made Jilin wonder if external soul bones couldn't be enhanced in this way, or if they required a 100,000-year soul ring to do so. However, as Ji-Lin grew, this external soul bone was also continuously strengthening, along with the god of death's domain becoming more powerful. Therefore, Ji-Lin was not too concerned. This time, however, the situation was somewhat different. The god of death's domain automatically manifested, filtering the energy of the soul ring before handing it over for Ji-Lin and the two soul bones to absorb. Ji-Lin felt that this killing god domain must have intercepted something, because when he absorbed the soul ring, he only felt a refreshing and extremely comfortable sensation in his mind. This was something he had not experienced before. After absorbing the soul ring, Ji-Lin also reached level 52, and he could clearly sense that his mental power seemed to have increased. Ji-Lin has speculated about what has been intercepted in the god of killing domain. Could it be the remnants of soul beasts lingering in the soul rings? Previously, I had the Eye of Bone, which allowed me to exclude these remnants, but now with the god of killing domain, it can kill these remnants and convert them into pure mental energy to nourish me. After all, the main focus of the god of killing domain is on mental attacks. These remnants seem to be called soul vibrations in the original work. A year later, in a simulated training ground of the Shunkong Academy, surrounded by lush greenery, there's also a sizable pond in the center. Ji-Lin stood on the stone pier in the middle of the pond, slowly drawing his sword from its sheath. Yes, after going around in circles, Ji-Lin had picked up the sword again. This truly reflected Ji-Lin's state of mind. A saber, sharp in front and dull behind, thus pushes forward relentlessly. A sword, with edges on both sides, should advance and retreat with measure. In order to temper his heart, Ji-Lin returned to the sword he had started with. However, blades and swords are inseparable. Back in the present, Ji-Lin held the sword in his right hand, horizontally across his chest, with the index and middle fingers of his left hand resting on the spine of the sword. As his fingers slowly slid, an inexplicable aura began to emanate from Ji-Lin. The surface of the water began to ripple, and the surrounding plants started to sway. But the aura surrounding Ji-Lin grew weaker and weaker. The next moment, crack. The sword in Ji-Lin's hand began to fracture, shards flying out, striking the water and causing a water column to shoot up over 10 meters high, hitting the ground and kicking up dust, creating a pit 1 meter deep and 2 meters wide. As for the plants that were hit, there's no need to elaborate. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian walked out from the side, clapping his hands. He first assessed the damage around him before saying to Ji-Lin, "Congratulations, Brother Ji. Your martial arts have reached great heights." Although the sword ultimately shattered, giving the appearance of failure. Both of them knew that it was merely the quality of that sword that was insufficient to withstand it. Replacing it with a better sword would suffice. Moreover, I have not yet used the gilded martial spirit. Ji-Lin humbly smiled and said, "It's still early. I've only completed the most basic framework. It's nothing compared to your Gale Demon Wolf's 72 wing slash. I owe it all to your notebook, Brother G. Should I say it's truly a treasure of the Crown Prince? And I couldn't have done it without Brother Feng's help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have understood it at all." Ever since Ji-Lin broke through to Soul King a year ago, he began studying the notebook left by Douluo. It was clear that Ji-Lin recognized it, but it didn't recognize him. He could read every single character, but forming a coherent sentence was another story. Phrases like the power of the divine solidifies strength. Remaining within the body, strength moves freely, and technique becomes its own left. Ji-Lin confused. After several days without any progress, Ji-Lin couldn't take it anymore. He thought, isn't there a formidable person here who created their own soul skill? Maybe talking to him will yield some results. So, Ji-Lin brought the notebook to find Feng Xiaotian. Chapter 91. Tasks and Unexpected Gains. When Ji-Lin first arrived at the Shinkei's Academy, he was mistaken for someone from Shrek Academy looking for trouble. For some reason, Shrek did not make a fuss about Ji-Lin's departure. Coupled with Ji-Lin's expression, which looked as if someone had just died, it was hard for people to believe he was there to visit a friend. Fortunately, Feng Xiaotian arrived just in time, which prevented a conflict. When Feng Xiaotian first saw Ji-Lin, he was taken aback. In Feng Xiaotian's mind, Ji-Lin had always been humorous. But this person in front of him looked as if someone owed him 8 million and hadn't paid up. When Ji-Lin suggested that he wanted Feng Xiaotian to teach him the techniques of creating his own soul skills, Feng Xiaotian refused, as creating soul skills is not something that can be done in a day or two. He thought it would be better to use that time to cultivate himself. Just as Feng Xiaotian was pondering how to decline, Ji-Lin took out that notebook and pointed to a sentence, asking, What does this mean? The skillful master can control and release at will. Feng Xiaotian followed Ji Ling's finger and looked for over half an hour, gazing at Ji Ling with a hint of flattery, asking, when do we start? Ji Lin, the sooner the better. In the mimicry training ground, seeing that Ji Lin was in a good mood, Feng Xiaotian also smiled and reached out to Ji Lin, saying, so generous, 3,000 gold soul coins. If it were a year ago, Feng Xiaotian definitely wouldn't have dared to ask Ji Lin for money, but times have changed. Ji Lin looked around the environment, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. How about a discount? All right, considering our good relationship, I'll give you an 8. 8 discount, Ji Lin tentatively said. Can it be less? How much can you offer? Ji Lin raised his index finger. 1,000? Ji Lin shook his head. 100? Big brother, are you giving me a discount? Are you trying to break my bones? Ji Lin shrugged his shoulders, helpless. You know the cost of living in Douluo City, and you've charged me quite a bit for the vineyard rental. Even if the landlord had some surplus grain, it should be gone by now. Feng Xiaotian still asked, a bit unwilling to give up. Really no more? Ji Lin helplessly said, really, I don't have any. Your Shunfeng Academy is such a large institution. Do you really care about my little contribution? Feng Xiaotian replied with a hint of sarcasm. You don't know the value of things when you're not in charge. Right now, 70 of the students in Douluo City are from Shrek Academy. To retain the remaining 30, our 5 major academies have offered plenty of benefits. The finances have long been in deficit. We've even started to decide to reduce some facilities and venues. Ji Lin also did not expect that the situation at the 5 Element Academy had become so severe. So what do you plan to do? Are you planning to negotiate with the nobles who have good relations with us, hoping to gain some sponsorship? Yilin Said took out a pouch containing 100 gold soul coins, placed it in Feng Xiaotian's hand, comfortingly patted Feng Xiaotian's shoulder, and then left. It seems that the situation of the 5 major academies is worse than I expected. In the city of Douluo, at the prince's mansion, Ji Lin and Xue Qinghe sat facing each other. Over the past year, the relationship between Xue Qinghe and Ji Lin had been greatly improved as Ji Lin completed the tasks assigned to him one after another. This time Ji Lin was called in for a new objective. Xue Qinghe pushed a document towards Ji Lin and said, this is the information for this mission. Although it was called information, it was merely the appearance and address of the target, as Ji Lin only needed to open a void to resolve it, without requiring anything else. Over the past year, Ji Lin had helped Xue Qinghe with 5 missions, each time completing it on the same night the task was assigned. He perfectly embodied the saying, one can hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening. Ji Lin opened it and exclaimed, oh, the Minister of Finance. You finally plan to take action against him. Xue Qinghe took a sip of tea and said, this guy has repeatedly ignored my invitations and has subtly directed things towards Prince Xuexing. It's time to send him on his way. Ji Lin chuckled and said, all right, he won't see tomorrow's sun. After leaving the crown prince's residence, Ji Lin leisurely made his way to the home of the Minister of Finance. After a year of reading, sipping tea, enjoying the scenery, and appreciating music, activities that Ji Lin could think of to cleanse his soul, he had also emerged from the aftermath of the city of slaughter. However, Ji Lin inevitably picked up some dark tastes along the way. Ji Lin stopped in his tracks, gazing at the luxurious mansion that surpassed even the prince's residence. However, the priority was to complete the task first. That night, after having a good conversation with his newly married young wife, Finance Minister Darby contentedly rested his head on her soft, ample bosom and fell into a deep sleep. As the moon rose high, Ji Lin emerged from the shadows, looked at the old man with a pig-like face and the sexy, beautiful woman slightly pouted, and then swiftly beheaded him. Blood splattered, waking the woman beside him. As she caught sight of the terrifying scene in the moonlight, she was about to scream but quickly covered her mouth, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ji Lin wiped the blood that had splattered on his face and grinned at the woman, saying, don't worry, I won't kill women. After saying that, he stepped aside to let her see the door, signaling her to leave. The woman trembled as she stood up, disregarding her current state, and walked step by step toward the door, her mouth involuntarily curling up as she saw the path to freedom ahead. Suddenly, her perspective shifted dramatically, and what came into view was the alluring figure that captivated Darby. Noticing the woman's look of confusion, Ji Lin spoke up. If you step out with your left foot first, it will disrupt public order. Ji Lin approached the bedside and reached out to pull a ring off the corpse's right hand, which was Darby's storage soul guide. Upon seeing it, even Ji Lin almost exclaimed in surprise. Wow! As expected of a minister in charge of finances for the Heaven Do Empire. Just this card is worth as much as 2 of my missions. Dobby's storage soul guide had a small space, only 15 cubic meters. However, the items inside far exceeded the value of this soul guide. There was a large pile of gold soul coins, a dozen gold cards, each worth 1 million gold soul coins. What surprised Jilin the most was a metal box. With a thought, the metal box appeared in Jilin's hand. He gently stroked the dark gray box with his left hand, then opened it to reveal a right leg bone emitting a faint glow lying inside. There was even a thoughtful introduction next to it. 10,000-year-old ghost-faced falcon right leg bone. However, the quality was not very good. Only the calf section was intact. Jilin couldn't help but say, no wonder some people say that Douluo's cultivation is like nuclear radiation, as they actually use lead boxes to contain soul bones. Chapter 92. Soul Hunting and Departure. After stuffing the soul bones and a few gold cards into his pocket, Jilin's figure disappeared once again, just to see how long it would take for Dobby's subordinates to notice. As for what consequences might arise, that was none of Jilin's concern. When Jilin arrived at the prince's mansion again, almost everyone was resting. Carefully avoiding the patrolling guards, Jilin skillfully made his way to Xue Qinghe's room. Jilin knocked on the door, and after receiving permission, he pushed the door open. Xue Qinghe was reading a book under a soul guide lamp. In fact, Jilin preferred to go through walls directly, but Xue Qinghe had always opposed that, so Jilin had no choice but to comply with her wishes. After entering, Jilin found a place to sit down and poured himself a glass of water. Xue Qinghe was already used to Jilin's behavior, and her gaze did not leave the book. Got it? Of course. You are indeed suited for this line of work. Oh, by the way, if there is nothing else going on lately, don't leave Tiando City. Hearing this, Jilin raised an eyebrow and asked, is the spirit hall planning something big? Xue Qinghe did not answer, merely continuing to read quietly. Seeing his demeanor, Jilin understood. All right, I'll try my best, but you at least have to give me a deadline. Xue Qinghe said mysteriously, you'll know when the time comes. After receiving Xue Qinghe's response, Jilin fell into contemplation. The blue lightning tyrant dragon, sex destruction. The next day, news of the death of Finance Minister Dobby spread throughout Tiando City. Emperor Shui, who was bedridden, was furious. This was the 5th minister to be killed. However, Prince Xue Xing, who was responsible for investigating the murderer, had no leads, which left Emperor Shui deeply disappointed in him. Therefore, Xue Qinghe naturally took over the task of investigating the murderer, although he took over the matter on the surface. Xue Qinghe had no intention of actually pursuing it. He only did so to prevent anyone from using this reason to obstruct his plans. That afternoon, a new finance minister was appointed from the princess residence. With the finance minister position secured, Xue Qinghe's faction had already occupied all the key positions. Naturally, these affairs in the court had little to do with Jilin, who was still in the study counting his salary from the past year. A total of 329, 352 gold soul coins, and a piece of a 10,000-year-old ghost-faced falcon's right leg bone. Indeed, they're all parasites of the empire? How could anyone targeted by Xue Qinghe not be a high-ranking official, and who among them was not wealthy? Jilin would not miss the opportunity to take advantage of them during his task. After all, who else but them could know how much wealth they had? As long as Jilin wasn't too greedy, he would basically not be exposed. In fact, Xue Qinghe was also aware that Jilin's hands were not clean, but he turned a blind eye. After all, if Jilin wasn't greedy, Xue Qinghe would even suspect if he had ulterior motives. However, he didn't expect Jilin to be so bold as to take so much. It was important to keep this money safe, as it related to Jilin's future plans. 3 days later, explosive news spread throughout the entire Tiando Empire. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was destroyed, and the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School was severely damaged. Many people initially treated this news as a joke. For who in the continent did not know that the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect were among the top 3 sects? How could one be dead and the other severely injured overnight? However, when they saw Ning Fengji enter Tiando City with the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School looking dispirited, everyone had to admit the news was true. Among them, the Thunder Academy, one of the 5 elements, was the most anxious, as they were composed of a branch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Although they might become the direct line of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in the future, losing their backing was still a loss, even if they were direct descendants. At the same time, Yu Qianxin from the Tiando Royal Academy and Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong from Shrek Academy also learned of the destruction of their families and were filled with grief. Bibi Dong, I will not rest until we meet. Yu Xiaojiang squeezed out these words with red eyes. Flander, beside him, comforted, once a person is dead, they cannot come back. Xiaojiang, Please accept your sorrow. Once Yu Xiaojiang's emotions stabilized, Flander looked towards Ning Fengji, unsure of what he had planned next, and whether Shrek Academy could assist in any way. Prince Shueqinghe has already found us a temporary residence. If there is any need for Shrek's assistance, please don't hesitate, Dean Flander. Absolutely. Jilin naturally heard the news, so it really is this matter. I just wonder if those three survived, but it seems like the odds are against them. If they survived, Shrek should be concerned, right? Shueqinghe, on the side, smiled and said, this is the outcome of opposing my spirit hall. Now, I certainly won to dampen Jilin's spirits, so I echoed a few words and asked, when will your coup d'etat begin? Shueqinghe calmed down and said, as soon as my Imperial Guard arrives, we can start. Is that so? Then it doesn't matter whether I'm here or not. Are you leaving? Didn't I tell you before? This past year, my soul power hasn't increased at all. I need to go to a good place to help me improve my soul power. See God Island? Jilin was a bit surprised, you know? Didn't you mark it all on the map? Jilin was even more surprised. You know this? You must be a devil. I only took out that map once while taking a bath. Shueqinghe's cheeks turned slightly red as she explained. I just happened to find out that a map belonging to a certain military minister had gone missing, and I guessed it must be you. Jilin still didn't believe it, although that map was indeed brought over from that mission. How did he know that the map recorded the sea chart of Sea God Island? Is it true? Shueqinghe also felt uneasy under Jilin's gaze. Of course. What else could it be? Did I specifically send someone to watch you take a shower? Jilin nodded, agreeing, seeing that this question had passed. Shueqinghe also breathed a sigh of relief. I almost couldn't explain it clearly. Jilin said, since you already know, I won't hide it anymore. That's right. I plan to go to Sea God Island. But aren't you entangled with the Azura God? How could you go to the Sea God's territory? Jilin naturally said, aren't you the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall? Did it hinder you from being the crown prince of the Dou Empire? Gods are not so easy to deceive. But the god is not present. Shueqinghe saw that Jilin was determined to go and no longer stopped her, only asking, how long will you be gone? How would I know? If you don't come back, then the two conditions you promised me regarding the Spirit Hall will be voided. Jilin choked. Then it will depend on you to send me back. After saying this, he turned around and waved his hand. I left, hoping to see him again. I will. Chapter 93. The evening party in the Moon Pavilion. In the early morning, dew was still hanging heavily on the weeds by the roadside, and Jilin had once again set off on his journey. According to the map, Hanhai City is located at the far west of the Tiando Empire, 3,000 kilometers away from Tiando City. It borders the Hastarjan Kingdom, and at my speed, I should be able to reach it in at most 20 days. After taking out the map and confirming that he hadn't taken a wrong route, Jilin also pulled out another piece of paper, which stated that the Min family currently resides in Zixabi City at the border of the Hastarjan Kingdom and the Balak Kingdom. After Jilin obtained the soul bone of the ghost-faced peregrine falcon, he set his sights on the crystal blood dragon ginseng, as that thing is a treasure for the physical body, and consuming it might allow Jilin to quickly cultivate like before. Over the past year, Jilin had tried to cultivate, but even with gravity training, he only gained sweat and soreness without any real progress. Meditation cultivation was manageable, but the speed was too slow. According to Jilin's estimation, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to level up even once. Therefore, after obtaining the soul bone that resonated with him, he began to plan for the crystal blood dragon ginseng. Due to Jilin's interference, Tang San's time to exit the Hell Road was advanced by half a year. With the reduced time and the number of killings remaining unchanged, Tang San was affected more than in the original story, so he was still studying in the Moon Pavilion. Now, there is still nearly half a year until the gathering of the 4 major single attribute clans. So the crystal blood dragon ginseng should still be in the hands of the Min family, rather than being eaten by some rabbit. Thanks to Qian Rinchua's connections in the Spear Hall, news from the Min family quickly reached Jilin. After the 4 major clans separated from the Haotian sect, the Spirit Hall was worried that they might still have ties with the Haotian sect, so they secretly sent people to monitor them, which is why Jilin received the information so quickly. The journey from Tiando City to Zixabi City and then to Hanhai City adds at least 1,000 kilometers. But as long as he can successfully obtain the crystal blood dragon ginseng, it will all be worth it. Suddenly, Jilin thought of a blind spot. Logically, this soul hunting operation consists of 2 parts. One part is led by 8 titled Douluos to attack the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The other part is led by Ju and Ghost Law to capture Xiao Wu, with the soul ring going to Bibi Dong and the soul bone likely going to Hulaina. This is where Xiao Wu makes her sacrifice, and Tang San obtains his first 100,000 year soul ring, then returns to the Haotian sect to slap their faces. A scene Ji Lin remembers clearly. So the question arises, can Tang San, who has not yet completed his studies, still go to rescue his child bride? Ji Lin thought for a long time, why should I care? What Ji Lin didn't know was that the day after he set off, those nobles decided to hold a party at Yuxian to calm the turbulent atmosphere caused by the blue lightning tyrant dragon and the seven treasure glazed tile school. Tang Yuehua also agreed to this request, as there were indeed quite a few nobles making the request, and she didn't want to offend these face-conscious nobles. At the same time, to encourage outstanding students to participate actively, Tang Yuehua proposed that anyone who performed well at the party could graduate early. Speaking of early graduation, Tang San, who was originally disinterested, immediately perked up, thinking, is there such a good thing? 3 days later, the carefully prepared party by the nobles began. Besides the invited nobles of all ranks, some young talents were also included. Of course, the survivors from a seven treasure glazed tile school and the blue lightning tyrant dragon were invited as well. Naturally, Xue Qinghe, who was currently the most powerful figure in the Heaven Do Empire, also attended this party, as even a blind person could see his bright future. Your Highness, do you still remember me? I am Count Monka, and I have always admired you in silence. Your Highness, I am. Along the way, Princess Xue, who followed Xue Qinghe, was quite annoyed and said, Brother, these people are too clingy. They clearly haven't met a few times, yet they are so enthusiastic. At this moment, Ning Fengji walked over and said, This is unavoidable socializing. What's wrong? Are you not used to it in Yuxian? Seeing that it was Ning Fengji, Xue restrained her impatience, and her tone softened considerably. Not to mention that although the seven treasure glazed tile school had suffered heavy losses, Ning Fengji, along with Jian and Gu Douluo, were still alive. Just his identity as the crown prince's teacher was enough to make him walk proudly in Heaven Do City. I apologize for making Uncle Ning laugh. Although there are similar courses in Yuxian, they are indeed too enthusiastic. Looking at Xue's two different expressions, Xue Qinghe also smiled. He was actually a bit annoyed by these people as well, but in order to better usurp the Heaven Do Empire, he had to greet them with a smile. However, every time he did so, he would think of someone who was quite rude to him. Sister Xue. A light and agile voice sounded, and the visitor was none other than Ning Rongrong, the young master of the seven treasure glazed tile school. Sister Rongrong, Xue exclaimed with delight. You came too? Of course, I've been here for a while. Come on, I found something delicious. Let me take you to try it. Okay. The two little girls held hands and chattered as they walked further away, leaving two big men looking at each other in surprise. Ning Fengji smiled and said, It's been a while since I've seen Rongrong smile so happily. Xue Qinghe also smiled and said, Then I will let Xue spend more time with Rongrong. No need. Rongrong will encounter greater setbacks sooner or later. Let her train more. Looking at the young man in front of him, Ning Fengji was very satisfied. Although his disciple's strength wasn't very high, his upbringing and wisdom were still outstanding. Given the current situation, it was a certainty that he would become the next emperor. Xue Qinghe bowed and said, I still need the teacher's help. Ning Fengji became more and more satisfied. As the party reached its midpoint, it was time for the Yuxian students to perform. The dance class students, with their beautiful faces and graceful figures, showcased the beauty of youthful girls through their dance. Earning thunderous applause, Ning Rongrong and Xue sat together, whispering to each other. Sister Rongrong, I'll tell you, the next performance should be mine, but I gave it to someone more outstanding. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong was a bit curious. She had some understanding of her friend's level, and could say she was the best at playing the piano among the younger generation. Then I want to see what gives this person the right to take my sister's position. If they don't play well, don't blame me for making them step down. Sister Rongrong. Chapter 94. Xue Qinghe's response under the expectant gazes of everyone. Tang San, dressed in a moon-white long robe, slowly stepped forward and began his solo performance. The melodious music from the harp in Tang San's hands captivated everyone. Xue's eyes sparkled with stars as she gazed dreamily at the blue-haired, elegant young man on stage. Beside her, Ning Rongrong noticed her expression and gently elbowed her ribs, whispering, Are you infatuated with him? Xue's face immediately flushed with a cherry red, stammering for a long time without being able to say anything. If you like him, just go for it. What is there to be shy about? You are the princess of the Heaven Do Empire. Xue said angrily. I'm not even sure if I like him. Ning Rongrong asked in a tone of someone who had been through it. Do you think about him every day? Are you happy every time he talks to you? Do you want to be with him all the time? Xue nodded in a daze, then quickly shook her head. Maybe yes, maybe no. You're in trouble. You've fallen in love. Love is something that develops over time, and it's inherently vague. Just get used to it. I still say, if you like him, be brave and pursue him. Shueka felt a bit shy from her words and quickly changed the subject, then Sister Rongrong. With so many people pursuing you, do you have anyone you fancy? Ning Rongrong initially felt a bit desolate, but quickly snapped back, pinching Shueka's slightly baby-faced tender cheek. Wow, you've dared to tease me now. Sister Longlong, oh, I'm scared. Releasing her hand, Ning Rongrong proudly said, you little rascal. Don't think you can be mischievous in the future. She pretended to reach out again. Shueka shook her head repeatedly, I won't. After they settled down, Shueku suddenly asked, so Sister Rongrong, are you going to wait forever? Ning Rongrong's gaze fell, and after a long while, she quietly said, barely audible even to Shueku, who was close beside her, I don't know how long I can wait. A year, 2 years, or 3, 5, 10 years? I really don't know, but I know now that I want to wait. I want to wait for him to come back, but maybe not long after. I might fall in love with someone else too. Saying this, Ning Rongrong looked up at Shueku, so you have to be brave. Shueka felt that at this moment, Ning Rongrong was incredibly tall and strong. Looking at the handsome young man performing on stage, Shueqinghe couldn't help but admit that his looks and temperament were indeed very attractive. At a glance, one would feel he was a gentle and kind person. It was still hard to believe that this guy was the owner of the god of slaughter domain, stained with blood. His cultivation was quite good, probably a bit stronger than him, but it shouldn't make him so wary, right? Even going to Sea God Island for him. The sea covering formation, huh? Once that old man Shuiyi dies, I will obtain the right to access the national treasury. What will his expression be when I give it to him? This hand was pretty good, unlike his, which was full of calluses. Shueqinghe leaned on the armrest with one hand, his gaze unfocused, lost in thought, which felt somewhat discordant with the surrounding nobles who had closed their eyes. Meanwhile, at Chu, in a forest, Ji Lin sneezed, rubbed his slightly itchy nose, and muttered, damn it, who is talking bad about me behind my back? After saying that, he chuckled to himself, thinking, when did I become like this? Lying flat on his back with his hands behind his head, Ji Lin gazed at the moon through the sparse tree canopy. The moon tonight was particularly beautiful. Are you all watching this bright moon too? After the evening party, the nobles began to leave one after another. Your Highness, I hope. Your Highness. Prince. Shueqinghe wore a fake smile he despised as he bid farewell to the nobles. In the end, only Shueqinghe, Ning Fengji, Tang Yuehua, and Tang San remained in the venue. Ning Fengji spoke first. Yuehua, aren't you going to introduce this young talent beside you? With Ning Fengji's keen eyes, he naturally noticed Tang San's extraordinary presence. Tang Yuehua covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. You're overestimating me, Sect Master Ning. His name is Tang Yin, and he's my nephew. Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow, thinking, is the quality of this year's Hao-Yin sect so high? With this kid and Tang San, they could be the Hao-Yin twin stars. However, nephew, when did Tang Xiao have a son? He wondered. Seeing that Ning Fengji was silent, Shueqinghe took over the conversation. So he is a high disciple of the Hao-Yin sect. It's truly a pleasure to meet you. Extending a hand is a basic etiquette among nobles, especially since they were somewhat familiar with each other. Tang San also smiled and replied, I've long admired your Highness's name. Meeting you today is indeed a stroke of luck. Oh, is that so? I wonder if Brother Tang Yin has time. I'd love to make your acquaintance. Em truly sorry, but I must leave Tiando City tomorrow to handle some personal matters. Really? What a pity. I wish Brother Tang Yin all the best. As he spoke, Shueqinghe raised his right hand, a basic farewell gesture among nobles. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, raising his hand to shake with him. Then I'll take your Highness's good wishes. Shueqinghe secretly transferred some soul power to Tang San during the handshake, which Tang San felt. They then discreetly withdrew their hands. Then I won't disturb you any longer. At this moment, Ning Fengji also proposed to take his leave, giving Tang San a deep look before departing. Back at the prince's mansion, Shueqinghe pondered over his covert exchange with Tang San, and the soul power he sent in to probe Tang San's strength vanished like a cow sinking into the sea. He could no longer sense it. It's worth noting that although Qian Rinchua's soul power had lost much of its might due to the soul bones effect, her realm still stood firm. Tang San would be someone who would shape the future of the continent. He couldn't help but recall Ji Lin's evaluation of Tang San. Although he felt Ji Lin's words had a hint of narrow-mindedness, this encounter genuinely made him feel a sense of threat. He immediately decided to dispatch the 7 little-known soul saints under his command to eliminate Tang San. When hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. Ji Lin's words echoed in Shui Qinghe's ears, making her hesitate. However, even if she exerted all her strength, it would be difficult to contend with those 7 high-ranking soul saints, let alone a mere Tang San. She immediately ordered the 7 soul saints to lay in ambush early the next morning, stating that they were not allowed to return without Tang San's head. I want to prove to you that you think too highly of him. Chapter 95. The embarrassment of the Min family. Once everyone had left, Yuxian also quieted down. Tang Yuehua looked at the young man before her with some reluctance, but still joked, "Don't you want to stay with me a little longer?" Tang San smiled and replied, "Aunt, you're joking. If you go out with me, others will think you're my sister. I just really want to know what happened back then. If you could tell me, I wouldn't be in such a hurry. You little smooth talker, now you're teasing me. Fine, go see your father early. I estimate he will want you to return to the sect. I will go back first and wait for you, so make sure to come back early." Tang San felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Tang Yuehua's return to the sect at this time was undoubtedly to support him. Because of Tang Hao, the prestigious #1 sect in the world had to seal itself off from the world, and the resentment of those clan members was understandable. Although Tang Yuehua's actions could not guarantee that Tang San would smoothly return to the sect, they did increase the chances significantly. Tang Yuehua patted Tang San's shoulder and said, "Get some rest early tonight, conserve your energy, and be ready for the journey tomorrow." The next day, in the morning, after finishing his training with the purple extreme magic eyes, Tang San officially set off on his journey away from Yuxian. As for his luggage, it had already been packed the night before and placed into the 24 Bridges bright moon night. Tang Yuehua opened the window, watching the figure gradually fading away on the street, softly saying, "Little San, safe travels. We will meet at the Haotian sect." Once he exited the gates of Tiando City, Tang San could no longer suppress his excitement, speeding along without needing to look at any maps, as the route was already memorized in his mind. Just as Tang San stepped out of the city gates, 7 figures had already set their sights on him, quietly following behind at a distance. As he walked into a densely vegetated grove, Tang San suddenly brushed his waist, and a Zhuge Divine crossbow appeared in his hand, shooting towards the blind spot behind him without even looking, although they were hiding very discreetly, without even a ripple of soul power. Tang San still detected them immediately with his spirit power comparable to that of a soul Douluo. He had intentionally lured them here to take advantage of the environment, allowing the blue silvergrass and blue silver domain to be utilized more effectively. Whoosh! 16 arrows shot towards the targets in perfect unison, and a few leaves fell in response, but nothing else happened. Since you've all come this far, why not show yourselves? In Tang San's right hand, the blue-silver emperor emitted a gentle glow. "Since everyone is so shy, I'll have to use a means to invite you out. First soul skill bind." More than 10 blue-silver grasses shot from Tang San's right hand, heading straight for the crown of a large tree. Just as they were about to hit, several yellow energy blades shot out from the tree crown, cutting down all the blue-silver emperor. At that moment, a figure leaped out from the crown of the tree. Staring at the masked man in black before him, Tang San glanced with his peripheral vision at the hiding spots of the others. "Do the remaining few need me to invite them out too?" After a brief silence, the remaining 6 figures revealed themselves, forming a circle around Tang San and simultaneously releasing their martial souls. Looking at the 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings behind those mysterious individuals, Tang San's expression turned cold, and a smile appeared on his lips. 7 soul saints, the spirit hall really thinks highly of me." Suddenly, 16 blue-silver emperors burst forth, forming a cage that trapped each assassin inside, which was Tang San's 4th soul skill, the blue-silver prison derived from the 10,000-year-old earth spider. Since it was a case of fewer against more, he had to take the initiative. The moment he activated the blue-silver prison, Tang San locked onto a direction and used Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to run away without looking back. Boom! Bang! The blue-silver prison naturally couldn't hold back these soul saints, and in just a second, they had broken free from the cage. At this time, Tang San was already 30 meters away. Meanwhile, as Tang San was being pursued, Ji Lin had also arrived at the residence of the Min family in Zixabi City. Although Zixabi City was located at the border between 2 countries, it did not have the towering walls like Tiando City, but rather resembled Nodding City a bit. Flour cakes for sale, 1 copper soul coin for 2. Zixabi mixed snacks, delicious and inexpensive. Great news, great news. As they walked along the not-so-wide street, the sounds of vendors calling out filled the air. Ji Lin first found a restaurant called Ing Kulai, intending to treat himself well after a long journey. After all, living outdoors had made him crave good food for a while. Just as Ji Lin placed his order, and was waiting for the dishes to arrive. He noticed some faint fluctuations of soul power. Following the waves, he saw two men and a woman checking out at the front desk. The three of them were dressed in white robes, with a sharp-tailed swift embroidered on their shoulders. They looked young, probably in their 20s, and their soul power seemed to be around level 30. After communicating with the front desk, the leader of the group painfully pulled out a cloth bag from his pocket and carefully took out 2 gold soul coins from it. During his year in Douluo City, Jilin had rarely seen anyone distressed over parting with 2 gold soul coins. It seems that the Min family is indeed not doing well, which gives me more confidence. After the 3 left, Jilin's dishes were gradually served. After eating and drinking to his fill, Jilin headed towards the Min family's residence, which he had just inquired about. Although it was hard to gather information about the Min family elsewhere, it seemed that they had no intention of hiding anything here. Under Jilin's monetary persuasion, the waiter quickly revealed everything he knew about them. Jilin stopped in a corner of Mississippi City, looked around the environment, and couldn't say it was ruined, but it certainly had nothing to do with prosperity. If it weren't for the plaque in front of the door with the character Min, and the 2 soul masters on guard at the entrance, Jilin would have thought he was in the wrong place. Please inform them that I have a business proposal to discuss with a noble clan leader by he. As he spoke, to avoid any incidents of being looked down upon, Jilin also showcased his strength. Indeed, upon sensing Jilin's soul power fluctuations that far surpassed their own, the 2 men did not dare to be negligent. One of them immediately said, "Please wait a moment, I will go in and report." "Thank you." Bai was sitting in the hall, rubbing his head and looking at the clan's accounts. "Sai, this month the clan has less than 200 gold soul coins left. What will we do about the clan members' salaries next month?" Although the Min clan had nearly 100 soul masters, there were nearly 300 ordinary clan members as well. While many of them below level 40 could receive assistance from the Wuhuan Temple, that required them to awaken their martial spirits at the temple and have the issued hand orders. Those soul masters who awakened on their own in the sect naturally did not have this benefit, and it was already good enough that the ordinary clan members didn't ask the clan for money. Just as Bai was contemplating whether to speak to those old partners again, the person who went to report ran in, "Clan leader. Someone outside says they want to discuss a business deal with you." Chapter 96, 4 million clan leader, someone outside says they want to discuss a business deal with you. Bai was taken aback by this news from his clansmen. "What did you say? Someone wants to discuss business with me?" "Yes. And it's a young man in his 20s, not weak in cultivation, conservatively estimated to be at least at the soul sect level." This made Bai even more puzzled. A soul sect in their 20s might not be a prodigy, but it was not common either. Even in the Haotian sect, he could be considered a young talent. Why would someone like this come to discuss business with my Min clan? Since that incident, apart from the other 3 single attribute clans, former allied sects have been avoiding us like the plague. However, Bai did not think too much about it. After all, overthinking wouldn't solve anything. He decided he needed to meet the person to clear his doubts. He instructed the person who had come to report, "Please invite him in." "Yes." The man responded and bowed before stepping back. Jilin, who was waiting outside, wasn't idle either and was trying to engage the remaining person in conversation. However, that person seemed to be wooden and was silent, leaving Jilin to perform a one-man show. Seeing this, Jilin decided not to make things awkward and began to observe the Min clan's residence. From the outside, it seemed no different from other sects, and the decor was quite exquisite. If one had to say what was lacking compared to other sects, it would only be that this residence was significantly smaller. Just then, the person who had gone in to report returned. "This guest, our clan leader, invites you to come in for a discussion." Jilin also stopped to observe and said to the newcomer, "Please lead the way." "This way, please." Following that person, Jilin walked into the residence of the Min family. Jilin curiously looked around. From the outside, the Min family didn't seem to lack money, but this interior gave Jilin a greater assurance of obtaining the crystal blood dragon ginseng. Although the interior matched the exterior in decoration style and was equally clean and tidy, during his year in Douluo City, Jilin had visited many mansions of the wealthy and powerful families. Moreover, he had been to the crown prince's residence of Shueqinghe nearly 100 times. So while he might not say he was very familiar with these buildings, he could still distinguish their basic quality. Although the Min family's residence appeared fine at first glance, upon closer inspection, one could still detect signs of age. While this wouldn't cause any issues like the building collapsing, it did reveal the fact that the Min family was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Thinking of this, Jilin smiled, feeling more confident about this operation. Although the Min family's residence was relatively small, as a family of soul masters, it certainly wasn't insignificant. After walking for 4 or 5 minutes, Jilin finally arrived at the hall. This is the hall of the Minji clan, where the clan leader is waiting for you inside. Thank you. It's just part of my duty. After parting with that person, Jilin also entered the hall. The hall was quite spacious, with a row of chairs placed on both sides. And at the central front of the 2 rows of chairs sat an elderly man with a youthful face. Without a doubt, the only one who could sit in the main seat at that moment was the clan leader of the Minji clan, by an 82-level pure agility soul Douluo. Junior Jilin, greetings to Senior Baihe. Jilin respectfully performed the customary greeting for a junior to a senior in front of Baihe. Seeing this, Baihe also relaxed his stern expression. After all, since Jilin was being so courteous, it would be a bit ungracious for him to remain overly formal. He smiled and said, "So it's young friend Ji. Please take a seat." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed to the first chair on his left. After Jilin sat down, Baihe asked, "At such a young age, you possess such cultivation. May I ask where you are currently employed?" It was no wonder Baihe asked this question. In his understanding, there is indeed no power in the spirit master world with the surname Ji. Therefore, Jilin should be an outsider from some other faction, most likely from the Spirit Hall. If he were indeed from the Spirit Hall, Baihe would have to think carefully about how to treat him, as even the Hautian sect at its peak would not dare to offend the Spirit Hall lightly, let alone his small tribe, the Min. With this thought, a glimmer of intelligence flashed in Baihe's eyes. However, if he turned out to be from some insignificant small faction, then he shouldn't blame this old man for using his power to bully the weak. Although Jilin did not know why the White Crane asked this question, he understood that having someone in the court made things easier. Thus, the junior is currently working under the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. It is obvious that the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire is not someone the Min family can provoke. The smile on the White Crane's face grew wider, and he said, "I heard that young friend Ji wants to discuss a business deal with me. I wonder what kind of business it is." Seeing that the White Crane finally brought up the main topic, Jilin let out a sigh of relief and straightforwardly said, "I would like to buy the crystal blood dragon ginseng in your possession." Upon hearing this, the White Crane's expression immediately turned cold. "May I ask how the young friend came to know that I have this crystal blood dragon ginseng?" "Naturally, I learned it from the Crown Prince." At this point, the White Crane truly confirmed that Jilin was indeed someone from the Tiando Empire's Crown Prince Shueqinghe. Not everyone could know that he possessed the crystal blood dragon ginseng, but what puzzled him was how Shueqinghe found out about it. After all, even Yang Wudi of the Pa family had not been informed. Otherwise, that old goat would have resorted to any means to snatch it away. Since you know about the crystal blood dragon ginseng, you should also know that it is a treasured heirloom of my Min family and is not for sale. Jilin couldn't believe that Baihe valued this crystal blood dragon ginseng so highly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been entrusted to Tang San to win over the Pa family in the original work. This undoubtedly meant that he wanted to see his own worth. "Senior, why not listen to my offer first before making a decision?" Baihe crossed his arms and leaned back, saying, "Then go ahead and tell me." Jilin smiled and held up 2 fingers. Baihe looked disdainful, took a sip of the plain water beside him, and said, "You think you can buy my crystal blood dragon ginseng with just 200,000 gold soul coins? 2 million. Baihe's hand holding the cup paused, but he still feigned calmness and snorted coldly. 5 million. Baihe's heart began to waver. 5 million gold soul coins could allow his clan to live comfortably for quite a while, and he wouldn't have to go to those old buddies with a begging face. At this moment, Jilin raised 2 fingers again for million. Now Baihe was really moved, even during the peak period of the Min family. Their clan savings were not this much. Baihe took another tactical sip of water. Chapter 97. The blood dragon ginseng finally in hand. Seeing Baihe still had the composure to drink water, Jilin couldn't help but admire him for being the leader of the Min family. He couldn't match that level of composure. However, Jilin didn't expect to buy it solely with money. He was determined to acquire the crystal blood dragon ginseng. So, he raised the index finger of his other hand. Baihe was a bit puzzled as to why Jilin didn't raise his thumb, but instead raised his other index finger. Wasn't that redundant? Jilin calmly said, 4 million gold soul coins plus a right leg bone of a 10,000-year-old ghost-faced falcon. As he spoke, Jilin took out the lead box and opened it in front of Baihe. Looking at the soul bone emitting a faint glow, Baihe trembled a bit as he brought the teacup to his lips, but he couldn't drink it. Although the crystal blood dragon ginseng was a heritage item of the Min family, a soul bone could allow the Min family to have a soul master with attacking soul skills. At that moment, Baihe felt as if he had 2 little Baihes whispering in his ear, one black and one white. "Baihe, white, calm down, Baihe, stay calm. This is just a low-quality 10,000-year-old soul bone, not comparable to the crystal blood dragon ginseng. Bai He, black, but he also included 4 million gold soul coins. Isn't that enough? Bai He, why what I mean is, we can wait a bit longer. Maybe this kid will increase the price. Bai He black. Thinking of this, Bai He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a flat tone, "Is that it?" This surprised Jilin. Although the soul bone didn't reach 60,000 years and wasn't complete enough to be a heritage soul bone. Even the Haotian sect only had 3 relatively complete soul bones, exceeding 70,000 years as their heritage. This soul bone, while not comparable to those, was still nearly 30,000 years old. To put it bluntly, could the Min family compare to the Haotian sect? Hearing this, Jilin's smile faded. This old fellow was getting a bit arrogant. It seemed he couldn't buy it openly, so he would have to use some tricks. Saying this, Jilin closed the lid, put the soul bone into his ring, and was about to say some harsh words when Bai He spoke up. "However, the bond between us and your sincerity have moved me, so I have decided to do this deal with you." Seeing Jilin put the soul bone away, Bai He knew that this was Jilin's bottom line. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't know when the next chance would come. Saying this, Bai He also took out a jade box from his soul guide and opened it, revealing a blood-red, gem-like ginseng. If it weren't for the few ginseng whiskers around it, it would look even more like it. Bai He's sudden change caught Jilin off guard, but he quickly reacted, focusing his vision and seeing the massive, active blood-red energy contained within. After confirming its authenticity, Jilin's smile returned as he took out the lead box and 4 gold cards, handing them to Bai He with one hand while taking the jade box from Bai He's hand with the other. "Thank you, Senior, for your help." Bai He had thought about just snatching it and running, confident in his own speed. But that thought was fleeting. Firstly, his upbringing and pride wouldn't allow him to do that. Secondly, the power behind Jilin was not something a small Min family could afford to offend. Thirdly, if this matter got out, the Min family would truly be like a rat crossing the street. As for killing to silence, please, they weren't fools, of course. They would be prepared. Moreover, while Bai He's speed was unmatched, his attack power, well, those who understood knew. After receiving the J-box, Jilin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the crystal blood dragon ginseng might not allow his body to improve rapidly again, it was undoubtedly beneficial for his body. Furthermore, even if things followed the original plot, Tang San obtaining Xiao Wu's sacrifice would pose a considerable obstacle to Xiao Wu's resurrection, possibly preventing her from coming back at all. It was clear that both sides were very satisfied with this transaction, especially Bai He, whose smile never faded. "If the young friend has no business, feel free to stay with my Min family for a few more days, so I can play the gracious host." At this time, Jilin still needed to head to the Sea God Island, so he could not stay here. He politely declined Bai He's invitation, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, Senior, but I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot stay for long. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely come to disturb you again." Bai He's invitation was merely a formality, and Jilin's refusal was exactly what he wanted. "Then I won't keep you any longer, young friend," Bai He said as he escorted Jilin to the door, bidding farewell, "safe travels. Until we meet again." After saying this, Jilin did not linger any longer. At this moment, Bai He was sitting in the hall, stroking the lead box, pondering for a long time before finally making up his mind. "Alas, for my old bones, it's better to leave it to Xiang Xiang." After coming out from the residence of the Min family, it was already getting late. Jilin arrived at the hotel to rest well for a night, preparing to head straight to Hanhai City the next day. However, while Jilin was sound asleep, the prince's manner was far from peaceful. Looking at the 7 figures kneeling on one knee in front of him, Xue Qinghe, sitting in the main seat, had a face as dark as ink. "You mean to say that the 7 of you, 7 soul saints, let a soul king escape?" The leader of the group bowed his head even lower. "Please punish us, young master." At this moment, Xue Qinghe felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. He never expected that 7 soul saints working together could not stop Tang San. He didn't know whether to say these 7 soul saints were too useless or that Tang San was too strong. Xue Qinghe had clearly planned to punish them properly, but then he recalled what Jilin had once said to him. "Don't attribute all failures to your subordinates. You should also look for reasons within yourself." If he had sent the Douluo, perhaps the outcome would have been different. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became as he looked at the kneeling 7, making him even more furious. Get lost. The 7 dared not linger and vanished in a flash, leaving only Xue Qinghe and another person sitting there with gloomy faces. "Tang San, Haotian sect, one day I will crush you to dust." After calming down, Xue Qinghe pondered again. Tang San was indeed difficult to deal with, which showed that the master was truly skilled in teaching. It seemed he could consider sending some of the newly arrived imperial guards under his command to let him train them well. The day they are trained well will be the day I seize the Heaven Do Empire. By then, Tang San and his ilk will merely be playthings in my hands. Easily destroyed. Chapter 98. Leaning against a big tree, for shade, Tang San fully utilized the terrain advantage and the dominion of the blue-silver domain to manipulate the blue-silver grass, making the entire forest seem to help him, constantly creating trouble for the seven behind him. It was either that a few strands of blue-silver grass suddenly emerged to try to bind their ankles, or that they lurked underground attempting to trip them. Although these posed no real threat to the Seven Soul Saints, it was inevitable that their pursuit rhythm would be disrupted. Moreover, the range of the blue-silver domain had more than doubled, reaching a radius of about 300 meters. With all the blue-silver grass in the forest reporting their positions to Tang San through the blue-silver domain. Back and forth, after using Ghost Shadow mysterious steps, Tang San ultimately succeeded in escaping the pursuit of the Seven Soul Saints. After several days of traveling, Tang San arrived again at the place where he previously cultivated. As expected, Tang Hao severed his left leg and right arm, retrieving the soul bones to prepare for Tang San's return to the sect. Next, Tang San would enter the first explosive period of his life, with 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones arriving one after another. Meanwhile, Jilin was still hastily making his way to Hanhai City. After another 10 days, Jilin finally reached the destination of this journey, Hanhai City. Before entering the city, Jilin caught a faint salty and fishy smell, which inevitably reminded him of some unbearable past events. The soldier guarding the city gate noticed Jilin's discomfort and kindly explained, "Our Hanhai City is built by the sea, and the sea breeze occasionally brings the scent of the ocean. You'll get used to it." "Thank you." Once inside the city, the salty and fishy smell became even stronger. Upon arriving in Hanhai City, Jilin was not in a hurry, as Sea God Island was not here. To reach Sea God Island, sturdy ships, experienced captains, and excellent sailors were all indispensable. Finding these would take some time. So Jilin first found a decent hotel and booked a room. Then he went out to gather information. Now, Jilin naturally would not go to taverns to gather news, as that would not only waste time, but also not guarantee the accuracy of the information. Since he had a choice now, Jilin would naturally choose a better way. Although Hanhai City was not a significant city, the Spirit Hall located here was of the main hall level, just one level lower than the holy halls of the two major imperial capitals. With his token, Jilin moved smoothly and easily obtained information about some well-known local ships. The WNLCHNGF Ing ship, Captain Tuan Ku, level 52 agility attack system Soul King, Martial Soul, Devil Fish, had led his subordinates multiple times to Sea God Island to transport supplies. The JN Huing PL Ing ship, Captain Ni Fei, level 53 strong attack system Soul King, Martial Soul, Giant Crab, was the infamous leader of the Giant Crab pirate group, who had once led a team to attack Sea God Island, but was defeated by the surrounding soul-eating great white sharks. Jilin was flipping through the information of more than a dozen ships, contemplating which one to choose. At that moment, the master of the Martial Soul Hall from Hanhai City, a 72nd level Great Soul Shark Soul Saint, walked in. He directly asked Jilin, "My lord, does the Pope have any actions regarding Sea God Island?" This time, Jilin did not use the token given by Douluo, but instead used an ordinary elder's token given by Xue Qinghe, stating that it was to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jilin looked at the hall master and said, "Why do you seem so nervous?" "To be honest, my lord, the last time the Pope personally led an army to attack Sea God Island, I went along as well. Before that, I originally thought that even if there were sea soul masters in this vast ocean, they could only stir up waves. However, in that battle, I witnessed an endless surge of towering waves. I still have lingering fears about it." Jilin didn't expect that this hall master was actually one of the participants in the attack on Sea God Island by BB Daw. He couldn't help but become interested and asked if the hall master could explain the differences between land soul masters and sea soul masters, as well as how sea soul masters differ from the soul masters of Sea God Island. The hall master replied that, in fact, there isn't much difference between land soul masters and sea soul masters. If one had to point out a difference, it would be that the two sides excel in different areas. When their strengths are similar, the battle environment becomes crucial. Naturally, sea soul masters have the advantage in the ocean, while the opposite is true on land. Many people believe that sea soul masters are stronger than land soul masters, But this misconception arises because few Sea Soul Masters leave their ocean. Sea God Island Soul Masters simply understand the ocean better and are stronger than ordinary Sea Soul Masters. Yilin nodded. Since the Lord had explained his doubts, he should also clarify things for him to dispel his concerns. Rest assured, there is no action targeting Sea God Island. It's just that I personally need to go there. With Jilin's words, the Lord's expression relaxed significantly. Heaven knows how he felt when he learned that someone holding an elder's decree was coming to check the information about the ships that could go to Sea God Island. Since you want to go to Sea God Island, why not take our Spirit Hall's own ships? Jilin looked at the Lord of the Palace with some surprise. Do you still have ships that can reach Sea God Island? Seeing Jilin's expression, the Lord of the Palace was quite pleased. What you don't know, my lord, is that although Sea God Island is not small, it still lacks many supplies. Because of this, Sea God Island is open to some merchant ships. After all, some items may not be easily purchasable even if they send people to buy them. This is when smugglers come into play. Ever since the Pope returned in defeat last time, he ordered me to closely monitor the movements of Sea God Island. And smuggling is the best avenue to explore. That works. After listening, Jilin couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. However, the master changed the subject, stating that it is easy for outsiders to be discovered upon entering Sea God Island, and that the plan for the adult to go undercover is likely to be very difficult to achieve. Jilin shook his head and smiled, saying, I'm not going to lurk as an undercover agent. You should know about the Sea God's trial, right? The Hall Master narrowed his pupils and asked, Is the adult planning to go through that trial? Seeing Jilin nod, the Hall Master asked again, Does the adult know the conditions involved? I have heard a little. Then the adult should also know that even Sea Soul Masters can easily die in the trial, let alone you, a Land Soul Master. Even if you succeed, you cannot leave Sea God Island. This is also why the Soul Masters on Sea God Island are much stronger than those outside. Jilin also knows these things, but compared to the potential gains, it is still worthwhile. Moreover, Jilin is aware of what those specific tests are. As for how to escape from Sea God Island, Jilin believes he still has some leverage. With a heart full of ambition, courage arises naturally. Chapter 99, Long-Awaited Soul Battle. So when does that merchant ship set sail? As the saying goes, it's hard to persuade the damned ghost. Seeing that Jilin is determined to go, the palace master no longer says anything. After all, he is not his father, so why worry so much? We send supplies to Sea God Island every 2 months, and there are still 4 days until the next time. I will send someone to inform you then, so you might as well enjoy yourself in Hanhai City these days. After all, there may not be another opportunity. Of course, this is just something he thinks in his heart, and he doesn't dare to say it in front of Jilin. Then I will trouble the palace master. Since the ship and other arrangements have been settled, Jilin sees no reason to stay any longer. As he exits the Soul Hall, Jilin is also contemplating how to spend the next 4 days. After all, 4 days is neither too long nor too short. And as for consuming the crystal blood dragon ginseng now, Jilin has no such plan. It's fine if the absorption time is short, but if it takes too long and he misses this favorable wind ship, he might have to wait for the next opportunity. Just then, the cheers coming from a nearby building caught Jilin's attention. Looking up, he realized that the building was none other than the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena. Since he will be dealing with Sea Soul Masters for a while, it would be a good opportunity to learn about it first. At this time, the Soul Arena was bustling with people, and Jilin chose to watch the most attended match. The arena of the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena is completely different from the Soul Arenas Jilin had seen before. In the center of the arena is a 6-meter deep, 100-meter diameter pool. This is clearly a domain specially designed for Sea Soul Masters. No, Wonderland Soul Masters have hardly won here. Jilin chose a one-on-one match that best showcased individual strength. The two competitors currently in the match are at levels 51 and 52, with the former possessing the martial soul of the Phantom Conch and the latter the White Ice Seal. The former has strong defense, while the latter excels in ice manipulation. The Conch Soul Master activated their second soul ring and charged towards the Conch Soul Master like a spinning top. The Seal Soul Master reacted quickly, also using their soul skills to swim rapidly in the water. The two chased each other in the pool, creating splashes everywhere. Realizing that this approach wasn't effective, the Conch Soul Master used another soul skill, forming 2 large, rotating water columns on either side, rapidly approaching the Seal Soul Master. Sensing the movement behind, the Seal Soul Master remained calm and suddenly dove to dodge the 2 incoming water columns. While diving, the Seal Soul Master began to prepare a counterattack, with cold air rising around them. A white beam was shot from the Seal Soul Master's mouth, freezing everything in its path, and it directly hit the Conch Soul Master. However, The Conch Soul Master was not frozen as expected. The beam passed straight through. The reason the Phantom Conch is called Phantom is that it can easily create a convincing illusion, while the enemy is distracted by the illusion. The real Phantom Conch hides in the shadows, delivering a fatal blow when the enemy relaxes their guard after an attack. Unbeknownst to the Seal Soul Master, the real Conch Soul Master had already positioned themselves behind them. Watching their opponent with their back turned and completely unguarded, they silently smiled. This time I've won. The final black soul ring flashed, and the Conch Soul Master's right hand began to gather and spin water. Strangely, despite the rapid rotation, the surrounding water did not spin with it. In an instant, the flow of water in the Conch Soul Master's hand formed a massive drill over a meter in diameter. Take this spiral drill of the Conch King. The Conch Soul Master struck the Seal Soul Master at an exaggerated speed. From a moment the Seal Soul Master fired the freezing beam to being hit by the Conch Soul Master, it all happened within 2 seconds. Just as the Seal Soul Master was surprised to have hit an illusion, they were struck in the abdomen by the massive drill. If the Conch Soul Master hadn't held back, they might have bled into the pool. The Seal Soul Master, not one to lose face, let out a bitter laugh and conceded defeat. The audience erupted into cheers, celebrating the victor. Jilin sat in his seat, deep in thought. The advantage of a Sea Soul Master in the water is significant. Unlike on land, where spiritual power can easily perceive the surrounding environment, underwater, one must also consider the movements beneath them, which indeed makes it much more challenging. With this in mind, Jilin stood up and walked toward the registration area. Practice is the only standard for testing truth. Although he had thought about so much, it was merely theoretical. To gain something, he needed to personally go down and fight a match. Dear audience, I must congratulate you. You are fortunate, as the upcoming match is truly a rare event that occurs only once a year. At this point, the host paused and continued in a somewhat mournful tone. How about you all contribute a little more ticket money? Laughter erupted from the audience, all intrigued by the host's words, shouting, "Let the match begin! Let the match begin! Let the match begin!" Seeing that the atmosphere had been stirred up, the host stopped hesitating. Now, let's enjoy a long-awaited showdown between land and sea. The combatants are the level 52 Battle Soul King representing the land, Douluo, with a martial soul, golden light armor. Jilin also walked onto the arena amidst the cheers of the audience, feeling quite speechless about the host's flattering remarks. Dressed in gold, Jilin stood steadily on the water's surface, which only heightened the audience's cheers. Standing on the water was a little trick Jilin had learned long ago. The soul power in the Douluo world and the internal energy in the martial arts world share some similarities. Since internal energy can allow one to perform lightness skills and walk on water, soul power can certainly do the same, and even better. This little trick is quite simple. First, one must try to gather their energy and lighten their body. Then spread their soul power along the soles of their feet onto the water surface, achieving the effect of walking on water. Of course, this requires extremely strong control over soul power, and the quality of the soul power along with one's body weight determines the consumption. Although the consumption of soul power is not small, Jilin, whose soul power had been compressed once, felt that it was not a problem at all. Representing the ocean was Sok, a level 54 Battle Soul Master with the Octopus Ring Spirit. On the other side of the arena, a robust middle-aged man, standing 5 meters tall, stepped forward. His massive body leaped into the water without causing a splash. The cheers from the audience grew even louder. Sok surfaced, exposing his head above the water, and the two faced off against each other. The soul battle began. With the host's command, Sok had already submerged, preparing to use his immense strength to drag Jilin into his territory. Land Soul Masters can only become playthings in the hands of my Sea Soul Masters in this environment. A soul ring flashed, and 7 tentacles behind him fanned out, quickly extending toward Jilin, while the remaining one quietly extended downward to sneak around Jilin for a surprise attack. This plan was originally quite good, using the 7 tentacles for a frontal assault while the 8th provided cover. When the opponent focused on dealing with the 7 tentacles in front, the 8th tentacle would deliver surprise. Underwater, where mental power is difficult to penetrate, this was hard to detect. Sok's tactic had succeeded many times, even catching many Sea Soul Masters off guard. Once entangled by one tentacle, the remaining ones would swarm in, and with Sok's immense strength, he could easily immobilize the opponent's limbs, turning them into meat on the chopping block for Sok to dispose of as he wished. Unfortunately, he was up against Jilin, who had an innate advantage against such hidden attacks. Jilin slightly bent his legs and leaped into the air the moment the tentacles broke through the water, causing the surface beneath his feet to drop sharply, successfully dodging the swarm of incoming tentacles. This made Sok raise his eyebrows. Jilin tightened his grip on the sword, and several sword cheese slices tore through the space, striking the 8 tentacles that emerged from the water surface. To his surprise, the 8 tentacles twisted back and directly crushed Jilin's sword chi. Seeing this scene, Jilin showed a look of astonishment. He didn't expect the sword chi to be countered like this. The octopus's defense and strength were quite formidable. As Jilin fell back onto the water surface, Sok's fourth spirit ring lit up. Suddenly, Sok's tentacles expanded significantly, increasing from 8 to 16. Then, the 16 tentacles began to spin. In an instant, the entire arena started to rotate along with them. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers at this sight. Deadly Whirlpool. Take him down, Sok. Show him the power of our Sea Soul Masters. The host exclaimed excitedly. Here it comes. Sok the Soul King's signature move, Deadly Whirlpool. With strong and powerful tentacles stirring the arena, a massive whirlpool formed, pulling the opponent closer. In past matches, 30% of opponents had lost consciousness while being swept up in the increasingly rapid whirlpool. Ultimately, 65% were drawn to Sok's side, where they met their end with his final strike. Only 5% of opponents managed to counter this move, and they were all talented individuals with a soul power level of at least 59 and formidable martial souls. Because of this, Sok's move has earned the title of Deadly Whirlpool among the audience. How will this Luo respond? Let's wait and see. Jilin's body began to drift towards Sok with the water beneath his feet. Several sword energies shot out again. Although Sok had created a vortex that reduced the water flow in front of him, it was not completely absent. Furthermore, the center was the area with the highest rotational speed, and the fast-flowing water was much harder than calm water. The sword energy was shattered after descending only half a meter. Jilin was already extremely close to Sok, and he leaped backward and upward to create distance again. Perhaps if this continued, he could hold out until the opponent's soul power was exhausted. But the soul power required to stand on the water surface had already multiplied several times and was still increasing. In contrast, Sok appeared to be handling things with ease. At this rate, I really don't know who will last until the end, and I have a feeling this guy is hiding an even greater trump card. With this thought, Jilin took a deep breath, crossed his right hand with the sword in front of his chest, and rested his left index and middle fingers on the spine of the sword. Then let me test the results of my year's work on you. The 2 key points I summarize for my self-created soul skills are, first, to convert soul power into momentum. Second, to use mental power to condense this momentum and unleash it in a single strike. My Gale Demon Wolf Slash and the Haotian Sex Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique serve as auxiliary means to accumulate momentum. Of course, these are just auxiliary means. If you are very skilled at converting soul power into momentum and have sufficiently strong mental power, then these auxiliary means can be discarded, just like this. Feng Shaotian cut through a book-sized tree with a palm blade. Due to the limitations of my mental power, I can only condense the momentum of 10 slashes in an instant. Because of differences in thoughts, martial souls, and soul powers, the effects of the soul skills created by each person are different. This is also why self-created soul skills are often passed down in a single lineage, Feng Shaotian said. Perhaps due to the killing god domain above, Jilin's mental power and soul power inexplicably resonated. After injecting his mental power, not only did he stabilize the momentum, but its power also increased significantly. Soon, more than half of the soul power converted into momentum and mental power within Jilin was infused into the sword. Due to the addition of mental power, the entire sword did not emit any imposing aura. It was not that Jilin did not want to continue inputting soul power, but this sword, even if it had a gilded appearance, could only bear so much. After all, it was not like the martial souls of Feng Shaotian and the others. At this moment, the speed of the vortex had become very fast, and Jilin was only about 10 meters away from Sok. Jilin suddenly exerted force with his right foot, and his powerful leg strength splashed up a wave of water as he shot downwards towards Sok like an arrow. Seeing this, Sok was not surprised but rather pleased. The original purpose of this vortex was to delay time for his 5th soul skill and ensure its hit rate. Both of them silently shouted the names of their attacks in their hearts, as if this could increase their power. Take this mental soul power slash. 5th soul skill. Giant chapter cannon. Just a second before their attacks collided, Jilin used the water surface to accelerate again, cutting through the path with his sword. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he forcefully sliced through the light beam, leaving a shallow wound on Sok's chest. A trickle of blood stained the nearby water red. Sok touched the wound on his chest, sighed, raised his hand, and said, I concede. The match ended, and he thanked both for their exciting duel, announcing the victor as the Land Soul Master, Luo. Without Sok's support, the entire venue returned to calm. Sok climbed back to the surface of the water. The two shook hands to bid farewell. You were gracious. Sok laughed, it's nothing. Speaking of which, I should thank you. If you hadn't held back, I would have been half dead. It was just a match. There was no need for a life-and-death struggle. Next time I won't lose. Looking forward to it. Chapter 101. Departure to Sea God Island 3 days later in the evening. Jilin had just returned to the hotel after finishing today's match at the Hanhai Great Soul Arena. As soon as he opened the door, he discovered a figure dressed in black in his room. The person, upon seeing Jilin enter, immediately threw a mysterious object towards him without saying a word. Jilin casually reached out and firmly caught it in his hand. A glance revealed it was a token with a note tied to it. The person, upon seeing Jilin borrowing the place, skillfully smashed the window and jumped out. The pedestrians on the street were quite startled by this sudden shadow falling from the sky, and a chorus of exclamations erupted, making Jilin feel sympathy for the Douluo people who wouldn't say wow. When Jilin approached to check through the broken window, the person had already vanished without a trace. Opening the note, it read, Tomorrow morning at 9, Eastgate Port, board the ship at the call of the Seagull. With the token, Jilin's features were all scrunched together. Although he had mentioned wanting a more discreet way of being informed, couldn't the Spirit Hall find someone more normal? They had to pick a drama queen, and there were typos too. Now, not only was he attracting attention, but he also had to go change rooms. After reading the message on the note, Jilin looked around and noticed that the hotel staff hadn't come up to check yet. He went to the candle holder that served to set the mood and ignited the note in his hand. The flickering flames reflected on Jilin's face. Before long, the note had turned to ashes, which he tossed out the window, watching the ashes fall with the wind. Jilin shook the non-existent trench coat and turned to leave. As for the meeting, I'm also a professional. However, does that guest over there need help switching to another room? That essay must. Hanhai City Spirit Hall. The hall master took off the black cloth covering his face and sighed inwardly. Oh my, that was quite enjoyable. The next morning, Jilin had been waiting at the Eastgate dock for a long time. His eyes carefully scanned every ship, but despite straining his eyes, he couldn't find any ship related to the Seagulls. Could it be that the message was wrong? As the time approached 9 o'clock, Jilin began to feel anxious. Should he go ask at the Spirit Hall? But what if he missed it? Just when Jilin was feeling helpless, a young sailor wearing a headscarf patted him on the shoulder and asked, Are you looking for a ship? Yes, it's almost time to depart. But I haven't even seen a shadow of the ship, Jilin replied. A ship to Sea God Island? Yes, Jilin said, suddenly realizing. He looked the sailor up and down, then took out the token. That's right. Follow me, the sailor said after glancing at the token, turning to lead the way. With the sailor's guidance, Jilin finally found the organization. Looking at the ship ahead, which was over 100 meters away, Jilin couldn't help but admire the grandeur of the Spirit Hall. This way, the sailor called Jilin over to a hanging rope ladder. Since the cargo platform has been retracted, we can only go up this way. With that, the sailor climbed up first. Jilin estimated that the part of the ship above the water was about 20 meters, which wasn't very high for him. With a light leap, he landed on the ship's railing. The people on the deck noticed a stranger boarding the ship and immediately took up defensive postures. Who are you? What are you here for? They looked ready to fight at any moment. Just as Jilin was about to take out his token to explain, the sailor who had brought him there climbed up as well and quickly explained to his companions, Don't be so nervous. He's the person we've been waiting for. At this moment, Jilin also took out the token. With the dual assurance of the token and his companions, everyone finally lowered their guard. At this time, a middle-aged man with a weathered face approached Jilin and said, Hello, I'm the first mate of this ship. The captain is waiting for you in the captain's quarters at the top. As he spoke, he made a gesture inviting Jilin to follow him. Jilin nodded and asked to be guided. On the way to the captain's cabin, Jilin couldn't help but reflect on the sailors he had just seen. They didn't seem to have the obvious hierarchy and sense of superiority that the Spirit Hall had, and their strength seemed a bit low. Before Jilin could think too much, they arrived at the door of the captain's cabin. This is the captain's cabin. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Thank you. After the first mate left, Jilin pushed open the door to the captain's cabin. The cabin was not large, probably only about 100 square meters, and there were no luxurious decorations, just the most essential parts of the ship. The only valuable item might be the head of an unknown shark-type spirit beast hanging on the wall. In the center of the room were 3 long sofas arranged around a rectangular tea table. An elderly man with white hair sat on the sofa, directly facing the door, with 2 teacups already prepared in front of him. Jilin casually closed the door and sat down on the sofa to the left of the old man. This rude action not only did not make the old man unhappy, but even showed a hint of appreciation. I suppose you are the esteemed guest that the Lord mentioned would be heading to Sea God Island. Jilin picked up the teacup and took a sip, pretending to ask. The captain squinted his eyes and asked, "How do you find this tea, my lord?" "Bitter. I really don't understand why you all like to drink this stuff. If I had to choose, I'd rather have a glass of grape juice." The captain suddenly burst into laughter, his posture becoming more relaxed. "It seems you and we are of the same kind." "Oh, I just made a comment about the taste of the tea, and you see me as one of your kind? Isn't tea that a bit hasty?" "Hasty? I don't think so. Out at sea, there is not much time for beating around the bush. I have a certain confidence in my judgment. It's better not to be too confident. By the way, what about your crew?" A hint of surprise flashed across the captain's face. "My lord, you notice so quickly. Indeed, they are not from the Spirit Hall. They're all recruits I've gathered over the years at sea. Why not use people from the Spirit Hall? For one, safety would be significantly better. The thinking of those who come out of the Spirit Hall is too rigid for navigating the ever-changing seas, making it easier for the people from Sea God Island to notice them. You seem to have little sense of belonging to the Spirit Hall. Aren't you the same, my lord?" Jilin shook his head and did not dwell on the question. "When can we set off?" "Immediately." Chapter 102. Daily transitions. The sea is pleasant when it is calm, with flocks of white seagulls circling in the azure sky. The surface of the sea rises and falls continuously, one wave after another. At this moment, the flock of seagulls has spotted a school of fish, signaling that a battle between species is about to unfold. The seagulls fix their eyes on the target, dive sharply, aligning their wings closely to their bodies and extending their necks to keep in line with their central axis. Suddenly, the sound of splashes fills the air. This battle ends with an absolute victory for the seagulls. Just as the seagulls were about to indulge in a feast of fish after their hunt, an unexpected event occurred. A large fish, emerging out of nowhere, charged into the seagulls that were leisurely feeding. In an instant, white feathers and blood became the most prominent sight. Standing on the deck, Jilin witnessed this scene and turned to the captain, Kupu, beside him, saying, "Don't you like seagulls? Aren't you going to help them?" "I do like seagulls, but that doesn't mean I have to intervene and help them. There are so many seagulls at sea. Can I manage them all? The law of the sea is survival of the fittest. Some lucky ones will always escape. Look, isn't that one right there?" The death of their companions indeed caught the attention of some seagulls, who flapped their wings and left the sea filled with food and predators, expressing their excitement at their escape. "It's too early," it seems to confirm this statement, as several jets of water shot up, and a few escaped seagulls returned to the sea that symbolizes life and death. No matter how they flapped, it was futile. Originally, there were more than 20 seagulls, but in the end, only a few managed to survive. The survivors would soar more freely over the sea. "Really?" Looking at the few seagulls gradually flying away, Jilin pondered and retorted, "How do you know they won't encounter dangers from the sky? There is no absolutely safe place. The sky is just much more merciful compared to the ocean. At least the sky won't be stained with blood because of it, but it can be much crueler, leaving no trace of existence." Just as Jilin was about to continue his argument, an exceptionally loud seagull cry rang out. Kupu, hearing it, said to Jilin, "The first mate is looking for me. I won't accompany you to enjoy the sea breeze and scenery." Watching Kupu's departing figure, Jilin couldn't help but complain. "So it's not a typo. To cry is a name, but it's not a name, no. It should be a name. Cry has its own." Life at sea started out a bit fresh, but over time, it became monotonous, with the same unchanging scenery always on the distant horizon. The only entertainment on the ship might be fishing. Jilin sat at the stern of the boat, holding a nearly 10-meter fishing rod, with a fishing line that shimmered with a metallic luster. Above him was a sunshade, and to satisfy his cravings, he had fresh oranges, which were no ordinary oranges. They were from the crew member Wan Weisher. These oranges not only refreshed the mind, but also invigorated the spirit, and most importantly, they could boost energy. This was just his first soul skill. It was said that the effect of the second soul skill's oranges was a significant recovery of stamina. Wan Weisher had once said that if he had the chance in this lifetime, he would like to have a third soul skill that could cure diseases with oranges. At this moment, Jilin's fishing rod moved. He quickly got up from the lounge chair and, with a strong pull, brought up a large dragon shark fish over a meter long, swinging it right towards Kapu, who had come looking for Jilin. "Kapu, Being a level 56 soul king, despite his martial soul being a spotted seahorse, was still quick on the boat. He accurately grabbed the fishing line and was a bit surprised to see the struggling dragon shark fish. Dragon shark fish were rare and very valuable. Jilin had once eaten it at a hotel in Hanhai City and was immediately amazed by its tender meat and delicious taste, especially since it lacked the fishy smell that other fish had, mainly because this dragon shark fish was a rare soul beast. Of course, such a delicious fish came at a beautiful price. A 1-meter dragon shark fish, including cooking, cost 150 gold soul coins. Jilin took it from Kopu, then pinched his fingers together and swiftly dealt a fatal blow. A white soul ring condensed around the fish. It looked like it had been around for at least 20 or 30 years, so 200 gold soul coins were easily within reach. By the way, what brings you to me? We are running low on living supplies on the boat and need to restock at the next island, which will delay us for a few days. Jilin was a bit puzzled. Don't you guys prepare a little more? Keep your shukud stifly. Who do you think is to blame? Thinking of his own appetite, Jilin smiled a little awkwardly and pointed at the fish in his hand. How about we share? Kopu waved his hand and refused. You should keep it for yourself. Fish without a fishy taste has no soul. All right, you've notified them. I should go back and check how many supplies we still need. After Kopu left, Jilin returned to the lounge chair. It's just a food shortage. Watch me solve it in no time. The main sail of the Douluo ship rose, and the sudden acceleration made Jilin stagger. Great, I can't even fish now. He simply reeled in the fishing rod and leisurely lay back in the lounge chair. How pleasant. Hao Tian sect. After the duel between Tang San and the 7th elder of Hao Tian sect, Lai Yang Douluo, the 5 elders saw Tang San's potential. Dual martial souls, 2 domains, 3 soul bones, and being level 59 at the age of 20. It can be said that Tang San was even more outstanding than his father. Moreover, Tang Hao had returned the 2 major inherited soul bones, so they no longer opposed Tang San's return to the sect. I wonder if my father can return to the sect to pay respects to Grandpa. The 4 elders' previously friendly expressions visibly darkened. The 7th elder, known for his fiery temper, directly stated, Tang Hao, that sinner of Hao Tian's sect, is not worthy. The 7th elder's beloved eldest son was killed by the Spirit Hall during the catastrophe, and Tang Hao was his second enemy after the Spirit Hall. Tang San lowered his head, unconsciously tightening his fists. He couldn't refute the 7th elder, whose eldest son died because of his father, as it was indeed his family that owed him. At this moment, the 2nd elder spoke up. However, as long as you can meet my 3 conditions within 10 years, I can take charge and allow Tang Hao to return to the sect. Second brother. The 7th elder immediately expressed his discontent. Old 7, Under the 2nd elder's gaze, the 7th elder angrily turned his head aside. Sigh. The 2nd elder sighed, planning to have a good talk with him later. Hearing there was still a chance, Tang San hurriedly asked, what are the 3 conditions? First, reach the level of soul Douluo. Second, retrieve the head of a title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Third, possess a 100,000-year soul ring within the 8th ring. Chapter 103. Confrontation with the Purple Pearl. The Douluo ship was over 100 meters long and more than 50 meters wide, undoubtedly a colossal vessel, and naturally, its draft was not shallow. The ship was anchored in deep water, leaving the first mate to lead 5 people to stay behind, while the remaining 15 or so rowed small boats to the island to purchase supplies, to reach Sea God Island as soon as possible. Jilin also joined the team going to the island to buy supplies. The people on the island had already noticed these small boats early on, and many were standing on the beach with weapons in hand. When Jilin and Kopu and others landed on the island, a middle-aged representative stepped forward from among the people, unable to suppress his smile. Captain Kopu, it's been a long time. I've really missed trading with you. Kopu replied irritably, I don't share your sentiments. Where's Purple Pearl? Call her to talk to me. The middle-aged man shrugged, seemingly used to Kopu's tone. The leader is still in the village. Kopu pushed him aside angrily and said, then don't block the way. You're such a big person and still so inconsiderate. Do you need me to teach you a lesson? Ignoring the man's expression, he walked straight into the interior of the island. Jilin and the others followed closely behind. The crew had long been accustomed to Kopu's behavior. It seemed that Kopu had suffered quite a bit here. Even after being treated this way by Kopu, the smile on that person's face didn't fade. After all, who would feel disgusted by walking wealth? After walking for about 20 minutes, a village with a tropical flair appeared before them. The houses were mainly built of wood, and some could still be seen decorated with large green leaves. The villagers wore refreshing short-sleeved shirts and shorts. Following behind Kopu, Jilin arrived at the largest wooden house in the village. At this time, the wooden house was already filled with many people. Sitting at the head was a hot-looking beauty with slightly dark skin and purple short hair. Upon seeing Kupu and his party enter, Zi Zhanju stood up, opened her arms wanting to embrace Kupu. "Dear old Kupu, it's been a long time. I've missed you so much. You came this time to bring me a chance to get rich, right?" Kupu sidestepped Zi Zhanju's embrace. "You the sea snake. Should cut it out. Many men have died from your embrace over the years. I don't want to be the next." Not feeling embarrassed after being avoided, Zi Zhanju smiled and said, "What can I do? Those men always look at me with lecherous eyes, and their hands aren't honest during the embrace. I can only send them to meet the sea god. Old Kupu, at your age, you shouldn't be like them, right?" Saying this, Zi Zhanju stuck out her red tongue and licked her lips, exuding an inexplicable charm. To ensure the upcoming transaction went smoothly, Kupu still gritted his teeth and gave Zi Zhanju a hug. After the embrace, Kupu disdainfully brushed his clothes, fearing that some toxins might be left behind. After all, the poison of this woman was no joke. Zi Zhanju laughed heartily as she sat back down and then abruptly stopped laughing, asking, "So, what supplies do you want this time?" Kupu was already familiar with what supplies he needed and how much of each, and he said, 100 barrels of fresh water, 300 bundles of firewood, 400 pounds of preserved meat, 10 pounds each of various seasonings, and 30 pounds of salt. As various supplies were mentioned by Kupu, a person besides Zi Zhanju was writing down notes. After Kupu finished speaking, that person whispered to Zi Zhanju, "Captain, the cost is around 500 gold soul coins." After hearing this, Zi Zhanju nodded and then turned to Kupu. "Old Kupu, this time you're buying quite a lot. What's going on? Have you recruited some new crew members? What does that have to do with you?" Zi Zhanju nodded. "How could it not be related? If you buy more supplies, it means you must have more people on the ship, which means this batch of goods is either larger or more valuable. In short, this time the cargo is definitely worth more than before. How can I not charge a bit more?" Thinking of this, Zi Zhanju immediately quoted 10,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing her price, Kupu couldn't help but frown. "Isn't your asking price too outrageous? The cost of these items plus shipping and labor is at most 2,000 gold soul coins. Asking me for 10,000 is a bit of a lion's share." Zi Zhanju responded earnestly, "Old Kupu, the meat is fine, but fresh water, seasonings, and salt are not easy to find at sea. If it weren't for a recent group of blind fools who tried to pass through my territory without paying tolls, I might not even have seasonings to sell you." Moreover, she leaned comfortably back in her chair, squinting her eyes in a radius of hundreds of miles. "Who else but me can sell you these items, so you can buy or not?" After thinking for a while, Kupu decided to battle it out with Zi Zhanju. 3,000. I've seen half off before, but never a direct threefold cut. 9,999. What the hell? Just 1 gold soul coin less. Are you that stingy? At most, 3,001. Wow, how can you say that? Aren't you stingy yourself? I'll take a small loss, 9,500. Come on, I'm also your old customer. Give me a discount, 4,000. 9,000. 4,500. 8,000. 5,000. Wow, are you still a man? I've lowered it by 1,000, and you only added 500. Do you look down on me? Do you believe I'll explode right here? I really haven't seen anyone explode. How about you let me see it? Just now, I really didn't notice that you were such a despicable and shameless person. I actually wanted to see a young lady explode. Who brought it up first? Both sides men watched their leaders stand on the same small tea stool, glaring at each other, accustomed to it. Several people even yawned. 300 can't go lower. If it goes lower, do you believe I'll fight you? Deal. Second mate, pay up. Just as the second mate was about to step forward, Jilin quietly stopped him, taking out a large bag of gold soul coins from his ring and walking forward to deal with some special situations. Jilin had always kept a good amount of cash in several storage rings. Chapter 104. General. Upon seeing Jilin approach, Kupu raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. It's no wonder they say women's thoughts are more delicate. Even Zi Zhanju, who likes women, is no exception. Kupu's earlier actions were very subtle and fleeting, but they were still noticed by Zi Zhanju. The money bag was placed on the tea stool between the two, and the gold coins clinked against each other, making a sound. Zi Zhanju placed one hand on the money bag while her eyes were fixed on the person delivering the money, secretly sizing up Jilin, and said, "This friend is quite unfamiliar." Then she turned to Kupu. "New crew member?" Kupu didn't speak, still thinking. What is this woman up to? Zizhanju opened the money bag, revealing a sight full of gold. You're quite wealthy. I'm curious, as a rich person with considerable strength, why would you choose to make a living at sea? At this point, Zizhanju's tone had taken on an accusatory edge, and her subordinates revealed their weapons, pointing them at Jilin and his group. Kapu couldn't sit still. Zizhanju, what are you going crazy about? Zizhanju, coldly replied. Her tone serious. Old Kapu, after so many years of dealing, I always thought we would be on the same side. After all, one of us is a pirate and the other a smuggler. We should be in the same camp in others' eyes. But I never expected you would bring someone from the Empire to spy on my information. Kapu hurriedly explained. Zizhanju, you misunderstood. He.S. just a passenger traveling to Sea God Island on my ship. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? This kid can casually pull out over 6,000 gold soul coins, has fair skin, and a somewhat elegant demeanor. Who else could he be but someone from the official side? And you bought twice as many supplies as before just to feed this kid's entourage, right? Be honest about how you plan to deal with me on Purple Pearl Island. Otherwise, I'll show you the 12-level gap between us. Wait, Jilin suddenly interrupted Purple Pearl. Do you think I'm sent by the Tindo Empire to eliminate you? There are helpers I brought on the ship, right? Kid, you're not going to say you're just a passenger going to Sea God Island, are you? Do you really think I'm that foolish? In this day and age, no one believes the truth anymore. Jilin rubbed his temples and finally explained, I'm really just a passenger going to Sea God Island on their ship, and there are no accomplices on board. They bought extra food simply because I have a larger appetite. Although in a sense, I am indeed someone from the Tindo official side. You have to believe me. I'm not here to eliminate you. Purple Pearl's soul power surged, and dense scales appeared all over her body, her eyes turning into purple vertical pupils, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings emerging. Even if you don't speak, I have ways to make you talk, but the process might be a bit uncomfortable. Saying that, she twisted her body and lunged at Jilin. Seeing Purple Pearl charging at him, Jilin shook his head. Just as Purple Pearl's scaled hand was about to grab his neck, he sidestepped and ruthlessly kicked her in the stomach with his right foot. Purple Pearl bent over and flew backward, crashing through several houses before finally stopping with the help of a large tree. Purple Pearl's subordinates included several Soul Respect and Grand Soul Masters, and under their leadership, the Purple Pearl pirate group bravely attacked Jilin, killing God Domain. A forest white light enveloped a radius of 100 meters, and a chilling, killing intent swirled above everyone's heads. The ordinary people were immediately terrified to the point of losing control and fainting. Those with lower cultivation levels broke out in cold sweats, trembling uncontrollably. Even a level 56, Kupu had to channel his soul power to avoid losing composure like those people. Watching the figure walking towards Purple Pearl, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Truly, a big shot from above. Jilin stopped 5 meters away from Zizhanju, looking at her eyes filled with fury. His expression was cold as he said lightly, You should be able to see it now. I don't need any help to deal with you. Just by myself, I can leave you all with nothing. With a flash of her soul ring, several purple energy sea snakes lunged at Jilin along different trajectories. Clad in gold, the sea snakes couldn't even break through his defenses. Jilin drew his sword from its sheath, blocking the strike from the giant serpent tail formed by the purple pearls. Both sides fell into a struggle. Jilin gradually increased the strength in his hands, pressing the enormous snake tail down. You, a sea spirit master, think you can fight me? Aren't you a bit overestimating yourself? Do you really think it at Sea God Douluo? Seeing Jilin effortlessly suppressing him with one hand while mocking him, Zizhanju also realized that he was definitely no match for Jilin. If his tail was suppressed, it would truly be the end for him. During the battle with Jilin, Zizhanju made a discovery. His entire strength seems to be in that sword. That golden light martial soul doesn't seem to have any real attack power. If I can destroy that sword, maybe I can win. 5th soul skill, Purple Sea Corrosion. A faint purple hue appeared on the snake tail, and the golden luster on the sword emitted a sizzling sound, rapidly dissipating. Seeing this, Zizhanju's face lit up, and he increased his strength. In the next moment, the sword, having lost its golden protection, could not withstand the force from both sides and broke apart. The snake tail continued its momentum, striking towards Jilin's face. Leaning back to evade, Jilin suddenly slammed both hands on the ground. Using the reaction force, he soared into the air, avoiding the sweeping snake tail once again. With one attack failing, Zizhanju coiled his snake tail, eyes fixed intently on Jilin, who had just landed, a smug smile still on his lips. Glancing at the short sword in his hand, Jilin casually tossed it aside. Although he already knew and had the ability to prevent the sword from breaking, he chose not to do so for his own amusement. In the midst of Zi Zhanzhu's astonished gaze, Jilin slowly drew out another sword from the bag-shaped soul guide at his waist. Identical to the one that had just broken, the smile on Zi Zhanzhu's lips vanished. Jilin round 2, ready go. Before Zi Zhanzhu could understand what Jilin said, dozens of sword chi flew towards her, so densely packed that there was no way to dodge. With no other options, Zi Zhanzhu had to brace herself and counter. However, what Zi Zhanzhu did not expect was that despite the fierce-looking attacks, they actually lacked power. A gentle flick of her tail could easily send them flying, and some even fell to the ground without her worrying about it. The surrounding dust and smoke grew heavier, severely obstructing her vision. Just as Zi Zhanzhu was on guard against Jilin's surprise attack, she felt a chill on her neck. A gust of wind blew away the dust, revealing 2 figures within. Check. Chapter 105. The ups and downs of Zi Zhanzhu. I'm a very merciful person. Do you want me to give you some time to say a few last words? Just kill me. Why so much nonsense? Is this your last word? I will remember it. As Jilin spoke, fearing that the knife would not be quick enough and that Zi Zhanzhu would suffer, she fully activated her golden light. Stripes appeared, and the color changed from genuine gold to platinum. 4th soul skill, the transformation of evasion. This was a skill Zi Zhanzhu obtained by hunting a soul beast called the sea rock crab. Using this skill, she could leave behind a body that was indistinguishable from her own while she herself entered a state of invisibility for 10 seconds. After becoming invisible, Zi Zhanzhu did not leave, but directly launched an attack on Jilin. 1st soul skill, Wrathful Serpent Strike. Her scaly right hand suddenly elongated, resembling a python targeting its prey, and Jilin was undoubtedly that ignorant prey. Zi Zhanzhu silently roared in her heart, filled with killing intent towards Jilin, who had come to deal with her on the island. Jilin had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Just as the attack was about to land on him, he tilted his head at just the right angle to dodge it and swiftly thrust his sword in. He turned to look at the now visible Zi Zhanzhu. Zi Zhanzhu retracted her sword with her right hand, and Jilin did not stop her. Once it left Jilin's grasp, the gilded sheen on the sword dissipated immediately. It was hard to imagine how such an ordinary sword could pierce the arm of a level 68 Soul Emperor. Looking at Zi Zhanzhu, who was clutching her arm and staring intently at him, Jilin's eyes sparkled with a mysterious and dreamy rainbow light, filled with mockery. He then pulled out another sword from the bag at his waist, carefully feeling the spine of the blade while coloring it, softly saying, "Round 3 ready." Seeing Jilin's attention fixed on the sword in his hand, Zi Zhanzhu was both furious that Jilin did not take her seriously and overjoyed. Her intact left hand struck like a snake again, but Jilin would not let her succeed. As he sidestepped to dodge, Jilin decisively severed her arm. The arm fell, and red blood splattered everywhere. Interrupting others' conversations is very impolite, don't you know? Jilin remarked, observing Zi Zhanzhu, who was sweating profusely and trying to stop the bleeding with her soul power, without saying a word. Jilin frowned. Ignoring others was also a form of rudeness. However, he thought, since you're so anxious, I want to delay. With that, Jilin stepped forward with his sword towards Zi Zhanzhu. Run, you have to run. This guy is a monster. As Jilin approached, Zi Zhanzhu was filled with fear. After fighting for so long, she hadn't even touched the corner of his clothes. Yet she had permanently lost an arm. Even a fool would know to run at this moment. But before Zi Zhanzhu could act, a wave of soul-deep terror engulfed her body. Brain, run, escape quickly. Legs, I want to, but I'm trembling. Seeing Zi Zhanzhu's exposed thigh shaking uncontrollably, Jilin was surprised by the effectiveness of his aura. Although my god of death domain had grown stronger with the soul bone, even when condensed to a meter around him, it wouldn't have this effect, let alone now that it spanned 3 meters. The main reason for this effect was likely her inner fear of death. At this moment, Jilin had no interest in Zi Zhanzhu, who had lost her ability to fight back. Better get going. It would be bad if there's traffic on the way to reincarnation. Whoosh. Ding. An arrow shot towards Jilin. Clearly, this kind of attack couldn't even break through the gilded defense, but it still made Jilin stop his movement. Following the direction of the arrow, he saw several soul masters led by Zi Zhanzhu standing there. When Jilin chose to condense his god of death domain, they had left the range and naturally regained their ability to move. A glimmer of hope appeared in Zi Zhanzhu's eyes. Seeing the fear in their eyes, Jilin was quite familiar with it. Although their inner fear was evident, their brave act of standing up was commendable, but Jilin would not show mercy. Why are there so many people looking for death these days? With a casual wave, he unleashed a blade of sword energy. Although this sword energy was not very powerful and not fast, posing no threat to those above the Great Soul Master level, it was easy to dodge. However, don't forget, Jilin still had the God of Death domain. Although now, to suppress Zi Jinju, the domain was condensed within 3 meters of Jilin. All he had to do was let the part not affecting Zi Jinju expand. This did require some mental effort, as he distributed the God of Death domain to them. The few people felt as if they were facing a great enemy, just as the sword energy was about to reach them. One person will to survive ultimately overcame his inner fear. As he dropped to the ground, he pulled down a nearby companion. With this person's help, the companion regained some ability to move and pulled down another companion, who did the same. But time waits for no one. When the third person was pulled down, Jilin's attack had already arrived, and dozens of heads flew into the air, blood spraying onto the faces of those who survived. Jilin looked at the person who had overcome their inner fear with some surprise. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was an ordinary person without any soul power, which piqued his interest even more. "Hey kid, what's your name?" The person stood up trembling from the ground and said, "Jixiang." Repeating this name, Jilin felt it was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for the moment. Could you not kill the captain? He's a good person. He only acted against you for the safety of the island's residents." Jilin raised her eyebrows slightly. She had just attacked me without holding back. If it weren't for my decent strength, I would have been dead by now. This is not just Jilin talking nonsense. She really saw it in her future vision. This is not very convincing, is it? Looking at the motionless purple pearl over there, who had lost a hand, it formed a stark contrast with Jilin, who was spotless. Anyone would find it hard to believe that Purple Pearl had the ability to put Jilin in a life-or-death situation. Jilin had no intention of explaining anything to them. If there was nothing else, I would just send her on her way. Just as Jilin was about to take action, Jixiang had no good options and could only anxiously wait there. As for stepping forward to stop him, don't joke around. Didn't you see that even the level 68 Purple Pearl could only stay there? I ask you, Lord Ji, to spare the life of the Purple Pearl. Chapter 106. Finally arriving at Sea God Island. I ask you, Lord Ji, to spare the life of the Purple Pearl. A familiar voice sounded from behind Jixiang, and then an unexpected figure of Jilin walked out. "Captain Kapu, do you know what you were saying?" Kapu smiled wryly and said, "Of course I know. Do you know what consequences this will bring you? Or do you think you, as a Soul King, can save someone from my hands?" Although Jilin's tone remained the same as before, equally plain, everyone present could feel the confidence and sharpness within it. Kapu took off his coat, revealing his thin body covered in scars. "Of course not. Don't be fooled by my appearance. In your domain, I can definitely fight." This was the most absurd thing Jilin had ever heard. Kapu's steady stance showed no signs of being able to fight. "Putting my coat back on, I can pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't do something bad." Kapu did not respond to Jilin, but instead expressed his attitude directly through action by manifesting his martial spirit. "My lord, do you think this statement can convince yourself? Are you worried I might regret it later?" No. In these days of interacting with you, I can sense that you are someone who does not make promises lightly, and once you do, you will certainly keep them. So why would you do such a thankless task? Is it because of her? Jilin cast a glance at the still, motionless Purple Pearl. To ensure everything was foolproof, Jilin was now putting all of his killing intent onto her. Who is she to you that you would treat her this way? If you are only attracted to her appearance and figure, with your strength, there would be many young girls on the continent who are no less than her vying to climb into your bed. Jilin spoke these words with a calm expression, causing Kupu's old face to flush. "You're joking, my lord. I'm too old to be greedy for such matters between men and women. It's just that Zizenzu has been kind to me. What kind of kindness is so great that you need to repay it with your body?" Kupu's mouth twitched. Using repay with one's body in this context seems inappropriate. Jilin calmly said, "Is that so? I actually think it's quite suitable." What could Kapu say? He had nothing to say. Didn't the Lord ask me why I didn't save that hunted seagull before? What does that have to do with now? I am that seagull. I understand now. The favor of saving a life, you were indeed right. That seagull deserved to die. After saying this, Jilin sighed, having made up his mind. Since that's the case, I'll continue being a good person. It's just right that you can keep me company, so the journey to hell won't be lonely. With that, Jilin raised his sword and was about to stab it into the chest of the Purple Pearl. A column of water surged towards him, and Jilin had no choice but to slice through it with his sword. "Kapu, are you really in such a hurry to die? Are you trying to go down first to scout the way for her?" The Lord, I want to remind you, if the purple pearl dies, I will also die. And if I die, your plan to go to Sea God's Island this time will really be in trouble. Jilin squinted his eyes. Are you threatening me? One could think so, my lord. Do you really think that without you, I wouldn't be able to find someone to take me there? You must think highly of yourself. Why do you think it took me so long to stop you? What else could I be doing? Just arranging for the aftermath. Wait, arranging for the aftermath, hiss. It can't really be like that for me, right? Seeing Jilin silent for a long time, Kapu smiled and said, It seems my lord has already guessed it. I believe even you can't cross the sea without a ship. Since the conversation had reached this point, what else could Jilin do? Was he really going to kill them and be left alone on this island? Noticing Jilin hesitating, Kapu hurriedly pressed on. The purple pearl offended my lord. Losing an arm is already a small punishment for a major crime. The purple pearl isn't a truly wicked person. Just let her go. Jilin let out a cold laugh. It wasn't easy to control an area of several hundred kilometers of sea. One couldn't do it without some blood on their hands. To those she had killed, she was like a demon from hell. But what did that have to do with me? This time you won. Apraking Zizinzu. She pulled out the sword still embedded in her arm. With a sneer, Zijinju remained silent. Whether out of pride or being overwhelmed by the domain of the god of death, Jilin didn't care. The sword still had traces of blood on it, and Jilin first wiped it on Zijinju's face. Seeing it wasn't clean enough, she polished it on her body, especially over her heart, before finally satisfied and retracting the sword. Along with the sword, the domain of the god of death was also withdrawn. Zijinju knelt on the ground, gasping for air. The feeling of her heart being squeezed was truly unbearable. Seeing that Jilin had spared Zijinju, Kapu also retracted his martial soul. With a casual glance at the Zijinju at his feet and Kapu beside him, Jilin left directly. 10 days later, if I don't see the Sea God Island, the Great Osprey and this island will leave no trace behind, not even the yolk of an egg. It won't matter even if the Sea God comes. That's what I said. Arriving at the seaside, the once prominent Great Osprey was still as striking, but unlike before. Only a small lifeboat remained. Damn it, have I been played? Shortly after, Kapu, now dressed again, caught up with her. The two exchanged no words and boarded the small boat, with Kapu rowing. Back on the Great Osprey, Jilin returned to the lounge chair at the back of the ship. On the small table beside her, in addition to the oranges that had been there before, there were now apples, grapes, and other fruits. Picking up an apple and taking a bite, the gentle sea breeze mixed with a salty flavor softly blew on Jilin's face, and the warm sunlight made her feel drowsy. Jilin squinted his eyes and quietly ate an apple. Perhaps due to Jilin's 10-day deadline, the Tao was also in full swing. And on the 9th day after leaving Zijin Pearl Island, they finally saw the outline of Sea God Island. Surrounding Sea God Island lives a group of guardian spirit beasts, the magic soul great white sharks. It is said that when the sea god fought across the seas, he rode on a 10,000-year level magic soul great white shark king. The last time a spirit haul attacked Sea God Island, they were largely stopped by this group of magic soul great white sharks. To safely reach Sea God Island, they needed the spirit masters on the island to come and receive them, and their level couldn't be too low. At least they had to be purple-clothed spirit masters. Kupu looked at the two small boats clearing the way ahead and introduced it to Jilin. Is that so? Jilin stared at the two purple-robed soul masters on the small boats in front of him and spoke to Kapu with a hint of indifference. After a month of sailing, without encountering his own captain who was a pirate or the deep-sea demon whale king, Jilin finally arrived at the sacred land of soul masters, Sea God Island. Chapter 107. Seahorse Sacred Pillar. Since Kapu had brought some relatively scarce supplies like tea and fine iron to Sea God Island, the island naturally did not treat them poorly, and the two purple-robed soul masters were quite courteous. A dozen white-robed and yellow-robed soul masters, along with the crew of the Great Gull, were busy checking the supplies and calculating the prices. The two purple-robed soul masters had a high rank and status, so they naturally did not have to do the rough work. They were only responsible for ferrying and supervising the tasks of the lower-ranked soul masters. Feeling a bit bored, one of the purple-robed soul masters kicked at the sand beneath his feet and said to his companion, I really don't understand why Lord Seahorse values these land soul masters so much, even sending us to receive them. Last time we were beaten so badly. It was quite embarrassing. The other one, whose hair had turned quite gray and whose face bore the marks of time, appeared more composed. All right, stop complaining. These land soul masters are indeed quite strong. If it weren't for Sea God Island's geographical advantage, we wouldn't have one so easily. By the way, does this friend have something to say? The last sentence was naturally directed at Jilin, who had been observing them closely. He had noticed that Lin had been staring at them since they arrived, and it seemed like he had something to ask. As for whether he had any ulterior motives, that was a joke. This was Sea God Island, the sacred land of soul masters. Even a titled Douluo would have to face a couple of slaps here. I see that your status seems quite high. So I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions? The younger, purple-robed soul master frowned and replied, "Why should we answer you?" His companion lightly patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Don't be like that. You can ask, but we may not necessarily answer. Please understand, as some things really cannot be disclosed." Lin nodded to show understanding. "Are there many soul masters in purple robes like you?" The purple-robed soul master secretly wondered. Why is he asking about the number of purple-robed soul masters right off the bat? Is he trying to gauge the strength of Sea God Island? Although he thought this, he still replied, "About 180. It didn't seem like a lot, but whether it was the truth or not was up for interpretation. Lin didn't really believe it. However, probing into the combat power of Sea God Island was not Lin's goal. He had heard that anyone could come to Sea God Island to accept the Sea God's trial. He wondered if that was true. As soon as he said this, the two soul masters exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise, mockery, and a sneer at Lin's overconfidence. "From what you're saying, you intend to accept the Sea God Lord's trial?" Sensing the disdain in their words, Lin calmly replied, "That is indeed my intention." Upon hearing this, the two soul masters exchanged smiles again, and finally the older soul master said, "Young man, give it up. It's impossible for you to pass. Don't throw away your life in vain." Lin couldn't help but frown. Although he wasn't a genius, he was at least a transmigrator. Did they really look down on him so much? Perhaps noticing Lin's displeasure, the purple-clad soul master explained, "Young man, I don't mean to look down on you. It's quite rare to have such cultivation at your young age, but the Sea God's trial is very difficult even for us sea soul masters, let alone for you." A land soul master. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. "What are you telling him all this for? Since he wants to go, just take him. We wouldn't want people saying our sea god is petty." After saying that, without caring about his companion's expression, he lifted his chin towards Lin and said, "Kid, don't you want to accept the sea god's trial? Follow me." Watching the two gradually walk away, the older soul master couldn't help but feel a bit regretful for Lin, who was about to lose his life. Sigh. Why don't young people listen to advice these days? Isn't it better to live well? Shaking his head, he continued to supervise the cargo transfer work. "Wait, that kid Pao Yu is so eager. Is he trying to slack off?" Following behind Pao Yu, Lin curiously observed the surrounding vegetation. The lush green plants were refreshing, and although it wasn't as spectacular as the Stardew forest, it had its own charm. Moreover, in Lin's eyes, a colorful glow emerged, and a strange energy enveloped all the vegetation, which was neither divine power nor soul power. When he tried to use his mental strength to probe, he was directly blocked from the outside. What exactly is this? At this moment, the fish in front turned around and warned Lin, "Don't try to detect anything. The entire Sea God Island, including every blade of grass and tree, is protected by Lord Sea God." The colorful light in Lin's eyes faded. As for the words of the fish, he only listened casually. If one were to say that the Sea God would protect his great offering, Poseidon, Lin believed that he would protect the 7 holy pillars, and he also believed that he would protect the soul masters on Sea God Island and his followers. However, when it came to whether the Sea God would protect every flower and blade of grass, Lin truly did not believe it. Did he really have that much spare time? The two continued walking forward, and soon they had exited the woods. A pool of azure water appeared before them. Although this pool was on land, it was undisturbed by the wind, occasionally splashing waves, and faintly, the sound of ocean waves could be heard, resembling the true sea. On the opposite side of the pool stood a 10-meter-high alkaline stone pillar, beneath which sat a middle-aged man in a black robe. Indeed, it was the seahorse Douluo of the 7 holy pillars of Sea God Island. Upon arrival, the fish changed its previous demeanor and bowed to the seahorse Douluo, saying, "Reporting to you, Lord Seahorse, there are land soul masters who wish to accept the Sea God's test." Upon hearing this, the seahorse Douluo opened his eyes. A massive wave of spiritual power surged from him, rushing towards the two on the shore, with most of the spiritual power focused on Lin. While the fish was merely incidental, Lin couldn't help but frown. He had no hobby of letting others probe into him casually. He immediately mobilized his spiritual power to block them out. "Oh, the spiritual power is quite impressive." Seahorse Douluo became interested, although he hadn't used all his strength. Even a soul sage couldn't stop his spiritual power. Finally, an interesting kid had come along. He stood up and said loudly, Only by crossing the Sea of Sea and reaching the Seahorse Sacred Pillar can you qualify to take the test from the sea god. As Seahorse Douluo's words fell, the Seahorse Sacred Pillar behind him suddenly lit up, and a light blue curtain, large enough to cover the entire Sea of Sea, slowly descended, finally leveling with the top of the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. The Sea of Sea also became more turbulent. The originally clear blue water grew somewhat dim, and shadows occasionally darted swiftly beneath the surface. As someone who had been there, the bubble fish knew that crossing the Sea of Sea was not as easy as it seemed. He had tried several times back in the day, and now he was eager to see what kind of blunders Jilin would make later. Ignoring the eagerly excited bubble fish beside him, Jilin extended his right foot forward, and a gray-white light spread from him into the distance. Got a killing domain, go. As his right foot firmly stepped on the water surface, circles of ripples spread out. The water was calm. Chapter 108. White Level 7 Test. As a title Douluo. Seahorse Douluo naturally noticed that Jilin had used a domain. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his gaze became profound. The bubble fish behind him rubbed his eyes in surprise, watching Jilin walk toward the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, creating ripples with each step, calm and unhurried. While the soul beast in the Sea of Sea did not come to attack him. Although he didn't know whether the white light earlier was Jilin's soul skill or something else, the bubble fish was greatly shocked. No wonder he came to take the sea god's test. Indeed, he had some skills. Watching Jilin stroll leisurely, the bubble fish recalled how he had crossed the Sea of Sea, and his expression suddenly turned sour. He shot a cold glance at Jilin and walked away grumbling. Although the Sea of Sea was called a sea, it was merely a water pool and did not have the boundless vastness of a true ocean. Although Jilin was just taking a walk, his speed was not slow. Just as Jilin reached the shore, a voice came from the side. I really didn't expect that the mighty god of killing would also come to our sea god island. Jilin was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Seahorse Douluo to know about these things. However, he quickly came to terms with it. Since the Spirit Hall was aware of the secrets of the City of Slaughter, there was no reason for Sea God Island, which was on par with it, to be uninformed. Seahorse Douluo crossed his arms and ignored Jilin's silence, continuing to speak. I hope you understand that this is not land, nor is it your City of Slaughter, but my Seahorse Pillar. It was understandable that Seahorse Douluo harbored such animosity towards Jilin. Decades ago, before he became the guardian Douluo of the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, he was just a young man who had passed the Black Level 4th assessment. However, he had fought for 3 days and nights against a land soul master wielding a hammer, and although the High Priest ultimately won, the domain related to Jilin still left an indelible shadow in his heart. Moreover, he later heard that to obtain the domain of the God of Slaughter, one must personally kill at least 900 people, which made him even more resentful of those who possessed the God of Slaughter domain. Jilin, subway, old man, mobile phone. No, are you sick? Did the killing god eat your family's rice or dig up your family's grave? Why so much hostility? And how old are you? Don't you feel ashamed saying that? Ignoring the silly High Ma beside him, Jilin walked straight to the High Ma Sacred Pillar and placed his right hand on it. After a while, there was still no response. High Ma Douluo disdainfully remarked, how could you possibly pass the assessment without my help? Jilin touched his chin, feeling a bit confused. What's going on? I remember this was how it was done in the original work. Looking at the ancient pillar before him, Jilin realized that even the most precise instruments can develop some flaws over time. In this case, Jilin considered it a minor issue, and he slapped the gilded surface several times. Bang, bang, bang. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but Jilin felt that the pillar was slightly tilted. This scared the Seahorse Douluo, who was watching the show nearby. He swore he had never seen such a rude and uncouth person. Stop. What are you doing? Seeing the Seahorse Douluo blocking his way like a mother hen protecting her chicks, Jilin explained, this thing is broken. I'm helping you fix it. What's broken? It's clearly still fine. And what kind of repair technique is this? You wouldn't understand. This thing just needs some encouragement. A few pats will do. The Seahorse Douluo always felt there was something behind Jilin's words, but he had no evidence. Don't underestimate my simple technique. There's a lot of depth to it. It takes at least 3 to 5 years of practice to master it. We call this technique great strength brings miracles, with the motto just exert great strength and leave the rest to miracles. Looking at Jilin's serious face while he was spouting nonsense, the Seahorse Douluo twitched his mouth. Does he really think I'm a fool? If it weren't for the dangerous aura around him, I would definitely make him understand why the sea is so blue. Seeing that Jilin was about to try again, the Seahorse Douluo quickly said, Stop, stop, stop. The Seahorse Sacred Pillar is not to be used like that. Let me do it. He turned around and sincerely looked at the sacred pillar. Placing his palms, facing each other in the air, a ball of blue soul power appearing. Watching the seahorse Douluo's actions, Jilin behind him was puzzled. Did I really remember it wrong? As the soul power was injected, the runes on the seahorse sacred pillar began to light up from the bottom to the top. When the light reached the top, a towering blue light enveloped the entire triangular platform. The seahorse Douluo pointed with his index finger, and the light instantly gathered around Jilin. At the same time, the sacred pillar almost instantly turned black. The seahorse Douluo was taken aback. The black level assessment was something that only the guardians of the sacred pillars would typically receive. He couldn't help but look at Jilin. Does this kid really have such talent? Even the sea god seems to value him highly. However, what happened next nearly made the seahorse Douluo's eyes pop out. The rich black color directly transformed into a bright red. Top level 7 assessment. The seahorse Douluo exclaimed in surprise. This was far more astonishing than the black level assessment. According to records, anyone who passed the red level assessment had done so without exception, and each one became a great offering on Sea God Island. Could this kid be the next generation of the great offering? The seahorse Douluo imagined the entire Sea God Island soul masters all being great strength brings miracles. Hiss, no way. The sea god wouldn't let someone like this become the great offering, right? Jilin was also delighted to see red. Even among the Shrek's 7 monsters, excluding Tang San, the best was just like this. It seems my talent is quite high after all. Jilin was quite pleased with himself. Just as Jilin was feeling proud, the seahorse Douluo was troubled. The bright red color seemed to have been slashed by someone, rapidly retreating back to black. The seahorse Douluo was first taken aback, then overjoyed. What is a surprise? This is what you call surprise. The sea god has ultimately seen through this guy's true nature. Jilin looked at the stone pillar that had turned black again, his face showing no joy or sorrow. Black. It's not bad. However, black is not the final change. The colors change from black to purple, yellow, and finally to the white sacred pillar before stopping. The corners of the seahorse Douluo's mouth gradually rose with the change of colors. In contrast, Jilin's smile became increasingly unsightly. Eventually, white light began to gather on Jilin's forehead. The seahorse Douluo suppressed his laughter and spoke words that did not come from the heart. Congratulations. You are a white level with 7 assessments. What the hell? White level still has 7 assessments. Isn't it supposed to only have 1 assessment? Now, Jilin's mouth kept rising. Indeed, smiles do not disappear. They just transfer from one person's face to another. Chapter 109. The first assessment and the sacrifice looking at the awkward white 7-pointed star on Jilin's forehead. The seahorse Douluo felt uncomfortable no matter how he looked at it. A white level assessment still has 7 assessments? This really opened my eyes. And how should this level be calculated? Let's consider him as the next great offering. This guy is just a white level, so treat him as a white level. Which white level assessment has 7 assessments? At this moment, the seahorse Douluo didn't know how to treat Jilin. The sea god truly knows how to set difficult problems, he thought. Forget it, I'll ask the great offering. The seahorse Douluo didn't want to spend too much effort on this matter, so he decided to consult the boss. After all, with the seahorse sacred pillar around, he didn't have to make a trip. After reporting his doubts, it wasn't long before the voice of the great offering Poseidon rang in the seahorse Douluo's ears. Treating him as a black level assessment would be fine. At the center of Sea God Island, Sea God Hall, Poseidon, with the sea blue waves, was still pondering the divine decree just given by the sea god. Treating him as a red level 6. 5 assessment would be sufficient. This divine decree was different from previous ones. It was no longer solemn and sacred, but rather, a bit casual. This left Poseidon somewhat puzzled about what this divine decree was meant to express. So he could only respond to the seahorse Douluo based on his own thoughts. Surely, the sea god had his deep meaning in saying this. My cultivation is still not enough. In the divine realm, at the sea god's residence, the sea god looked speechlessly at someone who had taken over his main seat, saying with a headache, "Do you really have to be like this? I'm not competing with you." The Shura god leaned on the armrest with his right hand, looking at the sea god in a disheveled manner. Is it necessary? You say this without any self-awareness, right? When Tang San came from another world, who was the first to rush in, holding the sea god's trident and saying, "This guy is most compatible with my sea god position. Whoever competes with me will be in trouble." Hearing the words of the Shura god, a hint of embarrassment flashed across the sea god's face. This is old news from days ago, and besides, I didn't lie, did I? Are you really going to say that? Does the compatibility of divine positions matter? Look at the second generation of kindness and evil. They have long changed their divine positions to their own shapes. Their abilities from other worlds cannot be compared to these ordinary natives, and if my retirement plan is ruined, then you better weigh my sword. On Sea God Island, at the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, with Poseidon's suggestion, the Seahorse Douluo invited Jilin to temporarily reside in the city he managed, Seahorse City. Seahorse City is a medium-sized city among the 7 cities of Sea God Island, about the same size as Notting City. But it only houses a little over 1,000 people, far fewer than the cities on the mainland. It is worth mentioning that all 7 cities on Sea God Island are inhabited by active or retired sea god warriors, meaning that all of these 1,000 people are soul masters. The entire Sea God Island has nearly 9,000 soul masters, while the entire Douluo continent has less than 100,000 soul masters. Looking at the room arranged for him by the Seahorse Douluo, Jilin was quite satisfied. After settling Jilin, the Seahorse Douluo returned to the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. After the Seahorse Douluo left, Jilin also began to check his assessment through the 7-pointed star on his forehead. The first assessment of the white level, crossing the sea god's light. Upon seeing this, Jilin was taken aback, not expecting his first assessment to be this. Really, can't the sea god think of other assessments? Jilin shook his head. Although he felt that the sea god didn't have any new tricks up his sleeve, he was still very interested in the assessment of crossing the sea god's light. After all, from the original text, it seemed that places shrouded in the middle of the sea were subjected to a gravitational field. The higher one went, the heavier the gravity became. Of course, it's better to not fully trust the book. The content of the original work should only serve as a reference. The real situation still needed Jilin to see with his own eyes. Aside from the gate, Jilin casually found a soul master in yellow and inquired about the forbidden areas of Sea God Island. It must be said that the quality of the soul masters on Sea God Island was quite good. Although Jilin had a white 7-pointed star on his forehead, he didn't experience any condescension, likely due to the number of assessments and the prior instructions from the Seahorse Douluo. You want to go to the Sea God Hall? That place is not close. It's over 200 miles from our Seahorse City. Currently, those who were able to stroll around the streets were mostly retired sea god warriors of advanced age. As is well known, once people get older, they tend to be chatty. In just the time it took to ask for directions, Jilin felt like his family tree was about to be dug up. Young man, you don't seem to be from around here, right? Where do you live? How old are you this year? Are you married? What is your cultivation level? Jilin felt a bit overwhelmed, but he brought out the sea god's trial to escape the old man's questioning. I'm anxious to take the trial, so please tell me first. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression became serious. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say it sooner? Jilin. Uncle, just when my old man has nothing to do, shall I take you over there? Jilin glanced at the old man and said, didn't you just say it's 200 miles from here? Are you sure you can make it? The old man immediately became displeased, puffing out his beard and glaring. Why wouldn't I be able to? Don't underestimate me, young one. As he spoke, 5 martial souls, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, appeared, and the old man vanished from his spot. Young one, don't fall behind. I won't wait for you. Looking in the direction where the old man disappeared, Jilin could only secretly admire him, thinking, impressive. He then activated his soul power and followed suit. Although Jilin wasn't particularly skilled at long-distance travel, he was still much younger than the old man. Moreover, the old man wasn't a legitimate land soul master, so Jilin easily caught up with him. Closely trailing behind the old man, the two headed towards the Sea God Island's central Sea God Palace. On the other side, in the Douluo Forest, facing the pursuit of over a dozen soul saints, even Tang San, who absorbed the right leg bone of the 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor, could hardly withstand it. With the help of the Killing God Domain and the Blue-Silver Domain, killing 2 soul saints was already the limit. The 3 from the Golden Generation and the remaining soul saints surrounded Tang San and Xiao Wu. Yin pointed at Tang San and said sharply, Tang San, hand over that 100,000-year soul beast, and I might consider leaving your corpse intact. Tang San wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and chuckled lightly. What dream are you having? Hulaina looked at Tang San, who was protecting Xiao Wu behind him, with a complicated expression. Just not long ago, she was still rejoicing over reuniting with Tang Yin. Yet, unexpectedly, this Tang Yin had suddenly turned into Tang San. Tang Yin, su then de. I can guarantee your safety. Tang San coldly replied. You wanted to hand over Xiao Wu, right? Hulaina fell silent. It was obvious. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to protect Tang San. After all, this was an order directly from her teacher, Pope Bibi Dong, to capture the soul beast, for her second Martial Soul's 9th soul ring, and she could also obtain a 100,000-year soul bone. Watching her goddess being treated this way by Tang San, Yin felt a surge of anger and immediately charged at Tang San. Once you're dead, Nana will look at me more, right? Hulaina wanted to stop him, but was held back by Xiaoyu. Seeing her brother's expression, Hulaina struggled for a moment before lowering her hand and no longer speaking. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Nana didn't act recklessly, knowing that not only the Pope's people had come this time. Facing Yan's aggressive attack, Tang San, already at his limit, could only dodge with all his might. In the midst of Yan's old strength waning and new strength not yet rising, he was struck away by a Haotian hammer. The remaining Soul Saints naturally wouldn't sit idly by. They immediately took action. Some went to catch Yan, while others began to charge their attacks on the spot. In an instant, dozens of colorful soul skills surged towards Tang San. The originally powerful soul skills were even more formidable under the enhancement of the martial soul's true body. These attacks completely destroyed the blue-silver emperor surrounding Tang San. Next came the 8 spider lances and the Haotian hammer. Tang San then used the attack to retrieve the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor and, with his last bit of strength, threw it to Xiao Wu. Although Tang San retrieved the soul bone at the cost of his life, soul bones are not soul guides. They can't just be used when held, and Yin and the others wouldn't give Xiao Wu time to absorb it. But this is all I can do now. Watching Tang San collapse from exhaustion, Xiao Wu felt a sharp pain in her heart. Perhaps Tang San's mother felt this way back then? A sharp cry echoed through the forest. The sacrifice of the 100,000-year soul beast had begun. Chapter 110. Changes in the body. Although Haima City is over 200 miles away from the Sea God Palace, both Ji Lin and the old man had considerable cultivation levels, and in just an hour, Ji Lin arrived at their destination. Looking at the small island separated by a ring of seawater, there was a straight white staircase leading up to the only building on the island, a square palace seemingly made of white jade. Seeing Ji Lin's gaze drawn to the Sea God Palace, the old man quietly patted his waist, thinking, I'm really getting old. Just moving around for a bit has me like this. Ji Lin pretended not to notice anything. Old man, is this the forbidden area of Sea God Island? If you're fine, why don't you go back first? The old man waved his hand. It's fine. I'm just an old man with nothing to do all day. I'm quite curious about the performance of you land spirit masters. Would you mind if I take a look? Glancing at the old man's hand that hadn't left his waist, Ji Lin replied, feel free. Saying this, he quickly swept across the circular sea and arrived at the bottom of the steps. Seeing Ji Lin had moved on, the old man secretly breathed a sigh of relief and found a large tree to lean against and sit down. There were quite a few sea spirit beasts of considerable age in the circular sea, but due to the assessment mark on Ji Lin's head, they had no intention of attacking him, and he smoothly arrived at the assessment location of the sea goddess light. Looking at the steps in front of him, Ji Lin didn't rush up immediately. A colorful light flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, the whole world changed. In Ji Lin's eyes, the 101st step was enveloped in a majestic blue-gold energy, so thick that it seemed like the deep sea. Is this the sea goddess light? Ji Lin slowly walked up the steps, and suddenly pressure surged from all directions. Ji Lin felt that it was not only physical, but also a sense of pressure mentally. Ji Lin exhaled and continued his steps, charging straight to level 78. The old man watching from the side was astonished. Although he had not undergone the trial of crossing the sea goddess light, that did not mean others from Sea God Island had not. According to them, every time one ascended a level on this staircase, the pressure increased by 10. Even the strongest sea dragon Douluo among the Holy Pillar Guardian Douluos had only reached level 42 at the beginning. Is this kid really that strong? Or is it that land spirit masters are all like this? The old man expressed confusion, but David was shocked. At level 78, Ji Lin was slightly out of breath. The pressure here was not small, and it was estimated that even a soul emperor could not last too long in this environment. Ji Lin was able to stand here as a soul king largely thanks to his well-trained body. I should be able to go up a few more levels, right? With this thought, Ji Lin reached the position of level 81, at which point he had to use all of his soul power just to withstand it. Is level 81 my limit? Ji Lin murmured that he was quite satisfied with this result. After all, he only needed to climb up to level 128, and he still had a year left. Compared to going down step by step, Ji Lin had a faster method. He lifted his foot towards level 82, and with a bang, Ji Lin was accurately bounced into the 200-meter wide circular sea. The pressure on the steps increased by 10 each time, and the pressure came from all sides, naturally including from behind. At the junction of the steps, there was a pressure difference. If he could hold on, he could go up, but if he couldn't, ugh, this water is really salty. By the time Ji Lin swam ashore, it was already dark, and the old man had disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, Ji Lin had plenty of outdoor survival gear in his storage ring, so dealing with the night was not a problem. The next day, the morning sunlight woke Ji Lin, who was sleeping on the ground under the steps, and he stretched lazily. It was another energetic day. After a simple breakfast, Ji Lin took out a jade box, inside which was the crystal blood dragon ginseng he had exchanged from the Min family. This was his greatest reliance in a situation where both his body and soul power could not be quickly improved. The crystal blood dragon ginseng was not as tough as he had imagined. Instead, it was quite brittle, and the taste was very much like carrots. Is this really meant for rabbits? Ji Lin's complaints were not over yet. A strange sensation was rising throughout his body, a tingling and numbness that felt quite pleasant. However, as time passed, it felt as if his entire body had come to life, flesh and blood writhing, meridians stretching, and even his bones cracking. This sensation was even more intense than the previous engraving in the God of Death domain. If the engraving in the God of Death domain was like scraping bones to cure poison, this feeling was akin to shattering and then recomposing his body. Ji Lin couldn't hold back anymore. In ancient times, there was a saying of using poison to counteract poison. Today, I will use pain to stop pain. Fortunately, Ji Lin was not far from the stairs, and even though he was unable to stand due to pain, he could still crawl over. He wasn't sure if it was just his illusion, but Ji Lin felt a bit more relaxed. However, would there be any side effects? Never mind. Let's crawl a few more steps first. As Ji Lin continued to climb, streams of fresh blood oozed from his skin, scalp, eyes, lips, and other areas connected to the outside world. In no time, Ji Lin's clothes were stained a deep red, and the significant loss of blood caused his consciousness to blur. Just when Ji Lin was about to collapse, a massive surge of life energy erupted from within him, instantly dissipating all the pain, replaced by a refreshing sensation. After being tense for so long, Ji Lin finally felt relaxed. Was it finally over? After saying that, Ji Lin passed out. When he woke up again, the sunset was hanging on the horizon, painting the world in a warm orange hue. Ji Lin slowly got up, feeling the changes in his body. If it weren't for the clothes he was wearing, everything that had happened before seemed like a dream. Ji Lin clenched his fist and moved his body to stretch his muscles and bones, feeling as if the pressure of level 32 was non-existent. He had never felt this good before. Although his soul power was still at level 54 and his strength had not increased significantly, Ji Lin could sense that his body was vastly different from before. If his previous body was like a car that had reached its limits and was about to break down, then his current body felt like a newly manufactured supercar. Moreover, it seemed that there was more to gain than just this. As he spoke, Ji Lin circulated his soul power, and remarkable phenomena appeared on his face, right arm, and right leg. The three soul bones, which were originally very different, seemed to resonate with each other now. This couldn't help but remind Ji Lin of a peculiar skill recorded in Yu Xiaojiang's book. Could be a soul-bone fusion technique? Chapter 111. The Change of Tiando Palace. Of course, Ji Lin was not entirely sure if this was indeed a soul-bone fusion technique. After all, he had only heard of the concept in Yu Xiaojiang's book and the original work. His three soul bones did not originate from the same type of soul beast. Not to mention that the number was far from sufficient. After being modified by the crystal blood dragon ginseng, although the three soul bones exhibited a state of interconnection, it was merely incidental. What truly delighted Ji Lin was that his body seemed to have undergone some kind of evolution through this experience. Under the illumination of the sea god's light, Ji Lin could clearly perceive that long-lost feeling of his body strengthening at a speed far beyond what it used to be. Although he did not know how long the situation would last, Ji Lin estimated that he would not have to worry about cultivating until he reached level 90. So next, Ji Lin looked towards the higher steps, moving towards a higher place. Time gradually passed as Ji Lin climbed upwards. Douluo, continent, Tiando City, the Imperial Palace. At this moment, the Snow Knight Emperor had fallen into a coma due to the worsening of his illness, and the entire Tiando court was under the control of Xue Qinghe. It could be said that the Tiando Empire was now a one-man show for Xue Qinghe. To handle official duties more conveniently, Xue Qinghe had recently been working in the Emperor's study. After finishing the last piece of business, Xue Qinghe took a rare moment to rest. How much longer can that old guy Snow Knight last? Xue Qinghe picked up a cup of tea beside him and asked lightly. The porcupine Douluo, who was in the corner, replied, according to that person named Yang. There should be about half a month left. Half a month is manageable. Have you found the key to the national treasury? Porcupine, we have secretly searched the entire palace and indeed found nothing. It should be in Snow Knight's bedroom. To avoid causing trouble, we didn't search there. Shueqinghe furrowed his brow but then relaxed again. After all, there was still half a month, and he could wait. At that moment, a subordinate reported that poisoned Douluo had brought Yang Wudi and a young man into the palace. Hearing this, Shueqinghe did not expect that Douluo could actually find the leader of the Piji clan. Although this seven-colored poison was said to be unsolvable, it was still the poison of the Piji clan. Who knows if Yang Wudi might have some way to deal with it. So this guy must die. As for Douluo, although most of the poison he used for counteracting poison had been absorbed by Porcupine Douluo, the remaining part still allowed Snow Knight to live for so long. Truly, an old man seeking death by consuming poison. Meanwhile, relying on the token Shueqinghe had given to win him over, Tang San and his companions successfully entered the palace. But the three of them did not show much joy on their faces, which clearly indicated Shueqinghe's intentions. Their actions were undoubtedly walking into a trap. However, since they were already here, the other party would not easily let them go. They would just have to take it one step at a time. A crisp round of applause interrupted Tang San and the others, causing them to stop in their tracks. Shueqinghe, along with the snake spear and Porcupine Douluo, walked out from the palace, flanked by soul masters in armor, and a rough glance revealed that none of the nearly 100 people present were below the Soul King level. You three have come to my palace late at night. May I ask what brings you here? Shueqinghe stood between the two titled Douluos, looking down at Tang San and the others. Brother Tang, have you come to give me your answer? Sensing the tense body of Poison Daw beside him and the two elders he could not see through, Tang San clearly knew that the situation was very unfavorable. Your Highness, my answer is a trivial matter. The urgent priority is still to treat His Majesty. Shueqinghe waved his hand, saying, as for my father, I have already invited the best doctors to take care of him, so there is no need for you to worry. Since you have come all this way, why not come in for a chat? Shueqinghe has long wanted to meet you. Tang San replied. It seems that the people in this palace have long been from the Spirit Hall. Hearing this, Shueqinghe looked at Tang San with a calm expression and after a long pause sighed, what good does it do to tear the face? It only makes me want to kill you even more. However, if you are willing to work for me, I can consider treating you as if you know nothing. Tang San sneered. Do you know what I call those who are disloyal and unfilial? Beasts. I have no intention of becoming the pawns of beasts. Shueqinghe looked deeply at Tang San. Indeed, just as he said, even your judgment of me is spot on. Tang San asked in confusion. Upon hearing Shueqinghe's words, a figure immediately emerged in Tang San's mind, as only he knew his identity and could possibly inform Shueqinghe. Shueqinghe naturally did not want to say much to Tang San, and with a wave of his right hand, the two titled Douluos charged towards Tang San. Douluo and Yang Wudi knew that Tang San was not yet a match for the titled Douluos and immediately positioned themselves to block the two Douluos. Tang San certainly would not sit still. The white killing god domain instantly enveloped the small square. At the same time, he threw something towards the rear and upper side, instantly projecting a red character Tang in the sky. Although Douluo was only at level 92, Porcupine Douluo was not much higher than him either, and both were skilled in poison, making it difficult to determine the victor for a time. However, on the other side, Shueqinghe was somewhat shocked that Yang Wudi, with his cultivation at level 82, could actually confront Porcupine Douluo, who was at level 93. The martial soul of the Piji clan, the soul-breaking gun, was inherently a martial soul that discarded everything but retained the attack, and Porcupine Douluo, assuming that Yang Wudi was merely a soul Douluo, had let his guard down. In their confrontation, he made a mistake, losing momentum in the process. As the saying goes, the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate. Yang Wudi's style of relentless attack, without regard for defense, was something Porcupine Douluo had not encountered before, and for a moment. A dignified title Douluo was actually being subtly suppressed by a soul Douluo. Shueqinghe's expression turned cold. He had expected to quickly take down Tang San with the support of two titled Douluos, but who could have imagined such an outcome? Tang San would be the one to influence the situation on the entire continent in the future. Looking at the calm Tang San, Shueqinghe began to believe this statement. Then I can't let you go any longer. 3 pairs of golden wings sprouted from Shueqinghe's back, and at the same time, the angel domain was also applied to his side. Yang Wudi and Douluo immediately felt their bodies slow down considerably, while the speed of the two Douluos increased significantly. How could Tang San, who possessed two domains, not recognize the situation? A domain? You actually possess a domain? His tone was filled with shock. Flying in midair, Xue Qinghe glanced at Tang San, surprised. The domain is not your exclusive right. Chapter 112. Twists and turns. The Haotian hammer appeared from Tang San's left hand, which he grasped and pointed at Xue Qinghe. No, I just feel it's not worth it for a scoundrel like you, who murders his father and usurps the throne, to possess a domain. Xue Qinghe shook his head. You don't stand in my position. How can you understand the scenery I see? Your evaluation does not shake me. The thief of a hook is executed. The thief of a nation is made a marquis. Nonsense. If everyone acted as you do, how could the world be peaceful? The world is far more powerful than you imagine. We can only influence a small part of it. We will not plot together if our paths differ. Blue-silver overlord gun. A long spear forged from blue-silver emperor shot towards Xue Qinghe in midair, but for some reason, this time the blue-silver overlord gun was significantly less powerful than before. Xue Qinghe merely tilted his body slightly to dodge it. I thought you would be a person of great integrity. It turns out you would also resort to such sneak attacks. Tang San snorted coldly. Talking about that will only make others feel it's unfair to you. Angel assault. A stream of golden energy shot out from Xue Qinghe's right hand, heading straight for Tang San. Tang San did not show any weakness either. Dark light swirled around the Haotian hammer before it heavily struck the golden light. Bang! The moment they made contact, Tang San was knocked back several steps. If he hadn't used his skill to dissipate some of the force, he might have been pushed back even further. Tang San's mind was racing, recalling the previous encounter, searching for answers within his knowledge. Dissolution? That's right. Ever since the opponent unleashed their domain, Tang San had felt his soul power disappearing at noticeable speed. And the dissolution speed of the opponent's soul skill had undoubtedly reached a new level. Tang San looked at Xue Qinghe with a serious expression, unsure if this was the only soul skill with such an effect or if all of them were like this. If it were the latter, things could get troublesome. Observing Yang Wudi and Douluo around him not performing as smoothly as before, with Yang Wudi even having blood at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps your domain also has the effect of dissolving soul power, even capable of dissolving my domain. In response to Tang San's doubts, Xue Qinghe simply smiled. Realizing he had guessed correctly, Tang San narrowed the range of the killing god domain, preparing to counteract with concentration. At the same time, he knew that every domain has a certain range. As long as he could hold on until reinforcements arrived, it would be a victory. The range of the sky was undoubtedly larger than that of the ground. If he hadn't been able to do it before, now he could. Feeling that his angel domain seemed to encounter an obstacle, like something unexpectedly appearing in a flowing stream, forcing a change of course. The killing god domain was indeed a good thing, but it wasn't the first time he had encountered it. As he spoke, a sword formed from sacred fire appeared in Xue Qinghe's hand. Although it didn't look very sharp, the golden flames dancing on it left no doubt about its attack power. Holding the sacred sword, with his mental energy firmly locking onto Tang San, a smile appeared at the corner of Xue Qinghe's mouth. And then he instantly vanished from his original spot. With the head soul bone and the purple extreme demon eye, Tang San's mental energy surpassed that of his peers by 100-fold, so he naturally sensed that Xue Qinghe had locked onto him. Although he didn't know from where the attack would come, it was certainly easier to dodge in the air than on the ground. Just as Tang San was about to unleash the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone skill, Xue Qinghe had already appeared behind him, striking down fiercely. During the year spent with Jilin, Xue Qinghe had undoubtedly worked harder on his own cultivation compared to before. As a descendant of the Qian family, he naturally knew the Lingyun step, but only one step. In simple terms, the Lingyun step is a high-speed movement akin to teleportation. Since there were no obstacles in the sky, treating it as teleportation wasn't wrong, but once there were obstacles, it wouldn't work after all. It wasn't true teleportation and couldn't ignore obstacles. So if it couldn't be passed through, he could just go around. The Lingyun step has a total of 10 steps, with each step allowing for a change in direction, and it flows seamlessly. At this moment, Xue Qinghe had already taken 3 steps. The instant Xue Qinghe appeared, Tang San felt himself surrounded by a thick aura of death. If it were someone else, they would have already gone blank, waiting to be slaughtered. However, the survival instinct honed through countless life and death experiences in the city of slaughter led Tang San to make the most correct choice. Invincible golden body, immune to physical attacks, and immune to 50 of energy attacks. Although the sacred sword looked like a sword, its essence was still sacred fire, so it could only immunize 50. Bang! Tang San was violently knocked away, crashing into the surrounding wall, dust flying everywhere. Fortunately, the materials used for the walls of the Tiando Palace were quite exquisite, and since Xue Qinghe wasn't particularly skilled in power, he only cracked the wall without breaking through. Little monster, Sectmaster, Duga Bo and Yang Wudi were extremely anxious upon seeing this, forcing back their respective opponents and rushing to Tang San's side. Cough cough. Tang San got down from the wall, a trace of blood involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. The feeling of being struck was secondary. More importantly, the spot where he had just been hit by Xue Qinghe was actually radiating heat, and he could even smell a hint of roasted meat, which was quite miraculous. Ever since he consumed the fire spirit fruit, not only had his martial soul gained fire immunity, but even his body had, making it unthinkable for him to be burned. Moreover, Tang San knew that if it weren't for the invincible golden body immunizing 50 of the damage, he might not even be able to stand. This was what Tang San didn't know. Although the fire spirit fruit was a rare celestial product, possibly the only one in the entire Douluo continent, no matter how rare, it was still a power within the lower realm. Xue Qinghe's martial soul was the true divine martial soul of the six-winged angel. And even with just a hint of the divine aura of the angel, it surpassed Douluo standards. Surrounding Xue Qinghe were the snake and the two Tandoa, along with hundreds of soul ancestors and soul kings. In contrast, Tang San and his companions were not only dispirited but also injured, making it difficult for Tang San to escape this time. Come, Tang San, tell me, how will the Flying Dragon Knight lose? Xue Qinghe's tone was filled with unrestrained pride. As the saying goes, happiness brings sorrow. The reinforcements Tang San had been waiting for finally arrived. The Tang sect's hidden hall is here. Who dares to harm our sect master? A voice from the sky echoed, accompanied by a rain of arrows. Although the optimal killing radius of the Zhuge God crossbow was within 20 steps, it didn't mean there was no lethality beyond that range, especially when raining down from the sky. While there was no threat to Xue Qinghe and the snake and two Tandoa, others did not share their level of strength. In an instant, the surrounding guards were thrown into disarray, desperately dodging the arrows falling from the sky. At that moment, the palace walls were broken from the outside. The Tang Sect Strength Hall is here. Who dares to harm our sect master? The Tang Sect's Royal Hall is here. Who dares to harm our sect master? Titan and Nyogao also brought over more than 20 soul ancestors above level 40 from their respective teams to assist. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Xue Qinghe's expression turned extremely ugly. Additionally, a sound of synchronized footsteps came from outside the palace. The source of the sound was the Tiando Empire's royal knights, led by Prince Xue Xing and the fourth Prince Xue Lang, who should have been at home. Xue Lang drew his sword angrily. You dare to commit regicide and usurp the throne? This is simply intolerable. Upon seeing the appearance of Xue Lang and Xue Xing, Xue Qinghe turned to look at the palace. Indeed, those who could become emperors were not simple figures. Turning to Xue Lang, he thought, it seems I've underestimated Xue Yi. But do you think this will allow you to defeat me? As soon as Xue Qinghe's words fell, figures began to gather around, consisting of the soul masters he had trained under Yu Shaojiang, numbering around 300. Although this was fewer than the previous 100, they still possessed the strength of soul venerates. One must admit that despite Yu Shaojiang's lack of strength, he had quite a method for training low-level soul masters. The momentum of these 300 was not at all inferior to the 1,000-strong royal knights before them. The two sides faced off against each other. Although Tang San's side had the numerical advantage, in terms of overall strength, Xue Qinghe's side was superior. After all, they had two title Douluo, and all were soul masters of considerable rank. Do you think that with just one weakest title and 4 soul Douluo, along with some miscellaneous fish, you can defeat me? With a flash of the 7th spirit ring, Xue Qinghe slowly ascended, arms spread wide, his whole body forming a cross shape. The angelic phantom behind him merged with him, and his originally refined face transformed into an extraordinarily handsome visage. With 2 pairs of wings fully manifesting, even the previously less solid third pair of small wings became real. The golden domain suddenly expanded, and a stronger sense of dissolution swept over everyone on Tang San's side. At this moment, Xue Qinghe, no, Qian Rinchue's might was already approaching that of title Douluo. With a flash of the 6th spirit ring, a divine voice emanated from Qian Rinchue's mouth. How marvelous it was. However, the enemies before Qian Rinxue revealed expressions of pain. Even Tang San had to use his soul bone to maintain a calm expression. The four clan leaders and Douluo, relying on their profound cultivation, showed no unusual reactions. But the others were not so fortunate. With a crash, nearly half of the royal knights fell, lifeless. Although the power of the angel's roar was greatly reduced due to the expanded area, under the enhancement of the angel's true form and domain. These ordinary people who were not even soul masters could naturally not withstand it. Fear spread among the crowd, especially in the Night Order. As they witnessed their comrades dropping silently beside them, it would be a lie to say they weren't scared. Many quietly dropped their weapons and fled at once. In Douluo, an army that maintains combat effectiveness with a 20 casualty rate is already considered an elite force, known as a 100 battle army. Seeing the enemies who had already begun to show cowardice, Qianren felt quite satisfied. Although she had used nearly half of her soul power, the effect she achieved was worth it. After all, the most important aspect of team battles is morale. Submit to me, and only the evil will be punished. Qianren's subordinates understood well and began to shout, "Submit to me, and only the evil will be punished. Submit to me, and only the evil will be punished. Submit to me, and only the evil will be punished." This was undoubtedly a huge temptation for the remaining knights, as they were the only ones who had lost comrades. And they were undoubtedly the next to die. 8th spirit ability, shift mountains, and fill seas. A massive silver light flashed, striking the space between the two sides. When the smoke cleared, the hard granite floor was actually cleaved open, creating a deep chasm that spanned the entire square, clearing away the two tidal blocking her way. Qianren looked at the one-armed old man who had appeared at some point and spoke slowly, Sword Dao Dust Heart. Since the sword Douluo had arrived, how far could Bon Douluo and Ning Fengji be? Sure enough, Qianren saw two figures appear from above. "Master, are you also coming to stir this trouble?" Looking at her proud disciple, who had undergone a drastic change in appearance, Ning Fengji closed his eyes, slowly exhaled, and upon opening them again, there was no longer any confusion. The Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School cannot coexist. If the Spirit Hall had not attacked the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, if the Sword Law had not lost an arm, perhaps Ning Fengji would not have been so sharp-edged. Upon hearing this, Qianren did not know how to feel. Although she had anticipated this day would come, it was still somewhat disheartening when it actually arrived. Then we will be enemies from now on. Saying this, she turned to leave. When the sword and Bon Douluo took the stage, Qianren knew that her plans over the past decade would go down the drain. Just the sword Douluo alone could not be dealt with, let alone the many others lurking around. How could she stay hoping others would keep her for tea? But it was so unwilling. Synopsis: Soul Master. What kind of soul skill is this? Jilin. Soul skill? What soul skill? Soul Master. The kind that has this golden light on the surface. Even the Buddha's wrath cannot penetrate. Jilin shrugs. As everyone knows, I have no martial soul. How can I use a soul skill? Soul Master. Then what else with this unusual soul ring? Jilin. I just don't have a martial soul. That doesn't mean I can't absorb soul rings.